Chapter 64. The Assimilation of the Great Ming and the Great Qian's Dependence on the Qingyun Sect. Lin Langtian felt as though he were a statue desiccated for 5 centuries. No, he was more like a fossil. The magma within his mind had only just cooled, yet before it could form new grooves, his daughter's light-hearted words jolted it back into a molten mess. He gaped, maintaining a posture capable of accommodating a goose egg, utterly motionless. The blood vessels in his eyes were spreading at a visibly frantic pace, as if they were on the verge of bursting at any moment. Father, what are you daydreaming about? Do you need me to teach you? Are we waiting for another emperor to sprout from the ground? Each of her words struck him like an invisible ancient hammer inscribed with the word mockery, pounding relentlessly on his crown. Pain, excruciating pain, yet more prevalent, was an absurdly overwhelming ecstasy, a surreal dizziness akin to a pie falling from the heavens, a grand feast made of dragon liver and phoenix marrow. What was the lifelong aspiration of Lin Langtian, the emperor of Great Qian? Was it not to expand his territory and overshadow the obstinate emperor Zhu Qian of the Great Ming? For this goal, he had worked tirelessly, enduring hardships and sacrificing comfort, having not enjoyed a good night's sleep for centuries. Recently, he had even invested heavily, tearing his relationship with the Great Ming, laying traps to annihilate 100,000 surrendering soldiers, all to weaken the Great Ming's national strength and pave the way for future war. What was the outcome? The path was laid, yet he was left so troubled that he was nearly bald. Each night, he was plagued by nightmares, envisioning the ancient ancestor Zhu of the Great Ming crawling out of his coffin and slapping the entire capital of Great Qian into the ground. He had even prepared a treaty for ceding territory in reparations, contemplating how to smooth over the situation. But now, his daughter had returned. After 2 months of wandering, she came back and said to him, "Father, don't worry. The issue that troubles you, I've taken care of it. The emperor, along with that ancestor, are both gone. Their ashes have been scattered. Now, you can boldly seize their territory." Lin Langtian's mind, having crashed for what felt like an incense stick's duration, finally trembled and rebooted. Gulp. He struggled to swallow, his Adam's apple rolling up and down, producing a dry rasp. He abruptly turned to gaze at Li Chuyan, who remained with eyes shut, seemingly lost in another realm, not even twitching an eyebrow. The He Dao realm. The He Dao realm. The legendary state where a single thought could shatter mountains and rivers, where a mere gesture could eclipse the sun and moon. And now, it stood vividly before him. Moreover, it was his daughter's steward, bodyguard, servant. Lin Langtian felt his heart was no longer merely beating. It was fervently thumping in his chest. Thump, 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 thump. An unprecedented surge of grandeur, a lawless dominance, surged through him like a volcano that had slumbered for eons, erupting from his soul straight to his mind. With such a deity as his backing, what do I have to fear? Why should I engage in cunning plots against the Great Ming, meticulously laying traps? I could simply storm their kindergarten with an aircraft carrier and not require any strategy. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. Lin Langtian suddenly erupted into laughter, his voice tearing through the clouds and shaking the entire hall with its resonance. He laughed, he cried, he appeared almost deranged. Lin Chuyan, beside him, was startled by a sudden reaction and took 2 steps back in disdain. "Father, are you all right? Don't tell me you're foolishly happy. I didn't bring any medicine for your mind." Lin Langtian abruptly ceased his laughter, his reddened eyes fixed intently on Lin Chuyan. That gaze sent chills down her spine. "Father, why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face?" "Good daughter." Lin Langtian dashed forward, seizing Lin Chuyan's shoulders, trembling with excitement. "My good daughter, you are not merely my daughter. You are my true father." Li Changjian's eyelids, which had remained tightly shut, seemed to twitch involuntarily. "Proclaim my decree." Lin Langtian pivoted sharply, unleashing a thunderous roar at the dazed civil and military officials outside the hall. "Summon the 3 great offerings. Assemble a 1,000,000-strong army. Divide into 3 routes. Flatten the Great Ming for me." "No, not flatten. It is to receive. To receive." Tell the soldiers, this is not war. This is moving. Everything belonging to the Great Ming dynasty, every brick and tile, every blade of grass and tree, must be moved back to Great Qian. Anyone who dares to resist, say it is my daughter's intention. No, say it is my son-in-law. No, my daughter's steward, Li Changjian's intention. 3 days. I grant you only 3 days. 3 days from now, I shall host a celebration banquet in the former palace of the Great Ming. I want everyone on this continent to know that from this day forth, there shall be but one dynasty, and that is my Great Qian. The emperor's voice resonated like rolling thunder, echoing throughout the entire capital. Everyone was stunned. But soon after, an overwhelming wave of elation and battle fervor surged forth. The emperor has gone mad. Yet they relished this mad emperor. 3 days later, the reality proved that Lin Langtian had indeed been overly conservative. The so-called million-strong army was nothing more than a group of armed parade spectators. The three high-ranking offerings, usually aloof and rarely seen, played the role of a ceremonial escort throughout, never even having the chance to make a move. When the news that Emperor Zhu Qian of the Great Ming and the Grand Emperor Zhu Cong were slain by a single finger of Great Qian's princess's steward, their souls extinguished spread throughout the Great Ming like a massive earthquake. The war had already concluded. No, it hardly qualified as war. It was an unprecedented, grand-scale, frenzied surrender ceremony. The Great Qian army had yet to reach the city gates, and already, the ramparts were adorned with white flags. The city's commanding officers, along with civil and military officials, knelt at the city gate, holding the city's seals and maps, their faces adorned with smiles more grotesque than tears, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the royal forces. Some distant towns even sent riders to hasten their march, complaining that the Great Qian army was too slow. Royal forces, why have you taken so long to arrive? Our city gates have been open for 3 days, and the citizens are growing impatient. If you don't come soon, we'll have to pack up the city and send it to Great Qian ourselves. The entire process was astonishingly smooth, so much so that the soldiers of Qian felt a twinge of disbelief. Were we truly here to wage war? It felt more like returning home. No, even more welcome than at home. Thus, within a mere 3 days, the once glorious Ming dynasty, which had stood for 3,000 years, was quietly absorbed into the territory of Qian. From henceforth, the world would know no Ming. The former Ming imperial palace now served as the Qian Palace of Affairs. During the celebratory feast, the hall was ablaze with light, filled with the clinking of cups. Lin Langtian sat at the head of the table, his face aglow, brimming with vitality, feeling at least 500 years younger. He gazed down at the former Ming ministers and his trusted confidants from Qian, gathered together, all calling out in unison, "Long live our emperor!" The satisfaction he felt was even more exhilarating than breaking through 3 minor realms. And who was the architect of all this? Lin Langtian raised his wine cup, casting his gaze toward the most esteemed guest. There sat his beloved daughter, Lin Chuyan, idly poking a grape on her plate with a jade chopstick. Beside her, the man in the blue robe, Li Changjian, remained with his eyes closed, sitting upright, without even a cup in front of him, as if the surrounding revelry were entirely irrelevant to him. He resembled a figure from a painting utterly out of place in this realm. Yet all were aware that this man was the true deity within the Grand Hall. A throng of high-ranking Qian officials, including the 3 esteemed beings of the transformation realm, held their cups aloft, forming a line to pay their respects. However, as they approached within 3 zhang of Li Changjian, they found themselves unable to take another step. It was not a matter of desire, but of courage. The invisible aura around him was like an insurmountable chasm, leaving them terrified. Even the act of breathing felt sacrilegious. Ultimately, it was Lin Langtian himself who humbly approached, a smile of profound reverence gracing his face as he advanced. Li Chuyan. He smiled like a blooming chrysanthemum. This victory over Ming, achieved without shedding blood, is entirely due to your efforts. I raise this cup in your honor. Even his self-reference of I replaced the royal Zhen unconsciously. Li Changjian remained unresponsive. Lin Chuyan merely lifted her eyelids to glance at the wine cup in Lin Langtian's hand, curling her lips in disdain. Father, this wine is too muddled in spirit. It tastes awful. With that, she casually flipped her wrist, producing a small white jade vial from which she poured 2 cups of liquid resembling celestial nectar. Here, drink this. It's what we use to feed spirit beasts in my sect. A group of ministers and officials, craning their necks, stood in stunned silence. Used to feed spirit beasts? This fragrant aroma alone felt like it could loosen the bottleneck of their cultivation. Do the spirit beasts of Qingyun Zone live in such luxury? Truly, the ancients did not deceive me. Lin Langtian's lips twitched, yet he managed to conjure a smile, cautiously accepting the beast's drink and downing it in one gulp. Boom! A gentle yet overwhelming force erupted within him, coursing through his limbs and meridians. The bottleneck at the peak of the 8th level of the transformation realm, which had remained unyielding for centuries, unexpectedly revealed a slight crack. Lin Langtian nearly sat down to meditate on the spot in exhilaration. A treasure. This is undoubtedly a supreme treasure. The way he looked at Lin Chuyan could no longer be described as a father gazing at his daughter. It was akin to beholding a living, moving deity of their own. Father, Lin Chuyan disregarded her father's astonished expression and suddenly inquired. Now that we have annexed Ming, and Daqian's territory has expanded more than double, what are your plans moving forward? Upon the mention of serious matters, Lin Langtian immediately composed himself, revealing the grand vision of an emperor on his face. Rest assured, Chuyan, your father has a comprehensive plan. Next, I will spend 10 years thoroughly integrating the lands and peoples of Ming, followed by a century of diligent governance to elevate the might of Daqian to unprecedented heights. By that time, no force on this continent will be able to rival Daqian. He spoke with grand ambition, his face brimming with hope for the future. However, Lin Chuyan, upon hearing this, regarded him as if he were a fool. 10 years? 100 years? Father, do you think your vision is a tad too small? Lin Langtian was taken aback. Small? He was prepared to unify the continent. How could that be considered small? Otherwise what? Lin Chuyan said matter-of-factly. Do you think that by killing Zhu Chen and Zhu Song and annexing Ming, the matter is settled? Right now, you are like a child clutching a mountain of gold, running naked down a street filled with hungry wolves. Can you imagine what those other kingdoms of equal standing, or even stronger than Ming, are thinking? The smile on Lin Langtian's face froze instantly. Indeed, in his joy, he had overlooked this crucial point. Although Daqian had absorbed Ming, its own strength had not undergone a fundamental leap. In the eyes of those true titans, Daqian remained a soft persimmon, easily manipulated, albeit now a larger and more tempting one. A cold sweat erupted from his back in an instant. Then what should we do? Lin Langtian asked urgently, having entirely come to regard his daughter as his pillar of strength. Lin Chuyan extended a finger, gently shaking it. The solution is simple. Just find a patron. So, I have made a decision for you. She paused, using a tone as if announcing a trivial matter, declaring, from today onward, the Daqian dynasty will officially become a vassal state of my Qingyun zone. You, the emperor of Daqian, shall pay tribute to Qingyun zone annually. In this way, Daqian will be ensured peace for all eternity. Boom! Lin Chuyan's words detonated like another multi-megaton nuclear bomb within the minds of all present in the Grand Hall. The entire celebratory feast fell into an immediate silence. Everyone resembled ducks with their necks grasped, mouths agape, eyes wide, unable to utter a single sound. The color drained from Lin Langtian's face in an instant. His previously inflated imperial heart was doused in liquid nitrogen at -200 degrees from head to toe. A vassal state? Tribute? He had just realized his dream of unifying the continent and had yet to bask in even a moment of the homage from all nations when his daughter turned around to inform him. Father, stop dreaming. We must bow to others as well. What the hell? What kind of situation is this? He stared at Lin Chuyan, his lips trembling at a loss for words. Lin Chuyan seemed to sense his unwillingness and humiliation, arching an eyebrow. What? Are you unwilling? Father, do you really think that with Li Zhishu around, Daqian can rest easy? She pointed at the seemingly meditatively Changjian beside her and casually dropped a heavier bombshell. Let me put it this way. Li Zhishu is merely an outer sect deacon in my Qingyun zone. We have 30 million like him in the outer sect. And above the outer sect, there are the inner sect core disciples, true disciples, elders and supreme elders, countless ancestors of the Emperor realm. Do you still feel that being a vassal state of Qingyun zone is too humiliating? The world fell into silence. In that moment, the minds of all people, along with their souls, transformed into a blank void. The outer gate steward, 30 million of them. Lin Langtian felt as if he were not listening to his daughter speak. He felt like a minuscule ant, lying on the ground, gazing upward as the Creator recounted the vastness of the universe. He understood. He comprehended fully. What was the unification of the continent? What was the eternal emperor of ages past? After all this time, the pursuit he had so proudly cherished in his life was, in his daughter's eyes, merely a village chief competition? A grand vision? What vision could he still possess? His aspirations had been ground into dust beneath his daughter's feet, thoroughly pulverized until nothing remained but a cloud of ash. Daughter. No, Your Highness the Princess. I am willing. The Daqian dynasty is willing to be a vassal of the Qingyun Sect to pay tribute for eternity without hesitation. Chapter 65. Lin Langtian abdicated and went to the Qingyun Sect for further study. Humiliation? Resentment? Indeed, those sentiments existed. Yet, When juxtaposed with the staggering figure of 30 million beings in the Tao harmonization realm, such emotions appeared minuscule, akin to a mere speck of dust in the vast cosmos. Nay, they were even less than that, merely the remnant of a passing breeze. He had come to a profound realization. His life, his lifelong pursuits, his pride in his imperial wisdom and grand aspirations. Before true power, they were nothing but a farce, a thoroughly ludicrous jest capable of evoking laughter to the point of tears. What constitutes vision? Previously, he believed that commanding vast territories and wielding the fates of millions embodied true vision. Now, he understood the ability to lucidly acknowledge oneself as insignificant and willingly serve a superior. Now that, indeed, is the essence of true vision. With this enlightenment, Lin Langtian felt a surge of clarity and rejuvenation. Even the long-standing bottleneck at the 8th level of the transformation realm seemed to loosen slightly in response to this dramatic shift in mindset. So it turns out that even in servitude, one can grow stronger. Father, Lin Chuyan's cold voice fell like a bucket of icy water, rousing him from his reverie. Since matters have been settled, I shall return to the sect with Elder Li tomorrow. What? Departing? So soon? Lin Langtian abruptly lifted his head, the self-composed demeanor of a loyal servant crumbling instantly, replaced by a panic of abandonment. What folly is this? My daughter, what am I to do without you? You are my sole link to the Qingyun Sect, the only one I can rely on. You can't leave, just as I was beginning to warm up to your support. How shall I ascend the ranks and achieve the pinnacle of my servitude? No, please do not go, my beloved daughter. You cannot abandon me. How will I survive without you? The Dacian dynasty has only just become a vassal of the Qingyun Sect, with a multitude of protocols and procedures yet to be addressed. How shall tributes be paid? In what amount? Annually or quarterly? Is there a need for invoices? I am utterly in the dark regarding these matters. You must remain and guide me through this process. Lin Langtian's voice was choked with tears, his acting prowess leaving the surrounding ministers in awe, feeling a sense of inferiority. They mused on the emperor's swift transformation, his unabashed demeanor. No wonder he could rule as emperor while they remained mere subjects. A valuable lesson indeed. Lin Chuyan, with a disdainful tug at her leg, found herself unable to move. Observing her father's lack of imperial dignity, veins pulsating on his forehead, she exclaimed, "Father, please. I have important matters within the sect. I cannot linger in this mundane realm indefinitely. Must you not aspire to greater heights? After all, you are an emperor." Lin Langtian, unfazed, retorted, "Aspire? Can that put food on the table? Before the Qingyun Sect, what aspirations remain? What dignity can one hold? My daughter, your father has come to a profound realization. The facade is merely for the eyes of others. The essence belongs solely to oneself. For the everlasting foundation of the great Qian dynasty, and to firmly grasp the colossal and unparalleled support of the Qingyun Sect, I shall willingly cast aside this old visage." He lifted his head, his face radiating a divine glow of enlightenment. Lin Chuyan realized she had underestimated her father's audacity, for his countenance seemed impervious even to the most formidable of strikes. "What do you intend to do?" Lin Chuyan asked, her tone tinged with exasperation. Lin Langtian's eyes brightened, for this was precisely the response he sought. He brushed off the dust from his dragon robe, instantly regaining a semblance of imperial majesty, though laced with an air of sycophantic servility. "My dear daughter, what do you think of this? Since the great Qian must become a vassal to the Qingyun Sect, it is only fitting that I inform the esteemed sect master of your illustrious lineage, is it not? This is both a matter of decorum and sincerity." As he rubbed his hands together, an expression of boundless anticipation graced his features. "Tomorrow, I shall accompany you. I wish to personally pay my respects to the sect master and present our vassalage decree. I yearn for the sect master to witness my sincerest resolve." Upon uttering these words, the grand hall fell into a profound silence once more. All the ministers, including the 3 venerable ancestors in the transformation realm, gazed upon Lin Langtian as if he were a celestial being. "Your Majesty, do you intend to embark on a pilgrimage? That is the legendary hidden immortal sect. Even an outer sect steward possesses formidable prowess in the Tao integration realm. With your cultivation at the transformation realm, what difference is there between you entering their domain and an ant wandering into a dragon's lair? Are you not afraid of being swept away by their guardian beasts?" However, Lin Chuyan, upon hearing this, unexpectedly pondered the situation with seriousness. She nodded. "Very well. As the sovereign of the great Qian, Your personal visit will undoubtedly convey sufficient sincerity. Perhaps my esteemed master will regard you with newfound respect. It is settled then. Await me here at dawn." With that, she disregarded the exuberantly ecstatic Lin Langtian, turning away with a demeanor that bore no trace of hesitation. Li Changjian, throughout, remained an unyielding shadow, silently following her as they both vanished from the grand hall. Long after their departure, Lin Langtian's long-suppressed laughter reverberated through the palace once more. "Did you hear that? Did you all hear? I'm going to the Qingyun Sect. I shall represent the great Xian in venerating the sect master." He pointed at the bewildered officials below, exuding exuberance as he proclaimed, "Proclaim my decree. From this day forth, I abdicate. I designate the second prince, Lin Feng, as the new emperor." "What? Your Majesty, this cannot be." The ministers were taken aback, their faces drained of color. "Having just annexed the great Ming, we are at a time of reconstruction. How could the emperor suddenly contemplate abdication?" Lin Langtian waved his hand dismissively, his expression exuding a sense of superiority over these mere mortals. "A bunch of fools. The position of emperor? Such a trivial title holds no allure for me now. My journey to the Qingyun Sect is to seek a grander destiny." With his hands clasped behind his back, he gazed up at the ceiling at a 45-degree angle, his eyes profound. "From this day forth, do not address me as your Majesty. Please refer to me as the first liaison officer of the Qian dynasty, a vassal of the Qingyun Sect. This is not abdication. It is a promotion. Do you understand? A promotion." The ministers, we understand. Completely. Our emperor has lost his mind. No, he has not lost his mind. He has ascended spiritually. The following morning, as the first rays of dawn illuminated the palace's glazed tiles, Lin Langtian was already dressed and ready, waiting anxiously at the hall's entrance like a young man preparing to meet his father-in-law for the first time. He had forsaken the elaborate dragon robe for a simple yet exquisite brocade robe. Behind him knelt the newly appointed Emperor Lin Feng, along with a throng of officials, all bowing deeply to bid him farewell. To an outsider, it would appear as though the retired emperor was embarking on a long journey. A subtle shift in the atmosphere occurred. Lin Chuyan and Li Changjian appeared, as if conjured by magic. "Are you prepared?" Lin Chuyan inquired calmly. "I am ready. We can depart at any moment." Lin Langtian nodded eagerly, a radiant smile stretching across his face. "Stay close." No sooner had Lin Chuyan spoken than Li Changjian, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, finally moved. Without opening his eyes, he slowly raised his right hand, pointing like a sword towards the void ahead, and made a gentle slash. A soft sound akin to fabric being torn echoed through the air. The space, so robust that even a transcendent being could not shake it, was effortlessly cleaved open like a piece of soft tofu, revealing a pitch-black rift. Within the rift swirled chaotic spatial currents, vibrant storms of annihilation that sent shivers down one's spine at a mere glance. Lin Langtian felt his legs weaken, nearly collapsing again. Is this the power of a Dao integration expert? To tear through space. This is 1,000 times more majestic than simply opening a teleportation array. Let us proceed. Lin Chuyan stepped boldly into the rift, his figure vanishing in an instant. Li Changjian gestured for Lin Langtian to follow. He kept his eyes shut. Taking a deep breath, Lin Langtian felt as though he were about to bungee jump with nothing but a noodle as a safety line. Gritting his teeth and closing his eyes, he charged in, mimicking his daughter's earlier bravado. "Farewell, esteemed retired emperor." Behind him, a thunderous wave of farewell resounded. This is a journey that Lin Langtian will remember for a lifetime. He felt as though he were a solitary vessel, cast into the very heart of the cosmic explosion. Surrounding him were bizarre and ever-changing phenomena, a kaleidoscope of strange sights, accompanied by terrifying howls that could rend the soul asunder. He harbored no doubt that had it not been for a gentle force continually enveloping him, he would have been reduced to the most fundamental particles within the very first millisecond of his arrival. He stole a glance. There stood Li Changjian, eyes still closed, expression inscrutable, strolling leisurely through the turbulent currents of space as though ambling through his own backyard. And those space storms, capable of instantaneously obliterating beings in the transformation realm, became remarkably docile within a 3-foot radius of his body, as if they were tenderly caressing his presence. Such a master. This was the true essence of greatness. The reverence in Lin Langtian's heart had soared beyond the heavens. He was unaware of how much time had passed, perhaps a fleeting moment. or an eternity of 10,000 years. When the chaotic colors abruptly vanished, replaced by a blinding radiance, he found himself firmly grounded. He had arrived. Lin Chuyan's voice echoed in his ears. Lin Langtian shook his somewhat dazed head, striving to open his eyes and adjust to the surrounding light. Then, he was utterly astounded by the sight before him. What did he behold? The sky. He beheld the heavens, a sky that surpassed even that of the great Qian Empire. A cerulean expanse at least 100 shades deeper, as pure as a precious gem. In the air lingered a refreshing fragrance, intoxicatingly delightful. With just a gentle inhalation, he felt an unimaginable surge of pure spiritual energy flooding down his throat into his lungs, coursing through his limbs and bones. Boom! That long loosened bottleneck shattered under the impact of this energy. The 9th level of the transformation realm. The barrier that had plagued him for 800 years was broken with a mere breath. Lin Langtian was rendered completely still. He felt as though he had not come to pay homage, but rather to cheat the system. What sort of divine realm was this? Was the air here ground from celestial elixirs? Don't look so naive. Lin Chuyan shot him a disdainful glance, gesturing towards the horizon. It was merely a city at the foot of the Sect's mountain. At her words, Lin Langtian finally lifted his head in a daze, gazing forward. In the next moment, his breath, his heartbeat, his thoughts, everything came to a complete standstill. A city so magnificent that words could scarcely capture its grandeur, transcending the limits of imagination, lay quietly sprawled across the horizon. The city walls were not constructed of brick and stone, but rather formed from an unknown divine jade, luminous and exuding a gentle glow. How high were those walls? Though still unfinished. Yet Lin Langtian was only aware that he had to tilt his neck to the utmost limit to catch a glimpse of the city wall's pinnacle, which had already vanished in the clouds. The wall was inscribed with a myriad of intricate and esoteric runes, which flowed languidly, emanating a pressure so formidable that even he, a newly ascended cultivator at the 9th level of the transformation realm, could barely maintain his footing. At the grand entrance of the city, there was no drawbridge. Instead, a colossal archway composed entirely of pure light stood before him. At this moment, several guards were directing the members of the ancient clan in the construction of Qingyun City. Lin Langtian strained with all his might to discern the cultivation levels of those guards. The weakest among them was at the peak of the 10th level of the transformation realm. The transformation realm, in his own Qian dynasty, such ancestors would be the bedrock of stability. Yet here, they were merely gatekeepers. And there were several of them. Lin Langtian stood agape, oblivious to the drool trickling down his chin. His worldview, his understanding, his very essence was shattered, reassembled, then shattered again in an endless cycle of reconstruction. It was all over. The CPU in his mind had completely burned out. Father, Lin Chuyan's voice once more pulled him back to reality. This was Qingyun City, still under construction, situated in the outer regions of the sect. Wait for me here and do not wander off. I will inform the master and see if she is willing to meet you. With that, Lin Chuyan nodded to Li Changjian, and the two transformed into streaks of light, swiftly vanishing into the depths of the towering mountains. Lin Langtian was left standing alone, like a country bumpkin, dazed and bewildered. An unprecedented sense of insignificance and unreality enveloped him completely. He, the Grand Emperor of the Qian dynasty, a cultivator at the 9th level of the transformation realm, had not even the qualification to serve as a guard for the Qingyun Sect. With great difficulty, Lin Langtian swallowed hard, glancing around as he dared not even breathe. He was consumed by a singular thought. My daughter, please return swiftly. This place is utterly terrifying. Father could truly get lost. Chapter 66. My dear father-in-law. System. Something is amiss. Qingyun Sect. Qingyun Grand Hall. This place was not adorned with intricately carved beams or resplendent gold. Rather, it emanated a sense of rustic simplicity and grandeur. Each pillar and tile of the hall seemed to have existed since the dawn of creation, engraved with imperceptible Tao runes. Any ordinary cultivator who lingered here for even a moment would likely be overwhelmed and have their soul burst from the sheer might of the Tao. At this moment, in the center of the hall, a young man reclined on a lounger carved from an entire piece of 10,000-year-old warm jade, clad in immaculate white robes, untainted by dust. His ink-black hair fell loosely, and his beauty was otherworldly, unlike that of mere mortals. He squinted slightly, exuding an air of languor. one hand propping up his chin, while the other idly stirred a cup of tea resting on the small table before him. This was no ordinary brew. The teacup was an exquisite piece of primordial glass, and the tea leaves were from the fabled Wuhou tea, blossoming once every 3 millennia and bearing fruit only after another 3. The water used to steep this tea was sourced from the rootless waters of the heavens. If this cup were to be presented to the outside world, it would incite fierce battles among the most powerful beings of the Tao realm, unleashing a tempest of bloodshed. Yet, at this moment, it served merely as a refreshment for this young man. Su Yi, the master of the Qingyun Sect, let out a satisfied hum, bringing the cup to his lips for a delicate sip. Instantly, boundless Tao rhythms erupted upon his palate, as if 3,000 paths danced upon his tongue. Delightful. Just then, a cool, ethereal light darted in from outside the hall, silently landing before him. As the glow dissipated, it revealed Lin Chuyan. Master. Lin Chuyan bowed respectfully, her demeanor reverent, though her cool countenance betrayed little emotion. Oh, Chuyan has returned? So he did not even bother to lift his eyelids, taking another sip of tea. How did the matter proceed? His inquiry was casual, as if he were merely asking about the weather. To him, swallowing an entire mundane dynasty was as trivial as stepping out to purchase a cabbage, perhaps even less engaging than exploring the 7 methods of brewing Wuhou tea. Lin Chuyan succinctly reported, "Respected master, the Qin dynasty has successfully annexed the Ming and has now willingly become a vassal of our Qingyun Sect, paying tribute annually and visiting us each year." Su Yi acknowledged with a nonchalant response, indicating his awareness. And then there was silence. He continued to savor his tea, as if the matter had been settled. Lin Chuyan remained rooted in place, feeling somewhat at a loss. Was that it? Master, could you at least provide some reaction? A word of praise for a job well done, or a token inquiry about the process would suffice. Your response is more subdued than witnessing an ant relocating its nest. All the elaborate thoughts she had prepared, detailing the challenges faced, showcasing her capabilities, and seeking recognition, became lodged in her throat, silencing her completely. Just as Lin Chuyan began to question whether her master had drifted into a trance and had not truly heard her, a mechanical notification sound, audible only to Su Yi, suddenly chimed joyfully in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host! The side quest to save the esteemed father-in-law has been completed. Quest description: the father of your disciple Lin Chuyan, Lin Langtian, has long held the aspiration to annex the Ming and unify the mundane world. However, his nation's strength pales in comparison to the Ming's. A forced conflict would surely plunge him into a quagmire of war, depleting his nation's resources and ultimately allowing other powers to reap the benefits, leading to the destruction of his home and family. Task completion method: assist Lin Langtian in fulfilling his long-held ambition and elevate his dynasty to become an affiliated force of the Qingyun Sect. Task rating: perfect. Task reward settlement underway. Su Yi? His languid demeanor finally displayed a hint of fissure. Wait, what on earth is this? Saving the father-in-law? Su Yi blinked, taking a couple of seconds to grasp the situation. This father-in-law presumably refers to Lin Chuyan's father, Lin Langtian. When did I accept such a task? He ruminated carefully. He recalled. It seemed that a few days prior, when Lin Chuyan bid him farewell to return home and assist her father in conquering the world, the system casually mentioned it. He had nonchalantly accepted it, then turned around and completely forgotten about it. Unexpectedly, this task had been completed on its own. It was akin to casually adding a $9 item to your cart during a shopping spree, completely forgetting about it, only to receive a call months later informing you that you had won a lottery worth 100 million. Such good fortune exists. Is this what they mean by being at home while rewards descend from the heavens? What is vision? Lying idle, allowing the disciple and her father to complete the task independently. Now, that is true vision. Sui rejuigit internali, yet maintained an autart composure. After all, as the leader of a sect, he must preserve a certain dignity. He could not let his disciple perceive that her master was merely a recluse eagerly awaiting system rewards. Ding! Rewards successfully distributed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Silver Summoning Card X3. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Low-Grade Celestial Vein X1. Here it comes. Here it comes. The joy of unboxing has finally arrived. Su Yi's heart began to pop champagne in celebration. He restrained the impulse to examine the rewards immediately, yet his consciousness had already delved into the system space. 3 cards, glimmering with a silver hue, floated serenely in the void. Silver Summoning Card, upon use. can randomly summon a powerful being with cultivation ranging from the first level of the Void Realm to the 9th level of the Harmonization Realm, who will serve the host with absolute loyalty. Is Suye inhalit sherpli. From Void Realm to Harmonization Realm, this range is quite substantial. The upper and lower limits differ by 2 significant realms. This is purely a matter of luck. If you were to draw 3 cards and they all turn out to be first level of the Void Realm, that would indeed be a stroke of bad luck. However, if he could summon a being from the Harmonization Realm, even if it were merely the first level of the Harmonization Realm, that would signify the arrival of a fortunate sovereign. After all, the Harmonization Realm, that is a being capable of tearing through space, resurrecting with a drop of blood, and traversing the cosmos. Just like Li Changjian, whom he had dispatched to serve as a bodyguard for Lin Chuyan, he was a being of the Harmonization Realm. Just one could suppress an entire star domain. Exciting. This is far more exhilarating than gacha mobile games. Sui suppressed the excitement bubbling within him and turned his gaze toward another reward. Low-grade celestial vein, a spiritual vein from the celestial realm, infused with pure celestial essence. When buried underground, it can transform an area spanning 1,000,000 miles into a premier cave paradise, significantly enhancing the concentration of spiritual energy, accelerating the growth of all living things, and possessing a certain probability of producing celestial stones and herbs. Incredible. This is astonishing. The summoning card bolsters the sect's elite combat power, akin to recruiting top-tier executives for a company. In contrast, this celestial vein fundamentally upgrades the company's foundation from mere clay to super alloy. It is a profound enhancement. With it, the spiritual energy concentration of the Qingyun Sect could multiply at least 1,000-fold, coupled with the previous enhancement. That amounts to 2,000 times. At that point, the disciples might even break through while sleeping. The chickens raised in the mountains could spontaneously evolve into phoenixes. The fish in the pond might leap ashore and transform into dragons. This is a windfall. Sui felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Truly, my excellent disciple is a fortuitous star. This welcoming gift is remarkably generous. At that moment, Lin Chuyan noticed that her master had been silent for quite some time, with only the corners of his mouth occasionally curling upward involuntarily, deepening her confusion. What amusing thought has crossed his mind? Could there be some hidden humor in the matter of annexing the great Ming that she has overlooked? After a moment's hesitation, she resolved to report the second matter as well. Master, there's one more thing. Suyi emerged from his reverie of joy, his mood considerably lifted, and his tone softened. Lin Chuyan took a deep breath and slowly continued. My father, the former emperor of the Great Qian dynasty, Lin Langtian, has voluntarily abdicated to demonstrate his absolute sincerity toward our sect. Oh, Suyi raised an eyebrow, impressed by his audacity. To relinquish the throne for the sake of seeking powerful allies. He is indeed a resolute individual. Lin Chuyan went on. After abdicating, he has requested to assume the role of liaison officer between the Great Qian and the Qingyun Sect. He has now accompanied me and arrived just outside the sect. My father wishes to stay at the Qingyun Sect to further his studies, so that he may serve the sect better, and hopes to have the opportunity to meet you in person. Upon finishing, Lin Chuyan anxiously lifted her gaze, stealing a glance at Su Ye's reaction. Allowing a mortal, especially her own father, to remain in the sect is highly unorthodox in any celestial faction. She braced herself for a potential reprimand or outright refusal. However, Su Ye's response once again took her by surprise. Further studies? Su Yi nearly burst into laughter. This Lin Langtian is indeed a remarkable talent. To speak of further studies in such an ethereal manner, is it not the desire to linger and bask in the aura of our home? Is it not to clutch the leg of the esteemed? Has the ambition of seeking support evolved from merely my daughter to encompass the entire sect? Quite intriguing indeed. Without a hint of hesitation, Suyi nodded in agreement. What? Lin Chuyan questioned her own hearing, astonished. Was it truly that simple to receive consent? Observing the incredulous and naive expression of his disciple, Su Yi could not suppress a chuckle. Silly disciple, given the grand gift he presented. It was not merely a matter of pursuing advancement within the sect. Even if he wished to retire comfortably within the sect, enjoying provisions and companionship, I would ensure his arrangements were made with utmost clarity. Your father possesses both sincerity and ambition, Su Yi remarked, leisurely rising from his reclined position, stretching languidly, and exhibiting a look of satisfaction. Our Qingyun sect has always embraced talent from all walks of life. unconfined by rigid standards. Since he harbors such intentions, I shall, of course, grant him an opportunity. A mere liaison officer is too trivial, Su Yi declared, gesturing grandly, embodying the majesty of the sect leader. Let me known, henceforth, Lin Langtian shall serve as the honorary advisor of the logistics department of our Qingyun Sect, specifically handling all matters of correspondence with the great Qian dynasty. He shall enjoy the privileges of an outer sect steward. Lin Chuyan was taken aback. Honorary advisor of the logistics department? That title sounds rather peculiar, does it not? However, to enjoy the benefits of an outer sect steward is indeed a tremendous boon. It is worth noting that the outer sect stewards of Qingyun Sect possess at least the cultivation level of harmonization. Thank you, Master, Lin Chuyan exclaimed, her heart elated as she hurriedly expressed her gratitude. Indeed, Su Yi stood, adjusting his robe. The languid demeanor vanished, replaced by an overwhelming presence that seemed to meld with the very essence of the heavens and earth. Since there is little else to occupy our time, let us proceed to the foot of the mountain. We shall also meet this earnest external consultant of the sect. With that, Su Yi stepped forward. There were no earth-shattering waves of spiritual energy, nor dazzling displays of light. The space before him appeared to yield effortlessly, as if a fragile mirror had silently cracked open into a pitch-black rift. He strolled through it, as if merely opening the back door of his own home. Lin Chuyan followed closely, having long since grown accustomed to her master's extraordinary ability to tear through space. The might of her master was beyond the comprehension of ordinary mortals. All she needed to do was keep pace with Su Yi and silently chant in her heart, "Master is truly remarkable." At the foot of Qingyun Sect, they entered a realm far removed from the mundane world. The air was saturated with spiritual energy, so dense it could almost manifest as fog. A mere breath of it was sufficient to extend the life of a martial arts master from the mortal realm, banishing all ailments. At this moment, two figures stood resolutely amidst the ethereal mist, their expressions solemn, tinged with an unmistakable blend of excitement and anxiety. They were none other than Lin Langtian, the former emperor of the Great Qian, and Li Changjian, a formidable being of the harmonization realm. Li Changjian, being a seasoned powerhouse, managed to maintain his composure despite the awe he felt towards the profound heritage of the Qingyun Sect. In contrast, Lin Langtian, having recently abdicated his mundane throne, was experiencing a level of trepidation that far surpassed the nerves he felt during his inaugural court session. He adjusted his newly adorned brocade robe, his palms clammy with sweat. "Senior Lin Langtian stammered, his throat dry. "Do you truly believe that the sect master would be willing to meet someone as ordinary as myself? Is my attire too pedestrian? When we meet, should I kneel first or bow my head? How many bows would suffice to convey my sincerity? Would 9 be enough? Or perhaps 81 would be more appropriate?" Li Changjian's eyelids twitched slightly. "Old Lin," he remarked, "whatever happened to the imperial majesty you once wielded? The commanding presence that could turn 1,000,000 troops to ashes with a mere gesture? Why do you now resemble a nervous youth about to meet his future father-in-law?" Yet, he understood the gravity of the situation. After all, this was the sect master of the Qingyun Sect, the revered master of his daughter, an entity capable of dispatching a harmonization realm protector for her with effortless ease. Even Li Changjian felt his resolve waver at the thought of facing such a being. "Maintain your composure," he offered dryly. Just then, the void before them began to ripple unexpectedly, like waves upon water. Subsequently, two figures emerged from within. One was clad in immaculate white, exuding an otherworldly elegance, his languid gaze imbued with an air of indifference that seemed to overlook the ages. The other, draped in a purple gown, radiated a cool luminescence, her exquisite features adorned with respect and reverence. They were Su Yi and Lin Chuyan. Upon catching sight of Su Yi, Lin Langtian's mind momentarily blanked, overwhelmed by a resonating hum. Was this the essence of an immortal? No, he was the sect master who had his daughter astride him. Chapter 67. 1,000,000 troops rally to repair Qingyun City. No, that was not right. Lin Langtian screamed internally. He had previously encountered a few cultivators, those who, though ethereal, still bore a semblance of humanity. Yet this young man before him seemed to transcend both this world and this time. Merely standing there, he appeared to be the very nucleus of existence, the origin of all things. The sun, the moon, and the stars seemed to orbit him. Lin Langtian was even struck by the illusion that with a mere thought from this being, he, along with the entire Great Qian dynasty and even this realm, could be obliterated in an instant. Terror. From the depths of his soul, he was gripped by the most primal fear. Thud. Lin Langtian could no longer maintain his composure. His knees buckled, and he fell prostrate, kneeling deeply before the presence before him. Even his once proud imperial head struck the ground heavily, producing a muffled sound. Xian'er Lin Langtian pays his respects to the esteemed sect master. May the sect master enjoy eternal blessings and longevity equal to the heavens. He mustered every ounce of strength to utter these words, his voice trembling violently. Beside him, Li Chuyan was equally shaken, hastily bowing in reverence. Your subordinate Li Chuyan greets the sect master. Suyi cast a detached gaze upon Lin Langtian. Indeed, as someone who had once been an emperor, his will to survive was formidable. Although his flattery lacked novelty, it was commendable for its humility and sincerity. Rise, Suyi said casually, his tone unremarkable. Yet it seemed to resonate with the profound truths of the universe. Lin Langtian felt an irresistible force lifting him, and he involuntarily straightened his body. His heart raced with astonishment. What a transcendent skill. You are the father of Qian? Suyi regarded him as one with an intriguing antique. Yes, indeed. Lin Langtian nodded fervently, bending at a 90-degree angle, his demeanor exceedingly humble. I am grateful to the sect master for nurturing my daughter Qian. I am thankful for the sect master's covert assistance through elderly, which has allowed our great Qian to unify the realm. Such immense kindness is unforgettable. I am willing to serve the sect master and the Qingyun Sect, even at the cost of my life. After speaking, he attempted to kneel again. Suyi waved his hand dismissively. Enough with the sinner talk. It sounds quite awkward. You are now the honorary advisor of our Qingyun Sect's external logistics department. You are considered one of us. From now on, reside comfortably at the foot of the mountain. While I cannot promise much, I can assure you that provisions and shelter will not be a concern. Suyi's words were delivered lightly, as if he were merely arranging for a distant relative. However, to Lin Langtian's ears, this was akin to the celestial edicts. Provisions and shelter. This was the Qingyun Sect, living in a paradise of cave abodes. The food must be elixirs of immortality. The drink must be nectar of the gods. To stay here for a day was far superior to spending 100 years as an emperor in the palace. Thank you, sect master, for your heavenly grace. Lin Langtian's face flushed with excitement, nearly moved to tears. He had thought that sacrificing his entire dynasty would only grant him a chance to perform menial tasks within the sect. To his astonishment, the sect master was so amiable and generous. This was an extraordinary windfall. My daughter is remarkable. The wisest decision I, Lin Langtian, have ever made was to give birth to such a wonderful daughter. After the initial excitement, Lin Langtian's imperial instincts began to resurface. No, this will not do. One cannot merely reap benefits without contributing. While the esteemed sovereign may be generous, I must also exhibit discernment. To embrace this timeless pillar of strength, one must demonstrate their worth. A spark of inspiration ignited within him as he devised a brilliant plan. On his way here, he had observed that although the foot of Qingyun Sect was suffused with spiritual energy, it appeared rather desolate. Aside from a few scattered wooden huts, there were no substantial structures to speak of. How could this align with the illustrious reputation of Qingyun Sect? An opportunity had presented itself. Lin Langtian felt a rush of excitement and immediately bowed once more, sincerely proclaiming, Esteemed sovereign, I have just observed the grandeur of our sect, where celestial energy swirls and divine light soars, truly the foremost sacred ground of all time. However, the architecture at the foot of the mountain seems somewhat simplistic, not befitting of our sect's esteemed reputation. I humbly request permission to return to Qian, mobilize 1,000,000 craftsmen, and utilize all resources from the national treasury to construct a city for our sect. I have already thought of a name, Qingyun City. I assure you, we will use the finest materials and the most skilled artisans to create an impregnable fortress, showcasing your unparalleled might. As he spoke, the flames of ambition ignited in Lin Langtian's eyes. This was his forte as an emperor. Infrastructure. While he may not excel in the art of cultivation, engineering was indeed his expertise. Lin Chuyan regarded her father with a hint of surprise. She had not anticipated that her father, a lifelong emperor, possessed such insight. Qingyun Sect was indeed lacking in manpower. Apart from her master and herself, along with external aid like Li Chuyan, The only true insiders seemed to be the woman known as Xian'er and her clan. While they could manage alchemy and formations, assigning them to bricklaying seemed a misallocation of talent. Suye's eyebrows arched in interest. Oh, this generous father-in-law is quite impressive. Not only does he bestow gifts, but he also proactively seeks work. Moreover, he addresses the very concerns that weigh on my mind. He had recently acquired a vein of celestial energy, intending to bury it and exponentially expand the territory of Qingyun Sect. The mountain gate would indeed require replanting, and an auxiliary city at the foot of the mountain was necessary as a portal for the sect and a conduit for interaction with the outside world. This was not merely for appearances. It was vital for the recruitment of disciples and managing various mundane affairs. After all, one could not allow just anyone to ascend the mountain. He was contemplating whether to summon a few individuals as laborers when unexpectedly, Lin Langtian had presented himself. Free labor. Moreover, one that came with a 1,000,000-strong construction crew. Such fortuitous circumstances. Indeed splendid. Sui nodded approvingly, a smile of encouragement illuminating his face. Your idea is commendable and insightful. I grant my approval. Should you require assistance, feel free to consult Chuyan or Li Changjian directly. Go forth and strive diligently. I have high hopes for you. Upon receiving the affirmation from the revered leader, Lin Langtian felt an invigorating surge of energy, as if he had regained 20 years of youth. Rest assured, esteemed leader, I pledge that within 3 months, a magnificent city will rise from the ground. He thumped his chest, establishing a solemn vow. Accompanied by Li Changjian, he eagerly tore through space, hurrying back to the Qin dynasty to rally support. His retreating figure was filled with vigor, as though he were not merely assuming the role of an overseer, but embarking on a quest to achieve unprecedented greatness. Observing her father's spirited silhouette, Lin Chuyan could not help but reveal a subtle smile. It was an honor for her father to serve the master, and, equally, it was her privilege. Let us return as well. Suye's voice resonated in her ears. Yes, master, Lin Chuyan replied with reverence, her focus returning. As they made their way back to the Qingyun Great Hall, Lin Chuyan followed, closely behind Suyi, her gaze fixed on the majestic and solitary figure of her master. A complex array of emotions flickered in her icy eyes. Admiration, reverence, longing, and a profound possessiveness that she herself had yet to recognize. Had it not been for her master, had he not promptly dispatched the esteemed Li Changjian, the Qin dynasty would likely have fallen into the hands of that vile creature. The mere thought of that name sent a chill of icy fury and murderous intent coursing through Lin Chuyan's veins. Lin Shi, her royal brother, that seemingly refined gentleman, who harbored a wolfish ambition, was nothing short of a despicable beast in his quest for the throne and her. He had shamelessly allied with the rival Ming dynasty's royal family and even contacted demonic sects, plotting a coup to usurp the Qin Empire. If not for Li Changjian's timely intervention, swiftly vanquishing Zhu Chun and Zhu Song, 2 Ming dynasty worshippers, and capturing Lin Shi and his cohorts, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Lin Chuyan would either have been reduced to that beast's plaything or met her end in a catastrophic conflagration. It was her master who had saved her, her father, and the Qin. This debt of gratitude was higher than the heavens and deeper than the seas. She had no means to repay it, save for dedicating her entire being to her master. Lin Chuyan's gaze grew resolute. In this life, I shall live solely for my master. The enemies of my master are my enemies. Whatever my master desires, I shall strive with all my might to procure it. As for those surrounding my master, another figure involuntarily materialized in her mind. The woman, equally stunning yet perpetually adorned with a hint of elusive charm, flutters around the revered master like a butterfly. Xian'er, that scheming vixen. Do not think for a moment that I am oblivious to your intentions as you incessantly gravitate towards the master. In Lin Chuyan's heart, a cold snort escaped, accompanied by an unprecedented sense of crisis. No, I cannot continue in this manner. Power. I must possess greater strength. Only by becoming sufficiently formidable can I assist the master and remain by his side forever. The esteemed master belongs solely to me. That manipulative Xian'er shall not dare to vie for my place. Upon returning to her secluded chamber, Lin Chuyan instructed the maid outside that no urgent matters should disturb her before directly entering the cultivation chamber. She seated herself in a lotus position, closing her eyes. Boom! An overwhelming surge of spiritual energy rushed fervently into her being. She is determined to cultivate. She yearns to grow stronger. She seeks to eliminate all potential rivals. Chapter 68. Xian'er enters the nascent soul realm. Meanwhile, within another lavish chamber shrouded in mist at Qingyun Sect, known as the Xianhuang Palace. The entire palace is crafted from an unknown type of warm jade, radiating a gentle, multicolored glow under the unceasing spirit-gathering formation, resembling a celestial palace of extraordinary opulence. Inside, a woman clad in a flowing crimson gown languidly reclines upon a soft couch sculpted from ancient cold jade. Her skin is as flawless as snow, her features exquisitely perfect, akin to the finest work of divine artistry. Her captivating phoenix eyes, with their enchanting glimmer, seem capable of ensnaring the very essence of all that exists. She is Xian'er, the foremost disciple of Suyi. At this moment, she languidly twirls a strand of her fiery red hair, while her other hand delicately holds a translucent, fragrant spirit fruit, leisurely bringing it to her lips. In her languorous and seductive posture, she would surely ensnare the very souls of any man who might chance upon her. Just then, Xian'er's enchanting phoenix eyes narrowed slightly. Oh, her ruby lips parted to emit a light, teasing hum. Is that the mischievous little fox returning? The mischievous fox she referred to is none other than Lin Chuyan, who had just declared her ambition to eliminate all competition. Soon after, she sensed another presence, a wave of spiritual energy rising fervently, imbued with determination and combativeness. Oh, what has prompted such fervor? To return and immediately enter seclusion for relentless cultivation? Xian'er's lips curled into a subtle, knowing smile, a blend of curiosity and disdain evident in her expression. My dear junior sister, you are indeed a delightful yet amusing little girl. She gradually straightened her posture, her flawless curves accentuated by the fiery red palace attire, creating a breathtaking sight. Sensing Lin Chuyan's unwavering momentum, Xian'er felt no trace of anxiety. Instead, she perceived something akin to a fascinating plaything. Do you wish to challenge me? Do you intend to outshine me? TSK. She extended a finger, fair as jade, and gently shook it. Second junior sister, do you harbor some misunderstanding regarding the word outshine? Or perhaps you are utterly oblivious to my strength? A glimmer of pride flashed in Xian'er's phoenix-like eyes. What a jest! Who am I? The foremost disciple of our esteemed master. The blood of the supreme phoenix flows within me. I cultivate the unparalleled technique, the supreme phoenix scriptures, personally imparted by our master. A method so coveted that even beings from the celestial realm would fight tooth and nail for it. You, a mere princess of a mundane kingdom. Even with a modicum of fortune and having entered our master's tutelage, what do you possess to compare with me? Bloodline? Technique? Or perhaps the affection of our revered master? A flicker of fervor and possessiveness, imperceptible to outsiders, danced in Xian'er's gaze. Could the magnificent existence of our master be coveted by someone who merely feigns superiority and toys with superficiality? You might manage to deceive your naive emperor father, but in front of me, you are still too inexperienced. To her, Lin Chuyan's so-called aloofness was merely a deliberately crafted facade aimed at attracting the master's attention. Such tactics were all too familiar to her, utterly base. A truly skilled hunter often presents themselves in the guise of their prey. Unlike me, sweet and enchanting, capable of being both coy and warm, while also being formidable in combat. This is the true essence of being the master's beloved little companion. Very well. Since you are so eager to play, I shall indulge you. Xian'er slowly rose, stretching in a manner that was irresistibly alluring. Indeed, I have lingered at the golden core stage for far too long. Her cultivation had quietly reached the pinnacle of the golden core stage long before Lin Chuyan was preoccupied with trivial matters of the Daqian dynasty. She was but a thin veil away from the legendary nascent soul stage, poised to break through at any moment. The reason for her previous restraint was merely a desire to refine her foundation, seeking greater roundness and perfection. Yet now, since that little pest has begun to exert herself, as the elder sister, should I not make my presence known? Allow me to demonstrate what true despair entails. A cruel yet beautiful smile graced Xian'er's crimson lips. With a single step, her figure vanished from sight. In the next instant, she had appeared atop the open training platform at the pinnacle of the Phoenix Palace. Here lies the most spiritually enriched location within the entire Qingyun Sect, second only to the Qingyun Hall, where Su Yi resides. Boom! The moment Xian'er seated herself in meditation, she hesitated not for a fleeting instant, unleashing the formidable power that had long been suppressed within her. The Taishang Xianwang scripture surged into full operation. In an instant, the atmosphere transformed. Centered around Xian'er, an indescribable aura of terror erupted, soaring skyward into the clouds. The heavens above the Qingyun Sect were enveloped in a resplendent golden hue. The air seemed ignited at that moment, scorching, utterly scorching. It felt as though a sun was rising majestically above the Phoenix Palace. A piercing cry, a high, clear, and supremely dignified phoenix call resonated throughout the universe. Following this, the countless disciples of the Qingyun Sect, along with the recently settled clans of various races, were left in utter astonishment. A colossal phoenix, wreathed in blazing golden flames, slowly materialized behind Xian'er. This divine phoenix was the epitome of grace. Each feather appeared to be composed of the purest laws of flame, shimmering with vibrant colors and exuding an awe-inspiring majesty. It merely hovered in silence, its golden eyes radiating a terrifying aura capable of scorching mountains and boiling seas. A pressure that spanned the ages. Heaven above, what is that? At the foot of the mountain, a newly settled clan leader pointed at the phoenix apparition in the sky, collapsing in fear, his trousers dampened. A divine beast. The legendary divine beast, the phoenix. Good heavens! The Qingyun Sect actually harbors such a mythical creature. Is this the profound foundation of a celestial sect? How terrifying! How utterly terrifying! Countless individuals trembled in awe, prostrating themselves before the phoenix apparition in reverent worship, believing they were witnessing a divine miracle. Yet at the center of this tempest, Xian'er's expression was one of solemnity. Within her, a round and plump golden elixir, inscribed with myriad profound runes, spun wildly. Cracks began to spread across the surface of the elixir. Crack, 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 crack. The crisp sound of shattering echoed within her spiritual realm. With each fracture came an indescribable agony, as if her very soul were being torn asunder. Yet, Xian'er's countenance bore no trace of suffering. Instead, it radiated a wild exhilaration. To break is to establish. Through destruction comes rebirth. To attain the Yuanying, one must first shatter the elixir. This marks the first true metamorphosis on the path of ascension from mortal to immortal. Break for me! Xian'er cried out within her heart. With a thunderous roar, the phoenix apparition behind her seemed to heed its master's call. Unleashing a mighty cry towards the heavens and flapping its wings with fervor, an endless torrent of resplendent golden flames surged into the body of Xian'er with fervent intensity. A deafening crack reverberated through the air. The indomitable, perfect golden core, capable of vanquishing even the most formidable golden elixir cultivators, shattered with a cataclysmic force. It transformed into the purest, most primordial flow of energy. Yet this energy did not disperse. Rather, within a single breath, it coalesced once more at the heart of her Dantian. But this time, what formed was no longer a cold golden core, but rather a diminutive figure, roughly 3 inches in height, radiant and translucent, bearing an unmistakable resemblance to Xian'er herself. This little being donned a miniature crimson golden palace robe, sitting cross-legged, hands forming intricate seals, its cherubic face adorned with the same haughty charm and allure as Xian'er. The primordial infant, it has manifested an overwhelming pressure, 100-fold greater than that of the golden core realm, erupted from Xian'er, sweeping across the surroundings. The immense ethereal phoenix shadow in the sky became even more corporeal under this oppressive force, emitting a joyous cry that resonated through the heavens, before transforming into a cascade of luminous rain that infused Xian'er's entire being. The first layer of the primordial infant realm, it came to fruition. Xian'er slowly opened her captivating phoenix eyes. In that moment, deep within her gaze, 2 flames of golden hue seemed to ignite, imbuing her presence with an even more regal and unfathomable essence. She sensed a new power within her, surging like vast oceans, harmoniously entwined with the energies of the cosmos. And a satisfied smile graced her lips. Is this the power of the primordial infant realm? Indeed, it is extraordinary. With a mere thought, her vast consciousness enveloped a radius of 100 miles. The winds in the mountains, the birds in the woods, and even that little icy figure in another chamber, struggling to break through its bottleneck, were vividly reflected in her mind. Gu Xian'er's gaze settled upon Lin Chuyan. Her aura was quite formidable, yet regrettably, she remained mired in the quagmire of the Golden Core realm. How pitiable, having exerted immense effort, nearly risking her life in seclusion. She still could not glimpse even the tail light of my progress. Abadi audible chuk l'escapade Gu Xian'er's lips, filled with the delight of a victor and unmasked disdain. Foolish contender, with such meager cultivation, do you dare to vie for the favor of our esteemed master? What do you possess to compete with me? Your eternally frozen visage? Or perhaps your paltry prowess? Gu Xian'er withdrew her consciousness, gracefully rising and brushing off the non-existent dust from her gown. The fiery palace attire rustled amidst the resplendent glow of the sky. She gazed longingly towards the azure cloud palace, her phoenix eyes betraying an uncontainable infatuation and admiration. Master, your most cherished and formidable disciple has grown stronger. Await my arrival. I shall soon be able to assist you in earnest. As for those audacious little birds, a cold yet enchanting smile graced the lips of Gu Xian'er. One shall come, and I shall trample it. A pair shall come, and I shall crush them. Master, you belong solely to me. Chapter 69. Mushi has also entered the nascent soul realm. However, just as Gu Xian'er reveled in her newfound prowess, believing herself capable of effortlessly extinguishing 10 Lin Chuyan with a single hand, within a more ancient and secluded chamber of the Qingyun Sect, the Hall of Reincarnation, a different scene unfolded. This place lacked the opulence of the Phoenix Hall, constructed entirely of tranquil black divine wood, perpetually enveloped in an ethereal scent of sandalwood that instilled a sense of serenity, as if it could cleanse all worldly dust. In the center of the hall, upon a meditation mat, a woman clad in a simple white robe, exuding an ethereal aura that seemed untouched by the mundane, slowly opened her eyes. Her beauty was not as strikingly aggressive as Gu Xian'er's. Rather, it possessed a tranquil depth, as though it harbored the gentle elegance of time itself. She was Mushi, the most enigmatic of Su Ye's disciples, rarely seen in the world. She had just been stirred by the explosive commotion caused by Gu Xian'er, which rivaled 10 suns erupting in the sky. Oh! Mushi's gaze was calm and undisturbed, as if she merely observed a particularly vocal bird flapping about in her courtyard. Sister Xian'er has made a breakthrough, she mused. The essence of this ancient phoenix divine fire is indeed purer than before. It seems that the Master's bestowal of the ancient phoenix method has allowed her to glimpse its mysteries. Her voice flowed like a mountain spring, echoing with a serene wisdom that suggested a profound understanding of the world. She felt no envy or jealousy regarding Gu Xian'er's momentous breakthrough, as if it were merely a child's plaything. However, Mushi's gaze pierced through the barriers of the hall, directing her attention towards the Qingyun Grand Hall, where a ripple of concern emerged in her tranquil eyes. Surely, Master has noticed, she thought. Sister Xian'er has worked so diligently. It must bring the Master great joy. As the younger sister, I cannot afford to be idle. If Master perceives me as a slothful student, neglecting my cultivation, it would be most unfortunate. Indeed, her motivation for her own breakthrough was refreshingly simple. She wished not to appear as a mere idle dreamer in the eyes of her master. With a soft sigh, Mushi appeared not to be preparing for a perilous ascension, but rather to rise from a warm cocoon to tackle an unavoidable chore. So be it. The realm of the nascent soul is merely the nascent soul. She gently closed her eyes, devoid of the flamboyant displays of power that characterized Gu Xian'er. There was no tragic resolve of destruction leading to rebirth. For her, it was as natural as eating and drinking. She was the reincarnation of the Empress, possessing the unparalleled reincarnation celestial body of the ages. The nascent soul realm was merely a reiteration of a path she had once traversed, hardly worthy of a warm-up. In the next moment, at the very instant her thoughts stirred, a profound and magnificent aura, distinct from Gu Xian'er's fiery dominance, surged forth from the reincarnation hall, soaring into the heavens. If Gu Xian'er's breakthrough resembled a sun exploding, scorching mountains and boiling seas, then Mushi's ascent was akin to the very universe being birthed. Epochs shifting. In an instant, the sky above the entire Qingyun Sect, and indeed the eastern wasteland, transformed in hue. No longer was it a radiant gold, but a profoundly chaotic gray, as if the heavens and earth had lost all color, returning to their primordial essence. Boom! In the sky, There was no thunder, yet a sound far more terrifying than thunder reverberated. The voice of the great Tao, a massive wheel, too grand for words to capture, slowly manifested in the firmament. On this wheel were inscribed 6 ancient divine characters, revolving gently. With each rotation, the phantoms of countless beings flickered in and out of existence. Gods, demons, humans, monsters, ghosts, and beasts. The 6 paths of reincarnation were all encompassed within. The ethereal forms of long-departed ancient heroes and legendary divine beings emerged, bowing toward the reincarnation hall, as if welcoming their former sovereign. The phenomenon of the reincarnation of heaven and earth ignited a frenzy across the eastern wasteland. Countless ancient entities, having slumbered for millennia, were jolted awake from their eternal rest. Deep within the forbidden land of the eastern wasteland, in the depths of the myriad beasts cave, an ancient demon king, having slept for 8,000 years, abruptly opened his eyes, larger than lanterns, trembling with demonic energy. This was the aura of the reincarnation laws. Who was it that dared to touch this forbidden power? Could it be that an unparalleled being sought to reopen the cycle of reincarnation? In the icy northern expanse, a millennium-old glacier erupted with a thunderous roar. As a creature encased in ice crystals burst forth, gazing in astonishment at the wheel's shadow in the sky. Heaven above, the reincarnation disk has manifested. Is a natural celestial body being born? The last time such an occurrence transpired was during the ascension of that empress from the central continent. Swiftly investigate. Spare no effort to uncover the identity of this extraordinary individual. In the volcanic region of Nanling, magma surged and the inferno roared. A slumbering fire dragon king emitted a terrified roar. The source of this unsettling aura seems to emanate from the direction of the Qingyun Sect. How could such a desolate place give birth to such a monstrous being? It is utterly impossible. In an instant, the entire eastern wilderness, encompassing the 3,000 states, all renowned sacred grounds, divine dynasties, and ancient clans, were set ablaze with astonishment. Countless divine thoughts, filled with terror, confusion, greed, and madness, surged towards the eastern domain. Yet, as these divine thoughts approached within 1,000 miles of the Qingyun Sect's mountains, they were instantly crushed to dust by an invisible force. Countless ancient beings simultaneously spat out blood, their faces as pale as paper. What a terrifying presence! What manner of place is this? So frightful, so dreadful. The entire eastern wilderness fell into a profound silence. Meanwhile, the instigator, Mushi, remained blissfully unaware and unperturbed. Within her dantian, the rounded golden core, symbolizing the golden core realm, did not shatter but rather began to dissolve slowly, akin to ice melting in the warm spring, transforming into the most primal essence of life and spiritual power. Soon after, a 3-inch primordial infant, identical in appearance to her, but exuding supreme majesty, with a miniature reincarnation mark upon its brow, gradually coalesced into being. The primordial infant realm. She had succeeded. The entire process flowed seamlessly, as tranquil as a gentle stream, as though it were merely a simple yawn. Meanwhile, in another recently bestowed chamber of the Qingyun Sect, named Yaowang Hall, Lin Chuyan's composure shattered utterly. Just moments ago, she had been brimming with confidence and ambition, believing that after a decade or so of diligent cultivation and seclusion, she would surely surpass all competitors and become the favored disciple of her master. As she felt her power nearing the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the Golden Core realm, a smile had already begun to creep upon her lips. That scheming ancient fairy, relying on her status as the senior sister, constantly preening before the master. Once I break through to the perfection of the Golden Core and find an opportunity to step into the primordial infant realm, I shall make her take note of me. At that time, I shall see what she can use to compete with me. However, just as she was lost in dreams of surpassing her rivals, a thunderous eruption of scorching phoenix might suddenly exploded from the direction of the Xian'er Hall. Lin Chuyan. The smile on her face instantly froze. What is this? That cunning ancient fairy has broken through to the primordial infant realm. How can this be? Was she not always suppressing her realm at the perfection of the Golden Core? How could she break through just like that? Lin Chuyan felt as though her heart had been struck by a mighty hammer. A wave of disbelief surged within her. This is outrageous. Such a breach of martial ethics. What was initially agreed upon, to leisurely swim together in the pond of the Golden Core realm? How could you have stealthily equipped yourself with a nuclear-powered engine? Yet, that was not the end of it. Before she could fully recover from the shock of her senior sister's astonishing prowess, a hum reverberated through the air. A force, 1,000 times more terrifying than the previous one, surged from another direction, an overwhelming presence that rendered her incapable of even feeling jealousy. At that moment, Lin Chuyan felt her worldview utterly shattered. She stood there, stunned, sensing an overwhelming pressure that seemed capable of reshaping the heavens and allowing the cycle of all things to commence anew. What on earth was this? Was this direction the reincarnation palace of her third junior sister, Mushi? Had she too broken through? Moreover, the commotion seemed far grander than that of the scheming Gu Xian'er. Lin Chuyan felt as though she were on the verge of madness. If Gu Xian'er's breakthrough was akin to a resounding slap to her face, then Mushi's ascension was like a bulldozer relentlessly rolling over her countenance, crushing her to bits. Lin Chuyan could no longer maintain her aloof and proud goddess demeanor. Internally, she screamed like a startled groundhog. What kind of joke was this? How was she to compete? This princess had only just declared her grand ambitions, ready to outshine them all. Yet here were her two rivals soaring into the heavens. Here she was stuck at the 9th level of the Golden Core realm, having yet to even touch the threshold of great perfection, and they had both ascended directly to the realm of the nascent soul. Lin Chuyan felt a wave of darkness envelop her vision, nearly choking on her own blood. She recalled the immense effort she had expended to join the Qingyun Sect, the lengths to which she had gone to persuade her father to contribute, almost emptying the entire treasury of the Deqian kingdom. She had sacrificed so much, plotted so extensively, and what was the outcome? Just as she was poised for a grand undertaking, she discovered that in this novice village, 2 other players had begun the game with max-level divine gear, while she was still the one wielding a wooden stick, striking at a scarecrow at the village entrance. The sheer disparity was enough to destabilize her resolve. One scheming vixen, one charlatan, one madwoman playing with fire, one emotionless being dabbling in reincarnation. Were they conspiring together to bully her? Lin Chuyan trembled with rage, her delicate fists cracking with tension, nails digging deeply into her flesh. No, I cannot simply concede. I, Lin Chuyan, am not one to surrender easily. My esteemed master must be testing me. Yes, it must be so. He wishes to see if I can retain my original intent and courageously forge ahead under such immense pressure. I cannot let my esteemed master down. Is it merely the nascent soul stage? I too can achieve it. She forcibly suppressed the urge to spew blood from her frustration, recrossed her legs, her eyes glowing crimson, resembling a frenzied spirit. How infuriating. Let me practice. Today, even if it means sleepless nights, I shall break through this damned bottleneck. Within the Yaowang Hall, the spiritual energy began to surge into Lin Chuyan's body at an unprecedented pace. However, the once astute and calculating princess of the Qian had her mindset transformed from, I shall outshine you all, to I shall outshine you all. My master belongs to me. Inside the Qingyun Hall, Suyi reclined languidly upon the sect master's throne, appearing as if he had just awakened from slumber. He propped his chin with one hand, a faint, fatherly smile gracing his lips. Just moments ago, while sipping tea, he had enjoyed a display akin to watching a 3D IMAX film, witnessing 2 cataclysmic firework shows erupting in his backyard. One was a vibrant golden hue, fervent and flamboyant, as if proclaiming to the world, I am the greatest. The other was a deep, chaotic color, vast and profound, whispering that all present were but mere ants. Very well, very well. Suyi nodded in satisfaction, taking a delicate sip of spiritual tea. Both exhibits were spirited in their own right. One like a small sun, brimming with vitality, but perhaps a tad too eager to showcase itself. Adorable. The other, akin to a tranquil ancient well, undisturbed yet perhaps too reticent about self-expression, also charming. His consciousness, like an omnipresent spring breeze, swept through the Xianhuang Hall, then caressed the Reincarnation Hall. He was acutely aware of Gu Xian'er's triumphant demeanor post-breakthrough, yearning to rush forth for praise. He also discerned Mushi's subtle concern beneath her calm facade, wondering if her efforts were considered laziness. He understood it all. All is well. His disciples are truly exceptional and worry-free. Wait. Suyi's consciousness paused slightly, as if he had discovered something intriguing, and shifted toward another recently bestowed hall. Within the Tianyin hall, he sensed an aura of utter chaos and extreme agitation, teetering on the brink of collapse. The source of this energy was none other than his newly accepted disciple, Lin Chuyan, who should theoretically be in seclusion, solidifying her mindset. A look of keen interest adorning his countenance. What is the nature of this aura? Why is it so unhinged? It resembles a groundhog that has just had its tail stepped on and then force-fed an entire pot of concentrated caffeine. He could distinctly sense Lin Chuyan's magical power rampaging through her meridians, heedless of any order, as she brutally absorbed spiritual energy, only to have it dissipate in vast amounts due to her unstable mindset. The entire Tianyin hall was on the verge of becoming a vortex of spiritual energy. The manner in which they were behaving resembled not the cultivation of skills, but rather a tumultuous struggle against one's own essence. Upon reflection, Sui instantly grasped the situation. Poor child. In Chapter 70, The Secret Realm of Tianyin, each individual was to receive a pound of enlightenment tea. Having boldly declared intentions to engage in competition, he soon discovered that his two rivals had resorted to dubious means. One had activated a blood unlock cheat, while the other had enlisted the assistance of an empress to train on their behalf. It was remarkable that his composure remained intact. Yet, Suye's smile grew ever more radiant. After all, pressure breeds motivation. Though the methods may be somewhat crude, he genuinely appreciated this indomitable spirit. Persevere, dear Chuyan. I have high hopes for you. He exhibited no intention of intervening to assist in the refinement of spiritual energy, instead seeming to relish the novel amusement found in their struggles. After all, a moderate dose of adversity serves to foster healthy growth in youth. Just as Su Yi was gleefully preparing to continue observing the industrious endeavors of his third disciple, a timely voice resounded. Ding! Detected that the three disciples under the host, Xian'er, Mushi, have successfully broken through to the first level of the nascent soul realm, while Lin Chuyan has stabilized at the 9th level of the golden core realm, igniting an unprecedented competitive spirit. The overall strength of the sect has significantly improved, and the time for the disciples' training has matured. A new sect mission is now released. Mission title, Eagle's First Flight, Awe of the Eastern Wilderness. Mission content, in half a month, the dominion of the Overlord level force, Qingyun Sect, within Lingzhou will unveil the Tianyin secret realm. This realm, a legacy of ancient powers, harbors countless opportunities and trials. At that time, prodigies from various forces across the eastern domain will gather here. The host is requested to send the 3 personal disciples to the Tianyin secret realm for training, to elevate the prestige of Qingyun Sect. Mission requirements. Each of the 3 disciples must secure at least one top-tier opportunity within the secret realm, ensuring that the name of Qingyun Sect becomes an indelible nightmare in the hearts of all prodigies present. Mission rewards. 3 silver summoning cards. Mission failure. No penalties. This system is designed to assist the host in becoming the unrivaled master of the ages, eschewing the lowly practice of failure penalties. The host is encouraged to proceed with confidence. Suyi mused, what a remarkable system. It not only identifies my needs, but has also learned to express sarcasm. The Tianyin secret realm, you say? He stroked his chin, his eyes gleaming with insight, just as he worried about their recent breakthroughs and unstable foundations. Requiring practical experience to solidify their skills, this mission arrived most opportunely. More silver summoning cards would certainly be advantageous. Splendid is settled. With a mere thought, a gentle yet undeniably authoritative voice transcended the barriers of space, resonating simultaneously in the Xianwang Hall, the Reincarnation Hall, and the Yaowang Hall. Xian'er, Mu Elf, Shuyan. Come to the Qingyun Grand Hall at once. Having just solidified her realm, the ancient fairy gazed into a water mirror, admiring her resplendent beauty, radiant and ethereal, after her breakthrough. When she was suddenly summoned by her master, a tremor coursed through her, and the pride on her face transformed instantaneously into 100-fold delight and excitement. Her master had called for her. How splendid. Surely, her master intended to commend her in person. That scheming Lin Chuyan must still be struggling in seclusion, right? This time, the top honor belonged to her. She transformed into a streak of crimson golden light, scarcely bothering to walk through the palace gates, and soared skyward, racing toward the Azure Cloud Hall at full speed. Her velocity was akin to a meteor streaking across the sky, leaving a long trail of flame behind, as if to ensure that everyone was aware of her arrival. Within the Reincarnation Hall, Mushi, having just consolidated her cultivation and seated in meditation to comprehend the laws of reincarnation, slowly opened her eyes. Upon hearing her master's voice, A gentle glimmer surfaced in her otherwise tranquil gaze. "Master," she softly responded, her figure dissipating like wisps of smoke. There was no grandiose spectacle nor dazzling light effects. When she reappeared, she stood outside the azure cloud hall, moving with a serene grace, as if taking a leisurely stroll. In the Tianyin realm, Lin Chuyan, with her eyes aflame and hair slightly tousled, resembled an enraged young bull, fervently battering against the bottleneck of the 9th level of the Golden Core. Yet her heart was tumultuous, and all was in disarray. The bottleneck was as unyielding as if coated with superglue, remaining utterly unmoved despite her frantic attempts to break through, just as she was on the verge of losing her composure and spewing forth a mouthful of blood. Her master's melodious voice descended upon her. "Chuyan, hasten to the Azure Cloud Hall to see me." Lin Chuyan. She felt as though a pause button had been pressed on her entire being, freezing in place. Subsequently, a wave of overwhelming panic surged within her. Her master was summoning her. Why? Had he witnessed her earlier frenzied state? Oh no, oh no, oh no. Her image as a composed and wise goddess was utterly shattered. Would he perceive her as an unstable and worthless individual? Moreover, Xian'er and Mushi would certainly be present. They had just broken through, basking in glory, and here she was, still a mere golden core. What face did she have to present to her master? In an instant, Lin Chuyan's heart staged a tragic drama of 1,000 words. But the command of her master was not to be defied. She took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the tumultuous energies within her, and hurriedly tidied her somewhat disheveled robes and hair, conjuring a water mirror with her magical power. The reflection revealed a face that bore signs of exhaustion, with bloodshot eyes. "Ah, so hideous!" She emitted a silent scream, quickly channeling her energy to force her complexion to appear a touch more vibrant. After much procrastination, she finally mustered the courage. Her heart heavy with a sense of tragic grandeur akin to that of marching to the gallows, and with a shimmering light, she slowly ascended towards the Azure Cloud Hall. Moments later, within the Grand Hall, 3 women of strikingly different temperaments yet equally extraordinary beauty stood side by side, respectfully bowing to Suyi seated upon the throne. Disciples Xian'er, Mushi, and Lin Chuyan, pay homage to our esteemed master. Xian'er stood on the far left, her head held high, pride and anticipation radiating from her features, her bright phoenix eyes sparkling as they gazed at Suyi, as if silently pleading, "Master, look at me, praise me. Am I not impressive?" In the center, Mushi exuded an ethereal calmness, her mere presence transforming her into a captivating sight, seemingly detached from the world around her. Yet a hint of admiration flickered in her gaze directed at Suyi. On the far right, Lin Chuyan bowed her head, wishing she could bury her face in the ground. Her hands nervously clutched the hem of her garment, emanating an aura of self-doubt and insecurity. She could acutely sense the overwhelming presence of her senior sister, a nascent soul powerhouse, and the profound cycle of rebirth that surrounded her junior sister, a pair of insurmountable mountains looming beside her, and she, merely a nascent golden core, felt utterly insignificant, as if she were facing public execution. Suyi observed their expressions with a quiet smile, maintaining a facade of serene composure. "Rise," he spoke softly. "I witnessed your recent breakthroughs." At this, Xian'er's eyes sparkled even brighter, while Lin Chuyan buried her head even lower. Suyi's gaze swept over the trio before he spoke in a tone that was gentle yet inclusive. "Well done. Your humility and steady progress embody the essence of our Azure Cloud sect." Xian'er thought, "Wait, Master, this isn't how the script goes. After my grand display of power, shattering my golden core and summoning the Phoenix Divine Fire, I receive merely a well done, and as part of a collective compliment, shouldn't I be singled out for extravagant praise?" She felt a tinge of grievance. Meanwhile, Lin Chuyan let out a silent sigh of relief. "Thank goodness, Master did not single me out for criticism. Surely, the term well done pertains to me as well, right? Right? Round it up, I am quite commendable too." At that moment, Suyi flipped his hand, and 3 identical exquisite wooden boxes made of ancient purple bamboo appeared out of thin air, gracefully floating towards the trio. As you have just broken through or experienced a shift in your mindset, your foundation still requires consolidation. This is a reward from me to you. The 3 were momentarily taken aback, instinctively receiving the wooden boxes. A fragrance, indescribable yet profoundly captivating, wafted through the crevices of the wooden box, as if it could cleanse the very soul. The moment Xian'er caught a whiff of this enchanting aroma, she felt her recently attained yuaning instantly solidify by a third. Even Mushi, with her typically placid demeanor, revealed a hint of astonishment in her gaze. Lin Chuyan, too, was engulfed in a tremor. She sensed her previously restless spiritual energy, under the soothing influence of the scent, miraculously calmed. Even the seemingly unyielding bottleneck appeared to loosen slightly. What was this? Unable to contain her excitement, Xian'er eagerly opened the wooden box. In that instant, her breath hitched. Within the box lay a tea cake, neatly wrapped in oil paper, resembling a brick. The tea leaves exhibited an enigmatic purple hue, each leaf adorned with intricate patterns that seemed to resonate with the essence of the cosmos, drawing one into a state of enlightenment with a mere glance. The fabled enlightenment tea. Even Mushi, the epitome of composure, found it challenging to maintain her tranquility. In her past life, as the Empress of Reincarnation, she had encountered treasures beyond count. Yet even she had only glimpsed references to this legendary tea in the most ancient of texts. It was said to sprout once every 30,000 years, bloom after another 30,000, and require yet another 30,000 to harvest a single leaf. Just one leaf could lead an emperor to profound realization, a supreme treasure capable of igniting a conflict among deities and demons. Now, as she gazed at the tea brick, weighing at least a pound, in her wooden box, she observed that Xian'er and Lin Chuyan held identical bricks. Mushi's worldview experienced an unprecedented upheaval. What manner of being was her master to bestow such enlightenment tea as if it were mere cabbage, handed out by the pound? Meanwhile, Lin Chuyan was utterly bewildered. Cradling the wooden box, she felt it heavier than the imperial seal of the entire Dacian dynasty. Though not as erudite as Mushi, she understood from the royal text what the enlightenment tea represented, a legendary artifact that could not be purchased even with the entirety of her father's treasury. Yet, her master had casually gifted her a pound. An overwhelming sense of joy surged within her, akin to a tidal wave. Master, he does not disdain me. He has bestowed upon me such a precious gift. Oh, how moved I am. However, this feeling of elation lasted but 3 seconds. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of Xian'er and Mushi, each holding the same pound of enlightenment tea. Lin Chuyan's smile froze, a deeper despair welling from her core. It was over. Completely over. I thought this was a remedial allowance for my master, yet it turns out to be the shining scholarship of the academic elite. The two of them were already formidable beings, and now, having consumed this pound of enlightenment tea, wouldn't they ascend on the spot? Why should I even bother pursuing them? They are piloting interstellar battleships, while I have yet to learn to ride a bicycle. How can I even compete? Should I use my head to compete? Lin Chuyan felt a wave of darkness wash over her hands trembling slightly as she held the enlightenment tea. Her emotions were in a tumultuous state, torn between overwhelming gratitude that brought her to the brink of tears and a despair so profound it felt like death. Suyi observed Lin Chuyan's expression, a blend of joy and sorrow, on the verge of laughter. He cleared his throat and continued. In half a month, the Lingzhou Tianyin secret realm will open, where the elite of the eastern wilderness will gather. You three will represent our Qingyun Sect and venture into that realm. Firstly, it is to solidify your cultivation and seek your own fortunes. Secondly, Suye's lips curled into a knowing smile. It is high time those so-called geniuses of the eastern wilderness learned what true despair feels like. Upon hearing this, Xian'er's phoenix eyes ignited with fierce determination. Yes, master, I shall not fail this mission and will trample those so-called eastern wilderness prodigies underfoot. Muya denashche kamninadud. Disciple, at your command. Only Lin Chuyan, after experiencing a roller coaster of emotions, joy, despair, and then joy again, felt an unprecedented spark of resolve upon receiving this news. A fierce determination surged within her. The secret realm, the trial. This is an opportunity, my only opportunity. Within the sect, I am perpetually overshadowed by their brilliance. But outside, in the secret realm, where life and death clash, anything is possible. I, Lin Chuyan, excel in strategy and planning. This is my arena. She gripped the enlightenment tea brick tightly, her strength nearly crushing the ancient purple bamboo box. Yes, master. She lifted her head, her crimson eyes reflecting unwavering resolve. I shall not disappoint you. In the Tianyin secret realm, I, Lin Chuyan, will catch up to them. Chapter 71. Lin Chuyan enters the nascent soul, Tianyin Xianyu. As Suye's words echoed, The atmosphere in the hall shifted dramatically. A storm known as internal competition was silently brewing. Disciple takes her leave. Xian'er was the first to speak, her voice bright and resonant, tinged with an impatient fervor. She bowed deeply to Su Yi and, in an instant, whipped her flowing hair as if it were a burning whip, nearly striking Lin Chuyan's face. Then, with a resounding boom, she transformed into a blazing golden rocket, shattering the void without even bothering to navigate the hall's door, disappearing from sight. That fierce determination of mine to embark on cultivation, which is so vividly etched upon your faces, shall not go unnoticed. Mushi remained as calm and unperturbed as ever, offering a graceful bow to Su Yi. Disciple takes her leave. Her form dissipated like a wisp of smoke, vanishing silently from the scene as if she had never existed, unfettered by competition or strife. She exuded an elegance that transcended the mundane world. Within the grand hall, only Lin Chuyan remained. She cradled the heavy purple bamboo wooden box, her fingers turning pale from exertion. Raising her gaze, she cast a lingering glance at the smiling figure upon the throne, as though she wished to engrave her master's visage deep within her soul. Disciple takes her leave. Her voice, tinged with a hint of hoarseness, conveyed an unwavering resolve that could not be swayed. Unlike Xian'er, who made a grand spectacle, or Mushi, who departed without a trace, Lin Chuyan advanced step by step, steady and resolute, out of the Qingyun Grand Hall. With each step, it was as if the drums of war resounded within her heart. In the Xianwang Hall, the doors were slammed shut with a force that could only be described as brutal. Xian'er's delicate face bore a fierce expression, her beautiful phoenix eyes ablaze with fury and fighting spirit. Lin Chuyan, what audacity! How dare she look at me with such contempt? That is a blatant provocation. A mere golden core dares to contend with me? Does she believe that a single cup of enlightenment tea from Master grants her the right to ascend the heavens? The more she pondered, the angrier she became, pacing within the hall. No, I cannot lose. I am the senior sister. I am the brightest gem of the Qingyun Sect. In the Tianyin secret realm, half a month hence, I shall make her understand the true meaning of genius, the stark contrast between fireflies and the bright moon. Suddenly halting in her tracks, her expression steeled, she sat down cross-legged. Cultivation. Now is the time to cultivate. Grasping the purple bamboo wooden box, she did not even glance at it before forcefully prying it open. Crack! The box made of millennia-old purple bamboo crumbled in her hands as though it were made of paper. She gazed at the tea brick within, exuding a boundless aura of enlightenment, her eyes igniting with fervor. Master is truly generous to have given me such a substantial piece. The fact that the other two disciples had identical portions was conveniently forgotten in her mind. To her, this was undoubtedly a special favor from her esteemed master towards her. The most favored disciple, she did not engage in the typical ritual of brewing or savoring the tea. That would be far too slow. With delicate fingers, she approached the tea brick and, with a decisive snap, broke off a hefty chunk weighing at least 2 taels. Then, amidst the incredulous gazes of any alchemist or tea master who would have felt a pang of heartbreak, she devoured that invaluable enlightenment tea as if it were a piece of compressed biscuit. Crunch. As Xian'er chewed, she mumbled indistinctly, "The taste is rather pleasant." In the next moment, a thunderous roar erupted, an indescribable torrent of terrifying Tao rhythm, vast as the sea of stars, exploded within her being. It felt akin to igniting a string of firecrackers in her own backyard, which inadvertently set off a nuclear arsenal buried underground for millennia. Goodness! Even with Xian'er's fearless demeanor, she was taken aback by this sudden surge of energy. Countless profound truths and fragments of laws surged into her consciousness like a deluge, cleansing her nascent soul, which had only recently taken shape and remained somewhat ethereal, rapidly solidified and expanded under this influx of power. Visible to the naked eye. Oh, what ecstasy! Xian'er let out a jubilant shout, enveloped by an overwhelming aura of Tao rhythm and divine light. The entire Phoenix Hall resonated with this energy, as if a miniature sun had ignited above the hall's apex. Lin Chuyan, you better be ready. When I emerge from seclusion, I shall achieve the 2nd level of the nascent soul. No, the 3rd level. I will surpass you. In stark contrast, the atmosphere in the Tianyin Hall was eerily quiet. Lin Chuyan returned to the hall, but did not immediately commence her cultivation. Instead, she carefully placed the purple bamboo wooden box on the table, treating it as if it were a priceless treasure. Then, she slowly closed her eyes. Rapid scenes began to flash through her mind, from her arrival in this world to her careful ascent as the Grand Princess of the Qian, to witnessing Li Changjian's unparalleled might as he effortlessly vanquished two formidable uncles, and finally, her initiation into the Qingyun Sect, where she beheld her two senior sisters achieve miraculous breakthroughs. Each scene weighed heavily upon her heart, especially the disdainful glance Xian'er had cast her way, one that seemed to regard her as nothing more than an insignificant insect. Lin Chuyan's fists quietly clenched. Exhaling deeply, she opened her eyes, which now shimmered with a near-manic calmness and obsession, devoid of the previous chaos and despair. I, Lin Chuyan, am not a native of this world. Her voice was soft yet infused with an undeniable conviction. I'm a traveler from Blue Star. I have read more novels than you have walked paths. According to the narrative, I am the true, destined daughter of this world, the one and only female protagonist. She extended a finger towards the direction of the Phoenix Hall, a cold smile gracing her lips. The ancient fairy, of noble birth and exceptional talent, exuded an air of arrogance, her ample bosom belied by a lack of intellect. Looking down upon the protagonist, is this not the quintessential archetype of the malevolent female antagonist? How dare a mere supporting character exhibit such audacity before a true protagonist? It is utterly ludicrous. The enlightenment tea bestowed upon me by my master is indeed my golden key, an opportunity to surpass others. The portion given to her serves merely as a narrative device, a means to highlight my own prowess. Yes, it must be so. After a flawless self-affirmation and logical reasoning, Lin Chuyan's entire spirit ascended. She felt enveloped in a radiant aura befitting a protagonist. What is despair? It doesn't exist. I am destined to rise, to confront the antagonist, and ultimately win my master's heart. Approaching the table with a reverent demeanor, she retrieved a cherished tea set she had preserved for years. Unlike the ancient fairy, she did not recklessly consume the tea. As a cunning and formidable heroine, she understood that the essence of enlightenment tea could not be measured by mere quantity. With utmost care, she pried off a minuscule fragment of tea leaf, no larger than a fingernail, and placed it into the teapot, summoning the purest mountain spring water through her magical prowess. In an almost transcendent manner, she began the brewing process. Soon, an extraordinary aroma, 1,000 times more potent than before, enveloped the entire Yawan hall. Lin Chuyan lifted the teacup and took a delicate sip. Boom! Instead of overwhelming energy, a gentle and vast light of wisdom washed over her soul, instantly calming the previously tumultuous magical energy within her. The seemingly unbreakable barrier, akin to a bottle sealed with powerful adhesive, now felt as fragile as paper. A newfound clarity surged within her. Countless insights regarding the path of the Tianyin appeared, deeply etched in her consciousness. So it is like this. I understand it all. A brilliant light ignited in Lin Chuyan's eyes. Ancient fairy, do you believe you have triumphed? Huh. The true battle has only just begun. You may rely on brute strength outside, but I, the grand heroine, shall crush you with my intellect. She closed her eyes, instantly entering a profound state of enlightenment, transcending the boundaries of self and other. In the reincarnation hall, among the three, the most composed was Mushi. Returning to the hall, she too took out the enlightenment tea. Lacking the ancient fairy's impatience and Lin Chuyan's theatrical flair, she quietly regarded the tea brick, a flicker of nostalgia in her tranquil gaze. Enlightenment tea. Who would have thought it could be so effortlessly acquired in this lifetime? Utilizing the most traditional, age-old, and effective method, she brewed a pot of tea. The fragrance wafted gently, embodying the essence of the Tao. She took a sip and nodded. Indeed, it is a divine treasure. With this tea, I seek to reshape my path, hoping that my future journey may surpass that of my past life. Having uttered these words, she fell into contemplative silence, savoring the tea and immersing herself in profound reflection, gradually merging her essence with the cyclical laws of nature. Indifferent to who might be the protagonist or who had fallen to whom, her sole focus remained on the Tao, and nothing more. Time, within this triad of distinctly different cultivation atmospheres, quietly slipped away. Before long, 7 days had elapsed. Throughout this span, the peaks of Qingyun Sect were anything but tranquil. The direction of the Phoenix Hall erupted daily like a volcano, intermittently unleashing waves of intense energy that set the clouds ablaze. Then, on the 7th night, a tremendous rumble echoed, a chilling, serene, yet boundlessly terrifying aura surged forth from the direction of the Yaoguang Hall, soaring into the sky. In that instant, the entire Qingyun Sect and the heavens within 1,000 miles darkened. It was not mere clouds obscuring the sun, but a profound and pure darkness. Almost immediately, a colossal, unimaginable silver moon, radiating a serene, cold, and haughty divine light, began to rise from above the Yaoguang Hall. This moon was as real as it was ethereal, its surface adorned with countless inscrutable lunar patterns, each seemingly expounding upon the ultimate mysteries of the universe's een and softness. The frigid moonlight cascaded like mercury, enveloping the entire Qingyun Sect. Under this lunar radiance, all felt their souls teetering on the brink of freezing, as if they were being purified and elevated. The moon, a celestial phenomenon. The scale and momentum of this spectacle rivaled that of the phoenix's descent when Xian'er broke through 7 days prior. In Chapter 72, the dignity of the senior sister, Xian'er, possess it too. Inside the Phoenix Hall, a deafening crash resounded as the hall's door was shattered by an overwhelming force. Xian'er, engulfed in blazing golden flames, stepped forward, her face a mask of disbelief as she gazed up at the enormous moon in the sky. What on earth is this? She could distinctly sense that the source of this aura was indeed the Yaoguang Hall. It was Lin Chuyan. She broke through from a 9th level of the golden core to the 1st level of the nascent soul. In just 7 days. What a joke. Xian'er felt her worldview shatter under the weight of this revelation. After 7 arduous days of painstakingly consuming tea leaves, she had only managed to solidify her 1st level of the nascent soul and take a mere step towards the 2nd level. Yet Lin Chuyan, the little novice in her eyes, had directly leaped over an entire realm. Moreover, she had also conjured a celestial phenomenon, and hers was a moon, while mine was a sun. Xian'er, filled with rage, nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Her long, crimson golden hair stood on end as if stirred by an invisible wind. How shameless! How despicable! She was blatantly plagiarizing, a naked act of imitation. I create a sun, and she conjures a moon. Is she deliberately opposing me? Lin Chuyan, I will not let this go. Her furious roar echoed through the night sky of Qingyun Sect, transforming it into her solitary stage. Her cries, laden with boundless grievance and tempestuous fury, surged like rolling waves. Lin Chuyan, you wretched, unscrupulous woman, you have stolen my ideas. You have copied my work. What kind of hero do you think you are? If you have the ability, go create a son of your own. Xian'er stomped her feet at the entrance of the Phoenix Hall, the force shaking the entire mountain. She pointed accusingly at the cold, ethereal moon above, unleashing a torrent of invective. Just as I manifested the phoenix descending to earth. You follow up with the Tianyin? One sun, one moon, what do you mean by this? Do you wish to form a partnership with me? Do you aspire to establish a sun and moon sect together? Who would want to play with a mere fledgling like you? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, feeling increasingly wronged. Xian'er sensed an unprecedented humiliation. To be pursued in such a near-scheming manner by someone she deemed a weakling was a grievous affront to her dignity as a senior sister and an unparalleled prodigy. No, I cannot let this slide. I must reclaim my honor immediately. She abruptly turned her head, her fiery phoenix eyes locking onto the interior of the Phoenix Hall. There lay the half-consumed Tao Enlightenment tea brick. An audacious, reckless, yet quintessentially Xian'er thought suddenly sparked in her mind. Isn't it merely a competition of who can break through faster? Isn't it a contest of whose manifestation is greater? You think it's impressive to ascend from the 9th layer of golden core to the 1st layer of nascent soul in just 7 days? Today, I shall show you what it means to soar like a rocket, what it means to unleash the fury of a premium player. With a thunderous roar, she transformed into a streak of light and shot back into the hall. Bam! She seized the remaining piece of the Tao Enlightenment tea brick, now even larger than the last. Lin Chuyan, watch closely. Do you believe that through cunning schemes and clever tricks, you can catch up to me? Xian'er, dream on. In the face of absolute talent and unparalleled resources, your petty cleverness is nothing but a joke. With that, Xian'er even let out a satisfied belch. A rich essence of Tao wafting from her lips, instantly pulverizing a nearby pillar into a pile of dust. The flavor remained exquisite, just a tad overwhelming. As her words hung in the air, a deafening roar erupted. If the previous event was akin to detonating a nuclear arsenal, Then this time, it is as if the very stellar energy of an entire planet has been unleashed. The terror has multiplied tenfold, 100-fold, as the vastness of power surges within her like a cosmic torrent unleashed from a dam. Goodness! Xian'er's enchanting visage turned pale in an instant. She felt her body on the verge of being obliterated by this unbridled energy. This was a miscalculation. That singular thought consumed her mind. But who is she? She is Xian'er, the indomitable senior sister of Qingyun Sect. Oh, feel my power! With a thunderous roar that reverberated through the heavens, she summoned the ancient immortal phoenix Sutra to an unprecedented peak. In that moment, she truly transformed into a phoenix reborn from the flames of antiquity. Crimson golden divine fire erupted from every pore, instantly igniting the entire immortal phoenix palace. This is not mere metaphor. It truly ignited. The pillars crafted from millennia-old fire copper and the floor laid with 1,000-year warm jade melted and vaporized before the overwhelming, unparalleled phoenix fire. As if ice and snow met a scorching iron. Boom! The dome of the immortal Phoenix Palace was violently thrust aside by a fierce column of energy. Above the heavens, the recently exalted lunar moon had yet to bask in its moment of glory when a transformation occurred. From the direction of the immortal Phoenix Palace, now a mere ruin, a new sun, more domineering, more radiant, and more resplendent than ever before, rose triumphantly amidst a resounding phoenix cry. Caw! This new sun was a full circle larger than the one from 7 days prior. Its flames were no longer merely crimson golden. They now bore the supreme, crystalline purity of a transcendent hue. If the previous sun symbolized the phoenix descending to the mortal realm, then this one embodies the glorious sun of crystal light. It signifies the second level of the nascent soul. Boom! The crimson golden sun and the lunar moon stood in stark opposition above Qingyun Sect. One cold, one hot, one yin, one yang. At that moment, the entire spirit energy of the universe erupted in chaos. One half of the sky was bathed in silver-white moonlight, frigid to the bone, while the other half was illuminated in blazing crimson gold, scorching the earth. And at the epicenter of it all, Xian'er floated at the heart of the crimson golden sun. She felt a power within her that had multiplied beyond measure. Sensing the lunar moon now eclipsed beneath her might, she smiled, a smile brimming with pride and audacity. Extending a finger, she pointed towards the direction of the Yaoguang Palace, proclaiming with the poise of a victor, Lin Chuyan. Do you see this? This is true strength. Before me, you dare to display your grand spectacle? You are still too inexperienced. If you possess the audacity, dare to shatter another illusion for me to witness. Ha ha ha. The arrogant laughter echoed throughout the night sky. In the Hall of Reincarnation, the sole sanctuary of the Qingyun Sect, the terrifying phenomena of the outside world, where the sun and moon clash and the heavens and earth change color, seemingly have no impact here. Mushi remained seated calmly on her mat, her eyes slowly opening. Within her tranquil gaze, it appeared as though countless stars flickered in existence and extinction, with the river of time flowing silently. First, she regarded the blazing golden sun above. Overbearing yet lacking in depth, she gently shook her head, offering a succinct four-character assessment. Then, her attention turned to the dark moon, which seemed clever yet lacked stability, receiving yet another four-character critique. The once mighty reincarnation immortal sovereign who stood at the pinnacle of myriad paths. The breakthroughs of her two senior sisters resembled a child's play, impressive yet riddled with flaws. The enlightenment tea bestowed by their master was a supreme divine object, embodying the ultimate truths of heaven and earth. To use it for such trivial disputes was indeed a waste. A hint of regret flickered across Mushi's face. She paid no heed to the chaos outside, nor did she concern herself with who ranked first or who lingered behind. Instead, she delicately extended her jade finger, plucking the final fragment of enlightenment tea and placing it gently into her mouth. There was no violent outburst like that of Xian'er, nor the sudden awakening of Lin Chuyan. The moment the tea leaf dissolved upon her tongue, a vague illusion, as if traversing the rivers of past, present, and future, flashed fleetingly behind Mushi. There were no earth-shattering phenomena, no stirring of the winds and clouds over vast distances. Everything transpired quietly, like a gentle rain nourishing the earth. Yet only true powers could perceive that, in that instant, the entire Qingyun Sect, and indeed the very laws of reincarnation in this realm, experienced a momentary tremor of submission. Mushi's aura seamlessly transitioned from the first to the second level of the nascent soul. Her foundation solidified tenfold compared to Xian'er. Her comprehension of the laws surpassed that of her two senior sisters, who were still engaged in their sun-moon rivalry by unfathomable margins. With a long exhale, Mushi dispelled a breath of murky air, which transformed into a small, gray lotus that continuously manifested and dissipated in the air. The foundation of her Tao was re-established. In this lifetime, she would not disappoint her master's trust. Rising to her feet, she pushed open the hall door, gazing at the sun and moon above, a subtle, ethereal smile gracing her lips as if observing two little sisters vying for candies. In the great hall of Qingyun, the sect leader Su Yi lounged with one leg crossed over the other, staring intently at his three disciples. TSK, TSK, TSK. Marvelous, truly marvelous. A proud and tempestuous ruler of chaos, a scheming and introspective time traveler, and a reincarnated empress of formidable might. These three disciples of mine are all exceptional talents. At that moment, a notification resonated. Ding! It has been detected that your direct disciple, Xian'er, in response to your encouragement, has furiously consumed tea and successfully advanced to the second level of the nascent soul realm. The host receives a reward, 1 silver summoning card. Another notification followed. Ding! It has been detected that your direct disciple, Mushi, under your nurturing, has stabilized her foundation and successfully advanced to the second level of the nascent soul realm. The host receives a reward, 1 silver summoning card. Sui gazed at the system panel displaying the two notifications, a grin spreading across his face. Splendid. All is splendid. Fight. Continue your battles. The fiercer the conflict, the greater my rewards. He blissfully sipped his celebratory drink, his gaze piercing through the void towards the three distinct peaks. One was ablaze with fury, another on the verge of a collapse in resolve, and the last utterly transcendent. A week later, within the Tianyin secret realm, the trio of disciples gathered, perhaps to dismantle the very essence of the secret realm itself. Chapter 73. The opening of the Tianyin secret realm. The young master of the Li Wuhou sect. 3 days hence, at the entrance of the Qingyun Sect, Lin Chuyan stood with her arms crossed, radiating an air of confidence that proclaimed her as the unrivaled champion of the world. The oppressive aura of the second level of the nascent soul realm emanated from her, rendering the surrounding air thick and palpable. Not far off, Lin Chuyan, clad in a white gown, exuded a cool demeanor akin to the moon. She too had ascended to the nascent soul realm, yet her aura was restrained. Without keen perception, she appeared as a mere mortal blessed with beauty. She stood quietly, occasionally casting wary glances at Xian'er, her eyes betraying a mixture of vigilance and an ineffable sense of disbelief. She remained perplexed as to how her tranquil advancement had been misconstrued as imitation, as if she were a mere pawn, or worse, a romantic interest. This senior sister's thought process seemed to have been forged in the flames of celestial phoenix fire. Meanwhile, Mushi remained lost in her own world, standing as if separated from reality by an invisible veil, existing in her own realm. Neither Xian'er's overtly domineering presence nor Lin Chuyan's composed and cool aura could penetrate her tranquility. She was engrossed in her daydreaming. At that moment, a middle-aged man clad in the attire of an outer sect steward, tall and upright as a sword, with a stern and unyielding visage, appeared before the three. It was Li Changjian. Ladies, the sect master has issued a directive. Prepare to depart for Tianyin City at once. His voice, much like his demeanor, was devoid of emotion, as frigid as ancient ice. Xian'er raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Li Changjian from head to toe. You, an outer sect steward? You shall lead us. She curled her lips, her tone laden with unabashed disdain. At the very least, they could have dispatched a senior elder. How could the three of us, esteemed disciples, be tasked to accompany a mere outer sect steward? If word of this spreads, what will become of our Qingyun Sect's reputation? Lin Chuyan, however, slightly bent her body in a respectful bow, uttering, "Thank you for your efforts, stewardly." Yet, within her heart, she harbored her own contemplations. During their previous expedition to the great Qian dynasty, she had witnessed Li Changjian's formidable prowess. Only Mushi, finally emerging from her stupor, glanced at Li Changjian. Her eyes, seemingly imbued with the cycle of life and death, flickered momentarily. He has reached the 10th layer of the harmonious path, and he has suppressed his aura to resemble that of a golden core realm cultivator? Where did the master find such an insignificant insect? After all, in her eyes, even the dogs of the Qingyun Sect were akin to emperors. Li Changjian paid no heed to the differing reactions of the three, maintaining an impassive expression as he retrieved a palm-sized model of a flying boat from his storage ring. With a casual toss, the model expanded in the wind, transforming into an ornate vessel crafted entirely of jade, exuding an ethereal aura, a magnificent ship extending 100 feet. "Ladies, please," he said coolly, stepping onto the vessel first. Xian'er huffed softly. Though her words dripped with disdain, her actions were swift as she transformed into a streak of fire, the second to leap aboard. She was eager to see what capabilities this rigid fellow possessed. The flying boat soared through the air, swift as lightning. In merely half a day, it traversed countless mountains and rivers, arriving above an astonishingly grand city. Tianyin City. The entire metropolis was established upon a floating landmass, with white clouds drifting beneath its walls, waterfalls cascading from the heavens, and myriad celestial birds and auspicious beasts flitting about, exuding an unparalleled grandeur. At this moment, the city was bustling with life. A cacophony of voices and a clatter of wheels. Countless powerful auras surged from various corners of the city, intertwining and clashing in the air, each asserting their existence. Li Changjian maneuvered the vessel, gently descending onto the designated docking area at the city gate. "We have arrived," he stated, his expression as unyielding as ever. Xian'er was the first to leap off the vessel. Invigorated by the palpable tension within the city, rather than feeling pressured, she was exhilarated, her eyes gleaming. "Wow, what a lively scene. So many experts. It seems this secret realm expedition will not be dull." She rubbed her hands together, eager to find someone to spar with. Lin Chuyan followed closely behind, her demeanor considerably graver. She keenly sensed that among the powerful auras in the city, there were at least a dozen that rivaled her recent breakthrough, and several others that had subtly reached the later stages of the nascent soul realm. "Li." She approached Li Changjian and inquired softly, "What is the origin of this Tianyin secret realm? Why does it attract such a multitude of powerful beings?" Upon hearing her question, a slight change finally flickered across Li Changjian's stoic face. He led the three individuals into the city, where they settled into a rather elegant tea house before he gradually spoke. "The Heavenly Cloud Secret Realm is a small world that evolved from the inner world of a fallen sage during ancient times. Every decade, the Heavenly Cloud Sect opens its doors to the outside world." "What? A sage?" Both Xian'er and Lin Chuyan exclaimed in unison. "A sage. That is a supreme existence that stands at the pinnacle of the cultivation path. A single drop of blood can collapse the ages, and a single strand of hair can sever the stars. The remnants of such beings are coveted even by those of the transformation and unity stages, let alone us in the nascent soul stage." Li Changjian seemed to see through their thoughts, took a sip of tea, and leisurely added, "This spiritual state esteems the Heavenly Cloud Sect. The Heavenly Cloud Sect is a dominant force." Xian'er wore a disdainful expression. "Dominant force? Sounds impressive, but how does it compare to our Qingyun Sect?" Li Changjian did not even lift his eyelids. "Fireflies and the bright moon are world apart." Xian'er sprayed the tea she had just sipped, her eyes wide with shock as she looked at Li Changjian as if he were a monster. Li Changjian paid no heed to her astonishment and continued in his flat tone. "In the entire eastern region, the true elite comprises the 9 sacred lands. Below the sacred lands are these so-called dominant forces that rule over their respective Tao states. As for this opening of the Heavenly Cloud Secret Realm, you see, although many powers have come to the city, every single one of them is a sect or family beneath the sacred lands. As for the 9 sacred lands," Li Changjian paused, a barely perceptible smirk gracing his lips, laced with a hint of sarcasm. "They look down upon such entities. In the presence of our Qingyun Sect, even serving as gatekeepers would be beyond their qualifications." Mushi, who had been silent all along, finally lifted her teacup and took a gentle sip. This assertion is somewhat fitting. In the days when I was the white-clad empress, not even the fallen sages, let alone the living ones, had the qualifications to meet me. A mere secret realm indeed holds little significance." At that moment, a commotion erupted outside the tea house. A group of cultivators clad in blazing red battle armor, exuding a fierce aura, surrounded an arrogant red-haired youth who strode through the street with great momentum. "It's the disciples of the Li Wuhou sacred sect. That is the young master of the Li Wuhou sacred sect, Li Wuhou. It is said he entered the 6th layer of the nascent soul 3 years ago. They are here too. This is going to be entertaining. Lin Chuyan followed the crowd's gaze, narrowing her beautiful eyes slightly. The sixth layer of a nascent soul? He certainly seems rather arrogant. She licked her lips, a fiery battle intent rising within her. Perfect. I have just broken through, and my hand are itching. I shall use him to test the quality of my first layer of the nascent soul. Just as her words fell. At the epicenter of the commotion outside the tea house stood a red-haired youth, surrounded by throngs of cultivators, who, as if connected by an unspoken bond, suddenly turned his gaze. In that instant, two pairs of eyes clashed with fervor in the air. The red-haired youth was none other than Li Wuhou, the young master of the Li Wuhou sacred sect. Possessing striking features, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, he exuded an air of handsomeness. Yet the persistent arrogance and haughtiness etched upon his brow rendered him somewhat ostentatious, akin to a peacock displaying its feathers. At that moment, he reveled in the sensation of being the center of attention, basking in the awe, envy, and jealousy emanating from those around him. Delightful, exhilarating. This was the exalted position befitting Li Wuhou. As the young master of the dominant Li Wuhou sacred sect in the Sword Province, he was destined to be a celestial body, the focal point of all wherever he roamed. And as for the Sword Province's sole sacred ground, the heavenly sword sacred land? Merely a name cloaked in sanctity, inhabited by a bunch of wooden fools clinging to their broken swords, lacking the grandeur of his Li Wuhou sacred sect. While he indulged in such pleasant thoughts, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of fiery red within the tea house. Li Wuhou raised an eyebrow. More intriguingly, the formidable aura of a first-level nascent soul emanated from her, unrestrained and overtly domineering. How intriguing. The corners of his mouth curled up as he contemplated approaching her. However, his gaze was irresistibly drawn to a figure clad in white next to the girl in the white dress. In that fleeting moment, Li Wuhou's eyes widened. What manner of woman was she? Dressed in white, as pure as snow, with cascading black hair. She possessed an ethereal grace reminiscent of a celestial being from the heavenly realms, existing apart from the world. She sat there quietly, as if she had become the very center of existence. All surrounding clamor and colors faded into insignificance before her presence. Gulp. Li Wuhou instinctively swallowed, feeling his heart skip a beat. Wait, why did that face become increasingly familiar? He fixated on that exquisitely cold visage, and memories long buried surged forth like a torrent. Lin Chuyan, Li Wuhou exclaimed in astonishment, the arrogance on his face swiftly replaced by unrestrained joy. Indeed, it was she, the eldest princess of the great Qin dynasty, celebrated as the most beautiful woman in the Sword Province, the one who haunted his dreams, forever elusive. Ha ha ha. After a ceaseless search, he had stumbled upon her effortlessly. He had been troubled by the turmoil within the great Qin and her mysterious disappearance. Yet here, in Tianyin city, fate had brought them together. Is this divine providence? Was it preordained that Li Wuhou should embrace the beauty? As for the downfall of the great Qin, good riddance. What a marvel! A deposed princess, alone and vulnerable. Who other than Li Wuhou could be her pillar of support? As these thoughts crossed his mind, Li Wuhou's smile became increasingly radiant, yet more lecherous. With a grand gesture, he dismissed the guards beside him, adjusted his flamboyant crimson robe, and strode toward the tea house with what he believed to be the most graceful and charming gait. Inside the tea house, Lin Chuyan's fighting spirit had already dwindled considerably. In its place was an expression of utter disdain and speechlessness. At this moment, she wished nothing more than to slap herself. Was her hand itching, testing the waters? Why, of all things, did she have to provoke such a nuisance? This Li Wuhou, to call him her suitor would be an overstatement. He was, in truth, a persistent leech, an unwanted attachment that she could not shake off. Back in the days at the Qin Imperial Palace, this fellow, leveraging the influence of the Li Wuhou sacred sect, would frequently come to propose marriage, wearing that insufferable expression that suggested her being the object of his affection was a blessing. Just recalling it now made Lin Chuyan feel nauseous. She had thought that upon joining the Qingyun Sect, she would soar to great heights and never again have to endure that revolting visage. Who could have imagined? A fateful entanglement. Beside her, observing Lin Chuyan's expression as if she had just swallowed a fly, then glanced at the approaching Li Wuhou. Junior sister, do you know this red-haired creature? Lin Chuyan maintained a stoic demeanor and squeezed out two words through clenched teeth. Not familiar. Oh, Xian'er elongated her tone, her beautiful eyes darting mischievously. From the look in his eyes, he seems eager to devour you whole. You call that not familiar? Surely, there isn't some hidden past between you two? Lin Chuyan felt an overwhelming desire to silence Xian'er's incessant chatter. Was this senior sister's mind occupied solely with fighting and gossip? Meanwhile, Mushi, who had been lost in her thoughts, was finally drawn back to the present by the commotion. She lifted her eyelids and cast a faint glance at the advancing Li Wuhou. This insignificant insect dares approach us? What does he intend? To beg for mercy? Or to seek death? Mushi's gaze was as tranquil as a still pond, as if she were observing a convict already sentenced to death. Amidst this peculiar atmosphere, Li Wuhou arrived at their table. He completely disregarded the imposing aura of Xian'er, paid no heed to the seemingly non-existent Mushi, and ignored the expressionless Li Changjian. In his eyes, there was only Lin Chuyan. Chuyan, it truly is you, he exclaimed passionately, his voice loud enough for half the tea house to hear. I thought I would never see you again. Do you know how worried I've been about you? The corners of Lin Chuyan's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Xian'er, on the other hand, burst into laughter. Worried? More like afraid the cooked duck might fly away. Li Wuhou's expression stiffened as he finally noticed the strikingly beautiful yet formidable girl in the red dress beside Lin Chuyan. He furrowed his brow, a flicker of displeasure crossing his eyes. Who was this wild girl daring to interrupt the cherished reunion between him and Lin Chuyan? Yet at this moment, his thoughts were wholly consumed by Lin Chuyan, and he could not be bothered to engage in petty grievances. He continued to gaze at her with what he believed to be a deeply affectionate expression, lamenting, Chuyan, you have suffered greatly. It is all my fault. If I had been a bit more resolute and taken you away from the palace, you would not have endured the anguish of a fallen nation and a shattered home. But fear not. He pounded his chest proudly. From this day forth, with me, Li Wuhou, by your side, no one shall dare to bully you again. That so-called Qian, let it perish. From now on, you shall be the esteemed matriarch of the Li Wuhou sacred sect, who would not reverently address you as Lady Li. Is that not 1,000 times more honorable than your title as a deposed princess? His words flowed passionately, as if granting Lin Chuyan the privilege of being his woman was the greatest gift imaginable. Clearly, he was oblivious to the fact that this 16-year-old princess had quelled the chaos within the Qian dynasty. The surrounding patrons erupted into a cacophony of astonishment, whispering amongst themselves, Goodness, it turns out that the young master of the Li Wuhou sacred sect is pursuing the deposed princess of Qian. This Li Wuhou seems to possess some sense of loyalty. Loyalty, my foot. Can't you see? He is merely taking advantage of the chaos to win her over. Hush. Keep your voice down. Are you courting death? Listening to Li Wuhou's fervent declaration, Lin Chuyan's expression shifted from disdain to a chilling coldness. The once fierce glint in her phoenix eyes transformed into an ominous intent. Li Wuhou, she spoke slowly, her voice icy enough to freeze one's very soul. I will say this once more. My affairs are not for you to meddle in. Now, please take your entourage and leave my presence. Depart. The final word rang out powerfully, silencing the entire tea house. Every patron stared in disbelief at Lin Chuyan. Had she lost her mind? A forsaken princess, utterly alone, dared to command the young master of the Li Wuhou sacred sect to leave? What audacity! Li Wuhou's smile froze on his face, his features contorting with rage, taking on a somewhat ghastly aspect. Lin Chuyan, what do you mean? Do not overstep your bounds. It is a blessing for you that I have taken an interest in you. Do you truly believe yourself to be that exalted princess? He continued. You are nothing more than a stray dog without a home. Boom! A violent, searing aura erupted from Li Wuhou. The pressure of the third layer of the nascent soul realm crashing down upon Lin Chuyan like a tangible wave of fury. He intended to force this ungrateful woman to recognize the harsh reality. However, the overwhelming pressure that would normally cause a typical nascent soul cultivator to tremble with fear seemed to collide with an invisible barrier as it approached within 3 feet of the table, halting its advance entirely. Lin Chuyan remained seated, her composure unshaken. Not even the hem of her garment stirred. She merely lifted her gaze, coldly regarding Li Wuhou. A wretched dog? Li Wuhou, who granted you the audacity to utter those words to me? Chapter 74. To encompass the 3 sisters into the harem. Do you wish to annihilate their clan? Before the last word escaped, a distinctly different, yet even more domineering and profound aura began to emanate from her being, quietly unfurling. This aura was as serene as the moon, yet possessed an unparalleled majesty that could freeze all existence and judge all living beings. Tianyin, buzz. A phantom silver crescent moon flickered into view behind Lin Chuyan. The nascent soul realm. Li Wuhou's pupils constricted suddenly, his face a canvas of disbelief. How could this be possible? A mere princess of a fallen kingdom. Where did she acquire such fortune to have reached the nascent soul realm? Before he could fathom this revelation, a voice, even more arrogant and commanding, erupted in his ear. Hey, you dare bully my junior sister in front of me? You red-haired fiend? Do you wish for death? Xian'er slowly rose. Her aura of the second layer of the nascent soul realm surged forth like an awakened ancient beast. Exploding with might, the crimson-golden, true fire of the celestial phoenix enveloped her, warping the very air around her. This pressure utterly crushed Li Wuhou's fiery aura. Puff! Li Wuhou staggered back, as if struck by a heavy blow, his blood surging, retreating 3 steps before barely regaining his footing, a trickle of blood escaping from his lips. He gazed at Xian'er in horror, then turned to Lin Chuyan. Junior sister? From which sect do you hail? Li Wuhou's incredulity was palpable as he looked at Xian'er, then back at Lin Chuyan. Junior sister? Those words were forced from his mouth, laden with humiliation and disbelief. One at the first layer of nascent soul, one at the second layer. 2 cultivators under 40 years of age in the nascent soul realm. Where on earth did these prodigies emerge from? The most alarming aspect was that they were actually of the same sect. What terrifying power must be behind them to cultivate such extraordinary talents? His mind raced through the names of all prominent sects in the Eastern Domain, from the 9 great sacred lands to dominant forces and first-rate sections. None matched. He fixed his gaze on Xian'er, gritting his teeth as he demanded, "Which sect do you truly belong to?" Upon hearing this question, Xian'er smiled. This was the query she had been anticipating. She proudly lifted her already impressive chest, her chin slightly elevated, a look of triumph gracing her countenance. Her expression resembled that of a cat who had just emerged victorious from skirmish, awaiting its owner to offer delectable fish treats. Clearing her throat, she proclaimed with a resounding voice, potent enough to echo throughout the entire street, each word articulated with precision. Listen well, esteemed individuals. We are the esteemed disciples of the illustrious Qingyun Sect. After her declaration, she deliberately paused, seemingly anticipating a reaction of awe and reverence from her audience. Qingyun Sect. Li Wuhou was momentarily stunned, his face frozen in a mask of astonishment. The guard behind him were equally taken aback. Within the tea house and on the street, all the cultivators who had been eavesdropping on the gossip stood in shock. The world around them seemed to have been muted. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Li Wuhou blinked, his expression transitioning from frozen disbelief to confusion, then to utter bewilderment. What on earth was the Qingyun Sect? He desperately rifled through his memories for any mention of this name. Was there such a sect in Jianzhou? No. What about in the neighboring Lanzhou, Cangzhou, Yinzhou, or Lingzhou? It appeared not. Could it possibly be an ancient sanctum hidden away in Zhongzhou? No. He had never heard of it. Suddenly, someone in the crowd succumbed to laughter, unable to contain themselves. Following that, an uproarious wave of laughter erupted from Li Wuhou's throat without warning. He laughed so hard that tears threatened to spill from his eyes, pointing at Xian'er while gasping for breath. Qingyun Sect. Ha ha ha. This is the most amusing thing I've heard. Which backwater did this ragtag sect emerge from? I've never even heard of it. As he continued to laugh, he called out to those around him as if he had uncovered a monumental joke. Did you hear that? The Qingyun Sect. I thought it was some celestial being from a sacred land, but it turns out to be a bunch of bumpkins from the countryside. The cultivators nearby exchanged glances at first, then joined in the laughter. The Qingyun Sect? Indeed, it seemed to be unheard of, perhaps even not worthy of being considered a third-rate sect. Ha ha ha, these 2 young ladies speak so boldly. I thought they hailed from the Heavenly Sword Sacred Land or the Yaoqi Sacred Land. They've truly made a spectacle of themselves. Li Wuhou reveled in the approval of the crowd, his expression of smugness now more pronounced than before. He wiped away the tears from his laughter, casting a gaze filled with both pity and derision at Xian'er. Little girl, have you been deceived by some charlatan? Your so-called Qingyun Sect must consist of just a sect leader and a handful of inconsequential disciples, right? Ha ha. His laughter brimmed with scorn, each word piercing like poison needles aimed directly at Xian'er. Inside the tea house, Lin Chuyan furrowed her brows deeply. She could endure the harassment from Li Wuhou and dismiss his arrogance. However, she could not tolerate anyone insulting the Qingyun Sect, the very institution that had rescued her from the abyss and bestowed upon her new life and hope. The man she revered, her master, Su Yi. To her and her companions, he was a divine figure, their unwavering faith. On the other hand, the smile on Xian'er's face vanished, inch by inch, fading into oblivion. In its place emerged a chilling coldness capable of freezing souls. The once lively and mischievous glimmer in her beautiful eyes was now replaced by pure, unmasked, murderous intent. She could be called a wild girl, even beaten, but she would never allow anyone to insult her master or her sect. That was her forbidden scale. Touch it, and death would ensue. What did you just say? Xian'er's voice was soft and gentle, akin to a lover's whisper. Yet to Li Wuhou's ears, it sent an inexplicable chill down his spine. What is this? Have I struck a nerve, causing you to rage in shame? Li Wuhou was so overwhelmed by his own arrogance that he failed to sense the impending danger. As I said, your sect is nothing but a wild chicken sect. How slap? His words were abruptly cut off by a crisp, resounding slap that reverberated throughout the entire space, infused with boundless fury. The strike was executed with such swiftness that no one could discern Xian'er's movements. All they saw was a flash of crimson, followed by an earth-shattering crack. Boom! Li Wuhou was sent flying as though struck by an ancient beast, crashing through the ornate rosewood guardrail of the tea house's second floor. He soared through the air, tracing a graceful arc across the wide street before thud. With a muffled sound, he landed squarely into the Wang Ji old tofu pudding stall across the street. A cascade of white tofu pudding, mingled with brown sugar syrup, pickled vegetables, and chili oil, splattered over him, coating him from head to toe. His once handsome face was now half adorned with tofu pudding and half marked by a vivid, unmistakable handprint. Silence enveloped the world once more, a deathly hush. All gazes were fixated on the sight of the red-haired firebird struggling in the tofu stall, as if all its bones had been extracted. Gulp. Someone unsure of who swallowed hard. This girl is ferocious. She is far too fierce. With a sudden and unprovoked attack, the heir of the Li Wuhou sacred sect was sent flying, landing with a thud into a bowl of tofu pudding. This was nothing short of an egregious affront. A guttural roar erupted from the depths of the tofu mound. Li Wuhou staggered to his feet, wiping his face, only to smear it further with the sticky remnants of tofu pudding and his own brain matter, which had seemingly congealed together. You scoundrel! How dare you strike me? How dare you mar my face? He was utterly unhinged. Li Wuhou, the heir of the Li Wuhou sacred sect, the future leader. Wherever he went, he was heralded and revered by thousands. Yet today, on this very day, in Tianyin city, before the gaze of the masses, he had been struck down like a mere toy. A profound humiliation. This was a disgrace he could never hope to erase from his life. I will kill you. I shall rend you into 1,000 pieces. Boom! A surge of flames, tenfold more ferocious than before, erupted from within him. This time, he held nothing back. However, just as he was about to launch himself forward, a ghostly figure appeared silently before him. It was a middle-aged man clad in a gray robe, with a stern visage and an icy demeanor, as unyielding as ancient frost. He stood there with an imposing presence that enveloped the entire arena in an aura of dread. A transformation realm expert, and one at the peak of the transformation realm. Hiss! The surrounding cultivators inhaled sharply, their eyes filled with awe. The protector of the Li Wuhou sacred sect, the gray-robed man, without even glancing at the enraged Li Wuhou, simply placed a hand gently upon his shoulder. Buzz! The overwhelming flames that could scorch mountains and boil seas were extinguished in an instant, as if doused by a bucket of cold water. Calm yourself, young master. The gray-robed man spoke, devoid of any emotion. Li Wuhou trembled, his eyes aflame with fury, glaring at the gray-robed man. Elder 6, release me. I must kill her. I will certainly slay that scoundrel today. The gray-robed man, known as Elder 6, did not even lift his eyelids, but spoke in a tone that was merely matter of fact. Young master, have you forgotten the rules? This is Tianyin city, the territory of the Qingyun Sect. Private duels are strictly prohibited within the city. Those who violate this rule, regardless of their identity or background, shall be executed without mercy. The last 3 words were spoken softly, yet they carried an undeniable and ironclad resolve. The Tianyin Sect, as the true hegemonic force of the eastern region, had rules that none dared to defy. Even the sacred sect of the flame must grant this face. Li Wuhou's body froze, and a sliver of reason finally returned. Yet, the humiliation and fury within him surged like a volcano on the brink of eruption, threatening to engulf him entirely. Is this how it shall end? He pointed at his own face, the searing imprint of a slap serving as undeniable proof of his disgrace. Shall he allow this wild girl to publicly humiliate the sacred sect of the flame? The gaze of the sixth elder finally lifted from the ground, slowly traversing the crowd and landing upon the composed young woman in red atop the tea house. His eyes were as cold as steel. Of course, this cannot simply be left unresolved. He spoke slowly, his voice resonating throughout the surroundings. Any grievances could be settled within the Tianyin secret realm, with blood as the resolution. Upon hearing this, Li Wuhou's breath became heavy. He understood. The madness upon his face gradually morphed into a sinister, resentful, and lecherous smirk. Yes, the secret realm. The Tianyin secret realm. There, he could act with impunity. He stared intently at Xian'er, then glanced at the ethereal Lin Chuyan beside her, and the seemingly wooden Mushi. Very well. He extended his tongue, licking the remnants of a slap from the corner of his mouth, his voice hoarse and twisted. Qingyun Sect, I shall remember you. You insolent little wretch, wait for me. And you, Lin Chuyan, and that expressionless one. His gaze slithered over the three women like a venomous snake, brimming with unabashed possessiveness. Once we enter the Tianyin secret realm, let us see who can protect you. At that time, none of you will escape. This young master shall capture you all, strip you bare, and make you my exclusive harem. I shall make you wish for life, but find none, and desire death, but cannot attain it. Ha 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 ha. After leaving this venomous declaration, Li Wuhou, under the protection of the sixth elder, led a group of disheveled guards, awkwardly pushing through the crowd, disappearing at the end of the street. A profound silence enveloped the tea house and its surroundings. Only the battered tofu pudding stall remained, silently recounting the events that had just transpired. After a long while, TSK. Xian'er clicked her tongue, not a trace of fear on her face, but rather an excited smile. A harem? Quite the audacious claim. Do you seek annihilation? The coldness in Lin Chuyan's eyes crystallized into palpable killing intent. She could overlook personal affronts, but to insult her master and her sisters, this man must die. Meanwhile, Mushi, who had seemed to drift in a world detached from all, finally slowly lifted her eyelids. Her emotionless, glassy eyes gazed in the direction where Li Wuhou had vanished. Her cherry lips parted, uttering two words: noise. Seeking death. Chapter 75. Unearthing the ancestors to whip the corpse. As Mushi's words fell, the phrase seeking death floated lightly, yet bore an undeniable weight of judgment. The surrounding air seemed to chill further. The once boisterous crowd now resembled ducks with their necks grasped, mouths agape, yet producing no sound. These three young women were increasingly formidable. The threats from the young master of the Li Fire Sacred Sect were already venomous enough. Yet these three maintained their composure, each radiating a more intense aura of lethality than the last. Especially the last one, the icy beauty who had remained silent until now. Her first words were a declaration of seeking death. Who in the world bestowed such confidence upon them? As waves of astonishment surged through the hearts of the onlookers, unable to comprehend the situation, in a corner of the second floor of the tea house, a middle-aged man dressed in a plain blue long robe, seemingly unremarkable and even somewhat downtrodden, slowly set down his teacup. A soft clatter echoed. He had remained seated throughout, as if isolated from the clamor of the world. At this moment, he leisurely stood up, brushed off non-existent dust from his sleeves, and walked step by step to the large hole created by Xian'er's slap. He lowered his gaze, briefly observing the chaotic scene of the tofu pudding stall below, then raised his eyes towards the direction where Li Wuhou and the others had disappeared, his expression tranquil as a still pond. He was none other than Li Changjian, the protector of the three women and an outer sect steward of the Qingyun Sect. Turning back, he offered a warm smile to Lin Chuyan and the other two, a smile as gentle as a spring breeze. That grin was simple and sincere, reminiscent of a humble farmer who had toiled in the fields all his life. Ladies, do not let the words of such insignificant insects provoke your ire. It is not worth jeopardizing your health. His voice was soft and rich, imbued with a calming power. Merely a young master of the Li Fire Sacred Sect, a mere clown, hardly worth mentioning. Lin Chuyan and Xian'er nodded slightly, their expressions respectful. Stewardly, they acknowledged. Li Changjian waved his hand, his honest smile unwavering as he spoke in a casual, unhurried tone. Ladies, you need not worry. Those who dare to speak disrespectfully towards my Qingyun sect. He paused, seemingly pondering his wording. The surrounding cultivators held their breath, hearts racing in anticipation. The elder of the Qingyun sect was about to speak. After a moment of contemplation, Li Changjian found the most suitable expression and, with the gentlest tone, uttered words that would this seat will personally dig them up, grind their bones to dust, and whip their corpses 3,000 times. Only then will the hatred in my heart be appeased. Hisses. Sharp gasps rose one after another, merging into a single wave of cold breath. It was as if the entire world had once again been muted. Every expression froze. The shock on their faces was 100 times greater than when they had just seen Li Wuhou slapped fly. Holy shit, what the hell kind of ruthless monster crawled out this time? Wipe out his entire clan, dig up their graves, and whip the corpses. Brother, do you even know what you're saying? That's the Li Wuhou sacred sect, a hegemonic power beneath the 9 holy lands. One of the top behemoths in the eastern domain, and you're just casually talking about exterminating their whole clan? Digging up their ancestral graves? Your tone is even more brutal than that little girl slapped just now. Madman, this Qingyun sect, from top to bottom, old to young, is a pack of lunatics. Seeing the crowd's ghost-struck expressions, Li Changjian seemed a little embarrassed. He scratched his head and gave a simple, honest smile. Of course, our sect master is benevolent and always persuades others with virtue. If that brat comes over now, kneels and kowtows an apology, breaks his own limbs, and cripples his cultivation, I might consider sparing his ancestors' graves a complete desecration. Just exterminate 9 generations instead. Everyone, someone spat out a mouthful of tea. Brother, please stop smiling. Your smile is terrifying. You call that persuading with virtue? Is your virtue the lack of virtue kind? At that moment, an absurd yet painfully real thought surfaced in everyone's minds. This obscure Qingyun sect, could it be some ancient demonic colossus that has been passed down for billions of years? The shocking turmoil sparked by a single bowl of tofu pudding finally came to an end in the strangest way imaginable. But its aftershocks over the following days spread through Tianyin city like a virus. As the opening day of the Tianyin secret realm approached, forces big and small from across the eastern domain gathered like carp crossing a river. For a time, Tianyin city became the center of converging storms. In the sky, sword lights crisscrossed like woven threads, and treasure ships sailed across the heavens. On the ground, spirit beasts roared, and magnificent carriages pulled by exotic creatures came and went without end. Nascent soul cultivators, normally rare and exalted, were now as common as cabbages. Even soul formation ancestors occasionally revealed a trace of their aura, prompting crowds to bow in reverence. This journey into the Tianyin secret realm was unprecedented in scale. Aside from the lofty and elusive 9 holy lands, who sent no disciples to train, nearly 30% of the eastern domain's hegemonic powers had mobilized in full force. More than half of the esteemed sects and second-rate families are striving with all their might to partake in this grand event. This can undoubtedly be regarded as the largest gathering in the eastern domain, aside from the 9 sacred lands. Among the numerous sensational headlines circulating, the most widely discussed and intriguing tale pertains to the Qingyun sect, tofu pudding, and the disinterment of ancestral graves. Have you heard? The young master of the Li Wuhou sacred sect was recently slapped into a tofu pudding stall at Taihe Tower. But that's not all. I was there at the scene. The spectacle was utterly devastating. His face was smeared with a mixture of red and white, resembling a performer on stage. I've heard even more explosive news followed. The young lady who dealt the blow belongs to the Qingyun sect, and her elders have proclaimed their intent to annihilate the entire Li Wuhou sacred sect and even exhume their ancestors for desecration. What? Is that for real? So audacious. Absolutely true. The entire Tianyin city is abuzz with this news. The Li Wuhou sacred sect members are turning pale. It's said that Li Wuhou has been locked away in his room, smashing things in a fit of rage these past few days. Haha, what a formidable entity is the Qingyun sect. I'm all in. In an instant, the previously obscure name of the Qingyun sect has gained notoriety throughout Tianyin city in an extraordinarily unconventional manner. Finally, the day of the Tianyin secret realm's opening has arrived. In the heart of the city, atop the vast white jade square, throngs of people gather, bustling with excitement. All the young talents from various factions have converged here, eager and expectant, their eyes sparkling with fervor. Silence. Suddenly, an ancient and authoritative voice resonated like thunder, echoing in everyone's ears. On the elevated platform at the center of the square stood an elder, with hair and beard as white as snow, donned in a celestial robe, having appeared there unbeknownst to anyone. He stood there quietly, an overwhelming and terrifying aura, as vast as the starry sea, enveloping the entire square. The Grand Elder of the Qingyun Sect, a formidable being who has lived for thousands of years, a peak expert of the Dongxi realm, with eyes like lightning. The Grand Elder surveyed the crowd and slowly began to pronounce the rules. There are 3 rules. First, within Tianyin City, private duels are strictly forbidden. From this day forth, should any elder dare to oppress the young disciples under our care, they must not blame the Tianyin sect for being merciless. They shall be executed. Second, once outside Tianyin City and within the Tianyin secret realm, life and death are predetermined, and wealth and honor are in the hands of fate. All grievances and enmities shall remain irrelevant to the outside world. Our elders are forbidden from intervening. Third, within the secret realm, opportunities and dangers coexist. Whether one emerges as a dragon or a worm depends solely on their own abilities. His voice, devoid of emotion, yet imbued with an undeniable, ironclad decree. As his words concluded, the Grand Elder formed a hand seal and pointed vehemently towards the heavens. The secret realm opened. Boom! In an instant, the heavens trembled violently. Above the square, the space twisted like rippling water, and then a pillar of light that pierced the heavens, and the earth suddenly tore through the clouds. Within the radiant column of light, an immense, swirling vortex of vibrant colors materialized from thin air. An ancient, vast, and mysterious aura cascaded from the vortex, sending a shiver through the hearts of all who beheld it. The secret realm of Tianyin had opened. Charge! Came a shout from an unknown voice. In the next moment, tens of thousands of young cultivators transformed into streaks of light, rushing toward the colorful vortex above like a swarm of locusts, fervently plunging into its depths. The tide of people surged, creating a scene of unparalleled grandeur. On the chaotic fringes of this throng stood Lin Chuyan, Xian'er, and Mushi side by side. They exchanged glances at the frenzied crowd, and then looked at one another. Xian'er's lips curved into a smile, revealing a glimmer of eager battle spirit. Sister, junior sister, it's time for us to collect our dues. Lin Chuyan's cool gaze pierced into the depths of the vortex, as if she had already locked onto a target, a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flickering in her eyes. Mushi remained impassive, merely nodding gently. In the next instant, the 3 exquisite figures morphed into 3 streaks of light, neither hurried nor slow, yet as swift as lightning, plunging directly into the vast, colorful vortex. Their silhouettes vanished in an instant. Chapter 76, The Sage's Secret Realm? It pales in comparison to the restroom of my Qingyun sect. A whirlwind of sensations engulfed them, as if they had been thrust into a washing machine, spinning at breakneck speed for 1,800 rotations. When the intense sensation of being torn apart finally subsided, and solid ground beneath their feet offered a reassuring touch, Lin Chuyan, Xian'er, and Mushi found themselves in a completely new world. Ugh! Xian'er rubbed her still dizzy head, her delicate nose twitching slightly. Wow! She exclaimed dramatically. The air here is so thin. The spiritual energy is as insipid as plain water. Taking a breath feels painful to the lungs. Is this place truly capable of producing treasures? I have serious doubts. As she spoke, she waved her hand dismissively, as if the air itself were tainted. Lin Chuyan and Mushi remained silent, merely surveying their surroundings. Before their eyes lay an expansive, untamed mountain range. Towering ancient trees, each requiring a dozen people to encircle, loomed above, with enormous vines coiling around them like dragon serpents. In the distance, perilous peaks pierced the clouds, shrouded in mist, accompanied by the haunting echoes of distant beastly roars, adding an air of primordial wilderness to this secret realm. It was indeed a paradise, a hidden land of bliss. Yet, that was all it was. For the vast majority of cultivators from the Eastern Domain, the concentration of spiritual energy here was nearly 3 to 5 times that of the outside world, making it a veritable sanctuary for cultivation. However, for those who hail from the Qingyun Sect, this place was nothing short of a desolate backwater. Xian'er clicked her tongue, her expression one of disappointment. Is this it? I expected something extraordinary from this so-called Tianyin secret realm. A realm opened by a sage, which sage is so impoverished that they venture forth without spirit stones. The concentration of spiritual energy here is less invigorating than the millennia-old miasma found in our sect's latrine. If outsiders were to overhear this, they would likely experience a catastrophic collapse of their convictions. The sacred realm, reduced to such a comparison? At that moment, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The surrounding light flickered incessantly as figures of cultivators were expelled from the void. Upon landing, they scarcely had time to catch their breath before their eyes sparkled with fervor, akin to starving wild dogs encountering a bone, as they frantically dashed in all directions. There's a disturbance in the spiritual energy over there. It must be the emergence of a rare treasure. It's all mine. The Millennium Red Fruit. Here I come. Look, on that cliff, a purple sunflower is growing. At least 500 years old. Get lost. I saw it first. In an instant, the entire forest erupted into chaos, with figures clashing violently over a few hundred or thousand-year-old spiritual herbs. The scene was exceedingly tumultuous, brimming with a primal and joyful essence. Observing these cultivators, akin to locusts ravaging the land, Xian'er's mouth formed a Na shape in astonishment. She turned to Lin Chuyan and Mushi, asking, Junior sister, are they robbing us? Just for those few carrot grasses we use to feed the rabbits at our sect's back mountain? Lin Chuyan coolly surveyed the ruckus and replied, it's the purple sunflower, a centenary herb, useful for refining foundational elixirs. Xian'er's eyes widened in realization. Oh, so it's that thing we burn for firewood? Lin Chuyan, indeed. Mushi, though it is true, could you refrain from stating it so unapologetically? It makes us sound like lawless bandits. Sighing, Xian'er clasped her hands behind her back, exuding an air of maturity as she leisurely strolled through the forest. Well, we're here now. Let us consider it a rural experience, a chance to live life. Sisters, let us not just stand around. Let us wander and see if there are any unfortunate souls who dare to cross our paths. After all, I haven't collected my rent yet. She clenched her small fists, producing a satisfying crackle, her face adorned with a devilish grin. Lin Chuyan and Mushi exchanged glances, shaking their heads in resignation as they followed her. This was hardly an expedition for treasure hunting. It was clearly three formidable figures on an outing to the novice village. The trio ambled leisurely, while the surrounding cultivators, energized as if on a stimulant, desperately wished for extra legs to scour for opportunities. Yet, these three resembled queens surveying their domain, displaying no interest in the so-called treasures of heaven and earth. As they passed through, the cultivators, who were fervently battling for a single spiritual herb, paused involuntarily, casting bewildered glances at the trio. These three young ladies, were their minds truly intact, while others exerted themselves? They appear to be leisurely shopping, dressed so splendidly. Had they come to the secret realm merely for a photo shoot? Soon, the three ventured beyond the initial landing area, delving deeper into the secret realm. After an indeterminate period of walking, a sudden surge of intense energy waves and a cacophony of shouts echoed ahead. What is happening? Xian'er's eyes sparkled. Her earlier lethargy vanished in an instant as she urged her companions forward. Let us go, let us go. We must see the commotion. It would be a sin not to witness it. As they traversed through a dense forest, the scenery abruptly opened up. Before them lay a valley teeming with at least 100 onlookers, all fixated on the center. There, a beast towering 30 feet high, clad in ebony scales and resembling a colossal gorilla, roared defiantly towards the heavens. Each thump of its chest resounded like thunder, sending shockwaves that scattered the debris on the ground. A fierce and violent aura permeated the entire valley. A half-step yuan-ing black-scaled demon ape? Someone in the crowd trembled. What an overwhelming demonic energy. This creature's strength is likely perilously close to that of a true yuan-ing powerhouse. How terrifying. The most formidable among us is merely at the peak of the golden core stage. Whoever dares to approach will meet their demise. Behind the imposing black-scaled demon ape, a spiritual herb, entirely crimson and resembling coral, swayed gently, emitting a faint fiery glow. The area around the herb formed a distinct domain, with the air warping due to the heat it radiated. It's a low-grade, earth-tier, spiritual herb, crimson flame coral grass. My heavens, it's actually an earth-tier herb. Should we acquire it, it will be sufficient for us to break through our bottlenecks and perhaps even glimpse the path to Yuan-ing. In that moment, everyone's breaths grew heavy, their eyes filled with greed and desire. Yet, gazing at the iron tower like black-scaled demon ape guarding the herb, none dared to take a step forward. The treasure was enticing, but one must retain their life to seize it. The talented individuals encircled the valley, engaging in heated discussions, yet feeling utterly helpless. Some proposed a united front, but questions of who would advance first, who would remain behind, and how to divide the spoils led to distrust. Others contemplated using cunning to distract the beast, yet the black-scaled demon ape, possessing considerable intelligence, remained steadfast beside the herb. Thus, the scene remained at an impasse. At that moment, Xian'er, having finally squeezed to the forefront of the crowd, blinked her beautiful eyes upon discerning the situation. She nudged her companion Lin Chuyan, senior sister. What are they doing? Lin Chuyan's cold gaze lingered on the so-called Earth-grade spiritual herb for a mere moment before she lost interest. They were gathered around a monkey and a patch of weeds. Oh, Xian'er, seemingly puzzled, nodded slightly, and then turned her attention to the imposing black-scaled demon ape that rendered hundreds of prodigies motionless. A look of utter confusion crossed her delicate face. Is this it? This little monkey, barely grown, has frightened them to this extent? And that wretched weed, an earth-grade inferior? Isn't this the very thing we use in our sect as spiritual fields to enrich the soil? It's so deformed that its medicinal efficacy is nearly depleted. Yet it dares to be called earth-grade? Her voice was neither too loud nor too soft, but in the tense and silent atmosphere of the standoff. It rang out with remarkable clarity. Suddenly, hundreds of eyes from the valley's periphery converged on Xian'er. The expressions reflected shock, disbelief, anger, but more so, a condescending pity akin to that reserved for fools. What? Who is this girl? How audacious! A barely grown monkey? Fertilizer for soil improvement? Do you even comprehend what you're saying? That is a terrifying beast of the half-step nascent soul realm. It is an earth-grade spiritual herb that can drive countless golden core cultivators to madness. You use earth-grade spiritual herbs as fertilizer. Before you boast, could you not draft a rough outline first? Amidst the crowd, a young man, elegantly dressed and holding a folding fan, stepped forward with a cold sneer. Huh, where did this wild girl come from, so ignorant of the heavens and the earth? Do you think this Tianyin secret realm is your family's backyard? If you have the ability, go in and deal with that little monkey, pluck that fertilizer. As soon as he spoke, laughter erupted around him. Exactly. All talk and no action is mere pretense. Little girl, one can eat a meal haphazardly, but one must not speak carelessly, or it could be fatal. Go home and find your mother. This is not a place for you. Listening to the derision around her, Xian'er not only remained unperturbed, but her eyes sparkled even brighter. She looked at the provocateur in fine clothing, grinning like a mischievous little fox. Oh, so you said that? The next moment, under the astonished gazes of all, the girl moved. Chapter 77. Slapping the nascent soul to death? The spiritual herb only worthy of firewood. Oh, so you said that? The next moment, under the astonished gazes of all, the girl moved. There was no flash of spiritual light, no surge of momentum, and certainly no earth-shattering initiation. She simply took a step. One step, 2 steps. Walking leisurely, it seemed as though one were not approaching a terrifying beast capable of tearing apart a golden core cultivator, but rather strolling towards the vegetable patch in one's own backyard, ready to pluck a carrot. The young man, clad in splendid attire, wore a sneer that was frozen on his face. The onlooking cultivators, poised to witness a spectacle, had their lips curled upwards in anticipation. Time appeared to have been pressed into slow motion at that moment, in the pupils of all present. The petite figure of the girl and the massive black-scaled demonic ape loomed large. One was small, the other immense. One was still, the other in motion. Together, they formed an extraordinarily bizarre, yet profoundly shocking tableau. Roar! The black-scaled demonic ape sensed the provocation, and its enormous eyes, akin to lanterns, instantly filled with crimson fury. Just a mere human, a girl who appeared so fragile, as if she could be crushed with a mere touch. How dare she disregard its majesty? Seeking death, it thundered against its iron-like chest, producing the resounding beats of war drums. The violent shock wave surged forth like a tsunami, forcing the front-row cultivators to stagger back, their blood surging. This was the might of a half-step Yuanying. Merely its aura was enough to intimidate 100 golden core prodigies. Yet that maiden, Xian'er, did not even lift her eyelids. Instead, she scrunched her delicate nose in disdain. How noisy! Those two words floated lightly from her lips, as if she were complaining about a neighbor's barking dog. And then, just as the massive palm of the black-scaled demonic ape, resembling a gigantic fan, was about to strike down upon her head with a whirlwind that tore through the air, she finally raised her hand. A white, slender, delicate hand, seemingly incapable of even firmly grasping a sword, casually met the impending blow. Without comparison, there could be no harm. The ape's paw was as large as a door, dark and menacing, with claws sharp as daggers. In stark contrast, her hand appeared like a finely crafted piece of art, pure as jade, seemingly fragile enough to shatter at a touch. It's over. The thought echoed in everyone's mind. This girl was surely about to be reduced to pulp. The young man in splendid attire could hardly contain his glee, his lips stretching towards his ears. Look at you pretending. Now you've truly made a fool of yourself. However, a resounding smack echoed through the valley. Crisp, bright, it reverberated throughout the entire gorge. How to describe that sound? It was akin to a mother's slipper striking the backside of an unruly child on a summer day. Loud, bright, and imbued with a lesson. Following that, the world fell silent. The wind ceased. The roars halted. The breath of every observer was suspended at that moment. All that could be seen was the towering black-scaled demon ape, standing an impressive height of 3 zhang, exuded an air of formidable authority. Its enormous paw, poised to strike, lingered suspended in midair. The beast's blood-red eyes flickered with confusion, evolving from bewilderment to astonishment, and finally settling into a state of utter dismay, reminiscent of a human grappling with existential questions. Who am I? Where am I? What has transpired? Gradually, it lowered its colossal head to gaze upon the diminutive figure that barely reached its knee. The young girl, Xian'er, lifted her face to meet its gaze, her tiny hands still poised, as if mid-swing. What are you staring at? Not convinced? She challenged, her tone tinged with a fierce innocence. With a resounding slap, she struck the other side of the demon ape's face, achieving a symmetrical effect. The great beast, akin to a mountain, swayed slightly before collapsing backward with a thunderous crash. The ground trembled violently, clouds of dust swirling and stones scattering in all directions. The once formidable creature, which had left countless prodigies helpless and hesitant to approach, succumbed to unconsciousness, its eyes swirling with stars, foam escaping its mouth, limbs twitching involuntarily. Silence engulfed the valley, a profound stillness that rendered all present as statues frozen in shock. The young man in fine attire wore an expression of disbelief, his smile frozen in place as the fan in his hand snapped under the pressure of his grip. A trembling cultivator stammered, attempting to exclaim his astonishment, but his tongue faltered in his shock. This must be an illusion. Someone has cast a spell on me. Wake me up. A burly man slapped his own face twice, his cheeks swelling, yet the scene remained unchanged. The massive demon ape lay still, while the petite girl stood unscathed. Is this reality? A girl capable of knocking out a half-step Yuan-Ing realm beast with a mere slap? What kind of entity is she? Which sacred land-s saintess, or which immortal dynasty-s princess could she possibly be? In the midst of their shattered beliefs and collapsing worldviews, the instigator, Xian'er, made a gesture that sent everyone spiraling further into despair. She disdainfully shook her small hand and brought it to her nose for a sniff. Ugh, it's filthy, covered in fur, and reeks of saliva. I should have kicked it instead. The onlookers were left in disbelief. Is this truly the focus of our concern? That is a half-step nascent soul. Do you treat it as a stray dog on the street? After expressing her grievances, Xian'er finally directed her gaze towards the precious treasure guarded by the demon ape, a low-grade earth-tier herb, the crimson flame coral grass. This spiritual herb, entirely crimson, shimmered with iridescence, exuding astonishing waves of fire-type spiritual energy. Any cultivator who beheld it would experience quickened breaths and racing hearts. Yet, Xian'er merely cast a fleeting glance at it. Just one glance. Then, her delicate lips curled in disdain. Her expression was unreservedly filled with scorn. TSK. She clicked her tongue and turned to Lin Chuyan and Mushi, her voice neither loud nor soft, yet sufficiently audible for everyone present to hear clearly. Junior sisters, look. This crooked, malnourished weed dares to call itself an earth-tier spiritual herb? Just look at its appearance. The leaves are yellowing and the roots are wilting. Its medicinal properties have at least diminished by half. Such trash will be promptly uprooted as weeds in the spiritual fields behind our Qingyun Sect. Honestly, If I took it home, I would complain about the smoke it produces when burnt. Boom! If the earlier slap that knocked the demon ape unconscious delivered a heavy blow to everyone's worldview, then this statement detonated a nuclear bomb directly on their heads. Every individual's mind buzzed, turning into a blank slate. What did they just hear? An earth-tier spiritual herb is trash? A crooked weed? It ought to be uprooted as a weed, and it produces too much smoke when burned. In an instant, everyone's gaze turned dazed and hollow, as if their souls had been siphoned away. They felt that all their years of cultivation, all their years of understanding, all their years of common knowledge had been ruthlessly ground into the dirt beneath someone's shoe. Qingyun Sect. Qingyun Sect. This name thundered like a lightning strike in everyone's minds. What kind of hidden powerhouse, what kind of lawless, unhinged, and utterly insane force is this? To regard an earth-tier spiritual herb as mere firewood? Then what must the true treasures within their sect be like? Celestial tier? Sacred herbs? Or those legendary divine medicines? The thought was too terrifying to entertain. Sigh, how utterly dull, so terribly dull. Xian'er placed her hands on her hips and sighed to the heavens. Her small face etched with disappointment. She had expected some surprise, but this was it. Time to leave, to seek out that Li Wuhou. My rental has yet to be returned, and I hope he can bring me some amusement. With that, she took hold of the equally composed Lin Chuyan and Mushi and turned to depart. From beginning to end, she cast not a single glance at the crimson flame coral grass or the unconscious black-scaled demon ape. It seemed that these treasures, capable of inciting fierce competition among golden core cultivators, were merely two bothersome stones by the roadside. The trio continued to walk away, gradually disappearing from view under the gaze of hundreds of dazed, awed, and fearful eyes until their figures vanished completely. Only then did the profound silence of the valley break. Gulp! Someone, with great difficulty, swallowed hard. And then a roar, a sound long suppressed, filled with greed and madness, erupted suddenly. The spiritual herb is mine. Get away. That demon ape's demon core belongs to me. Its scales are prime materials for crafting magical artifacts. No one shall compete with me. All of you get lost. Boom, boom, boom. The valley, which had been silent for so long, erupted into a battle 100 times more intense than before. Over 100 cultivators, like frenzied wolves, with bloodshot eyes, pounced toward the valley's center. Their target was precisely the garbage and the little monkey that had been so disdainfully dismissed by Xian'er. The scene instantly spiraled out of control. Spiritual light and magical artifacts soared, blood mingled with severed limbs. Chapter 78. The Emergence of the Saint's Legacy, Gathering of Forces. The bloody conflict within the valley raged on for a full day and night. When the last cultivator, clutching a severed arm bone of the demon ape, burst from the valley in mad laughter, only to be beheaded by an ambush awaiting outside, tranquility finally returned for a brief moment. The ground was in ruins, blood flowing like a river. Once a picturesque valley, it had now transformed into a hellscape. And where were the instigators of all this chaos? The 3 young maidens. 3 days later, in the Tianyin secret realm, by an unnamed lakeside, the water was crystal clear, revealing a lush carpet of grass along the shore. The scenery idyllic and resembling a paradise beyond the mundane world. Sizzle. A string of golden, oil-dripping, aromatic grilled fish was sizzling over the campfire. This fish, 3 feet long, was adorned with faint golden scales, its flesh radiating a subtle spiritual glow even as it was roasted by the fierce flames. This creature, known as the golden scale dragon carp, was a peak 4th-tier demonic beast. Its essence comparable to spiritual elixirs, so rare that one could exchange it for a small city in the outside world. At this moment, it was skewered by an unknown branch, being leisurely turned by a delicate hand. Senior Sister Lin, is it ready yet? I am starving. Mushi lay on a smooth piece of azure stone, propping her chin on her hand, gazing longingly at the grilled fish, almost drooling. Almost done, you little glutton, Lin Chuyan replied with a gentle smile, her hands continuing to move as she retrieved several exquisite jade vials from her storage ring. Here, Senior Sister, don't just watch. Sprinkle some cumin. Oh, Xian'er replied lazily, taking the jade vial and tossing her small hand. An indescribable, rich aroma suddenly erupted. The scent was overwhelmingly potent, as if imbued with some strange magic, causing the surrounding flora to unfurl their leaves, while the fish in the lake frantically congregated at the shore. Mouths agape, as if in reverent pilgrimage. Alas, Xian'er trembled slightly, seemingly having poured too much. Sister, be careful. This is the celestial incense meticulously crafted by our master using the stardust of the 9 heavens, phoenix tears, and powdered Kirin horn. Just a sprinkle is sufficient for an ordinary cultivator to break through their bottleneck. With this handful, that fish might very well undergo tribulation on the spot. Lin Chuyan chided, both amused and concerned. Oh, what is there to fear? Xian'er replied nonchalantly, pouting. Our master has plenty of stock. If we run out, we could just ask him for more. Besides, this secret realm is dreadfully dull. She plopped down, supporting herself with her hands on the ground, gazing skyward, her little face reflecting utter disillusionment. 3 days. 3 whole days. Aside from that little monkey on the first day, what kind of oddities have we encountered since? It's either 3rd-tier iron-skinned wild boars or 4th-tier burrowing sandworms. None that could even compel me to unleash a second move. And those cultivators, each one poorer than the last, fighting tooth and nail over a mere blade of grass. It's simply dragging down the average intellect of the entire cultivation world. How tiresome. If I had known it would be this tedious, I might as well have stayed at the sect to tend to the pigs. Mushi, nodding in agreement, added, indeed, the devouring demon pigs, raised in our sect's back mountain, are far more imposing than the beasts here. Lin Chuyan shook her head in resignation, about to voice her thoughts, when suddenly, boom! A thunderous roar resonated from the depths of the secret realm without warning. The earth trembled violently. Then, an unimaginably thick beam of 7-colored divine light shot upwards, like a spear from the heavens, piercing the sky. Within that divine light, celestial melodies seemed to resonate, with dragons spiraling and phoenixes soaring. An overwhelming, ancient, and supremely sacred aura engulfed the entire Tianyin secret realm like a massive tsunami. Roar, hiss. In an instant, countless beasts within the realm, regardless of their tier, prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling in reverence towards the radiant pillar. The tens of thousands of cultivators, who had been frantically searching for treasures and engaging in battles, halted their actions in unison. Everyone gazed in astonishment at the divine light that pierced heaven and earth. What is this? The might of the saints. Oh my! A relic of a saint has emerged. A saint's tomb. Surely, it harbors the legacy of a saint. After a brief silence, the entire secret realm erupted into chaos. Charge! Seize the saint's legacy. Whoever dares stand in my way shall perish. Ha ha ha! This is my opportunity. Mine. Countless beams of radiant light surged forth from all corners of the secret realm, wildly converging towards the direction of the ascending light pillar. All were consumed by a frenzy of desire. The legacy of the saints. It signifies an ascent to the heavens in a single stride. It embodies the potential for future sanctification. This is the ultimate temptation capable of driving any cultivator to madness. By the lakeside, Mushi blinked her large eyes, her small finger pointing towards the resplendent 7-colored light pillar. Senior sister, second senior sister, what is that? It's so beautiful. Doesn't it resemble the fireworks we set off during the New Year? Lin Chuyan's beautiful eyes flickered with a hint of brilliance. This aura undoubtedly bears the mark of a saint. It appears to be the tomb left behind by an ancient saint after their demise. A saint's tomb? Xian'er, whose previously bored eyes were nearly growing weeds, finally sparkled with a glimmer of excitement. She sprang up, brushing off the dust from her hands. A saint. It sounds like it might be a tad more formidable than that little monkey. Let us go. Perhaps there are delightful treasures waiting for us. But what about the fish? Mushi reluctantly glanced at the golden-scaled dragon carp, now perfectly roasted and exuding an enticing aroma over the campfire. Oh, it's just a mere fish, forget it. Xian'er waved her hand grandly. Once we locate that saint, let him treat us to a splendid feast. Lin Chuyan interjected. Sister, the saint has already fallen. Xian'er exclaimed, what? Dead? How unfortunate. He still owes us a meal. Lin and Mu both thought. What the hell? Does he owe you a meal? Does he even know who you are? Meanwhile, at the other end of the secret realm, Li Wuhou stood drenched in blood, his feet planted upon the corpse of a 5th-tier beast, laughing maniacally towards the heavens. Ha 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 ha! The legacy of the saint. Heaven has favored me. His eyes were crimson, brimming with greed and ambition. Once I obtain this saint's legacy, those so-called sons of the 9 great sacred lands will be trampled beneath my feet. Lin Chuyan, Xian'er, Xianxia. He gritted his teeth as he uttered these 3 names, a sinister and lascivious smile creeping across his face. Once I achieve sanctification, you 3 vixens shall await your fate in my harem, to be trained night after night. and that Li Changjian, and the Qingyun Sect. I shall make you wish for life, but find none, and wish for death, but cannot attain it. With that, he transformed into a streak of fire, racing towards the tomb of the saint. Not far away, a dashing young man clad in white, holding a jade flute, bore a confident smile. The legacy of the saint? Who else but me, Xiaoran, the young master of the Fengling Pavilion, has the right to lay claim to it? On another side, a stunning woman riding a purple Qilin, surrounded by an ethereal aura, gazed with indifference. A bunch of mere mortals dare to covet the sacred realm? Ridiculous. This legacy belongs to me, the divine maiden of the Zixiao Palace, and I shall have it. A colossal figure, wielding a blade broader than a door. His muscles coiled like ancient serpents, emanated an aura of dominance as he bellowed with a voice akin to thunder. Silence. Who dares to contest with me? I shall cleave them in twain with a single stroke. At the Blade Mountain Manor, we defy all challengers. In an instant, myriad extraordinary beings, the young lords of formidable factions, stirred at the sound of his proclamation. The entire celestial cloud secret realm became a tempest, with every cultivator converging like sharks drawn to the scent of blood, all heading toward a singular destination. Chapter 79. The Opening of the Saint's Ancient Tomb. Entering the secret realm, where the holy light ascended to the heavens, it was not the imagined ethereal palaces or celestial temples, but rather a door. A towering bronze ancient gate, suspended in mid-air, seemingly standing there since the dawn of creation itself. The gate was adorned with incomprehensible bird-like inscriptions, each symbol imbued with profound truths that radiated an aura of vastness and immortality. The door remained shut, yet the overwhelming pressure of the saintly presence seeped through the cracks, compelling all beings to submit. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several streaks of multicolored light, moving at an astonishing velocity, tore through the sky, arriving before the ancient bronze gate almost simultaneously. Boom! A figure engulfed in flames crashed to the ground, creating a deep pit. It was the fierce Wuxuang of the blazing fire holy sect. At this moment, the red mark on his face, left by the slap of the ancient fairy, had not yet faded, adding to his ferocity. The saintly inheritance is mine. His eyes blazed crimson as he fixated on the ancient gate, emitting a primal growl from his throat. Before he could finish, a cerulean whirlwind quietly approached. The young master of the Wind Spirit Pavilion, Xiaoran, clad in snow-white robes, stood gracefully atop a massive stone, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Wuxuang, do you think a man with a face swollen by a woman's slap is worthy of the saintly inheritance? Wuxuang's fury ignited, flames surging 3 feet high around him. Foolish clamor, a cold and detached voice resonated, as if untouched by the mundanity of the mortal realm. A magnificent purple Qilin, embodying extraordinary grace, descended from the east, carrying a breathtaking woman in flowing celestial attire, the goddess of the purple sky palace. She scarcely regarded the two men, her gaze fixed calmly upon the ancient gate, as if deeming everything in this world unworthy of her attention. All of you get lost. A thunderous roar erupted as the imposing figure wielding the massive blade strode forward, each step sending tremors through the earth. The master of the Blade Mountain Manor, known as the Tyrant, Xianxia, bare-chested, his muscles resembled forged steel, his gaze disdainful and utterly domineering. With the arrival of these 4 formidable figures, the atmosphere at the scene plummeted to a chilling silence. The throngs of cultivators who rushed in subsequently came to an abrupt halt, still panting from their frantic sprint, only to be struck by the overwhelming pressure emanating from 4 formidable presences, leaving them utterly aghast. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. Yuaning. They are all powerful figures at the Yuaning stage. A trembling, loose cultivator stammered, his face drained of color. Good heavens! The Li Wuhou Sacred Sect, Fengling Pavilion, Zixiao Palace, and Ba Dao Mountain Manor. These are the paramount dominant forces of the Eastern Domain. Why are their heirs all gathered here? What are they fighting over? Another cultivator collapsed onto the ground in despair, his countenance filled with hopelessness. It's over, it's all over. I thought this was a tremendous opportunity. But it turns out to be a battleground for deities. For insignificant beings like us, not only will we be unable to partake in the spoils, but we might not even get a sip of the broth. If we manage to survive the aftermath of these titans clashing, we ought to go home and burn incense in gratitude. Shoo, keep your voice down. Did you not see that the fierce one from Ba Mountain Manor, Xianxia, has a gaze that seems to devour souls? In an instant, Silence fell over the crowd as they huddled together, not daring to breathe. They comprehended the gravity of the situation. This grand spectacle had its protagonists already on the scene, while they were reduced to mere background figures, hardly worthy of being called an audience. Just as the tension reached its zenith, 3 young maidens strolled over leisurely, as if taking a post-meal walk. Wow, senior sister. Second sister, look, so many people, Mushi exclaimed, gazing at the ancient tomb. Yawn. Xian'er languidly stifled a yawn, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Her small face etched with disappointment. Is this it? I imagined a cataclysmic showdown. But it turns out to be a squabble among a few Yuan-ing youngsters blocking the entrance to a tomb. Her voice was low, yet in the stillness of the surrounding atmosphere, it resonated clearly in everyone's ears. Yuan-ing youngsters? The multitude of cultivators stood frozen in disbelief, their eyes nearly popping from their sockets. Elder sister, you dare to refer to those who could squash us with a mere finger as youngsters? Surely, you must have a profound misunderstanding of the term youngster. The gazes of Li Wuhou, Xiaoran, the goddess of Xiao Palace, and Xianxia all converged sharply upon Xian'er. Li Wuhou was seething with rage. Xiaoran furrowed his brow. The goddess of Xiao Palace glinted with a frosty glare, while Xianxia grinned, revealing his teeth like daggers. Little girl, do not be disrespectful. It has been said that they're the heirs of the dominant forces of the East, their cultivation unfathomable. Dominant forces? Xian'er blinked, interrupting the speaker, her expression earnest as she inquired, are they truly formidable? Are they stronger than the watchdog of my Qingyun Sect? At this utterance, an eerie silence engulfed the entire space, a stillness more profound than death itself. Watchdog? What on earth is that? It sounds rather impressive. Yet why is it associated with the word dog? Li Wuhou's face transformed from red to purple, and then to black, resembling a dye shop in chaos. You wretched individuals. It is you 3 again. He glared fiercely at Xian'er, his teeth clenched, each word seemingly forced through the gaps of his clenched jaw. You tread the path of heaven when it is open, yet you barge into hell when it is closed. Today, none of you shall escape alive. Xiaoran's graceful smile faltered, and shaking his jade flute, his gaze turned icy. Little girl, one can indulge in a feast, yet one must not speak carelessly. Qingyun Sect. A backwater sect that dares to spout such words here? Xian'er, however, did not even spare him a glance, instead turning her attention to Li Wuhou, tilting her head as if struck by a sudden realization. Oh, is that not the tofu beauty? Among the crowd, several less composed cultivators nearly choked, struggling to breathe as they nearly succumbed. Tofu beauty? Such a moniker is both amusing and venomous. Li Wuhou trembled with rage, smoke nearly billowing from his head. What did you call me? Tofu beauty. Xian'er innocently pointed at his face. What? Did you get slapped into a tofu stall by me? And now you've come out to embarrass yourself with remnants of tofu still clinging to your face? Li Wuhou completely lost his composure, unleashing a thunderous roar. Wretched girl, I will have your life. Inferno of destruction. With a sweeping gesture, a terrifying flame capable of incinerating mountains and boiling seas surged forth towards the 3 women. At that moment, a low hum resonated as the ancient bronze door, which had been closed for eons, suddenly emitted a deep vibration, slowly creaking open a gap. A surge of saintly aura, 100-fold richer than before, mingled with the fragrance of countless spiritual herbs, erupted from the opening. The tomb of the saints has opened. Li Wuhou's impending action abruptly halted. His crimson eyes darted between the 3 women and the ancient door, greed ultimately triumphing over his fury. Consider yourselves fortunate. Once I seize the legacy of the saints, I shall emerge to extract your souls and refine your essences, turning you into my furnace. No sooner had he spoken, he transformed into a streak of fire, the first to rush through the crack in the door. The legacy of the saints belongs to the virtuous. It is not claimed by mere boisterousness. Xiaoran chuckled lightly, his figure turning into a gentle breeze, following closely behind. A throng of ordinary mortals. The goddess of Xiao Palace scoffed, commanding her Qilin. She transformed into a violet light and vanished within. Wait for me. Whoever dares to seize it, I shall cleave them in 2. Xianxia, wielding his domineering blade, laughed heartily as he charged in. In the blink of an eye, the 4 most formidable beings had all disappeared beyond the door. By the lakeside, Mushi tilted her small face upwards, tugging at Xian'er's sleeve. Senior sister, shall we enter as well? Indeed, Of course we shall. With a graceful wave of her petite hand, Xian'er led the way. Thus, before the astonished gazes of thousands of cultivators, the three maidens strode confidently through the ancient bronze door, their figures eventually fading from sight. After holding their breath for an eternity, the multitude of cultivators finally dared to exhale. My heavens, that little girl in the purple attire was extraordinarily fierce, wasn't she? Standing her ground before the four great prodigies. Fierce is an understatement. Just look at Lin Wuhou's face. It's as dark as ink. I must investigate the Qingyun Sect upon my return. What kind of celestial sect is this, nurturing disciples one more outrageous than the last? Enough chatter. The great figures have entered. What are we waiting for? A quick-witted cultivator suddenly realized. Right, brothers, let us charge forth. While the big shots feast, we can scavenge for scraps, perhaps even brew a fine broth. The soil from the saint's tomb is sacred. Bringing back a piece could become a family treasure. Let's rush in. After a brief discussion, the primal instincts of survival and the desire for wealth surged to the forefront. Consequently, the throng of cultivators, dark as a swarm of locusts, surged forth like a flood unleashed, eagerly pouring into the bronze door that radiated endless allure. Chapter 80. These pills are not worth a dog's sniff, heavenly grade techniques. Upon passing through the bronze door, they entered an entirely different realm. Contrary to expectations of jade steps and golden beams, there were no ethereal pavilions surrounded by mist. Instead, what greeted their eyes was an immense corridor that seemed to stretch into infinity. On either side of the corridor, the stone walls were embedded with countless luminous pearls, illuminating the entire space as brightly as day. The air was thick with a rich spiritual essence, nearly palpable, and a mere inhalation made one feel as though every pore in their body was opening up, loosening the bottlenecks of their cultivation. The concentration of spiritual energy here is at least 10 times greater than in our sect's finest training chambers. This is incredible. Meditating here for just a day is equivalent to a month of grueling practice outside. Cheers of astonishment erupted from the crowd. However, this was merely an appetizer. The first four prodigies to enter, Lin Wuhou, Xiaoran, the divine maiden of Zhixiao Palace, and Xianxia, had already transformed into four streaks of light, leaving no shadow behind. As they sped toward the corridor's end, where the aura of the saint was densest, they clearly understood that the true inheritance could not possibly lie at the entrance. What they deemed unworthy, others might find invaluable. Just as the multitude of cultivators steadied themselves and began to ponder, several hundred luminous orbs suddenly illuminated the path ahead. These orbs, vibrant in color, floated gracefully in the air like fireflies. What is that? An observant cultivator exclaimed instinctively. A nearby monk instinctively reached out and grasped a shimmering orb of white light, which landed in his palm. As the brilliance dissipated, a crystal-clear jade bottle materialized within his grasp. He uncorked the vial, and an enchanting fragrance of elixir instantly enveloped him. The precious yuan pill. The monk's voice trembled, his eyes wide as saucers. Moreover, it was of impeccable quality. A single bottle contained a full 10 pills. Boom! This revelation struck like a splash of cold water into a boiling pot of oil, igniting chaos throughout the assembly. What? The precious yuan pill? My heavens! And that, the red one, is the Foundation Establishment pill. It enhances the success rate of Foundation Establishment. An elderly cultivator, stuck at the pinnacle of chi refinement for 50 years without a breakthrough, burst into tears, rushing toward a crimson orb with tears streaming down his face. Get away from me. That yellow-grade superior fiery blade technique is mine. Nonsense. In your past life, you were nothing. I touched it first. Wang Laosan, do you dare seize my vitality pill? I shall fight you to the death. In an instant, the entire corridor descended into chaos. For a few bottles of yellow-grade elixirs, for a few tomes of yellow-grade techniques commonly found at street stalls, tens of thousands of cultivators clashed, blood spilling and brains splattered. Just moments ago, they had united in camaraderie to mock the divine being's squabbles. Now, over trifling gains, they became mortal enemies. At this moment, the avarice of humanity was laid bare in all its glory. Amidst this tumult reminiscent of a bustling market, Lin Chuyan, Xian'er, and Mushi strolled in with an air of leisurely grace. Mushi curiously gazed at the orbs floating in midair. Sister Gu, what are those sparkling objects? They are indeed beautiful, but they seem devoid of any spiritual essence. Xian'er extended her delicate hand and effortlessly snatched a jade bottle containing foundation establishment pills from the air. Without a glance, she brought it close to her nose to sniff. Her expression soured immediately, revealing her disdain. Huh, what a worthless trinket. It reeks of impurities. Even a dog wouldn't eat this. With that, she relaxed her grip. Thud. The vial containing the coveted foundation establishment pills, for which countless Qi refinement cultivators would fight, was casually discarded to the ground as if it were refuse. The jade bottle shattered, and a dozen rounded pills scattered across the floor. Nearby, a scattered cultivator, bloodied after fending off 2 competitors, was poised to snatch the vial when he froze in place. What did he just witness? That young girl tossed the foundation establishment pill and claimed even dogs wouldn't eat it? At that moment, this cultivator felt as though an invisible giant foot had utterly crushed his worldview. He stared blankly at the elixir on the ground, then at Xian'er, whose exquisitely sculpted visage was marred by a look of disdain. A hoarse sound escaped his throat as he struggled to catch his breath. His eyes rolled back, and he collapsed lifelessly. Xian'er, without sparing him a glance, took her 2 junior sisters and navigated around the brawling crowd, continuing deeper into the fray. A group of unsophisticated bumpkins, brawling over mere scraps of dog food. Such disgrace for us cultivators. Her softly murmured disdain floated over the chaotic battlefield, causing all who heard it to momentarily freeze. Dog food? The treasures we fought tooth and nail for are considered dog food in your eyes. Countless cultivators felt their composure shatter. Yet, witnessing the girls' nonchalant demeanor, as if they were crushing not the hearts of men, but mere ants beneath their feet, they dared not utter a word. What joke, to regard foundational pills as refuse. What sort of family do they hail from? Their background must be unfathomably vast. We cannot provoke them. Thus, in an eerie silence, the crowd watched as the 3 girls strode with indifference through this meat grinder of chaos, vanishing into the depths of the corridor. Accompanying them were merely a scant few dozen individuals. Most of these were elders or core disciples from first-rate factions, the weakest among them being half a step into the nascent soul stage, with several others whose auras were obscure, barely having breached the first level of nascent soul. Naturally, they too looked down upon these low-tier trinkets, their aspirations aligned with those of the 4 prodigies. True saintly legacies awaited them. After traversing a corridor spanning several miles, they were greeted by a breathtaking sight. Before them stood an even grander underground palace. At the center of the palace, instead of floating elixirs, there were shimmering barriers of pure spiritual energy. Each barrier pulsed with intricate runes, weaving together astonishingly profound techniques. Earth-grade low quality, the Xianxia. Good heavens! That is an upper-tier movement technique, the Phantom Shadow Steps. I see Earth-tier techniques. The Great Sun Diamond Body, a body refinement technique. The breaths of the several powerful figures who followed and quickly grew heavy, their eyes glistening with fervor. If the yellow-tier elixirs outside were akin to dog food, then the earth and upper-tier techniques here were a lavish feast fit for emperors. This was the true fortune. Any single one could incite a sect extermination war for a second-rate sect. Haha, this Phantom Shadow Steps resonates with my attributes. It is mine. A half-step nascent soul elder cackled madly, transforming into a blur as he lunged towards one of the barriers. Oof. You old fool, how naive. Another sect master at the first level of nascent soul snorted coldly, striking with a palm, a wave of spiritual power instantly sending the elder flying. The dozens who had barely maintained their composure as formidable figures now tore off their masks as the battle erupted once more. The intensity of the scene surpassed that of the minor practitioners outside. Mushi blinked her large eyes and softly inquired, "Senior sister, these techniques seem to be slightly more formidable than the pills we just encountered." Xian'er remained in her languid demeanor, casting a glance at the powerful beings engaged in a fierce battle. Indeed, they're somewhat more powerful. What we saw earlier was mere dog food. These, however, she tilted her head thoughtfully and earnestly provided her assessment. If anything, they are just a slightly better grade of dog food. Upon hearing this, the dozens of prominent figures embroiled in combat staggered, nearly losing their spiritual energy and teetering on the brink of madness. A slightly better grade of dog food? Are you kidding me? This is an Earth-grade technique, they exclaimed incredulously. What then would not be considered dog food? Just as everyone was left bewildered by Xian'er's remark, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Boom! The entire palace trembled violently. In the center of the grand hall, amidst the void, a dazzling golden divine light surged skyward. Within this divine radiance, countless runes intertwined like celestial chains, and it seemed as if a golden dragon was coiling and roaring within. The dragon's roar resonated deep within the soul. A scripture, infinitely more profound than all preceding techniques combined, gradually manifested. That aura, that oppressive force, had transcended the realm of earth grade. It was heaven grade. An ancient monster at the first level of the nascent soul trembled uncontrollably, his lips quivering as he beheld the most astonishing miracle imaginable. It's a heaven-grade technique. A complete heaven-grade technique has emerged. In an instant, the hall fell into a profound silence. All fighting ceased. Whether half-step nascent soul or at the first level of nascent soul, all gazes were riveted upon that golden beam of light piercing through the heavens and the earth. In their eyes, there was boundless greed, fervor, and shock. Chapter 81. Spirit-grade techniques, merely fit for grinding the teeth of dogs. The hall remained silent. The sound of a pin dropping, echoing sharply. That golden beam of light, like an invisible hand, gripped each throat, rendering them breathless. Heaven-grade technique. Those 4 words felt like an ancient divine mountain crashing down upon the hearts of everyone present. For the majority of the cultivators here, this was the pinnacle of opportunity they could ever imagine or hope to grasp in their lives. Gulp. Someone, it was unclear who, struggled to swallow, and the sound resonated harshly in the stillness of the grand hall. It was as if a fuse had been ignited, instantly detonating the powder keg of emotions within everyone present. The heaven-grade technique is mine. A cultivator at the 9th level of the Golden Core stage, who had just been fiercely battling over a terrestrial-grade technique, suddenly found his eyes ablaze with a blood-red hue. With a roar that was anything but human, he charged forward like a man possessed, the first to break the stillness. SystemThe. Such divine artifacts are beyond your grasp. He bellowed. Zhao Laosan, how dare you? Last time you stole my wife, and now you covet my technique. I shall not rest until we are deadlocked. Destiny favors me. Destiny is mine. Previously observing from the sidelines, and even looking down upon the Golden Core prodigies who were vying against the dozens of nascent soul experts, he now cast aside all pretense. What decorum, what grace, all became meaningless in the face of a complete celestial-grade technique. Boom! 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 Dozens of figures erupted from the shadows like sharks sensing blood, wielding an array of magical artifacts, spiritual techniques, and divine powers, all surging toward the golden pillar and the unfortunate soul leading the charge. In an instant, the chaos surpassed the earlier skirmishes among the nascent soul realm, turning into a scene of brutal carnage. Limbs flew, and flesh was torn asunder. Some were struck down mid-charge by multiple artifacts, instantly transforming into a cloud of blood mist. Others, just as they reached for the golden pillar, found their golden core shattered by a treacherous blade from behind. The so-called camaraderie among fellow disciples, the bonds of alliance, proved as fragile as paper in this moment. The elder nascent soul experts remained stationary, their expressions shifting like the weather, none daring to act first. Having lived long and seen much, their thoughts ran deeper. Although the celestial grade technique was enticing, one must possess the means to obtain and cultivate it. Rushing forward now would merely make them targets. Better to let these juniors engage in mutual destruction before reaping the benefits themselves. All of you shall perish. Amidst the melee, a youth clad in silver armor, wielding a fengtianheji, a type of halberd, broke through the fray. He was Qin Feng, the young master of the esteemed Thunder Valley, a formidable force at the 9th level of the Golden Core, unmatched by any present. Thunderstrike 3. Qin Feng roared, swinging his halberd, summoning a tempest of lightning that instantly reduced 3 competitors to charred remains. Bathed in the radiance of thunder, he stepped through the blood, advancing toward the golden pillar, his face a mask of uncontainable ecstasy and ferocity. The celestial grade technique shall be mine. Once I master this divine skill, figures like Li Wuhou and Xian'er will merely serve as stepping stones beneath my feet. I, Qin Feng, am the true protagonist of this era. With a maniacal laugh, he extended his trembling hand, finally brushing against the coveted golden light. Buzz! The light shimmered, transforming into a golden stream that instantly merged with his third eye. A torrent of profound knowledge flooded his mind. The grand Luo Tianlong scripture. Qin Feng trembled with exhilaration, savoring the unparalleled scriptures coursing through his consciousness, nearly moaning in bliss. He had succeeded. He, Qin Feng, had acquired a complete celestial-level cultivation technique. He gazed skyward, his laughter resonating with exuberance and an air of invincibility. The surviving cultivators around him looked on with eyes filled with boundless jealousy, resentment, and fear. The ancient Yuan-Ing masters exchanged glances, their eyes flickering as they began to contemplate whether to engage in a deadly game of murder and treasure theft once they emerged from the secret realm. However, just as Qin Feng felt he had reached the pinnacle of his life, poised to overlook all beings, a languid voice, imbued with a hint of innocence, wafted through the air. Senior sister, second senior sister, Mushi tugged at Xian'er's sleeve, her large eyes sparkling with curiosity. This glittering object seems even better than the slightly superior dog food we just saw, doesn't he it? The moment those words escaped her lips, Qin Feng's thunderous laughter came to an abrupt halt, akin to a rooster whose neck had been suddenly grasped. What had he just heard? Slightly superior dog food? The gaze of everyone present shifted in unison from Qin Feng to the three breathtakingly beautiful maidens who appeared as though they had stepped out of a painting. Xian'er, the little sorceress who had discarded foundational elixirs as refuse, now extended her delicate hand and stifled a dainty yawn. With sleepy eyes, she glanced at Qin Feng, who stood in the center of the grand hall like a celestial deity, and then at the golden divine light that still shimmered around him. With a slight pout, she tilted her head, seriously contemplating before delivering a candid assessment. This can barely be considered dog food. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's expression softened a fraction. The Yuan-Ing masters also breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, this little lady had not labeled the celestial-level cultivation technique as dog food, or else their resolve would surely have shattered into a myriad of pieces today. Yet Xian'er's next remark left everyone utterly petrified. Well, this is only enough to qualify as bones for those guard dogs to gnaw on. The quality is still too poor, with excessive impurities. Even a dog would find it hard to chew. Boom! The entire underground palace felt as if it had been struck by divine lightning 1,000 times over. Everyone's minds turned to a blank slate. Guard dogs? Bones for gnawing? And too hard to chew? Standing in the center of the hall, Qin Feng's expression was a masterpiece of emotions. From elation to ferocity, to astonishment, to daze, and finally to utter bewilderment. He felt as though his worldview, life perspective, and values had been mercilessly trampled into the mud by an invisible giant foot clad in flip-flops, ground into the earth over and over again. I fought tooth and nail, shedding blood and slaying dozens, only to seize this celestial-level divine skill. In your eyes, it was merely a bone that had lodged itself between the teeth. With a sudden sweetness in his throat, Qin Feng could no longer contain the surging blood within him, and a mouthful of old blood erupted in a 180-degree arc, staining the floor before him. He pointed at Xian'er, his lips quivering, desperate to utter something, yet no words escaped his lips. Ultimately, his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed backward, succumbing to the overwhelming heat of his emotions and fainting. The once mighty prodigy, the master of the thunderous valley, was thus rendered senseless by mere words. All the cultivators present, without exception, stared at Xian'er as if they had witnessed a ghost. Even those ancient Yuan-Ing beings, who had lived for hundreds or even thousands of years, felt a chill run down their spines, their limbs growing cold. Madness. This world had undoubtedly gone mad. Who was this celestial being that had emerged? Was the heavenly grade technique truly akin to a dog's bone? Pray tell, what then was not a dog's bone? As the crowd grappled with their existential doubts, Mushi, who had remained relatively silent, tilted her head and interjected with an innocent and carefree tone. Senior sister is correct. I recall a time in my courtyard when plucking a single blade of grass contained greater principles of the Tao than this. She continued, moreover, the two stone lions at the entrance, when they yawn, their roars are far more melodious than that so-called dragon's roar. This is truly rather mundane. Though Mushi's voice was soft, each word struck the very souls of the onlookers like a heavy hammer. A mere blade of grass, surpassing the completeness of the heavenly grade technique. The yawning of stone lions, more impressive than the manifestations of such a technique? Was this even human speech? In that moment, all present came to a profound realization. It was not that the world had gone mad, nor that they themselves had lost their sanity, but rather that they and these three young maidens belonged to entirely different realms. Their level had ascended to heights unimaginable and incomprehensible, so far beyond that they could not even glimpse their heels. In an instant, no one dared to cast greedy glances in their direction. What remained was only boundless reverence and a fear that stemmed from the depths of their souls. "Let us go, senior sister, this place is quite dull." Lacking even a decent toy, Xian'er pouted, tugging at Lin Chuyan's hand. Throughout it all, Lin Chuyan merely nodded indifferently, as if all of this bore no relevance to her. Thus, under the nearly dazed gazes of tens of thousands of cultivators, the three maidens once again strode forth. Bypassing the foaming Qin foam without a glance at the Yuanying elders, and made their way deeper into the palace, toward the area still shrouded in mist. There lay the core of this sepulchral estate. In the depths of the mist, when the figures of Lin Chuyan, Xian'er, and Mushi vanished from sight, the group of Yuanying elders and the surviving Jindan cultivators outside the grand hall seemed to emerge from the depths of water, gasping for breath. They gazed at the unconscious Qin foam on the ground, frothing at the mouth, and then at the golden beam of light that had once driven them to madness, now appearing somewhat ludicrous. In that moment, they found themselves engulfed in profound self-doubt. Who am I? Where am I? Did I nearly lose my mind over a mere dog bone? One Yuanying elder clutched his chest, feeling as though his Tao heart had been crushed repeatedly beneath a steamroller, shattered beyond repair. In his several centuries of existence, he had never questioned life as he did on this day. Meanwhile, in the innermost chamber of the palace, there was no opulent architecture or ornate carvings, but rather an ancient, primal altar. The air was thick with a desolate, oppressive aura, as if a slumbering, ancient deity might awaken at any moment. In each corner of the altar sat a figure in meditative posture. Li Wuhou from the Fire Sacred Sect, Xianxia from the Overlord Body Sect, Xiaoran from the Tai Sword Sect, and the Divine Maiden from the Zixiao Palace, perpetually shrouded in a faint purple mist. These four represented the pinnacle of the younger generation that had entered the secret realm, having arrived at this core location through keen intuition and formidable strength. As for the so-called heavenly stage technique, the great Luo heavenly dragon scripture, to them, it was merely bait thrown out by the master of the Saint's tomb to filter out the insignificant. The true opportunity undoubtedly lay upon this altar. Without a word, the four confronted one another, the atmosphere seeming to solidify as they awaited the right moment. Suddenly, the ground at the center of the altar illuminated without warning with four distinct colors of brilliance: red, green, black, and white. The four beams soared into the sky, transforming into ancient jade tablets that radiated a spiritual power far surpassing that of earthly techniques. Spirit-level techniques. And four of them. At last it had arrived. The towering figure of Xianxia was the first to rise, unleashing a thunderous laugh. His muscles bulged like iron, his vitality surging like a raging furnace. As he stepped forward, the ground trembled beneath him. "The Overlord's mountain opening technique is mine," he declared, targeting the white jade tablet exuding a heavy aura, his massive hand reaching out to grasp it. "Xiang brute, not a chance," Li Wuhou scoffed, flames erupting around him as he transformed into a streak of fire, aiming directly for the red jade tablet. "The Li Wuhou Fun Tiangong, sharing the same origin as my holy sect's martial arts, rightfully belongs to me." Meanwhile, Xiaoran's figure appeared before the azure jade slip like a wraith, silently and without a trace. He did not make any unnecessary movements. With a mere gesture of his fingers, he elegantly sliced through the air. An invisible sword aura effortlessly seized the jade slip, revealing his profound mastery of the sword. The celestial maiden of the Zixiao Palace, on the other hand, remained utterly motionless throughout. She simply raised her delicate hand, and a dreamlike purple lightning manifested from thin air, precisely ensnaring the final black jade slip. In a flash of lightning, the four spiritual level martial arts were claimed by their respective masters. The four individuals retreated to their corners, warily exchanging glances, each refraining from any rash actions. This was the tacit understanding among top-tier prodigies. They had merely sampled the appetizers. The true feast lay ahead. Lu Wuhou secured the Li Wuhou Fun Tiangong, feeling the overwhelming essence of fire laws emanating from the jade slip, a proud and cold smile gracing her lips. The fools outside were still fighting tooth and nail over a celestial-level martial art, unaware that it was nothing more than a discarded trinket tossed aside by a sage. The value of any one of these spiritual-level techniques surpassed that of the Luo Tianlong Jing. Xianxia echoed in a deep voice indeed. That so-called dragon scripture sounds grandiose, yet in reality, It is merely ostentatious, hardly fit even to wipe my behind. Xiao remained silent, merely polishing his ancient long sword. A faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth, clearly in agreement with this sentiment. The purple aura surrounding the Xixiao palace maidens seemed to ripple with delight. They were the true victors. Chapter 82. Celestial Level Martial Arts? Unworthy even a warm one's hands. However, just as the four reveled in their triumph, feeling that they had the situation well in hand, a thunderous rumble erupted. The entire underground palace, or rather, the entire Tianyin secret realm, began to tremble violently, as if the earth itself were in turmoil, heralding the apocalypse. What was happening? Xianquang's expression changed dramatically, nearly losing his footing. Li Wuhou and the others also displayed expressions of horror, fixated on the very center of the altar. There a fissure slowly opened. No resplendent golden light. No divine radiance filled the sky. Only a stream of chaotic energy began to rise, enveloping a seemingly unremarkable gray jade slip. It hovered there quietly, devoid of any oppressive force or extraordinary phenomena, resembling an ordinary stone found by the roadside. Yet, the moment Li Wuhou, Xiao and the Xixiao palace maidens' gazes fell upon the gray jade slip, the four spiritual level martial arts they had just claimed emitted a mournful wail, their brilliance instantly dimming, as if vassals bowing before their sovereign, not daring to lift their heads. In that instant, their breaths were completely stilled. Their hearts felt as though gripped by an invisible hand, throbbing wildly, nearly leaping from their chests. Only two words echoed in their minds: sage. Sage inheritance. This, indeed, was the true essence of this tomb. A genuine, unparalleled opportunity. It belonged to me. The camaraderie that had been forged just moments ago shattered into oblivion. Li Wuhou's eyes blazed crimson, embodying a state of madness, as he unleashed the full extent of his fiery power, transforming into a fearsome fire dragon that lunged toward the gray jade slip. Get away from me! Xianquang's body radiated with golden light, resembling a divine warrior of gold. As he struck with a fist that shattered the air, the force of his blow aimed directly at Li Wuhou's back. This object is destined for me. Xiaoran's voice remained calm, yet the sword aura he released was sharpened tenfold. The sword light spread like a net, enveloping the entire altar. The goddess of Xixiao Palace shed her indifference, her surrounding purple energy coalescing into a massive thunderous pillar, descending with an aura of annihilation. Boom! 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 In that moment, the four most exceptional prodigies of the age cast aside all facades, engaging in the most primal and bloodthirsty combat. The fire dragon clashed with the golden fist. The sword net intertwined with the thunderous pillar. The entire altar was instantly engulfed by a tempestuous surge of energy. Yet, amidst this cataclysmic clash, where the heavens seemed to shatter and the sun and moon lost their light, at that critical moment when annihilation seemed imminent, a languid, yet curiously innocent voice of a maiden suddenly pierced through the chaos, resonating in each of their ears. Wow, second senior sister, look quickly. It's quite lively here. These guard dogs are really enjoying themselves, fighting over a slightly larger bone. The voice was bright and innocent, yet it froze the battlefield like a shard of ethereal ice. Li Wuhou's blazing flames faltered momentarily, almost choking him. Xianquang's fist, capable of shattering mountains, remained suspended in midair. Xiaoran's expansive sword net disintegrated inch by inch. The thunderous pillar conjured by the goddess of Xixiao Palace fizzled into nothingness with a crackle. For individuals, each in their respective corners, frozen in their actions, resembled statues halted by an unseen hand, their faces etched with incredulity. Guard dogs? Fighting over a bone? Enjoying themselves? Mechanically, they turned their heads, inch by inch. At the entrance shrouded in mist, three ethereal maidens approached, moving with their familiar, unyielding gait. Leading them was Lin Chuyan, who maintained her aloof demeanor, as though nothing in the world could sway her. To her right, Mushi blinked her curious eyes, pointing animatedly at the four on the altar, her face alight with excitement as she observed the unfolding spectacle. On the left, the ancient fairy, that little enchantress, was rubbing her eyes and stifling yawns, exuding an air of languor as if she had just awoken from slumber. She cast a glance at the four figures in the arena, rigid as stone sculptures, then shifted her gaze to the gray jade tablet suspended in the center of the altar, which had instigated their fierce conflict. With a slight pout, she emitted a single, Contemptuous syllable. TSK. This bone is indeed somewhat larger than those outside. However, tilting her head, she scrutinized it with earnestness for a moment before delivering her final judgment in a tone tinged with pity. This bone must be what the sage left behind, devoid of any morsel of meat and reeking of saliva. Even a dog wouldn't deign to consume such a thing. Boom! The four prodigies, Li Wuhou, Xianxia, Xiaoran, and the divine maiden of Xiao Palace, felt as if their crowns were simultaneously struck by 1,000 chaotic divine hammers. Their minds went completely blank. Left behind by a sage? Covered in saliva? Even a dog wouldn't eat it? Li Wuhou, the first to react, was already at odds with the three women. At this moment, the amalgamation of old grievances and new enmities became unbearable, and a mouthful of blood shot forth, soaring higher and farther than Qin Feng's previous spout. You all. He pointed at the ancient fairy, trembling all over, his handsome face turning the color of liver, so enraged he could scarcely articulate his words. Beside him, Xianxia, the formidable man of the body sect, now had red-rimmed eyes. His fury was absent. Instead, he felt a deep sense of grievance. He sensed that his strength, his path, and his life's convictions had been shattered by that single utterance. We fought tooth and nail for this supreme treasure, the sage's legacy, and you dare to say, even a dog wouldn't eat it? The blood that Li Wuhou expelled traced a brilliant and tragic arc through the air, landing precisely 3 feet away from the gray jade tablet. Alas, it did not splatter upon it. Otherwise, it might have added a touch of vivid color to the bone left behind by the sage. The entire altar was enveloped in a profound silence. Xianxia, Xiaoran, and the divine maiden of Xiao Palace remained frozen in the moment of their attack, their expressions more vivid than if they had consumed 3 pounds of bitter herbs. They felt as if their worldview, life philosophy, and values were collapsing irreversibly, swept into the annals of history by the ancient fairy's light-hearted remark. Especially Xianxia, the iron-willed warrior of body sect, stood nearly 2 meters tall. His eyes reddened like a rabbit's. He was not angry. Rather, he felt wronged, as if he had painstakingly saved for half a lifetime to acquire a treasured heirloom, only to be informed by a top-notch appraiser that it was a mere trinket bought for 50 cents at a street stall. His heart felt utterly shattered. You all. Xianxia's voice emerged with a tremor, barely perceptible yet laden with indignation. Do not utter such nonsense here. This is the legacy of sages, an unparalleled opportunity. How dare you defile it? He held his head high, striving to salvage a shred of dignity for himself and for the bone at stake. However, it was Mushi's crisp and curious voice that responded. She extended a delicate, fair finger to poke at the ancient Xian'er beside her. Master sister, look. This large hound seems rather disgruntled. Xian'er, rubbing her drowsy eyes, languidly yawned, a tear of physiological nature escaping the corner of her eyes. Disgruntled? She cast a glance at Xianxia, her expression resembling that of a parent observing a 3-year-old throwing a tantrum on the ground, stubbornly refusing to let go of the mud. If you're disgruntled, then hold it in. Do you expect me to praise your taste for savoring the remnants of someone else's meal? Such a notion is beyond my capacity for flattery. I am too modest. A soft chuckle escaped Xiaoran, who, though he did not cough up blood, nearly choked on his breath. His pride, an unwavering sword heart, now tossed into a tumult akin to a washing machine on high spin, overflowing with suds. Modest? You call that modest? Does that imply that our faces are so thin they have become transparent? Enough. Master sister, cease the jesting, spoke Lin Chuyan, the second sister, who had remained silent until now. A flicker of inexplicable hope ignited in the hearts of Li Wuhou and Xianxia upon hearing her words. Indeed, surely this little demoness is merely babbling. The junior sister will deliver justice. Lin Chuyan, renowned as a paragon of excellence, must surely possess discernment. Yet, Lin Chuyan's subsequent action extinguished the flickering flame of hope they had just kindled, as if doused by a sudden deluge. She extended her delicate fingers, pointing toward the gray jade slip at the center of the altar. Her brows furrowed slightly, and with a tone that suggested she had encountered something profoundly filthy. She uttered 2 words. Dirty, dirty. Just a single word, yet its impact surpassed Xian'er's 1,000 remarks about dog bones by a factor of 10. If Xian'er's words were akin to a machine gun, indiscriminately spraying bullets, then Lin Chuyan's utterance was a penetrating round, precisely targeted and lethal. It pierced through the last vestige of psychological defense that the 4 of them held. Xianquang's lips trembled as he attempted to retort, but found himself at a loss for words. Xiao Ran's hand, clutching the sword, quivered slightly. Even the divine figure, perpetually enveloped in purple qi, felt the protective aura around her fluctuate violently, akin to boiling water, revealing the tumult within her heart. It was over, their resolve utterly shattered. The pieces refused to come together. A piercing roar, so inhuman, suddenly erupted. It was Li Wuhou, driven to madness. The relentless humiliation, particularly from the disciples of the Qingyun Sect, whom he regarded as his lifelong adversaries, crushed his pride, his fortunes, and everything he held dear underfoot, shattering them into oblivion. This agony surpassed that of death. Wretched beings! Li Wuhou's eyes blazed crimson, his raven hair swirling wildly, resembling a vengeful specter. Today, none of you shall escape. I shall suppress you all, bringing you into my harem, where I shall train you daily and chastise you nightly, making you understand the true meaning of regret. He uttered a venomous curse, unleashing the fiery power within him skyward. Boom! The searing red flames instantly enveloped him, the air crackling with heat, as if the very fabric of space were melting away. An overwhelming pressure, far surpassing that of an ordinary nascent soul practitioner, descended with a thunderous force. Celestial-grade supreme technique. Heaven-burning great palm. Li Wuhou roared as a colossal hand, entirely composed of red flames and the size of a house, coalesced above his head. The palm shimmered with flowing runes and intertwining laws, emanating a terrifying aura capable of scorching mountains and boiling seas. Submit to me! With a commanding shout, that sky-darkening fiery hand, wielding the might to annihilate all, descended fiercely upon the heads of Xian'er and her companions. This strike, fueled by his resentment, aimed to topple these three oblivious women, utterly crushing their dignity. Xianquang, Xiao Ran, and the divine maiden's pupils constricted in response. They sensed the horrifying power contained within this attack. Even they dared not claim they could withstand it unscathed. Misfortune awaited these three women. However, in the face of this seemingly sky-incinerating palm, Xian'er's reaction was merely a yawn. She couldn't even be bothered to lift her gaze toward the colossal hand descending from above. So bothersome, she muttered impatiently, as if swatting away an annoying fly. Then, almost carelessly, she raised her delicate right hand. A fair, slender, and tender hand, appearing as if it could be easily shattered. Lightly, it met the gigantic, overwhelming fiery hand. To onlookers, this scene resembled a mantis attempting to stop a chariot or an ant shaking a tree. A cruel, sinister smile emerged on Li Wuhou's face. He envisioned, in the next instant, that this ignorant hand, along with its detestable owner, would be reduced to ashes. Yet, in the following moment, the anticipated earth-shattering collision did not occur. The expected wails of despair also failed to ring out. In the moment frozen amidst the astonished gazes of Xianquang, Xiao Ran, the divine maiden, and the formidable Li Wuhou, a delicate white hand met the immense crimson hand of flame in a gentle touch. And then, there was nothing more. That awe-inspiring, seemingly capable of incinerating all things, heavenly flame palm, burst like a soap bubble punctured by a needle, dissipating with a soft pop. Indeed, it extinguished. No explosion, no shockwave. Not a trace of energy leaked forth. It was akin to a mighty pile of dry kindling meeting a torrential downpour. From gathering to burning, and then to extinguishment, the entire process transpired in less than a breath. The atmosphere was serene and tranquil. The ancient maiden withdrew her small hand, blowing on it as if it had gathered some dust. She lifted her eyelids, casting a glance at Li Wuhou, whose smile had turned rigid, a visage resembling one who had encountered ghost. With a slight pout, she remarked, "Is this it? Your flame is even less fierce than the fire my kitchen maid uses." She dismissed it as cool to warm her hands, expressing disdain. Chapter 83. The Shattered Heart of Tao. Only my master is worthy of me. Cool. Li Wuhou's mind felt as though it had been forcibly injected with a ton of liquid nitrogen, freezing instantly and then fracturing bit by bit. The heavenly flame palm, which he had once taken pride in as capable of burning mountains and boiling seas, was deemed too cool for mere warmth by the other. This was no mere insult. It was a dimensional strike, a merciless scorn from a higher plane of existence directed at a lower creature. With a soft thud, it was not the sound of blood being spat, but rather Xianquang, the iron-willed warrior of the Iron Body Sect, who had plopped down onto the ground. It was not weakness in his legs, but an overwhelming sensation that his worldview, along with his very spine, had been wrenched away. Surely, it must be an illusion. Xiang Kuang's eyes glazed over as he muttered to himself like a broken record. How could a full-force strike from the third realm of the nascent soul, wielding a top-tier heavenly technique, be extinguished by mere breath? Beside him, Xiaoran fared little better. His hand, grasping the sword, trembled as if caught in a violent tremor. The tranquil heart of his sword was no longer merely tossed into a washing machine. It had been thrown into a steel furnace, melted into molten iron, and sweetened to the point of excess, resembling a syrupy concoction that sickened him. Meanwhile, the divine maiden shrouded in purple aura, her protective divine light, was no longer merely fluctuating. It was flickering wildly, bright and dim, strong and weak. Like an old light bulb with a faulty connection, it threatened to extinguish entirely at any moment. In that instant, the entire underground palace fell into a bizarre, maddening silence. The minds of everyone seemed as though they had been formatted, blank and devoid of comprehension. They were utterly bewildered, unable to grasp the enormity of the situation, which transcended their fundamental understanding of the realm of cultivation. Li Wuhou, he was the scion of the Leaf Fire Sacred Sect, a figure perched atop the pinnacle of the younger generation in the Eastern Domain, across the vast expanse of the Eastern Domain. Who among them could dare to claim superiority over him, save for the few prodigious sons and daughters emerging from the enigmatic 9 sacred lands? His heavenly burning great hand seal was an esoteric secret within the sect, unparalleled in power and unmatched in dominance. Even fellow practitioners at the third tier of the nascent soul realm, Xianquang and Xiaoran, would find themselves with no choice but to evade or endure grievous injuries under such a strike. There was no alternative. Yet here stood this woman, the seemingly drowsy and yawning master sister of the Qingyun Sect, who appeared on the verge of dozing off again. She merely lifted her hand, and then it was gone, just like that. Was this reasonable? It was utterly absurd. This was more outrageous than the tale of the vendor selling pancakes, who suddenly brandished a Gatling gun and unleashed a barrage into the sky. Naturally, their confusion was understandable. For Xian'er was not merely a being of their dimension. She was the one and only ancient celestial phoenix body, destined to ascend to the immortal realm and share longevity with the heavens. The divine blood of the phoenix coursed through her veins, and her cultivation was rooted in the supreme celestial technique, ancient celestial phoenix method, personally imparted by her mysterious master. Suya. This was genuine celestial magic, transcending all other techniques within this world. What a mere high-grade heavenly technique. To put it bluntly, before the ancient celestial phoenix method, even legendary sacred-grade techniques were but trifles. Li Wuhou's heavenly burning great hand seal appeared to her as nothing more than a child's plaything, devoid of any substantial difference. To employ celestial magic against a heavenly technique? No, this was not merely a case of disparity. It was akin to piloting a starship to crush a child's tricycle, unworthy even of the privilege to fire its main cannon. The mere exhaust from the engines could send the tricycle soaring into the skies. Who exactly are you? Li Wuhou's voice emerged, dry and hoarse, akin to the rasping of 2 sheets of sandpaper against one another. His once handsome visage was now contorted in sheer shock and terror. He stared intently at Xian'er, desperate to discern even the slightest flaw in her countenance. Yet there was none. Xian'er remained languid, even taking the time to nonchalantly flick her finger against her nails, as if she had merely accomplished some trivial task, like swatting a mosquito. Li Wuhou's heart plummeted to the depths of despair. He realized that today, he had not merely encountered an obstacle, but had collided with a neutron star disguised as an iron plate. Run. This was the only thought remaining in his mind. However, just as he prepared to burn his essence and employ secret arts to escape this realm of moral collapse, a voice as cold as the moon, imbued with utter arrogance and indifference, echoed softly. Stop. It was Lin Chuyan, the second sister of the Qingyun Sect, who had nearly suffocated them all with her singular use of a vulgarity. Finally, she spoke again. Li Wuhou's body froze, and he instinctively turned his head. He beheld Lin Chuyan's eyes, resembling a tranquil, icy pool, quietly observing him. For reasons unknown in that fleeting moment, a flicker of unrealistic fantasy ignited within his already shattered heart. Could it be? Could she harbor feelings for me? After all, he was the holy son of the Li Wuhou sacred sect, a figure of noble status and unparalleled talent. Even though he had just lost face, his esteemed attributes remained. Surely, this exalted daughter of heaven possessed lofty standards. Perhaps she was merely testing me in her own unique manner? Yes, it must be so. Yet, the words that followed from Lin Chuyan landed upon his nascent dreams like a colossal, nine-toothed rake, ruthlessly crushing them. She scrutinized him from head to toe, her gaze akin to that of appraising a mere commodity. No, he was even less than that. He resembled an unspeakable substance on the roadside. Then, she parted her crimson lips, each word piercing like a dagger to the heart. You, a sycophant, dare to pursue this princess? Boom! Sycophant. These two words detonated in Li Wuhou's mind like divine thunder, obliterating him from within, searing his very soul, leaving him utterly charred and devoid of a single intact nerve. No, it cannot be. Li Wuhou staggered backward, his face a mask of disbelief. Yet, Lin Chuyan seemed oblivious to his reaction, continuing unabated with her frigid tone, laying bare a fact that plunged him into despair. To be honest, you are even more revolting than my inept royal brother, the prince of the Dacian dynasty. Though his mind is muddled, consumed with thoughts of possessing this princess, at least he acknowledges his identity and does not behave like a dog. And you? Lin Chuyan's lips curled into an unmistakable sneer, dripping with scorn. You are even inferior to that beast. In my eyes, only a man of unparalleled elegance, like my revered master, is worthy of Lin Chuyan. As for you, she allowed a light smile to grace her lips, yet it was colder than a millennium of ice. What are you even worth? This time, the blood that erupted from Li Wuhou was no longer a tragic arc, but rather a fountain of crimson. It was a desperate surge, infused with a shattered dignity, a collapsing worldview, and a heart that had been ground to dust, all mingling together in a torrent of despair. Darkness enveloped his vision. His entire form fell backward, rigid and lifeless. This time, he truly bled out from fury in the most literal sense. Thus, the divine son of the Li Wuhou sacred sect, Li Wuhou, was utterly incapacitated. Chapter 84. The Rebirth of the Filthy Earth. The loyal dog seeks Lin Chuyan. A profound silence engulfed the scene. The gazes of hundreds of cultivators were firmly fixed upon the figure sprawled in a pool of blood. Had the divine son of the Li Wuhou sacred sect, Li Wuhou, really been overwhelmed to death by scorn? TSK, such poor mental fortitude. Was it really necessary to succumb to words calling him a loyal dog? Who would dare pursue Fairy Lin now? Such verbal prowess can be lethal without bloodshed. The Li Wuhou sacred sect has truly suffered a disgrace, with their heir being driven to death by a girl from the Qingyun Sect, an unprecedented tale. Whispers filled the air as eyes turned toward Lin Chuyan and her companions, brimming with awe and a hint of fear. Just then, the seemingly lifeless body twitched slightly. Hey, look, did that guy just move? Exclaimed an astute cultivator. You must be seeing things. His meridians are shattered. Even a celestial being would shake their head at this. Others scoffed. He's really moving. He moved again. Before the last words could settle, to the astonishment of all present, Li Wuhou's blood-stained and dirt-covered body abruptly straightened, sitting upright. Slowly, he raised his head, his face a grotesque tapestry of blood and flesh, but his eyes shone with a terrifying intensity, ablaze not with fury, but with a near-mad obsession and possessiveness. Ha! Li Wuhou let out a guttural roar, fixating his gaze on Lin Chuyan, as if he intended to devour her whole and fuse her essence with his own. Lin Chuyan, he articulated, each syllable rasping like sandpaper against stone. Lin Chuyan's exquisite brows furrowed slightly, her face betraying unabashed disdain. Still not dead? You truly are resilient. Xian'er watched with keen interest, arms crossed, a playful smirk gracing her lips. Oh, resurrected? It seems being a loyal dog can indeed enhance one's vitality. Meanwhile, Mushi quietly stepped back, murmuring, so frightening, he seems. Broken. Li Wuhou, oblivious to their words, found himself consumed by the singular vision of Lin Chuyan's coldly beautiful countenance. He slowly, unsteadily, rose to his feet. You are right, he proclaimed, laughter bubbling forth in a manic crescendo. Ha ha, I am a dog. I am your loyal dog. He spread his arms wide, embodying the essence of madness. But he suddenly pointed at Lin Chuyan, his gaze igniting with a possessive fervor that blazed like a tangible flame. You can only be mine. I absolutely refuse to allow you to belong to anyone else, nor will I tolerate any disdain directed at me. Today, I shall subdue you right here, making it clear who your true master is. The assembled cultivators stood in stunned silence. Was this man truly deranged? Having been crushed by mere finger, left bloodied and prostrate, he now dared to threaten again? Was he so eager for his demise to be more creative? It was evident that his mind had unraveled. Xian'er, feeling utterly bored, casually cleaned her ears. Lin Chuyan's eyes had turned as frigid as ice, oblivious to his impending doom. Death? Li Wuhou laughed maniacally. For you, I would rise from the dead. My world cannot exist without you. Come, become a part of me. Boom. A surge of energy, more terrifying and violent than the previous heavenly flame handprint, erupted from Li Wuhou, soaring into the heavens. This time it was no mere flame, but a dark red spiritual force imbued with the essence of confinement, sealing, and refinement. This was a spiritual tear technique, the phoenix captured by fire from the Li Wuhou Xianxia sacred lineage. The seasoned cultivators gasped in horror. He had lost his sanity. This technique was utterly tyrannical. Once unleashed, it was a fight to the death, specifically designed to suppress noble-blooded female cultivators, turning them into fire slaves. Was he truly intent on employing such a malicious technique against Lin Xianxia? My heavens, this was no longer love, it was madness. Li Wuhou formed an eerie seal with his hands, and dark red flames erupted around him, morphing into countless symbolic chains that twisted and spiraled in the air, producing a cacophony of jarring sounds. The temperature within the underground palace soared dramatically, causing the very air to warp. Lin Chuyan, pay attention. This is the true power of Li Wuhou. I shall use this phoenix captured by fire to lock you eternally by my side. You will become my most exquisite collection. The myriad chains of flame surged forth like fire dragons seeking their prey, descending upon the trio of women with overwhelming force, as if to seal and refine the very space itself. Lin Chuyan's beautiful eyes glinted with icy resolve, ready to strike. Yet a delicate hand, warm as jade, gently rested upon her shoulder. Junior sister, do not be angered. Xian'er, with a playful smile, stepped in front of her, shielding her. Engaging with someone whose mind has been caught in a door is beneath our Qingyun Sect. She lazily stretched, cracking her wrists with a crisp sound. Let the senior sister handle this refuse. Lin Chuyan regarded her sister's figure. Her previously frigid gaze softened, and she responded with a gentle hum. Xian'er turned, her eyes sparkling as she addressed the snarling Li Wuhou, as if victory were already assured. Hey, desperate suitor. She spoke, her voice not loud. It resonated clearly in every ear present. Are you familiar with the phoenix? Li Wuhou was momentarily taken aback, his offensive stance faltering, perplexed by her inscrutable intentions. Xian'er, not waiting for his response, continued unabated. What a pitiful technique you possess, named Prison Phoenix Record. Is it? Such grandiose ambitions, aspiring to imprison a phoenix? She shook her head, a look of pity etched across her face, as if to say she was utterly at a loss with him. How unfortunate it is to have never encountered true magnificence, yet to hold on to a mere trinket as if it were a treasure. Today, I shall extend a gesture of kindness and enlighten you. As her words settled, Xian'er slowly extended a finger, as pure as white jade. There was no cataclysmic aura, no overwhelming pressure to rend the heavens. Her gesture was gentle, akin to brushing away a speck of dust from a petal. At her fingertip, a minuscule, yet resplendent, multicolored flame blossomed quietly. The flame danced lightly, resembling a diminutive, vibrant phoenix, preening its magnificent feathers. It appeared so fragile, so harmless, even somewhat adorable. Ancient celestial phoenix technique, first layer. Xian'er spoke softly, uttering a few words. Celestial phoenix purification. With a delicate flick of her finger, she directed the vibrant little flame towards the vast, engulfing chains of fire. All present held their breath. On one side loomed the infernal prison of flames. On the other, the diminutive multicolored flame. This was hardly a battle of equal measure. Upon witnessing this, Li Wuhou erupted into maniacal laughter. What a charade! Suppress it. Yet in the next heartbeat, the mirth on his face froze. The seemingly innocuous little flame, upon making contact with the first fiery chain, did not explode or roar. The formidable fire chain birthed from the Prison Phoenix Record, capable of melting gold and iron, dissolved silently as if it had encountered its nemesis in the form of ice and snow. It neither burned nor shattered, but evaporated into thin air, leaving not a trace of smoke behind. Then came the second, the third, the 10th, the 100th. The little multicolored flame devoured the endless chains of fire, akin to a bottomless black hole in a leisurely yet unstoppable manner, consuming every last bit. The entire sequence unfolded in an eerie silence. Impossible. Li Wuhou's eyes bulged, the color draining from his face. What is this fire? My true flame of departed fire, my inherited technique. What is this? His voice trembled with an unprecedented terror. Xian'er remained cheerful, a hint of innocent exuberance in her demeanor. I told you it is a phoenix. Your little creation is merely a wild chicken. How can the fire of a wild chicken compare to that of a phoenix? Now, it is your turn. As the words fell, the well-fed, resplendent little phoenix gently flapped its wings, transforming into a streak of light, instantaneously appearing before Li Wuhou. He yearned to flee, to cry out, to resist. Yet, under the absolute oppression stemming from bloodline and law, he discovered that he could not even move a finger. He could only watch, wide-eyed, as the beautiful, lethal rainbow flame softly descended upon his brow. With a soft pop, akin to the sound of a bubble bursting, the once mighty heir of the Li Wuhou sacred sect, Li Wuhou, had his expression of terror and reluctance forever frozen in that final moment. Then his entire being, from head to toe along with his ceremonial robe, storage ring, and everything else, was reduced to the most inconsequential ash under the glow of that rainbow flame. A gentle breeze swept through, restoring the palace to its previous state, as if this person had never existed. It was over in a heartbeat. The entire hall fell into a deep silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Xian'er clapped her hands, as if she had accomplished a trivial task, and turned back to Lin Chuyan, beaming with pride. Junior sister, what do you think? Am I impressive? At last, it is peaceful. Chapter 85. The resources of our Qingyun sect are supreme. Within the subterranean palace, an eerie silence prevailed. No, it was a silence more terrifying than death. It was a kind of oppressive stillness that made even souls tremble, where breathing felt like a sin. Over 100 prodigies from various factions and rogue cultivators stood frozen in place, as if ensorcelled, their eyes bulging wider than brass bells. Their mouths gaped open, wide enough to fit a fist. Their minds were blank, as if the dazzling rainbow flame had purged not only their thoughts but their very essence. What had transpired? Where was Li Wuhou, the son of the Li Wuhou sacred sect, the man who just a moment ago had appeared frenzied, employing the sect's supreme technique? Li Wuhou Qiu Huang Lu, intending to turn Lin Xianxia into a fire slave. Where is he? Gone. Evaporated. Not a single hair, not a grain of ash. Not even a scream had been left behind. Just like that, with a soft pop. A living man, one of the pinnacle prodigies at the nascent soul stage, was erased from this world. If it were not for the vivid pool of blood he had previously coughed up, everyone would have believed that Li Wuhou had never set foot here. Gulch. Someone, amidst the profound silence, struggled to swallow. The sound resonated within the palace, jarringly loud and utterly out of place. In an instant, it was as if a switch had been flipped, and the consciousness of everyone began to coalesce. Then, a chill more piercing than the frigid winds of winter surged from the base of each individual's spine, racing upward to their crowns. Terrifying. This was beyond mere horror. It was a manifestation of divine or demonic prowess. Am I mistaken? One young cultivator trembled, his lips quivering as his teeth chattered. No. Can this truly be called a mere move? His companion beside him, voice edged with despair, exclaimed, that female demon. No, that celestial being, merely snapped her fingers. Snapped her fingers? Is that what one calls it? This was the Li Wuhou Qiu Huang Lu of Li Wuhou, a spiritual tier technique capable of incinerating mountains and boiling seas. And it was consumed in a single gulp? What on earth is that seven-colored flame? Why did I feel as though my very soul was being drawn into it after just a fleeting glance? Qingyun Sect, someone murmured, repeatedly savoring the name. What kind of sect is this? Why have I never heard of it before? Among the top forces of the 5 great domains, East Wilderness, South Ridge, West Desert, North Plain, and Central Continent, does a sect named Qingyun exist? No, absolutely not. Not even among the first-rate forces can it claim a position. An unheard-of sect casually sends forth 3 maidens, each more extraordinary than the last. One with an unassailable tongue, cursing the holy sun. Another unfathomable, her gaze capable of killing. And yet another, who with a mere gesture reduces the holy sun to ashes. Is this reasonable? This is utterly absurd. Could it be an ancient lineage that has long remained hidden? Yet, Even the heirs of ancient lineages would not act so irrationally, would they? The gazes of the crowd towards the three maidens, Xian'er and her companions, shifted entirely. If previously there was reverence and trepidation, now there remained only pure, soul-deep terror. These three seemingly ethereal maidens, untouched by worldly affairs, had become, in their eyes, equivalent to the legendary ancient beasts clad in human skin. No, these beasts were not as frightening. Beasts at least shed blood and leave behind whole corpses. These three, with mere words or gestures, kill invisibly, reducing their victims to dust, leaving no chance for reincarnation, especially that smiling Xian'er, a veritable angel among devils, and a devil among angels. Amidst this atmosphere of unease and chilling silence, on the altar, the three prodigies who had just secured the spiritual tier jade slips wore expressions more sorrowful than tears. They were the young master of the Qingyun Sect, a towering figure, the chief disciple of the Tianyin Tower, a young man in white wielding a long sword, and lastly, the notorious ghost Shadow Hand from the Loose Cultivators Alliance. Their hands hovered in the air, mere inches away from the jade slip, radiating a dim gray light. Yet that distance felt like an insurmountable chasm. Who dares to move? Shall we test it? Did you not witness the downfall of Li Wuhou? That fellow merely sought to transgress against Lin Chuyan and was swiftly purified. If they dared to covet the sacred inheritance of the saints in the presence of these three formidable female demons, their fate would likely be no better than that of Li Wuhou. Beads of sweat, the size of mung beans, cascaded down the forehead of the burly man, and he felt an unprecedented heaviness in his grip on the blade. The pale-faced young man maintained a ready stance with his sword, yet his body was as rigid as a statue. The ghostly figure, too, cursed himself for his earlier audacity, wishing he could sever his own hand for having dared to grasp such a perilous hot potato. The gazes of the three converged in the air, and from each other's eyes they discerned a singular sentiment: cowardice. In the next moment, as if they had reached an unspoken agreement, the young master of the blade sect abruptly withdrew his hand, forcing a smile that was more grotesque than tears, and with a resounding clap, he placed the recently acquired scroll of the spirit-level technique, Overlord's sky-splitting slash, upon the altar. This inheritance of the saints is an unparalleled treasure, rightfully belonging to celestial beings such as the three fairies. I am but a humble individual, unworthy of such honor, and thus I dare not lay claim to it. This scroll of spirit-level technique is also presented to the three fairies as an apology for my earlier transgressions. I beseech your forgiveness. His voice boomed, teeming with a desperate will to survive. Indeed, the young man in white, seeing this, dared not hesitate. Imitating the gesture, he reverently placed his own scroll, rain-listening sword technique, atop the altar. What Brother Wang has said is profoundly true. As mere mortals, how could we dare to vie for glory with the fairies? This inheritance of the saints is solely deserving of a venerable lineage like the Qingyun Sect, a meager token, but it pales in comparison to the honor. The ghostly figure was even more astute. Not only did he relinquish his own technique, ghostly shadow stealth, but he also knelt with a thud. I am a fool, unable to recognize greatness, having offended the three fairies. I deserve a fate worse than death. I implore the fairies to show mercy and spare my insignificant life. I shall not dare to gaze upon this inheritance of the saints, nor this spirit-level technique, ever again. The assembled cultivators were astounded. Good heavens! This maneuver is truly breathtaking. Just a moment ago, they were ready to fight to the death over treasures, and now they are weeping and relinquishing their possessions, even offering their own shares. What does it mean to be adaptable? This is what it means to be adaptable. In the face of the three's pragmatism, Lin Chuyan merely cast a cold glance, her exquisite visage still shrouded in an impenetrable frost. She parted her crimson lips, uttering two words: boring. Beside her, Mushi tilted her little head, her large eyes brimming with innocent confusion, murmuring softly, "Senior sister, why do they discard their own belongings? Is it because they dislike them?" Xian'er was amused by her naive little junior sister. She stepped forward and playfully poked Mushi's forehead. "Silly girl, they are afraid for their lives." After speaking, she languidly lifted her eyelids, casting a glance at the several jade slips on the altar that radiated various hues of light. Her gaze ultimately settled upon a rather dull-looking slip belonging to the saint. The legacy transformed from the remnants of a saint, Xian'er, her face betraying unmistakable disdain. TCH. She emitted a derisive scoff, her voice not loud, yet resonating clearly throughout the entire palace. Is this shabby trinket, left behind by a pseudo-saint who hasn't even perfected their true form, truly worthy of such fervent contention? Such rubbish, in my Qingyun Sect. We wouldn't even use it as firewood in the kitchen, deeming it too weak to ignite, unworthy of sullying the hands of our kitchen maid. Boom! Upon hearing these words, every cultivator present felt as though their worldview had been forcefully slammed to the ground, trampled upon 100 times. What nonsense is this? The legacy of a saint, used as firewood, and it is still deemed insufficiently potent? My lady, are you even aware of what you are saying? That is the legacy of a saint. A treasure so supreme that it could drive any top-tier power into a frenzy, unleashing torrents of bloodshed. Yet in your mouth, it has become mere refuse, unworthy of igniting a fire? What kind of fuel does your Qingyun Sect's kitchen use? The scriptures of the emperors, perhaps? Chapter 86. Hand over your resources. In that moment, everyone lost their composure. They felt their intellect faltering. Has the atmosphere of this world turned peculiar since the appearance of these three women? Just when the crowd assumed that since these three fairies looked down upon it so, the matter would soon reach a conclusion, Xian'er unexpectedly shifted her tone. However, she mused, stroking her smooth chin, her lively eyes twinkling with mischief. Though it may be rubbish, it would be a pity to leave it here. My ancient clan is currently recruiting, seeking to expand our family influence, and we are in need of some notable techniques to enrich our collection. These 4 volumes of spirit-grade techniques, combined with this saint-level technique, should suffice for the peripheral disciples to practice for a few hundred years. As she spoke, she waved her delicate hand. In light of this, I shall show some benevolence and take it upon myself to dispose of this rubbish for you. Buzz! An invisible force surged forth, and the 5 jade slips upon the altar, including the 3 spirit-grade slips offered up voluntarily by the prodigies, instantly transformed into 5 streaks of light, seamlessly flying into Xian'er's storage ring. The motion was fluid and executed in one continuous flow. Master of the Blade Sect, Chief of the Listen Rain Tower, Ghost Shadow Hand, we merely wish to relinquish the saint's legacy. We never intended to offer up our own. While they had voluntarily placed them there, it was merely a formality for survival, was it not? How could you truly claim them all? The hearts of the 3 were bleeding. That was a spiritual technique they had fought desperately to obtain. Yet, even if they had 100 lives, they would not dare to utter a word of dissent. They could only watch helplessly, their faces contorted into expressions of reverence, honor, and joy, while inwardly they screamed, "Devil! You wretched devil!" But did they think this was the end? No. For Xian'er, this was merely the beginning. After carefully storing the jade slip, she contentedly clapped her hands and surveyed the crowd with her innocent, crystalline eyes, a smile gracing her lips. The cultivators who met her gaze stiffened involuntarily, their scalps prickling, instinctively wanting to bury their heads in their own laps. Dear friends, Xian'er began, her voice sweet as honey. You have traveled from afar in search of treasures. It is indeed a fateful gathering. As you can see, the greatest treasure has already been claimed by me. Continuing to linger here seems rather pointless, does it not? A sense of foreboding gripped the hearts of the assembly. Indeed, the very next moment, a radiant smile blossomed on Xian'er's face. To avoid wasting everyone's precious time, and to foster harmony and mutual assistance among us cultivators, I have decided to initiate an activity for resource sharing and collective prosperity. She cleared her throat and declared with utmost seriousness, "Now, I kindly ask all fellow cultivators to voluntarily surrender your storage bags, storage rings, and those yellow-grade pills and techniques you have just acquired, as well as that peculiar item known as the Crimson Flame Coral Grass. Please cooperate with my endeavors. Do not compel me to take more drastic measures. I am typically quite reasonable. I prefer to resolve matters through dialogue rather than force. However, should you insist on provoking me," she paused, tilting her head and revealing a naive yet cruel smile, "then I shall have no choice but to purify you all." The venue fell into a profound silence. Everyone was left utterly stunned by Xian'er's audacious proclamation, their minds reeling. Robbery. This was an unabashed act of theft. Moreover, it was a robbery of over 100 talented cultivators. Madness. This woman was truly insane. They had witnessed countless acts of violence and treasure snatching, but never before had they encountered such a brazen collective robbery disguised under the pretense of harmony and cooperation. Is this what one calls reason? This was undoubtedly the most outrageous logic of banditry the cultivation world had seen throughout the ages. After a brief moment of stunned silence, an unsettling voice finally broke through the crowd. You're going too far. It was Qin Feng, the one who had obtained the Luo Tianlong Sutra. His face flushed crimson, clutching a resplendent jade slip, clearly infuriated. As a direct descendant of the esteemed Qin family from Zhongzhou, when had he ever endured such indignity? Robbed right before one's eyes? If word gets out, what face will I, Qin Feng, have left? What about the reputation of the Qin family? Are we to fear just the three of you? Qin Feng rallied the crowd, his voice brimming with righteous indignation. No matter how formidable she may be, she is but one individual. United, we surely possess the strength to confront her. However, his words were met with an awkward silence. Onite, brother, have you not yet awakened? Did you not see how Li Wuhou met her demise? Our meager skills will either serve as mere applause for you or merely increase her workload. We are all in this together. Treasures can be sought anew, but a life lost cannot be regained. As he observed the lack of response, Qin Feng's expression darkened further. He fixed his gaze on Gu Xian, gritting his teeth as he declared, I, Qin Feng, would rather die than yield. Oh, Gu Xian raised an eyebrow, seemingly taken aback. Such commendable courage. She nodded in approval. Since you possess such spirit, I shall grant you your wish. No, I do not seek death. Realizing she misunderstood him, Qin Feng shouted in haste, his aura erupting with ferocity. I intend to suppress you, Demonis. The great Luo Heavenly Dragon Sutra. The divine dragon descends. Boom! Qin Feng channeled his entire spiritual energy into the golden jade slip in his grasp, unleashing a resplendent beam of golden light that soared towards the heavens. A resounding dragon's roar echoed throughout the palace. Emerging from that golden radiance was a colossal energy dragon, spanning dozens of yards, entirely composed of shimmering golden runes. Roaring as it took form, the dragon exuded an awe-inspiring presence, its scales glittering with arcane brilliance, as if imbued with life itself. A terrifying pressure enveloped the scene, causing many weaker cultivators to falter, their legs trembling as they retreated. Heavens! Is this also a spiritual tier technique? Moreover, its rank appears even higher than those previous scrolls. Such formidable might. Is this the great Luo Heavenly Dragon Sutra? Truly deserving of its place in the stone chamber as a top-tier technique. Qin Feng is prepared to fight with all he has. This strike likely possesses the power of a late-stage nascent soul. The female demon should finally take this seriously, right? Yet, as the golden dragon, fierce and ferocious, charged towards her, Gu Xian displayed not even a flicker of emotion. She was so disinterested that she couldn't even muster the effort to lift her eyelids. Instead, she languidly extended a slender, pale finger. That very finger. All hearts raced to their throats. A cacophony. Gu Xian parted her scarlet lips, uttering two words. Then, with a mere delicate point at the imposing golden dragon, she acted. There were no colorful flames, no ripples of law, not even a hint of spiritual energy leaking. It was simply an ordinary, understated gesture. And in the next moment, amidst the horrified gazes of all present, the colossal golden dragon, birthed from the great Luo Heavenly Dragon Scripture, seemed poised to annihilate the heavens and the earth. Yet, just 10 paces away from the ancient immortal maiden, it abruptly halted. Then, with a sound akin to a puncture balloon, the dragon, stretching dozens of yards in length, along with its overwhelming might, dissipated into nothingness, transforming into pure golden specks that cascaded down like a golden rain, exquisite yet ominously fatal. In an instant, Qin Feng was struck as if by lightning, his body soaring backward like a kite severed from its string. Suspended in midair, he violently expelled a mouthful of fresh blood, staining his chest crimson. He crashed heavily to the ground, the great Luo Heavenly Dragon Scripture slipping from his grasp. Attempting to rise, he was met with an irresistible force, akin to that of an ancient divine mountain, pressing down upon him mercilessly. The sound of shattering bones echoed. Qin Feng let out a muffled groan, his knees buckling, and he collapsed on the ground, firmly kneeling. He was subdued. With a mere gesture, the suppression was complete, plunging the arena into a profound silence. The ancient immortal maiden leisurely retracted her finger, brushing off non-existent dust from her hands. She didn't even spare a glance at the bloodied figure of Qin Feng, who knelt before her, face filled with resentment and despair. Her gaze swept across the assembly once more, her expression still adorned with that innocent, sweet smile. Now, does anyone still harbor objections to my proposal? Chapter 87. Stability and Filial Piety, Scavenging All Resources. The atmosphere was thick with silence, as palpable as the sound of a dropped pin. No, even the sound of breathing had vanished. All eyes were fixed on the blood-soaked figure kneeling on the ground. Unable to lift his head, Qin Feng, the scion of the Qin family, a dominant lineage of the central continent, armed with a high-grade spiritual scripture, the great Luo heavenly dragon scripture, he had unleashed a divine dragon's descent, a force capable of rivaling the full might of a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator. And then, the maiden, blooming with joy, simply extended a finger and gently tapped. And thereafter, there was nothing more. The dragon was gone. The might was gone. Qin Feng had knelt. The entire sequence unfolded with such fluidity that it rendered onlookers speechless, executed with an ease akin to crushing an ant named Qin Feng. At this moment, the earlier boast of Qin Feng, declaring that their numbers would not cower before the three of them, echoed in everyone's ears. In hindsight, those were not boasts of bravado. They were last words. They were not morale-boosting declarations. They were invitations to doom. The gazes directed at the ancient immortal maiden transcended mere fear, plunging into realms of despair. It was a profound despair that emanated from the deepest essence of life when confronted with natural disasters, divine retribution, and incomprehensible, insurmountable forces. Xian'er's gaze slowly traversed the assembly. Her face still bore that sweet smile, one so endearing it could suffocate the very air. Her voice remained as crisp and melodious as the clear waters of a mountain stream. Now, does anyone have objections to my proposal? Objections? Who dares to voice dissent? Who among you is so weary of life that they would dare to speak against it? Silence. A deathly silence enveloped the air. It was within this suffocating stillness that an untimely thud shattered the tension. The crowd turned to the sound, witnessing the imposing figure of the young master of the Ba sect, a towering man with the physique of a tiger, whose legs buckled, and he knelt with an impeccable posture. His kneeling seemed to topple the first domino in a chain reaction. Thud! The white-clad chief of the Tianyin tower followed suit, kneeling gracefully, as if not performing an act of submission, but participating in an ancient sword salute. Thud! The ghostly figure of the rogue cultivator knelt with equal fervor, prostrating himself to the ground as if he wished to embed his very being into it. Soon after, thud, 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 the sounds of kneeling echoed, cascading into a chorus. In but a few breaths, aside from Xian'er and her two companions, not a single soul remained standing within the underground palace. Over 100 prodigious talents from the eastern wilderness now knelt in unison, heads bowed, creating a scene of breathtaking grandeur. To an outsider, it would seem as if a grand ceremonial homage was underway. Fairy, the young master of the Ba sect, raised his head, forcing a smile more grotesque than tears, as two streams of hot tears cascaded from his large, bell-like eyes. Your words, O Fairy, are like a divine revelation, awakening the slumbering minds of us juniors. After listening, I am enlightened and have attained profound understanding. As he spoke, he tremblingly unclasped his storage bag from his waist, raising it high above his head. The resource sharing and collective prosperity proposed by the fairy is an unprecedented initiative, illuminating a path of brilliance for us cultivators. We should indeed assist and support one another in harmony and camaraderie. What is this incessant fighting and treasure-grabbing but a vulgar preoccupation beneath our station? I am willing to contribute my meager strength to this noble ideal of the fairy. This storage bag contains my life's savings, though merely trifles of little worth. I humbly beseech the fairy to accept it. The assembly of cultivators murmured, Goodness, brother, is your enlightenment not a tad excessive? Such heartfelt words are truly moving. Perhaps you have even convinced yourself. Upon witnessing the scene, the chief of Tianyin Tower inwardly cursed the sycophant, fearing to fall behind, and promptly exclaimed, What my brother Wang has articulated resonates profoundly with me. The wisdom of the celestial maiden shines like the resplendent moon in the heavens, illuminating our path forward. He respectfully presented his storage ring. As cultivators, we pursue the Tao and seek longevity. How can we be burdened by mere trifles of gold and silver? The maiden's actions are intended to sever our worldly ties, assisting us in dispelling our illusions. Such a kindness surpasses even that of one's own parents. Every possession I have is contained herein. Additionally, I offer a bottle of exquisite yellow-grade elixir, the Dragon Tiger Great Restoration Pill, alongside a tattered volume of Earth-grade movement techniques. This is but a humble gesture of gratitude. The ghost shadow, a man of few words but fierce resolve, directly levitated his storage artifact, along with the recently acquired crimson flame coral grass, to the feet of Xian'er. He then bowed deeply, tears streaming down his face. Celestial Maiden, you are my rebirth's benefactor. From this day forth, you shall be the sole deity in my heart. Should you instruct me to head east, I shall not veer west. Should you command me to chase the dog, I shall not pursue the chicken. This meager estate of mine, to catch the Celestial Maiden's eye, is a fortuitous blessing accrued over 8 lifetimes. With these 3 leaders taking the initiative, how could the others dare to hesitate? The maiden speaks the truth. Material possessions are but fleeting clouds. I have comprehended. I am entirely enlightened. Thank you for your enlightening grace, Celestial Maiden. Here's my storage bag, which contains my ancestral jade pendant, offered alongside Celestial Maiden. Mine too. Please accept it. In an instant, the atmosphere became exceedingly bizarre. Over 100 prodigies, weeping and shouting, scrambled to present their entire fortunes, as if delay would signify disrespect towards the maiden, a grave sin. Various storage bags, rings, and even freshly acquired elixirs, techniques, and spiritual herbs rained down upon the altar's vacant ground. Soon, a small mountain of treasures formed, a kaleidoscope of colors and radiant energy. Any single item cast aside could spark considerable turmoil, yet now, their owners knelt beside, adorned with expressions of honor and gratitude, while their hearts bled. My heirloom, my capital amassed over 300 years, my millennium blood ginseng, meant for foundational cultivation, all gone, completely vanished. I've been thrust back into a primitive state. Lin Chuyan observed this ludicrous spectacle, and within her icy gaze, a flicker of emotion finally surfaced, a complex blend of incredulity and disdain. She parted her crimson lips to utter 2 words, utterly shameful. Meanwhile, Mushi, with wide, curious eyes, whispered to Xian'er, senior sister, they are so strange. Why do they throw away their belongings and weep? Could it be that their treasures are simply too numerous for them to bear? Xian'er extended her hand, affectionately ruffling Mushi's little head, and with a cheerful smile remarked, silly girl, they are not complaining about the weight. Rather, they are expressing their profound respect for me. Your senior sister. Just look at them, each one embodying such high enlightenment. After speaking, she leisurely approached the mound of treasures, gazing at the mountain of resources before her. Xian'er still wore a look of disdain. Alas, a heap of worthless junk, she mused, shaking her head with a sigh, as if she were staring at mere refuse. Oh well, even the smallest mosquito is still meat. I shall reluctantly take it upon myself to dispose of this for you. With that, she extended her delicate hand and waved gently at the treasure mountain. Buzz, a soft yet irresistible force of spatial energy instantly enveloped the little hill. In the next moment, under the astonished gaze of all present, the mound composed of countless storage artifacts and rare treasures, along with the 5 jade slips from earlier, vanished into thin air, leaving not a trace of dust behind. All of it was absorbed into her storage ring. Witnessing this scene, the hearts of all the cultivators jolted violently. That was the entire fortune of over 100 prodigies, piled as high as a mountain. Just how vast was her storage ring? Was it the fabled Shumi mustard seed, containing a small world within? What sort of power was the Qingyun Sect harboring? As the crowd spiraled into wild speculation, Xian'er clapped her hands, a satisfied smile gracing her face as she reveled in her accomplishment. Chapter 88, Supreme Divine Might, forcing saints to kneel in submission. Of course, this was merely the facade. Deep within her heart, she was already elated. Ha ha ha, I've struck it rich this time. In her consciousness, a chibi version of Xian'er, hands on her hips, was joyfully rolling in an ocean made of spirit stones and magical artifacts. These fellows, all hailing from the eastern wilderness, belonged to second-rate forces like the Qingyun Sect, the Listening Rain Pavilion, or the Ghost King Sect, and indeed possessed considerable wealth. Though these items might not even qualify as toilet paper in the eyes of my Qingyun Sect, to my Gu family, they are invaluable treasures. A smile adorned her face. Yet her mind raced with calculations. My Gu family has only ever been a small, third-rate clan in the eastern wilderness, perpetually bullied by others. With this batch of resources, combined with my identity as a direct disciple of the Qingyun Sect, who would dare to look down upon us anymore? When I return and toss these techniques, elixirs, and spirit stones into the family treasury, won't my old-fashioned father be left utterly astonished? At that time, our family's strength will soar, and within a decade, We shall become a first-rate power. In a century's time, it is not inconceivable to dominate a territory and emerge as a supreme power in the eastern wilderness. Indeed, this shall be the course of action, sustainable harvesting of resources, or rather, harmonious mutual assistance toward collective prosperity. The more ancient fairy pondered, the more joy blossomed within her, her lips curving upward uncontrollably. As she reveled in the splendid vision of her family's rise, Mushi, standing beside her, commenced an unexpected action. This seemingly innocent and harmless little girl, with her short legs, scampered towards the desolate altar. Her gaze fell upon the central feature of the altar, a white jade coffin that housed the sage's jade tablet. Previously shrouded in the sage's legacy, it emanated an air of mystery and majesty. Yet at this moment, devoid of the jade tablet, it appeared merely as an ordinary coffin. Tilting her little head, Mushi extended her chubby hand and curiously tapped on the icy surface of the jade coffin. Knock, knock, knock. Hello, is anyone inside? She inquired in a tone of innocent curiosity. Is someone sleeping in there? It's dawn. Time to wake up and relieve yourself. The assembled cultivators were taken aback. Little ancestor, that is the coffin left behind by the departed sage. It is not the door of your home. Such irreverent words and actions are a profound disrespect to the sage. However, Ancient Fairy and Lin Chuyan remained indifferent. Ancient Fairy continued to dream of the future, while Lin Chuyan wore an expression of aloof detachment, as if Mushi's antics were utterly unremarkable to them. Just when everyone assumed this was merely the curiosity of a little girl, an unexpected transformation occurred. In an instant, Mushi's clear, watery eyes shimmered with a depth of wisdom and authority that belied her tender age, radiating a resplendent purple-golden light. Boom! An invisible aura erupted from her petite frame, not with earth-shattering force or cataclysmic energy. Yet, at its emergence, the very air within the underground palace seemed to freeze. Time, space, and the laws of existence all appeared diminutive and humble before this presence, as if they were on the verge of collapse. All the kneeling cultivators felt their souls gripped tightly by an unseen hand, a sensation of absolute suppression emanating from the very essence of life itself. It was the profound insignificance and trembling of an ant gazing up at a divine dragon, a mortal catching a glimpse of the heavenly path. If Ancient Fairy instilled in them a terror of death, then the aura radiating from Mu, she now enveloped them in an ultimate despair, as if their very souls were to be ground into dust. It was as if before them stood not a charming and innocent little girl, but rather a supreme empress, one who once reigned over the heavens and the earth, commanded billions of stars, and whose mere thought could shatter the fabric of the universe. Buzz, the ancient jade coffin, silent for countless millennia, suddenly quivered violently. An ethereal and time-worn remnant of a soul slowly emerged from within the coffin, clad in an archaic sacred robe. The specter's visage was obscured, surrounded by a faint aura of sanctity. Its eyes, imbued with the confusion of awakening and the ire of disturbance, surveyed the surroundings. Who dares to disrupt my sacred slumber? The voice of this spectral entity resonated with an air of divine authority, echoing within the souls of the onlookers. Yet, before the last syllable left its lips, its gaze fell upon the pair of eyes shimmering with purplish golden light belonging to Mushi. In an instant, all its grandeur and wrath dissipated, replaced by an expression of sheer horror and trepidation, as if it had encountered a ghost. This aura, this Tao resonance, impossible. An emperor's might? A living emperor? The incorporeal form of the saintly remnant twisted violently, on the verge of disintegration. It sensed that this little girl, with her feeble cultivation at merely the second level of the nascent soul realm, could have been extinguished with a mere breath during its lifetime. However, the wisp of imperial soul nestled deep within her consciousness, pure, ancient, and overwhelmingly domineering, rendered this so-called saint unworthy even to gaze upon her. The chasm between a saint and an emperor appeared to be a mere realm apart, yet the disparity was greater than that between mortals and true immortals. It was a profound divide, a crushing difference in the hierarchy of existence. Mushi regarded the dazed, saintly remnant, her lips pursed in disdain, as the innocence in her gaze was supplanted by an aloofness and authority that seemed to overlook the world. Her voice transformed, becoming ethereal and lofty, devoid of any semblance of human emotion. A wisp of remnant soul dares to claim sanctity before this emperor? You are presented with two choices. She extended two delicate fingers. her tone composed yet imbued with an undeniable, supreme will. First, submit to me and become my sole servant, accompanying me in battles across the 9 heavens, with the promise of a chance to reconstruct your true form in the future. Her gaze was as frigid as ancient ice. Second, I shall extract your Tao soul now, refining your remaining comprehension of the sacred path to serve as sustenance for this new body of mine. Choose wisely. Upon hearing her decree, the once mighty, saintly remnant did not hesitate for even half a second. Plop! It knelt before Mushi with a posture far more dignified than that of the sect leader of the Blade Sect. The entirety of its soul trembled uncontrollably, as if on the brink of annihilation. Little saint, no, little servant. I, the humble servant, failed to recognize the imperial presence, deserving of 1,000 deaths. I am willing to submit. I shall be the most loyal soul servant beneath the great empress. I will brave mountains of blades and seas of fire. Undeterred by the prospect of death, I beseech the great empress for mercy. Spare my life. The humble servant is willing to offer all accumulated insights, merely seeking to follow the esteemed Lady T and remain close by her side. This remnant of a saint, capable of stirring a tempest in the external world, now resembles the most abject of lapdogs, fervently bowing before Mushi, his speech incoherent, brimming with a desperate will to survive. The assembly of cultivators. They have become utterly numb. Their minds have ceased to function. Their worldviews have shattered into atoms, subsequently ground into fundamental particles, and ultimately annihilated, returning to the void. In an instant, everything was reduced to ashes. A mere utterance was sufficient to compel the saint's remnant to kneel and acknowledge its master. And then there was another. The gaze of the crowd involuntarily trembled, directed towards Lin Chuyan, whose demeanor remained perpetually frosty, as if nothing in existence could stir her. What manner of creature is this? They dared not ponder further. Their sole thought now was, what kind of monstrous sect is this Qingyun Sect? Chapter 89. Tamed like a dog, the protector of the Li Wuhou sect. The atmosphere was utterly silent. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. All cultivators, whether kneeling or paralyzed in fear upon the ground, maintained a single pose, motionless, like sculptures ensorcelled by a binding spell. Their eyes were vacant, bewildered, and unfocused. Their minds were filled with an indescribable void. A saint, the legendary saint, even if merely a remnant of a soul, it transcended all beings. With a stamp of its foot, the entire eastern wilderness would tremble. Yet now, this supreme existence was kneeling in a prostrated position before a girl who appeared no older than 15 or 16, trembling like a leaf in the wind, incoherently pleading for mercy from the empress. What in the world is happening? Has this world gone mad? Or have we lost our minds? Shocked? No. That term is insufficient to encapsulate their current sentiments. Their worldviews, perspectives on cultivation, and philosophies of life have been mercilessly crushed and obliterated within the brief span of a single incense stick's burning time. Trampled upon by the trio of girls from Qingyun Sect, Xian'er, Lin Chuyan, and Mushi, until nothing remained but dust. The young master of the Ba Dao sect, who had moments ago been weeping and experiencing profound enlightenment, now stood with his mouth agape, as if a goose egg could fit within, drool trickling down the corners of his lips without him noticing. He felt as though his brain had turned into a boiling pot of mush. It's over. Completely over. Did I just think to compete for treasures with such a monster? Am I truly tired of living? How could my father have given birth to such a fool with a mind filled with water? The elegant swordsman, the chief of the rain listening pavilion, now appeared as pale as a ghost, his hand trembling so violently that he could scarcely hold his sword. The pride he once took in his sword heart had shattered into fragments, akin to a QR code that might read, "Run away." The solitary specter, in a fit of sheer terror, rolled his eyes back and fainted once more. One exhilarating spectacle. Never before had he encountered such a thrilling scene. His heart could scarcely bear it. In the midst of this eerie silence, the formidable empress, feared and revered by all, felt her regal aura of purple and gold gradually recede like the tide. Mushi blinked her innocent, crystalline eyes, returning to her playful demeanor. She gazed down at the trembling remnants of the saintess soul before her, tilting her head curiously as she reached out a tiny hand to poke at his ethereal form. "Oh, Grandpa, why are you kneeling on the ground? It's cold down there. Get up quickly, or you might catch a cold." The remnants of the saint replied, "Do I dare to rise? This little ancestor, no. This esteemed empress, please, spare me your games. My frail old bones, and this meager soul, cannot withstand such fright." This humble servant dares not. He buried his head lower, his voice laced with profound humility and fear. To kneel before you, my lady, is a glory earned over 3 lifetimes. At that moment, Xian'er could no longer contain her laughter. She approached Mushi, gently ruffling her hair, and then beamed at the remnants of the saint. All right, enough of the theatrics. My little junior sister is merely jesting with you. As her words fell, the remnants of the saint felt as though a great weight had been lifted, yet still did not dare to rise, casting a sycophantic gaze towards Xian'er. Esteemed fairy, this esteemed empress, she is my junior sister, Mushi, Xian'er casually remarked, squatting down to pinch Mushi's rosy cheeks. My dear junior sister, this old gentleman says he wishes to be your pet. Would you accept him? Mushi's eyes sparkled with curiosity. A pet? Really? She scrutinized the remnants of the saint, as if observing an intriguing little kitten or puppy. Can he? Will he roll over? Will he bark? The remnants of the saint protested. Though I'm not human, you truly are the ones acting like dogs. I am a dignified saint, albeit reduced to mere remnants. To ask me to bark like a dog is an utter humiliation. A gentleman may face death, but he cannot endure disgrace. Just as he attempted to uphold a shred of his dignity, he met Mushi's seemingly innocent gaze, which concealed the depths of an abyss resembling a desolate starry sea. In that instant, all remnants of his dignity crumbled. Woof! A voice, though slightly unfamiliar, yet brimming with genuine emotion, emanated from the remnants of the sage's soul, a bark that resonated with life. Woof! Woof! In a desperate bid for survival, it even dutifully wagged its ethereal tail. The assembly of cultivators once again found themselves petrified. Their expressions transitioned from shock to numbness, ultimately settling into a state of detached bewilderment. Let perish. Quickly. I am weary. This realm of cultivation can no longer be endured for even a day. Giggles erupted from Mushi, who was thoroughly amused, clapping her tiny hands in sheer delight. How fun! How delightful! Senior sister, I wish to take him in. He is so obedient. Very well then, let us do so. Xian'er rose to her feet and extended her delicate hand towards the remnants of the sage, or dog. Since my junior sister is fond of you, you may accompany us. I possess a soul-nurturing jade. You shall reside within it for the time being. As she spoke, she flicked her finger, and a beam of spiritual light penetrated the sage's brow, imprinting an irrefutable mark of servitude. Subsequently, that remnant of a sage, capable of driving countless powerful beings to madness, transformed into a glimmering light and obediently entered an ancient jade pendant. Watching this unfold, Xian'er nodded in satisfaction. Hee. A sage's remnant to serve as both a guardian and a pet. Quite splendid indeed. Within her consciousness, a chibi version of Xian'er was busily tapping on an abacus. Though this old fellow is currently in a weakened state, he is still a sage, possessing wisdom and insight. He will serve as an exceptional tutor for my junior sister, elucidating the complexities of cultivation. Most importantly, he knows the whereabouts of all treasures within this sage's tomb. Reflecting on this, the smile on Xian'er's face grew ever more radiant. She turned to survey the utterly dazed onlookers. Now then, esteemed friends, her voice once again took on a warm, spring-like tone. Since the rightful ownership of the sage's legacy has been firmly established, it is time to conclude our expedition in the Tianyin secret realm. You may prepare to return to your respective homes and families. The crowd murmured. Finished? Indeed. It is time to conclude. The treasures have been seized. The sage has been claimed as a pet by your junior sister. And even the coffin lid has been nearly shattered by her. It is likely that not a single remnant remains in this secret realm. If we do not conclude soon, we fear we may perish from fright here. The fairy speaks the truth. The young master of the Blade sect replied weakly, his voice heavy with weariness. He felt as though he had traversed the peaks and valleys of life within the span of mere hours. Now, all he desired was to return home. He missed his mother. Then, we shall take our leave first. Xian'er bestowed upon the crowd a sweet and innocent smile. Until we meet again, dear friends. Having spoken, she grasped Mushi's hand and cast a final glance at the perpetually frosty Lin Chuyan. The 3 figures transformed into streaks of radiant light, moving with unwavering determination towards the exit of the secret realm, leaving behind a shattered worldview and hundreds of once mighty talents, now bewildered and questioning their existence. Meanwhile, in Tianyin City, at the central square, a colossal luminous screen, formed from immense magical energy, vividly reflected the events unfolding within the underground palace of the secret realm. This screen was established by the city lord of Tianyin in collaboration with several powerful beings, intended to allow the outside world to witness the grandeur of their own prodigies within the secret domain. However, at this moment, the scene before the screen was one of utter silence. All the onlooking cultivators, whether esteemed elders from various factions or casual observers, were rendered as motionless as statues, their faces mirroring the same vacant expressions, the same numbness, and the same existential doubt. They had witnessed Li Wuhou reduced to ashes with a mere gesture. The entire process of Xian'er's resource sharing and collective prosperity. And the astonishing moment when Mushi's words compelled the remnants of a sage to kneel and bark like a dog. Gulp. A solitary figure, struggling to swallow, voiced the collective sentiment. What in the world is that Qingyun Sect? An elderly cultivator trembled as he articulated the thoughts of the crowd. Is this sect even known in the eastern wilderness? I've never heard of it. They must be hiding too well. One disciple effortlessly dispatched a prodigy, valuing wealth above all, with a heart as dark as his hand was ruthless. Another disciple, suspected to be a reincarnation of an emperor, took a sage as his sole servant. And there was yet another who had said not a single word throughout, yet merely standing there exuded an aura that sent chills down one's spine. Are these truly disciples? They must be three ancestral beings come down to experience life. The crowd collectively gasped in shock. Yet, in a corner of the square, atop a lavish loft reserved by the Li Wuhou sacred sect, the atmosphere stood in stark contrast to the external commotion. Here, it was a frozen abyss, a veritable hell. An elder clad in a crimson robe, his hair and beard wild, stared intently at the luminous screen, his body trembling violently, not from fear, but from an unbridled fury. Boom! The Zeton wood armchair beneath him, along with the white jade floor, was instantaneously reduced to powder. A ferocious, searing pressure, imbued with a destructive aura, erupted from his being. Late-stage transformation. This oppressive force caused the entire loft to moan, as if it were on the verge of collapse. He was none other than Huiyamong, the sixth elder dispatched by the Li Wuhou sacred sect to protect Lin Wuhou. Wuhou. Huiyamong's eyes blazed crimson, bloodshot, and wild, as if he were driven to madness. He fixated intently on the luminous screen, where Xian'er's beaming visage glimmered, her teeth clicking ominously. What a splendid sect. The Qingyun Sect. What a cunning little minx. How dare she brazenly torture our sect's young master before the eyes of all cultivators in the eastern wilderness. If I do not avenge this grievance, I, Huiyamong, shall not be deemed a man. His roar reverberated like thunder within the loft. The nearby disciples of the Li Wuhou holy sect had already succumbed to the overwhelming pressure, kneeling in terror, trembling uncontrollably, scarcely daring to lift their heads. Elder, please temper your fury. The Qingyun sect possesses a mysterious background and unfathomable strength. This matter requires careful deliberation. One disciple dared to suggest, his voice quaking. Deliberate carefully? Huiyamong whirled around, his blood-red eyes akin to a malevolent specter emerging from the depths of hell, fixating intently on the disciple. Our young master has been reduced to ashes, his soul scattered, and you dare suggest I deliberate? A cowardly sect, bold enough to challenge the majesty of my Li Wuhou holy sect. No matter how formidable they may be, can they surpass the profound legacy of my sect? Can they rival the sanctity of our ancestors? Huiyamong's voice dripped with boundless resentment and madness. His gaze returned to the luminous screen, locking onto the exquisite figures of Xian'er, Lin Chuyan, and Mushi. A flicker of greed and wickedness flashed in his crimson eyes. Those three little harlots are indeed charming. Once they emerge, I shall seize them without delay. I will strip them of their cultivation, shatter their limbs, and confine them to my harem, tormenting them day and night, rendering them unable to live or die. Let them understand the consequences of offending my Li Wuhou holy sect. This shall be the finest revenge for Wuhou. His voice was chilling and cruel, sending shivers down the spines of the surrounding disciples. At that moment, a low hum resonated. In the center of the square, the spatial portal leading to the Tianyin secret realm suddenly shimmered with ripples. They are coming, someone exclaimed. All eyes instantly focused on the portal. Huiyamong's murderous gaze blazed with a terrifying intensity. At the center of attention, three enchanting figures emerged gracefully from the shimmering portal. It was indeed Xian'er, Lin Chuyan, and Mushi. The trio, clad in flowing garments, appeared untainted and at ease. Xian'er maintained his cheerful demeanor, surveying her surroundings as if strolling through her own garden. Mushi curiously examined the crowd, savoring a candied hawthorn skewer that she had somehow acquired. Lin Chuyan retained her frosty countenance, radiating an aura that warded off approach. Their demeanor stood in stark contrast to the other celestial talents who appeared disheveled and dazed, as though they had been plundered 100 times over. It was indeed them. Upon witnessing the three maidens, the murderous intent in Yanlong's eyes became utterly uncontainable. "You insolent wretches, prepare to meet your end," he bellowed, his voice reverberating like thunder as his figure vanished from the lofty balcony in an instant. In the next moment, he materialized above the square, conjuring a colossal hand of flame, ablaze with a ferocious inferno that blotted out the sun, descending towards the trio with the terrifying might to scorch mountains and boil seas. It was Yanlong, the sixth elder of the Sacred Fire Sect, a formidable being at the peak of the transformation stage. Had he lost his sanity? Within Tianyin city, the use of force was strictly prohibited. This was an unbreakable decree. In his quest for vengeance, he disregarded even the authority of the city lord. Panic ensued among the crowd, who hastily retreated in fear of being caught in the terrifying blaze. The commander of the city guards, a middle-aged officer at the initial stage of transformation, turned pale and shouted, "Yanlong, cease this at once. This is Tianyin city. You cannot act so recklessly." Without so much as a glance in his direction, Yanlong uttered a single word, and the fiery hand surged with even greater power, an overwhelming force of law instantly suppressing the city guard commander, rendering him immobile. Forced to witness the inevitable descent of the colossal hand, it was over. The three maidens of the Qingyun Sect, despite their invincibility within the secret realm, were still of relatively low cultivation. Faced with the wrath of a peak transformation stage expert, they were likely doomed. Yet, in the face of this cataclysmic strike, Xian'er did not even bat an eyelash, instead taking the time to wipe the sugar residue from Mushi's mouth. Lin Chuyan remained expressionless, as if the flaming hand reaching for her were merely a gentle breeze. Just as the enormous hand was about to descend, mere yards from the heads of the three maidens, a languid and somewhat impatient voice unexpectedly resonated in the air above the square. "I say, what is all this ruckus in broad daylight? Can't a person enjoy a bowl of noodles in peace?" Though not loud, the voice was crystal clear to every ear present. The crowd paused, turning to locate the source. In a corner of the square, before an inconspicuous wonton stall, stood an unremarkable middle-aged man clad in a blue steward's robe. He then raised his head to gaze at Yanlong in the sky, his expression remarkably tranquil, calm as an ancient well, without a ripple to disturb its surface. Yanlong's movements faltered slightly as he fixed his gaze upon this young man, demanding, "Who are you to meddle in the affairs of the Sacred Fire Sect?" The young man, of course, was Li Changjian, who had been patiently awaiting this moment. He casually cleaned his ears and wore a friendly smile. "I am but a mere steward of the Qingyun Sect, Li Changjian. Oh, by the way," he seemed to recall something, adding with a casual air, "it was I who just sent a message threatening to annihilate your entire Sacred Fire Sect and even exhume your esteemed ancestor's grave. Is there an issue?" Chapter 90. The Transformation into Divinity? Perish like a dog. Are there any problems? These 5 words, so light and casual, akin to asking if one has had a meal. Yet, when these words reached the ears of every individual in the square, they resonated like the thunderous roar of divine retribution. Time seemed to have been pressed on pause at that very moment. The space appeared to freeze entirely. The entirety of the Tianyin city square fell into a profound silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. No, even the heartbeat had vanished. All gazes were transfixed, as if they had seen a specter, firmly fixed upon the figure of the attendant clad in blue before the wonton stall, who had just set down his bowl and was now cleaning his ears. The mind crashed. Thought short-circuited. What did he just say? Did he assert that he had sent a message threatening to annihilate the entire Li Wuhou sacred sect? Did he claim he intended to excavate the ancestral graves of the Li Wuhou sacred sect? And then, with a tone suggesting, "Do you have any objections?" he posed a question. An unprecedented sense of absurdity surged forth like a colossal wave, instantly drowning the rationality of all the cultivators present. Insanity. This world must surely be mad. First, 3 young female disciples turned the Tianyin secret realm upside down, treating the saint as a pet. Now, an outer sect attendant of their own sect boldly admits in front of everyone that he wishes to desecrate the ancestral graves of another's sacred ground. What the hell? What manner of lawless rogues has the Qingyun Sect become? Is the entrance examination of your sect a competition to see who is more arrogant, who is more lawless? Even Huiyanlong, suspended in mid-air, filled with fury and a murderous intent boiling within, was momentarily taken aback. His colossal fiery hand, which could obscure the sun, remained suspended in the air, less than 3 zhang from the heads of Xian'er and the other 2, yet it could advance no further. It was not that he did not wish to act. Rather, he was so astonished that he forgot. He stared intently at Li Changjian, his crimson eyes brimming with disbelief and astonishment. What did you say? Huiyanlong's voice trembled slightly due to his overwhelming shock. He doubted his own hearing. Surely, it must be a delusion. Yes, it must be that this lad is spouting nonsense to save those 3 little hussies, blustering in bravado. An insignificant outer sect attendant dares to utter such outrageous threats against my Li Wuhou's sacred sect? Preposterous. With this thought, the astonishment in Huiyanlong's eyes was swiftly replaced by boundless rage and disdain. You wretched fool, a mere rat, daring to speak so boldly. Do you think that with your trifling words, you can intimidate me? Today, not only will I reduce those 3L having spoken, he disregarded Li Changjian, and the once stagnant colossal hand of flames ignited anew, roaring with an even more terrifying ferocity than before, crashing down with immense force. He intended to demonstrate, with the most absolute and overwhelming power, the dire consequences of provoking the sacred sect of fire. It was over. This time, it was utterly finished. The hearts of the crowd in the square raced in their throats. With the furious strike from Huiyanlong, compounded by the instigation of the attendant, it seemed that the 3 maidens would hardly be left with even intact corpses. However, at this critical juncture, Lin Chuyan, who had remained as expressionless as an ancient iceberg throughout, finally made a move. She did not even raise her gaze to regard the apocalyptic assault. Instead, she merely cast a fleeting glance at Li Changjian, who stood before the wonton stall. Her eyes, cold as the moon, bore an undeniable authority, as if a queen from the heavens was surveying her subjects. Then, her delicate lips parted slightly, uttering 3 words, "Leave the attendant." He is quite loud, the voice, soft yet as chilling as water droplets cascading on a jade, carried a penetrating frostiness to the soul. Upon hearing these words, Li Changjian's previously languid demeanor, as if he had just awakened, vanished in an instant. He slightly bowed, his expression reflecting genuine respect and humility. Yes, Second Mississippi, your subordinate understands. The moment those words fell, Li Changjian finally lifted his head. He was no longer the middle-aged man indulging in wontons. His gaze had transformed. If he had previously been an ancient well, undisturbed and tranquil, he was now an expansive universe, embracing countless stars, profound, vast, and indifferent, imbued with an air of absolute detachment that regarded all beings as mere fodder. He merely cast a quiet glance at the descending hand of flames, capable of incinerating mountains and boiling seas. There were no earth-shattering bursts of spiritual energy, no cataclysmic clashes of laws, not even the faintest ripple of energy. In the next moment, amidst the horrified gazes of all present, that hand, which obscured the heavens and blotted out the sun, burst like a soap bubble with a soft pop, silently vanishing into thin air. It transformed into a myriad of red, luminescent points, akin to fireflies, radiant yet dreamlike, before ultimately dissolving into nothingness, as if it had never existed at all. The entire world fell once more into a profound stillness, akin to eternity. Every expression among the crowd froze upon their faces, their mouths agape wider than before, and their eyes bulging like copper bells. The young master of the Blade sect, who had just felt his mind muddled, now sensed as though his very consciousness had evaporated, leaving nothing but void. The white-clad chief of the listening rain tower, that hand which once wielded the sword, could no longer maintain its grasp. With a resonant clatter, the sword he cherished as his very life fell to the ground. The pride he took in his sword's essence, which had previously shattered into a mere QR code, was now utterly obliterated. A void remained. As for the rogue specter, he did not even have the opportunity to roll his eyes before he remained frozen in a state of stupefaction, collapsing once more. This time, it was genuine unconsciousness. If he did not faint, his very soul would surely be frightened into fleeing his body. In stark contrast, the instigator of this chaos, Huiyanlong, found himself in a plight 1,000 times more tragic. He remained suspended in mid-air, frozen in a downward striking posture, ensnared by an invisible yet irresistible force. He could not move a muscle, not even a finger. It felt as though he was not merely restrained by a single individual, but rather crushed beneath the weight of an entire sky, an entire universe. It was an absolute suppression emanating from the very essence of life. The tremors and despair of an ant gazing up at a dragon resonated from the depths of his soul. Fear, an overwhelming dread, akin to icy tides, instantaneously engulfed his mind, extinguishing all his fury and murderous intent. This was impossible. His lips trembled, yet no sound escaped. Only a frantic roar echoed within his heart. This was the domain of principles, where words dictated laws. This was the realm of harmony. A supreme being of such a level. No. How could this be? In the eastern wasteland, beings of the realm of harmony were revered as guardians of sacred lands, elusive ancestors whose presence was rarely seen. How could it be that such a being was merely an outer sect steward of a small sect? In that moment, Hui Yanlong's worldview shattered into cosmic dust. He finally comprehended the gravity of the threat when the other party had spoken of annihilating the entire Li Hui sacred sect and desecrating the graves of his ancestors. It was not a jest, nor an empty boast. Rather, it was a declaration of a simple fact that could be executed at any moment. As straightforward as stating that the weather was fine today. At this moment, the assembly of cultivators began to emerge from their profound shock, only to be met with a collective intake of breath, akin to a tidal wave. Hiss, the realm of harmony. Surely, I did not mishear. That is the pressure of the realm of harmony. My heavens, the sky has collapsed. An elder, seasoned and knowledgeable, spoke in a dreamlike tone, trembling as he uttered, the realm of harmony. Such existences, even among the top 9 sacred lands of the Eastern Wasteland, are undoubtedly supreme elders, or even leaders of their peaks. A single word could determine the life and death of myriad beings. A mere thought can shatter mountains and rivers, casting the sun and moon into darkness. How could such a figure merely be an outer sect steward in that Qingyun Sect? Moreover, he referred to that icy maiden as the Sekimis, a powerful being at the harmonious path realm, reduced to merely a servant or subordinate of a disciple. Thud! A cultivator, his legs buckling, knelt to the ground. It was not his volition. His legs could no longer bear the weight of his tortured nerves, teetering on the brink of collapse. Soon, the sound of thudding knees echoed, rising and falling in unison. In the square, a sea of figures knelt in darkness. They gazed at Li Changjian, then at Lin Chuyan. Their eyes no longer reflected mere shock or horror, but rather a profound reverence and awe, akin to mortals gazing upon deities. Qingyun Sect. These 3 characters at that moment seemed imbued with boundless enchantment. What manner of sect was this? Was it from the fabled divine land of Zhongzhou? Or perhaps a celestial court that had remained hidden for countless epochs? None could ascertain. They only understood that this sect was an entity beyond their reach, far beyond that of the entire eastern wilderness. Amidst this reverent kneeling and profound silence, Li Changjian slowly made his way, step by measured step, from the wonton stall to the center of the square. With each step he took, the body of Hui Yanlong emitted a series of cracking sounds, akin to the breaking of bones. An invisible pressure bore down upon him, like countless divine mountains relentlessly compressing his being. Veins bulged on Hui Yanlong's face, and blood began to seep from his orifices. His expression transitioned from terror to despair, ultimately culminating in an endless plea for mercy. He yearned to beg for his life, yet not a single word escaped his lips. Li Changjian halted before him, maintaining his indifferent demeanor, gazing up at him. My lady says you are quite bothersome. Therefore, you shall never utter another sound. Upon uttering these words, he extended a single finger, an ordinary finger, even bearing a hint of oil beneath the nail, and gently pointed at Hui Yanlong. No! Hui Yanlong's heart resounded with a final, desperate cry for his life. In the next instant, his body, along with his soul, his formidable cultivation at the transformation stage, and all his understanding of the laws, began to crumble like a weathered sand sculpture. From his feet, inch by inch, he transformed into the finest golden dust, dissipating silently with the breeze. Thus, an elder of the transformation stage vanished without a trace, his essence and spirit obliterated, leaving no remnants of his existence. Having completed this act, Li Changjian resembled one who had merely crushed an ant. He withdrew his finger, reverting to his languid demeanor, turning to Lin Chuyan, Xian'er, and Mushi. Bowing respectfully once more. Eldest miss, second miss, third miss, the matter is resolved, and we may return to the sect. Xian'er nodded with a playful smile, while Mushi gazed at the sky with wide, curious eyes, as if searching for the luminous point where the recent villain had vanished. Lin Chuyan maintained her usual aloof demeanor, merely responding with a faint as if the events that transpired held no significance for her. Meanwhile, in an unfathomable, inaudible, and ineffable realm of mystery, there existed neither heaven nor earth, neither sun nor moon, only the ceaseless tumult of chaotic energy. Amidst the chaos, an ancient yet grand palace floated silently. Deep within this palace, a young man clad in white, possessing an otherworldly beauty, reclined languidly in a rocking chair. In his hand, he held a steaming cup of tea, upon which profound symbols danced and celestial lights shimmered, a divine tea of enlightenment, coveted by sages throughout the ages. Yet for him, it was merely a refreshing beverage. This young man was Suyi. Suddenly, a cold, mechanical notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Task. The disciples' trial in the Tianyin secret realm has been completed. Task evaluation. Perfect. The disciples have emerged impressively in the eastern wilderness, dominating their peers and establishing a solid foundation for the Qingyun Sect's future development. Task rewards are being processed. Congratulations, host. You have received 3 silver summoning cards. Oh, it's over then. He took a sip of enlightenment tea, his expression as calm as a still pond. It seemed he was already well aware of all that had transpired in Tianyin City, or perhaps he simply did not regard it with any concern. His consciousness delved into the system space, where 3 softly glowing silver cards hovered serenely. Silver summoning card, upon use, randomly summons a powerful being whose cultivation ranges from the first level of Dongshu to the pinnacle of the Hadao realm, to serve as a member of the sect. A faint, enigmatic smile curled at the corners of Su Ye's lips. The pinnacle of the Hadao realm, you say? His voice carried a hint of amusement. Understood only by himself. For me, such an addition is more than welcome. Moreover, I was just 2 silver cards short of gathering 10 to forge a gold summoning card. Now, I have more than enough. His gaze seemed to pierce through the endless chaos, glimpsing an intriguing scene in the future. What delightful surprises might the gold card bring? Sui stretched lazily, drained the cup of enlightenment tea, and leisurely rose from the rocking chair. As for the day's cultivators in Tianyin City, and that Li Wuhou holy sect, soon to face dire consequences, they were of no concern to him. Yet, within the expanse of his eternal existence, this was but a trivial ripple, insignificant and fleeting. Chapter 91. The master of the fire sect desires rewards for his disciple. Meanwhile, in the Sword Province, one of the 9 realms of the eastern wasteland, renowned for its multitude of sword cultivators and domineering sects, the law of the jungle, where the weak are devoured by the strong, was vividly illustrated. Among the apex predators of this land stood the sacred fire sect, occupying the highest echelon of the food chain. Its stronghold was perched atop a volcanic range, eternally ablaze with the fiery essence of the Earth's core. As one gazed upon the scene, countless palatial edifices, crafted from fire-resistant obsidian crystal, loomed majestically, their grandeur illuminated by the crimson glow of flames, exuding an aggressive beauty. The air was thick with the rich essence of fire spirits, intertwined with a faint scent of sulfur. Multitudes of disciples clad in crimson robes either trained vigorously in the martial arena, honing their formidable fire techniques, or commanded flame-wreathed spirit birds, flitting through the palaces, surveying their vast dominion. Everything unfolded in a harmonious order, flourishing with vitality, epitomizing the supreme majesty and ancient heritage of a sovereign sanctuary. Throughout the Sword Province, aside from the Heavenly Sword's sacred land, which dominated a state with a singular sword strike, the Sacred Fire Sect undeniably held the esteemed position of second in command. However, at the very moment of Hoi Yanlong's annihilation in the plaza of Tianyin City, a cataclysmic roar erupted unexpectedly from the depths of the Sacred Fire Sect's most sacred and forbidden territory, the Holy Flame Crucible, a place so sacred that even the highest elders were forbidden to trespass. Boom! A thunderous explosion reverberated, unanticipated, surging forth from the Earth's core. The entire volcanic range quaked violently. Countless disciples, immersed in their cultivation, were jolted by this sudden tremor, their vital energies surging chaotically, staggering in disarray. What was happening? An earthquake? No, It was from the direction of the holy flame crucible. Oh heavens! That is where our revered master is in seclusion. Could it be that something has gone awry in his cultivation? Panic ensued among the disciples, while the venerable elders, possessing profound cultivation, transformed into streaks of light, soaring into the sky, their faces awash with horror as they gazed towards the forbidden area. They could sense it, a terrifying wrath, potent enough to scorch the heavens and boil the seas, awakening frantically from the depths below, causing the entire sword province to tremble. In the next moment, a roar, unlike any human utterance, filled with boundless ferocity, madness, and more. Even the elders of the divine transformation realm appeared ashen, compelled to channel their entire spiritual energy merely to withstand the overwhelming fury. It is the Master. The Master has emerged from seclusion. What a terrifying aura of murder. Who could provoke the Master to such an extent? The elders felt a tremor of fear. At that moment, a brilliant crimson gold radiance surged forth, ascending from the sacred flame melting pit with an unmatched grandeur, hovering in the skies above. It was a formidable middle-aged man clad in a crimson gold dragon robe, his stature imposing and his countenance commanding. He was none other than the contemporary master of the Li Wuhou sacred sect, the unparalleled powerhouse of the triple heaven of the harmonized path, Li Wuhou. Yet, at this moment, the usually stoic sovereign displayed no trace of authority or calm. Instead, an overwhelming visage of savagery and madness consumed him. His eyes, a seething crimson, resembled two turbulent seas of blood. His hair, defying the wind, seemed to ignite with golden flames of wrath. The very space around him twisted and shattered under the weight of his furious wrath, revealing gaping black rifts in the fabric of reality. Vu'er, Elder Hua, Li Wuhou howled to the heavens, his voice resonating through the clouds, filled with profound agony and disbelief. Just moments ago, he had been in the crucial stages of breaking through to the mid-stage of the harmonized path. The fragment of his life force, which he had embedded within his beloved son, Li Wuhou, and within the soul lamp of Elder Huyen Long, had shattered simultaneously. And this was no ordinary demise. It was a complete obliteration of existence, the soul scattered without a trace, erased from the annals of the world. From the last blurry image transmitted before the shattering of that life force, he beheld it. He saw his most cherished son, the one he had high hopes for, Li Wuhou, under an enigmatic celestial seal, disintegrating into ash before he could even utter a cry of despair. He also witnessed the stalwart of the sect, Elder Huyen Long, at the peak of the divine transformation, being effortlessly obliterated in the skies above the diminutive Tianyin city, struck down by nothing more than a mere finger. His very soul transformed into a cascade of luminous fragments. In a fit of rage, even a supreme being of the harmonized path could not suppress a spurt of reverse blood. This is intolerable. This is utterly intolerable. He raged furiously. The vengeance for his son, the hatred for the annihilation of his kin. These grievances cannot coexist. Master, please temper your wrath. Several venerable elders, their hair as white as snow, swiftly approached, their faces etched with concern. What has transpired? Is it true that the young master, one elder quavered, with blood-red eyes? Li Wuhou abruptly waved his hand. A colossal luminous barrier, forged from the very principles of fire, materialized before the gathering. Above the luminous screen, the final image transmitted by divine consciousness emerged. The ancient immortal transformed into a merciless harvester, transcending the formidable Lin Wuhou. With a mere flick of his finger, Li Xian'er da tunata Wuyanlon. Although the visuals were blurred, the figures of the three young maidens and the outline of the attendant clad in green were distinctly discernible. Hiss! At that moment of clarity, all the high-ranking members of the Li Wuhou sacred sect collectively inhaled sharply, overwhelmed by astonishment, fury, and a profound sense of bewilderment. It was the young master. The death of the young master was inexplicably tied to these three maidens. An elder Hua, my heavens! With just a single gesture, he had annihilated an elder at the late stage of the divine transformation realm. This was a being of the harmonization realm. Qingyun Sect. What manner of entity is that? I have traversed the eastern domain for millennia and have never encountered a holy land by that name. Sect Master, what exactly is this Qingyun Sect? Why has it chosen to oppose our Li Wuhou sacred sect? An elder of the highest seniority furrowed his brow and inquired solemnly. This matter reeked of the bizarre. An unheard-of sect possessed a being of the harmonization realm as its attendant. Such a phenomenon defied logic. Oof, what kind of celestial being? The sorrow etched on Li Wuhui's face was swiftly supplanted by a chilling intent to kill. He sneered, his tone foreboding. They are merely a group of cowardly rats. I care not who stands behind them. They have slain my son and extinguished my elder. This vendetta can only be cleansed with blood and death. As he spoke, his gaze fixed intently upon the girl in the luminescent screen, who resembled a frigid mountain of ice. Lin Chuyan. Suddenly, Lin Wuhui's pupils constricted sharply. It was as though he recalled something, and a more sinister expression enveloped his countenance. I remember now. I encountered this girl 6 years ago at the Wanshou celebration of the Qin dynasty. She is the most overlooked princess, cast aside to fend for herself, Lin Chuyan. Upon this revelation, gasps of astonishment rippled through the assembly. What? The princess of the Qin dynasty? The same dominant power that borders our sword prefecture? How could the princess become a disciple of this so-called Qingyun Sect? The elders debated fervently, utterly perplexed. Yet, Lin Wuhui appeared to have suddenly unlocked the mysteries, an epiphany illuminating his features with a sinister grin. I understand now. I comprehend it all. He struck his thigh with vigor, his voice resonating like the clash of metal. Imbued with self-assured wisdom. What a splendid scheme from the Qin dynasty. What a clever ruse. This so-called Qingyun Sect is nothing but an illusion. Clearly, it is the Qin dynasty, secretly nurturing assassins to counter our Li Wuhou sacred sect. This purported Qingyun Sect is merely a facade they have thrust into the limelight. Li Wuhui's fervor intensified with each word, leading him to believe he had unraveled the truth. They first dispatched those 3 insidious minions, masquerading as disciples of the Qingyun Sect, to slay my son within the Tianyin secret realm, all to draw out Elder Hua. Subsequently, they unleashed their concealed Taoist offerings with overwhelming force to eliminate Elder Hua, thereby provoking and demonstrating against our Li Wuhou sacred sect. Their objective was to test our resolve, to encroach upon our influence in the Jinzhou region. What a cunning scheme. Indeed, a masterful stratagem. After a whirlwind of thoughts, Li Wuhui concocted a grandiose narrative of a conspiracy between 2 dominant powers, captivating all present elders. Upon hearing this, the elders were momentarily taken aback before expressions of realization dawned upon them. So, it was no wonder I had not heard of the Qingyun Sect. It was a plot of the great Qin dynasty. The sect master is indeed astute, perceiving the enemy's machinations with a single glance. The great Qin dynasty harbors treacherous ambitions, daring to lay their designs upon our Li Wuhou sacred sect. This is tantamount to seeking death. Sect master, issue your command. We are willing to be the vanguard, to trample down the great Qin dynasty. In an instant, the atmosphere surged with fervor and murderous intent. Everyone was led astray by Li Wuhui, and in this confusion, they dug their own trenches for battle. Observing the fervent elders below, Li Wuhui nodded in satisfaction. The madness in his eyes transformed into absolute ruthlessness and dominion. Let my decree be known. Summon all disciples with combat prowess from the inner sect. Assemble 300 burning heaven warships, 100,000 Li Wuhou divine guards. In 3 days, I shall personally lead an expedition against the great Qian. I shall compel that old wretch of the great Qian to kneel before me and surrender that so-called Qingyun Sect, along with the murderer of my son. Otherwise, Li Wuhui's voice resonated like a demon from the depths of the abyss. I shall eradicate his nation, bloodily cleanse his entire royal lineage. Let the entire eastern wilderness know. Those who provoke the Li Wuhou sacred sect shall meet their demise. 2.5 days later, in stark contrast to the Li Wuhou sacred sect, which was fervently preparing for war, the Qingyun sect remained in its tranquil, untroubled state, resembling a languid fish basking in the serenity of time. The mountains stood as they always had. The clouds floated as before, yet today, the breeze carried a distinctly languorous essence. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 streaks of light pierced the heavens, landing precisely before the grand entrance of the Chaos Palace. As the brilliance faded, the figures of Xian'er, Lin Chuyan, and Mushi emerged. After 2.5 days of travel, the 3 infamous little sorceresses finally returned to their warm haven. Ah, we are finally back. Xian'er stretched her arms in a grand yawn, her perfect silhouette unabashedly displayed, her charming visage radiating a desire for praise. Master, I have returned. Before she even crossed the threshold, her melodious voice, laced with a hint of self-congratulation, had already drifted inside. With the grace of a fledgling swallow taking flight, she strode toward the grand palace doors. Yet, a delicate hand was swifter. Lin Chuyan had, unbeknownst to her, already arrived ahead, elegantly positioning herself in front of Xian'er with a slight sway of her form. Without even glancing at Xian'er, she inclined her body slightly toward the palace entrance, her voice cool and composed, yet imbued with the efficiency of a report. Esteemed Master, our expedition to the Heavenly Cloud secret realm has been successful. The reputation of the Qingyun Sect has begun to reverberate throughout the southern expanse of Dongwang, all of which is under your astute command. In mere words, she not only clarified her achievements, but subtly attributed all credit to her master's sagacity, delivering her flattery with a finesse that was both understated and elegant. Xian'er was momentarily taken aback, her forward momentum abruptly halted. Her bright eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Lin Chuyan's back. You little upstart, with your thick brows and large eyes. Have you also learned the art of racing ahead and flattering others? And with such finesse? Xian'er's face flushed with indignation as she pointed at Lin Chuyan, struggling to articulate a coherent response. In terms of combat, she could easily overpower Lin Chuyan. Yet when it came to the art of upward management, she found herself utterly outmatched. Oof. Stamping her foot in frustration, she defiantly called out to the inner hall, Master, don't listen to her. I was the one leading the charge, fighting fiercely all the way. That so-called Li Wuhou was reduced to ashes by my hand. And that giant monkey? I knocked it out with a single punch. I even tamed a fragment of an emperor's soul as a pet. He is quite formidable and could assist you with massages in the future. Master, my contributions are the greatest. If there are rewards to be given, I must be the first to receive them. She began to frantically recount her achievements, fearful that Lin Chuyan might steal her thunder. Sheer brute force. Lin Chuyan cast a dispassionate glance her way and uttered four words that were not particularly damaging, yet highly insulting. Who are you calling brutish? Xian'er exploded in outrage, demanding, say that again. Is it not true? Lin Chuyan maintained her serene demeanor. Without my support beside you, with your temperament, you would have likely brought down Tianyin city long ago, thwarting Master's strategic aim of gaining renown rather than causing chaos. Xian'er found herself at a loss for words, unable to refute this assertion. That insufferable upstart. Chapter 92. Xian'er and Chuyan compete for favor. Mushi directly clings to the leg. Inside the Qingyun Great Hall, it was spacious and magnificent, in stark contrast to the lively chatter of the three girls outside. The atmosphere here was so silent that the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The obsidian floor, smooth as a mirror, reflects the seemingly eternally burning chaotic flames above, casting flickering shadows that are both mysterious and elusive. In the tranquil heart of this space, a figure gradually emerges from the depths of the hall's shadows, clad in a simple moon-white robe, untouched by dust. His inky black hair is casually gathered at the back of his head with a wooden hairpin, with a few strands cascading down the side of his face, adding an air of languor and nonchalance. His features are strikingly handsome, not of this world, yet devoid of any hint of aggression. His eyes, deep as the starry sky, seem capable of penetrating the world's illusions. Yet at this moment, they reveal a hint of drowsiness, as if just awakened. He is none other than Su Yi, the enigmatic leader of the Qingyun Sect. He yawns and stretches lazily, the sound of cracking bones resonating softly. The sect's grievances, which could stir the entire eastern wilderness, seem to him less significant than a peaceful return to slumber. What is all the noise about? Su Yi rubs his eyes, his voice tinged with a magnetic hoarseness. Languidly speaking, it's early in the morning. Can't anyone let me sleep? Master. At the hall's entrance, Xian'er, who had been eavesdropping, instantly brightens, her eyes shining like the brightest star in the night sky. In a split second, the feisty little firecracker, who had just been bickering with Lin Chuyan, transforms into a returning swallow, propelled by a fragrant breeze, dashing towards Su Yi with lightning speed. Master, she exclaims, her form clinging to Su Yi's right arm like a piece of taffy, her soft figure pressed closely against him. This perfectly developed physique would make even the most esteemed goddesses of the sacred lands feel inadequate. It must be said that after her excursion down the mountain, this girl seems to have grown a bit. This delightful pressure rubbing against him, an ancient being who has lived for countless millennia, feels rather pleasant. Xian'er's little head affectionately rests on Su Yi's shoulder. Her bright eyes, however, have already transcended his shoulder, filled with the triumphant glee of a victorious hen, casting a provocative glance towards Lin Chuyan at the door. Her eyes seemed to convey a message. See? Master is mine. You have no chance. Standing still, Lin Chuyan watches this scene unfold, her frosty, snow-like countenance instantly crystallizing in icy disdain. You shameless little vixen, she thinks, in broad daylight. How dare you commit such an outrageous act towards our master? This is a disgrace to propriety. She mentally berates Xian'er 1,000 times, her pearly teeth nearly drawing blood from her lower lip. However, despite her scorn and anger, she knows she must not fall behind in action. Seeing Xian'er's triumphant and provocative gaze, Lin Chuyan's heart races with alarm. No, one must never allow her to seize the initiative. I recall those palace intrigue dramas and domestic conflict novels I once watched on Blue Star, where the cunning female antagonist employed seemingly innocent physical contact to gradually invade the defenses of the male protagonist's hearts. I, Lin Chuyan, a dignified traveler from Blue Star, the esteemed protagonist blessed with the strongest mentor as my golden support, cannot possibly be outshone by a native supporting character who relies solely on primitive instincts to vie for affection. It is nothing short of ludicrous. Mentor, Lin Chuyan inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing the tumultuous jealousy rising within her, and once again adorned her face with a perfect expression that combined a cold elegance with respect and competence. Her voice flowed like a mountain spring, melodious and refreshing. Disciple has important matters to report. Before her words could fade, she glided gracefully, her form akin to a willow swaying in the breeze. As she moved to the other side of Suyi, in that moment, with Xian'er's eyes widening in disbelief, Lin Chuyan, usually as frigid as an ice-capped mountain, performed an action that left Xian'er utterly astounded. She extended her delicate hand, mimicking Xian'er, and wrapped her slender fingers around Suye's left arm. Suye. He felt the sensation on his left arm. Well, how should I put it? Quite ordinary. It was akin to having two exquisite pieces of warm jade resting upon him. Though soft, it paled in comparison to the breathtaking waves of the other side. Like a tranquil west lake meeting the surging tides of the Qiantang River, they were not even in the same league. Naturally, Lin Chuyan sensed this disheartening disparity as well. Her petite face flushed with embarrassment. Yet, one must never concede defeat. As a competent female protagonist in a tale of transmigration, she understood the principle that one must create opportunities when none exist. Gritting her teeth, she summoned her inner strength. With a sudden tug, she pulled her arms closer around Suye's, exerting herself with all her might. She even channeled a hint of spiritual energy, forcibly pressing her modest assets against Suye's arm. With relentless determination, surely water can carve through stone. As a rightful female protagonist, could she not create a symbol of victory? At long last, under the effort that made her cool, delicate visage slightly redden, a faint, almost imperceptible line, one that would require keen perception to detect, emerged, albeit reluctantly. Success. Lin Chuyan's heart soared with joy. She lifted her head, returning Xian'er's gaze with an air of triumph, her eyes shimmering with the brilliance of wisdom and strategy, as if to declare, "Do you see this? Foolish woman, combat is not merely a test of brute strength. This is strategy. This is wisdom. This is the art of competition. You, a brute whose mind is solely muscle, will never comprehend. Xian'er?" She gazed at Lin Chuyan's triumphant expression, then lowered her head to observe her own side, followed by a glance at Lin Chuyan's. She was utterly bewildered. No, is there something amiss in this woman's mind? With that flat chest, how dare you compare yourself to me? What you possess cannot even be deemed as a bulge. It is merely an attempt to create creases. You are shameless. Xian'er trembled with rage, pointing at Lin Chuyan, momentarily at a loss for words to articulate the bewildering behavior that had shattered her worldview. The feeling is mutual. Lin Chuyan replied coldly, yet her left arm tightened its embrace. Suyi. He could even sense the clash of two distinctly different, yet equally fierce auras, colliding vigorously around his body. The air seemed to crackle with invisible sparks. This is it. These two girls, after descending the mountain, surely haven't suffered any damage to their brains? Suyi sighed helplessly within. Just as this scene, akin to the First World War of the Qingyun Sect, was about to reach a boiling point, a soft, tender voice, tinged with a hint of grievance, confusion, and longing, emerged timidly. Eldest sister, second sister, Mu Yidanashje. The little junior sister who had been ignored throughout stood alone a few meters away. She glanced at the self-satisfied Xian'er, who seemed to have claimed the entire world, and then at Lin Chuyan, who was desperately trying to maintain her dignity, her face declaring that she had not lost. Finally, she looked at their master, caught helplessly in between, wearing a face of utter despair. Mushi's adorable little face was filled with exasperation. What is going on? You too. If you want to fight, fight. If you want to vie for recognition, then do so. Why must you always drag our master into this? How exhausting for her. Why must she be treated as a tool for battle and a trophy for boasting? Is there no respect left for the teacher-student relationship? There are simply two rebellious disciples against their master. In her heart, Mushi assigned a precise definition to her two senior sisters. As for their immature competition for affection, Mushi regarded it with disdain from the depths of her being. Superficial. It is utterly superficial. What is a master? A master is the heavens, the earth, an omnipotent deity, the sole beacon guiding them towards the pinnacle of cultivation. The master's leg is not meant for rivalry and jealousy. No, it is meant for embracing, to hold on tightly, never to let go, like grasping the only lifeline, like clinging to the pathway to an eternal future. Mushi blinked her sparkling eyes, her heart swirling with myriad thoughts. No one knew. Beneath her seemingly innocent exterior lies a soul burdened by the weight of age and exhaustion. No one comprehends the nature of her almost obsessive trust and attachment towards the Qingyun Sect and Suyi. This is because she has tasted despair. In a past life, she was the unparalleled white-clad empress, reigning at the pinnacle of the celestial realm, surveying the ages with unmatched grace and grandeur. With a mere thought, she commanded the world. What a sight of majesty and dominance it was. Yet, this very empress, who had suppressed an era, was felled on an ordinary afternoon within her imperial palace by a mere errand disciple of the Qingyun Sect. Indeed, you heard correctly, a disciple so insignificant that they could not even enter the inner sect. With a single, unremarkable punch, this disciple shattered her protective, celestial light, obliterated her imperial weapon, pierced her divine form, and extinguished her very soul. She did not even catch a glimpse of what the errand disciple looked like, or recall their name. All that remained in her memory was the essence of that punch, infused with a force that made even her, an empress, tremble in despair, a force known as the Tao. And then she perished. She died in a manner so unclear and suffocating that it became the greatest joke throughout the ages of the celestial realm. When she next opened her eyes, she found herself returned to her youthful days. In that moment, there was no joy of rebirth, only an overwhelming sense of dread and apprehension. The first thing she did was to frantically seek out the Qingyun Sect, a name she had only heard in her past life, but had never truly regarded. She was determined to uncover the secrets of this extraordinary place. How could a mere errand disciple possess the power to slay an empress with a single punch? Is this reasonable? It is not. Thus she arrived. She became a little junior sister of the Qingyun Sect. She encountered the master, Suyi, whose depth surpassed even that of the errand disciple from her previous life. And then, enlightenment struck her. Within this sect, one must abandon any notion of reason. For the master herself embodies the greatest absurdity. Henceforth, all notions of imperial dignity and the pride of the strong can be cast aside. In this lifetime, I, Mushi, simply wish to devote myself to the Tao and comfortably reside as an adornment upon my master's leg. No one shall pry me away from my master's side. I declare it. Not even Jesus can intervene. As for the rivalry and jealousy between my elder sisters, such small-mindedness. As long as I can cling tightly to my master's leg and savor the 9 rebirth honey beans she personally concocts each day, that is the greatest happiness. With this thought, Mushi's lips once again betrayed her, dripping with glistening saliva. She scampered over to Suyi with her little legs, making a delightful patter. Unlike Xian'er and Lin Chuyan, who vied for the positions of left and right protectors, she instead embraced Suyi's thigh with fervor. Master! Mushi lifted her small face, her pair of pure, unblemished eyes brimming with anticipation as they gazed up at Suyi. In that moment, Lin Chuyan, who had been surging with hidden currents in her left arm, fell silent. Xian'er, whose right arm was tumultuous, also ceased her clamoring. After a fierce contest of posturing and cunning, it was this little girl, solely focused on food, who executed the most direct, primal, and ultimately lethal maneuver, clinging to the thigh. How could they have overlooked such a brilliant tactic? Truly remarkable. Suyi glanced down at Mushi, who was clinging to his thigh. Her small face tilted upward with eager eyes. He then observed the two stunned disciples flanking him, their expressions a tapestry of astonishment. A hint of helpless amusement finally broke through his eternally stoic visage. Well, what else could he do with his own disciple but indulge her? All right, Su Yi said, extending his hands to flick the foreheads of Gu Xian'er and Lin Chuyan, each receiving a playful reprimand. Come inside first. Such a lack of decorum. What a sight. With that, he disregarded the two girls who were rubbing their foreheads with a look of grievance, allowing Mushi to continue clinging to his thigh as he turned a stride towards the throne deep within the hall. Master, you are biased. Master, your hands are too heavy, came the protests of the two disgruntled disciples from behind. Chapter 93. Master S. Long Legs leave Mushi yearning. In the Phoenix Hall, the grand entrance, hewn from solid fire jade, was slammed shut with tremendous force, causing the entire palace to resonate with a low hum. Xian'er, her delicate face aflame with fury, felt her chest heaving violently. The intensity of her emotions surged even more than earlier in the hall. Cursed, that wretched Lin Chuyan. She seethed, gnashing her teeth as if she intended to crush the name into oblivion. So what if she possesses a bit of cunning? So what if she plays her cards well? What is so remarkable about that? To challenge me in front of Master? To engage in schemes of grand design? Bah! Gu Xian'er plopped down onto the phoenix bed crafted from ancient Wudong wood, her frustration mounting with each thought. Who was Master? An unparalleled existence, standing atop the ancient peaks, overseeing the cycles of the heavens. Would he care about the Li Wuhou sacred sect? Would he concern himself with trifling retribution? What truly mattered to Master was authenticity, candor, and my genuine nature, unafraid to love or hate. You, insufferable person, perpetually maintaining the facade of an aloof beauty, while secretly harboring a heart full of malice, resorting even to the despicable trickery of manipulating spiritual energy. Such hypocrisy is utterly shameless. The more Gu Xian'er spoke, the more convinced she became of her own judgment. Indeed, her master must have been deceived by that pretentious exterior. Deep within, he surely still favored her true self. Otherwise, why would he impart the illustrious ancient phoenix technique to her rather than to that insufferable individual? With this thought, Gu Xian'er felt her spirits lift considerably. She sat cross-legged, palms facing the heavens, and began to cultivate her technique. Streams of pure, resplendent, fiery spiritual energy converged from all directions, surging into her body. Behind her, a magnificent and noble phantom of a phoenix slowly materialized, radiating an aura of immortal majesty. The phoenix let out a long, resonant cry, echoing through the heavens. Feeling the terrifying power within her, akin to burning the heavens and boiling the seas, Gu Xian'er's lips curled into a confident and domineering smile. Power. This is the essence. Once I master the ancient phoenix technique to perfection, transforming into the ancient phoenix, I shall soar alongside my master, traversing the 9 skies. At that moment, Lin Chuyan, that insufferable person, that empty shell, that mere schemer, what does she possibly contest with me? Is she even worthy? My master is destined to be mine. Such thoughts are unthinkable. A blazing fire of combativeness and possessiveness ignited in Gu Xian'er's eyes. Cultivate. I shall cultivate fiercely. In stark contrast to the resplendent glory of the Phoenix Hall, the Tianyin Hall exuded an air of cool tranquility. The gentle radiance of the moon enveloped the entire palace like a delicate veil, while starlight flickered across the floor, as if the entire galaxy lay beneath her feet. Lin Chuyan glided gracefully into the hall, her steps light and elegant. With a wave of her delicate hand, the doors closed silently, sealing off the outside world. At this moment, her previously composed and elegant visage crumbled, replaced by a complex expression mingled with resentment, disdain, and an overwhelming sense of victory. Sigh. She let out a long breath, rubbing her slightly stiff cheeks. Acting is truly exhausting, especially when portraying the persona of a serene fairy that aligns with the indigenous aesthetic of this world. It's a burden upon burdens. Xian'er. She approached the cold jade bed crafted from Tianyin divine ice at the center of the hall, slowly sitting down, murmuring to herself. Truly a quintessential, classic villainess. As a seasoned reader of Blue Star novels, Lin Chuyan saw through Gu Xian'er's true nature at a glance. What passion, what authenticity. Nonsense. Isn't she just a quintessential embodiment of a vain and arrogant antagonist, relying solely on her lineage and innate talent, ultimately destined to be humiliated and trampled by the protagonist, is remarkably devoid of any nuance. To challenge me? A sardonic smile graced Lin Chuyan's lips as she proclaimed, "Do you believe this is a realm where one's ample bosom grants them authority? How naive, how foolish. I, Lin Chuyan, am endowed with the halo of a time traveler, the designated protagonist wielding a predetermined script. You, an indigenous NPC, merely a programmed entity. What do you possess to contend with me?" She acknowledged that, in terms of raw capability, she indeed fell slightly short, recalling the effort she expended earlier in the Grand Hall, where she strained to the utmost, even resorting to her spiritual energy to barely create a shallow crevice. Lin Chuyan felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. Such disgrace. This was undoubtedly the greatest humiliation of her 2 lifetimes. However, she resolved that losing face did not equate to losing the battle. A temporary disadvantage in physical prowess did not dictate an inevitable defeat. Combat has never solely relied on brute strength. Lin Chuyan's gaze sharpened, becoming profound and imbued with the light of wisdom. You, Xian'er, may ride the turbulent waves of the flesh, but I navigate the sophisticated currents of the soul. What I seek is not fleeting affection, but a profound place in my master's heart, to be his irreplaceable singularity in life. I aspire to stand alongside him at the pinnacle of the world, witnessing the splendor of existence. Then, a blush of longing and sweetness adorned Lin Chuyan's face. I shall gift my esteemed master a multitude of adorable little monkeys. This is the ultimate destination worthy of a qualified protagonist. As for Xian'er, that brutish antagonist, her sole purpose is to serve as a stepping stone on my path to love, her foolishness and failures merely highlighting my wisdom and success. With this realization, all of Lin Chuyan's frustrations dissipated in an instant. She regained her ethereal, otherworldly demeanor, gently closing her eyes to enter a meditative state. A translucent silhouette of a cool, luminous moon rose behind her, the radiant moonlight accentuating her sanctity and inviolability. Wait for it, Xian'er. Our battle has only just begun, and the one who will ultimately triumph shall assuredly be me, the protagonist. The Hall of Reincarnation, lacking the fervor of the Phoenix Hall, nor the chill of the Lunar Hall. The Hall of Reincarnation embodies true emptiness, vast, desolate, and cold. The entire chamber, save for a solitary black meditation cushion at its center, is devoid of any embellishment. Ancient murals depicting the 6 paths of reincarnation adorn the walls, showcasing countless beings struggling, sinking, perishing, and reviving, exuding an aura of chilling desolation and deathly stillness. Here, it resembles not a palace of immortals, but rather a tomb prepared for the Tao. Mushi's figure sits at the center of this grave, her legs crossed, hands resting upon her knees, striving to enter a state of tranquil meditation, where the heart is as still as water and all things are void. This instinct, deeply etched into her very being from her past life as the immortal emperor, compels her to sever all desires and penetrate the cycle of life and death to attain the supreme path. Yet today, she faltered. No matter how she concentrated or recited the mantra of clarity, her mind was uncontrollably besieged by an image. Not merely an image, but a sensation, a warmth, sturdy and imbued with an unimaginable strength, yet radiating a reassuring warmth. It was the thigh of her master. Mushi's body quivered slightly. She could not help but lower her gaze to her hands. These very hands had recently clung tightly to that form. So vest, so elongated. Despite her utmost effort, she could scarcely encircle it with her arms. The fabric of the long robe, seemingly ordinary moon-white brocade, appeared to her as a veil through which she could sense the formidable musculature beneath, brimming with cataclysmic power, along with that faint, peculiar aura emanating from her master, reminiscent of fresh grass after rain and the nascent chaos of creation. It was delightful. Slap! Mushi abruptly struck her own face. Instantly, a clear red mark bloomed upon her cheek. How painful! Yet the sting brought a flicker of clarity to her chaotic thoughts. Muy Xianxia. What are you thinking? Have you forgotten who you are? Have you forgotten how you perished? Memories of her past life surged forth like a tidal wave. The white-robed empress, seated in the heavens, whose mere thought could make all realms blossom. That unparalleled grace, commanding the ages and overlooking the world. And then that unremarkable afternoon. That inconspicuous disciple of the Qingyun Sect, emerging from nowhere. That punch, a seemingly ordinary strike, yet imbued with a profound essence of the Tao that she could neither comprehend nor withstand, let alone contemplate. There was no earth-shattering roar, no cataclysmic effects. It simply landed gently upon her chest. Then, her protective, celestial light shattered. Her innate imperial weapon crumbled. Her indestructible body fractured. Her eternal soul extinguished. She died. Died like an ant crushed beneath a passerby's foot, silent, without value. The deep-seated terror and despair within her soul have never dissipated, even through reincarnation. Thus, in this life, she harbors but one goal, to cling tightly to her master, the thickest golden thigh in the entire universe. As a merciless pawn, as a mere tool that knows only how to consume the 9-turn, soul-rejuvenating honey beans crafted by the master. What dignity of an empress, what pride of a strong individual, is nothing but utter nonsense. To live, to exist peacefully under the protection of the master, that is the utmost importance. Yet, Mushi's gaze once again fell upon her own hands. Why is it that the sensation of clinging to the master's leg is so profoundly nostalgic? It is not merely the reassuring feeling of having guardian. It is also a warmth that she has never experienced before, filling the void in her heart that has been empty for countless eons. How peculiar could it be? Could this be the very thing that her elder and second sister fiercely vie for, to the point of engaging in fierce battles? To defy the master and betray the disciple. Mushi unconsciously uttered these 4 words. Previously, she viewed the actions of her elder and second sister as shallow and immature, their perspectives too limited. However, now, she seems to grasp it, even if just a little. The master's legs are so long and grand. Only clinging to one seems somewhat inadequate. A dangerous thought, one that even frightens her, quietly emerged from the depths of her frozen heart, like a poisonous mushroom after the rain. What if I also, main effort, to defy the master and betray the disciple? Within the hall of reincarnation, silence once again enveloped the space. Only that figure, seated in the center of the vast hall, hugged her knees, lost in an unprecedented sweet, yet perilous dilemma. Meanwhile, billions of miles away in Jianzhou, within the Grand Qian dynasty, in the imperial city's Golden One Hall, the new emperor Lin Feng languidly slumped on the dragon throne, his gaze vacant as he stared at the mountain of memorials piled high before him. Your Majesty, the newly appointed governor of Demingzu has submitted a petition stating that there are disputes over the ownership of the local spirit stone mines, which has led to conflicts with 3 local cultivation families, requesting the court to send someone to mediate. Your Majesty, the household registration management in Demingzu is excessively chaotic, incompatible with our Grand Qian heavenly network system. The Minister of Revenue and the Minister of Works have been arguing about this for 3 days now, and yesterday. The Minister of Revenue even yanked off the Minister of Works wig. Your Majesty, the specialty of Demingzu, the golden silk honey dates, are too sweet. The ladies of the harem are concerned about gaining weight from eating too many, and they have collectively petitioned for this year's tribute to be halved. Yet, this is also a vital source of revenue for Demingzu, leading to yet another quarrel between the Ministry of Rights and the Ministry of Revenue. Your Majesty. Enough with Your Majesty. Lin Feng jolted upright, instinctively reaching for a memorial to hurl it away, but upon reflection, he refrained, for it was made of exquisite golden silk namu paper, rather expensive. He rubbed his throbbing temples, wearily gesturing for silence. Enough, enough, let's not argue any longer. A trivial matter, yet here you all are, my esteemed ministers of the great Qian dynasty, displaying such a lack of vision. Cannot one learn from my father, the emperor, or my elder sister? Upon mentioning my father, Lin Langtian, and my sister, Lin Chuyan, a look of profound admiration and longing instantly graced Lin Feng's face as he gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle. In those days, although the great Qian dynasty was indeed a formidable force, it was merely a second-rate player in the vast expanse of Sword Province, living under the shadow of the sacred lands and celestial dynasties. However, everything changed when my father, Lin Langtian, inexplicably announced his abdication, proclaiming himself as the retired emperor, and ventured into the legendary Qingyun Sect for self-cultivation. Shortly thereafter, my sister, who had always been aloof and proud, as if everyone owed her 800,000 spirit stones, followed him to the Qingyun Sect and made headlines. She became the direct disciple of Su Yi, the sect leader of Qingyun. My heavens, that is the Qingyun Sect. Although no one knows precisely where this sect resides or its true strength, The mere fact that it could cause the formidable Li Wuhou sacred sect to suffer a setback speaks volumes. From that day forth, the stature of the great Qin dynasty stood tall and unyielding. Chapter 94. The arrival of the fierce Wuhou army, the great Qian in peril. The annexation of the aging Ming dynasty next door was as effortless as partaking in a meal. Those self-important cultivation sects and noble families that once looked down their noses at us now bow and scrape before the officials of the great Qian, respectfully addressing them as my lord. The international standing of the great Qian dynasty, nay, its interstate status, soared like a rocket, nowadays, throughout the Soar province. Aside from the lofty Tianyin sacred land, which remains indifferent to worldly disputes, and a few other old-school hegemonic powers, who would dare to disregard the great Qian dynasty. This is the foundation of power. This is the essence of vision. This is the art of forming alliances. Lin Feng felt that the wisest decision of his life was to steadfastly support his sister, Lin Chuyan, during the struggle for the throne. Although he still could not comprehend how his sister, who had always been disdainful of power, suddenly became enlightened, clearing his path of all obstacles and providing him with such an unimaginable ally. Alas, being an emperor truly lacks excitement. Lin Feng slumped down once more, murmuring to himself, "While my father and sister forge ahead, expanding our territories, I am left to deal with trifles and mediate disputes among ministers. How can the disparity between people be so vast?" As Lin Feng lamented his plight and pondered the injustices of life, a thunderous roar, as if it could tear the heavens apart, erupted from the skies. The entire imperial city, nay, the capital of the great Qian dynasty, trembled violently at that moment. The ornate, glazed tiles of the Golden Lawn Hall clattered and fell, sending ministers and officials scurrying in panic. What is happening? An earthquake? No. This pressure signifies an enemy. A formidable adversary approaches. Lin Feng was startled by the sudden turn of events, springing from the dragon throne with a pallid countenance. He stumbled out of the Golden Lawn Hall and looked up at the sky. What he beheld was a scene forever etched in his memory. The once clear azure sky had transformed into a suffocating shade of dark red, as if soaked in endless blood. 300 colossal and menacing warships loomed above the capital like fiery fortresses suspended in the air. Each ship's prow was intricately carved with a massive, distorted demonic head, black flames raging in its eye sockets, exuding an aura of destruction and brutality. A stifling wave of terror descended from the heavens, enveloping the entire city. The moisture in the air evaporated instantaneously, and pedestrians on the streets felt as though they had been cast into a cauldron, each breath searing their lungs. Countless ordinary people and low-ranking cultivators, under the overwhelming pressure, found their legs give way, collapsing to the ground. Some even coughed up blood and fainted on the spot. The Li Wuhou sacred sect. It was the burning sky worship of the Li Wuhou sacred sect. An erudite elder pointed at the sky, his voice trembling uncontrollably, his face drained of color. How could they have come here? Panic spread through the crowd like a plague. At that moment, on the largest flagship, a figure slowly rose, clad in a crimson sect leader's robe. He was tall and imposing, with a majestic countenance, his red hair billowing as if caught in an unseen flame. He stood there silently, emanating a terrifying aura unique to the 8th level of the harmonization realm, as if he could crush the stars, descending upon them like a primordial mountain. Thud! On the city walls, thousands of soldiers guarding the capital were crushed in a blood mist without a sound, overwhelmed by this oppressive force. It was none other than the leader of the Li Wuhou sacred sect, Li Wuhou. His voice resonated like thunder from the heavens, shaking everyone's eardrums and threatening to shatter their souls. "I am Li Wuhou, leader of the Li Wuhou sacred sect. I have come today for but one reason." His scarlet gaze, akin to two unparalleled swords, instantly locked onto the young emperor trembling in a dragon robe before the palace. "Surrender the demon of the Qingyun Sect. Otherwise, I shall leave no stone unturned in this city, nor a living creature behind." The final 4 words, imbued with overwhelming murderous intent and wrath, transformed into palpable sound waves, cracking the grand square of white jade before the palace into unfathomable fissures. Lin Feng felt as though his heart might burst under the weight of this murderous aura. His legs trembled, nearly unable to support him. What sheer madness was this? The demon of the Qingyun Sect? Where was he to find it? Yes, his imperial sister was indeed from the Qingyun Sect, but she was no demon. She was a celestial being, Moreover, even if she is not here now. Lin Feng's mind was a whirlwind of chaos, yet he understood that, at this moment, as a sovereign, he could not show weakness. At the very least, he must maintain a facade of strength. Summoning his courage, Lin Feng straightened his back and, with a voice that even he found lacking in conviction, bellowed, "Are you, the Li Hua Shengzong, intent on waging an all-out war against my Deqian dynasty and against the Qingyun Sect that stand behind us?" He deliberately emphasized the name of the Qingyun Sect, for it was his sole and greatest trump card at this juncture. However, upon hearing the name Qingyun Sect, Li Wuhou not only displayed no trepidation. Instead, he resembled a powder keg, his rage threatening to erupt. Qingyun Sect. Excellent. Truly excellent. Li Wuhui's fury twisted into a mocking laughter, laced with a chilling intent to kill. What I seek is precisely the people of your Qingyun Sect. Do not presume that I am unaware. Your Deqian's crown princess Lin Chuyan is none other than that demoness of the Qingyun Sect. She, along with her accomplices, has wantonly slain our sect's young sect master Li Wuhou and the holy son Huiyan Long in the Tianyin secret realm. This enmity is irreconcilable. Today, if you do not surrender the culprits, I shall first annihilate your Deqian dynasty, desecrate the ancestral graves of the Lin clan, and then march forth to raze the Qingyun Sect to the ground. As his words fell, two unfathomable elders stepped forward behind Li Wuhou, their presence exuding an oppressive force of initial realm convergence. Three figures of realm convergence. The sect leader, Li Wuhou, was even a terrifying eighth tier of realm convergence. Above, dozens of elders clad in crimson robes from the Li Hua sect revealed their formidable auras, each one a formidable being of the transformation god realm. Terror, despair, a bone-chilling dread enveloped the hearts of all the subjects of the Qin dynasty in an instant. Lin Feng's face turned ashen, paler than paper. The civil and military officials behind him collapsed to the ground, many succumbing to their fears, the stench of excrement and urine permeating the air. It was over. This time, it was utterly over. With such a formidable assembly, not only could they obliterate the Qin dynasty, but they could likely turn the entire Jin Zhou upside down with ease. Protect the emperor. Protect the emperor. At this critical moment, a dozen streaks of light shot up from deep within the palace, standing resolutely before Lin Feng. At the forefront was a venerable elder with white hair and a gaunt visage, exuding the aura of initial realm convergence. He was none other than Zhao Wuji, the sole realm convergence elder recently acquired by the Qin dynasty at a staggering cost. Behind him stood 3 elder guardians of the royal family and 8 newly recruited guest elders, all of whom were of the transformation god realm. This represented the pinnacle of combat power that the Qin dynasty could muster at present. The Li Hua Shengzong has gone too far, Zhao Wuji declared, his expression grave as water, his voice resonating with authority. The great Qin dynasty is certainly not a mere soft persimmon to be easily squeezed. Yet, as he uttered these words, the corners of his eyes twitched uncontrollably. A nascent stage of the harmonization realm confronted an 8th-layer harmonization realm, alongside 2 other nascent harmonization realm practitioners. 11 in the transformation realm faced countless adversaries from the same realm. This is no longer a mere soft persimmon. It is akin to an egg striking a stone. No, it is an egg colliding with an ancient divine mountain. Indeed, Li Wuhou merely cast a disdainful glance their way, his gaze akin to that of one observing a colony of ants. You think you stand a chance? He was too apathetic to utter another word. The contempt and disdain radiating from him were more lethal than any venomous words. The 8 newly arrived transformation realm guests behind Zhao Wuji were now drenched in cold sweat, their legs trembling, their eyes darting in uncertainty. They had initially sought the illustrious Qingyun Sect behind the great Qin dynasty, believing they could find a stable refuge to indulge in luxury and wealth. Who could have anticipated that this supposed sanctuary would draw the ire of the dominant force? The Li Hua sacred sect, bringing about a calamity of annihilation? Had they known, no amount of spirit stones would have persuaded them to come. Some among them had already begun to stealthily retreat, contemplating a swift escape through the void at the onset of battle. As for the fate of the great Qin dynasty, what concern is that of mine? We are merely hired guests, not the Lin family's die-hard warriors. There is no reason for us to accompany you to your demise. Lin Feng observed all of this with a heart frozen in despair. He realized that relying on these individuals was futile. His only glimmer of hope lay with the Qingyun Sect. Father, elder sister, Lin Feng's heart screamed in desperation. If you do not come soon, your precious younger brother will be eradicated. He abruptly turned to a paralyzed chief eunuch behind him and shouted with all his might, "Convey my command. Quickly. Utilize the highest grade, celestial communication talisman. Contact the Supreme Emperor. Inform my father that if he does not return soon, there will be no one left to name his grandson. No, tell him that if he does not return, the ancestral grave of the Lin family will be unearthed. Hurry." Lin Feng was nearly incoherent, his only thought being to send out a distress signal. Regardless of the cost, it must be sent. The chief eunuch, awakened from his stupor, scrambled toward the palace's inner sanctum. Above in the sky, Li Wuhou gazed down upon the chaotic swarm of ants below, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Seeking assistance, are we? Very well. I shall grant you 10 breaths of time. After 10 breaths, there will be no mercy." He slowly raised his right hand, within which a flame of destruction capable of incinerating all began to coalesce fiercely. The temperature throughout the capital surged once more. Time, at this moment, seems to stretch infinitely slow. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Lin Feng's heart sinks into an unfathomable abyss. Is 10 breaths sufficient? To send a message to the Qingyun Sect from here, and wait for father and the others to arrive. Will there be enough time? Despair washes over him like a relentless tide, completely submerging him. Meanwhile, at the Qingyun Sect, in the Tianyin Hall, here, there are neither sun nor moon, only the eternal, chilling moonlight that flows like mercury through every corner of the hall. A vast and resplendent full moon hangs from the ceiling, seemingly within reach. It is not a physical entity, but a manifestation of the purest Tianyin power, condensed into the essence of the Tao. At this moment, beneath the radiant moon, a stunning figure sits cross-legged, dressed in garments whiter than snow. With hair cascading like a waterfall, it is Lin Chuyan. Her eyes are tightly shut, her exquisite face obscured by a delicate silver mask, revealing only a pair of icy eyes and a finely sculpted chin. Threads of moonlight, as if drawn by some mysterious force, transform into visible strands of milky light, surging fervently into her body. Her aura ascends at an astonishing pace. First level of the Yuan Ing realm. Pinnacle of the first level. A faint sound, akin to the popping of a bubble, resonates within her. In an instant, a more formidable aura erupts from her petite frame. Second level of the Yuan Ing realm. She has succeeded. Should the cultivators outside witness this scene, they would likely be left agog, their eyes wide with astonishment. Consider this. Lin Chuyan had only joined the Qingyun Sect a mere few days ago. From the Golden Core stage, she had skyrocketed to the Yuan Ing realm, an already staggering achievement. Now, after merely 2.5 days of seclusion in the Tianyin Hall bestowed by her master, she has broken through from the first level to the second level of the Yuan Ing realm. What a pace of cultivation is this? Has she mounted a steed equipped with a teleportation array? Yet, amidst it all, Lin Chuyan remains remarkably composed, as if she has merely sipped a glass of water. She slowly opens her eyes, her cold gaze betraying not a hint of turbulence. Sensing this surging magical power within her, now multiplied several times over, she simply nods with mild satisfaction. HM, not bad. Extending her delicate fingers, a wisp of Tianyin divine light dances at her fingertips, exuding a terrifying chill capable of freezing souls. The Tianyin refinement of the divine bestowed by her master is indeed unparalleled, worthy of being a supreme technique that directly points to the source of the Tao. Coupled with this Tianyin Hall, my cultivation speed has accelerated at least 100-fold compared to my previous life. Thoughts whirl rapidly in her mind. Regrettably, my identity as a transmigrator seems to hold no advantage in front of my master. I had hoped to showcase my wisdom and foresight, gained from my prior knowledge of the storyline, to earn a unique favor. However, the outcome in Lin Chuyan's mind, she could not help but conjure images of those two inept peers. Xian'er, that simpleton, what could she do besides rely on brute strength and summon a mere illusion of a phoenix? All she did was cling to the master's arm and giggle foolishly, devoid of any skill. And then there was Mushi, that little traitor. How could she shamelessly cling to the master's leg without letting go? It was as if she were tarnishing the reputation of all disciples. I, Lin Chuyan, as the esteemed protagonist of this realm, could never lower myself to their level. A faint smile graced her lips, revealing a confident curve of intellect. Brute force and flattery are ultimately inferior paths. Only through wisdom, by becoming the master's most capable aide, alleviating his burdens and strategizing effectively, could one ensure a lasting legacy. With her recent breakthrough to the second level of the nascent soul, her power had increased once more. The next time she vied for the master's affection against those two, her chances of victory would surely improve. Chapter 95. The ultimate end of the Tao is directly summoning aid. Just as she was immersed in her intricate plans of palace intrigue, a sudden, jarring buzzing erupted in her mind. This sound emanated from the depths of her storage ring, a jade talisman bound to her very soul. The highest level of communication talisman from the great Qian dynasty. Lin Chuyan's expression changed instantly. This talisman was entrusted to her by her father, Emperor Lin Langtian, to be used only in the direst of national calamities. Its activation required the fiery essence of an entire dragon vein from the great Qian dynasty. The cost was unimaginable. With a flicker of her consciousness, she activated the communication. In the next moment, a voice filled with sheer panic, chaos, and despair surged into her consciousness like a torrential flood. "Sister, help me." It was her second brother, Lin Feng. "There are so many huge black ships. They're on fire. It's so big and so hot. There's a madman with red hair. He's in the harmonization realm. He claims to be the sect master of the Li Wuhou sacred sect. He says you killed their young sect master. He wants to massacre the city. He wants to desecrate our ancestral graves. Sister, where's father? Where's father gone? The madman is counting down. 10, 9, 8, help. I don't want to die. I'm still young. I haven't even had the chance to expand our Lin family yet. Sister, if you don't come soon, your most adorable brother will be roasted like a pig." With a crackling noise, the transmission abruptly cut off amidst a cacophony of static. Inside the Tianyin hall, an eerie silence enveloped the space. Lin Chuyan stood still, motionless like a statue of ice. After a moment, a soft crack echoed. The white jade tiles beneath her feet, stronger than divine, each word emerged with a deliberate cadence, as if squeezed forth from the frozen depths of the abyss. "Very well. How dare you provoke the Lin family, threaten my brother, and even desecrate our ancestral grave?" In her icy gaze, the reflection of a radiant moon morphed into a blood-red orb. The once aloof and rational aura of the time-traveling heroine shattered before the mere mention of tomb raiding. This struck at the very core of her being as a traveler, touching upon her most sacred boundary. After all, it was her family's grave in this lifetime, where her kind-hearted grandmother lay buried. "You have successfully roused the ire of this princess." In the next moment, Lin Chuyan transformed into a streak of light, hardly pausing to bid farewell to the luminous moon in the central hall, and directly darted out of the Tianyin palace. Racing towards the chaos palace where the sect leader resided, all notions of strategy and calculated planning dissolved into pure instinct in the face of overwhelming fury. Summon reinforcements. Rally the troops. Call for my master. Let my master deal with you wretched scoundrels. The Chaos Palace, the power center of the Qingyun Sect, also served as the chamber of the sect leader, Su Yi. At this moment, Su Yi reclined languidly in a rocking chair crafted from 1,000-year-old soul-nurturing wood, while Xian'er contentedly peeled a glistening grape beside him, carefully feeding it to his lips. On the opposite side of the rocking chair, Mushi knelt on the ground, meticulously polishing the chair's legs with a silk handkerchief. She was so earnest and focused in her task that it seemed as if she were tending to the most sacred of artworks. As she polished, she murmured to herself in a voice only she could hear, "As long as I make my master's chair shine, he shall remain bound to me. With an insincere heart, the path shall not be steadfast." Thus, polishing the chair is also a form of cultivation. In my past life, I was an emperor surveying the ages, yet none dared to wipe my throne. In this life, to polish my master's chair is a stroke of fortune beyond measure. Su Yi savored this hard-earned tranquility, blissfully squinting his eyes. Ah, splendid. Xian'er's great peeling skills have reached new heights, discarding both skin and seeds with finesse. Mushi's polishing has made the chair shine so bright it could serve as a mirror. With Chuyan in seclusion, no one is here to play tricks on me. This life is delightful. Just as he reveled in the beauty of existence, a white streak of light surged into the hall at a speed akin to teleportation, bringing with it a fragrant breeze, and came to a steady halt at the center of the grand hall. It was Lin Chuyan. Her exquisite visage was now etched with urgency and an overwhelming intent to kill. Su Yi lazily opened his eyes, casting a glance at her, surprised. Oh, you've emerged from seclusion? Second level of yuanying, quite impressive. But what is with that expression? Who has angered our Chuyan? Speak, and I shall take care of it. Before he could finish his sentence, a resounding thud echoed through the air. Lin Chuyan unexpectedly knelt without hesitation, bowing deeply before Su Yi. Master. Her voice trembled with an urgency that was difficult to suppress. I implore you, Master, to extend your hand and save our great Qian dynasty. This act of reverence left Xian'er, who was peeling grapes, and Mushi, who was tending to a rocking chair, utterly astonished. What is happening? Xian'er blinked her beautiful eyes, her expression filled with bewilderment. Typically, Lin Chuyan was the epitome of grace and decorum, often lecturing them on the virtues of loyalty and integrity, admonishing against the act of kneeling. Why then, was she the first to bow in respect today? Mu Yidanashche, equally taken aback, halted her actions, her gaze shifting to the kneeling Lin Chuyan, her eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. This woman possesses remarkable depth, able to humble herself to this extent. It appears my esteemed status as the chief ornament of the sect is under serious threat. Suye, momentarily stunned by her unexpected display of reverence, straightened in his seat and waved his hand. Rise and speak. Is this matter truly of such gravity that it warrants such a ceremonial gesture? A direct disciple of Qingyun Sect, standing carries more weight than others kneeling. A gentle force lifted Lin Chuyan, compelling her to stand upright. Warmth surged within her heart. Yet the urgency on her face remained unabated as she swiftly recounted the events that had transpired. The lord of the Li Wuhou sacred sect, Li Wuhou, had personally led 300 burning sky warships and 100,000 divine guards to besiege the capital of our great Qian dynasty. With a cultivation level of the 8th heaven of the harmonization realm, he threatened my imperial brother, demanding the surrender of disciples, or else he would slaughter the city and desecrate the ancestral tomb of the Lin family. As she uttered the last 4 words, her teeth clenched tight, her nails nearly digging into her flesh. Li Wuhou sacred sect. Su Yi stroked his chin, recalling the details. Oh, that would be the sect whose young master was recently eliminated by Xian'er in the Tianyin secret realm. Impressive memory. He regarded Lin Chuyan with a calm demeanor, yet his tone bore an undeniable authority. How dare a mere Li Wuhou sacred sect threaten my disciple, and to desecrate my disciple's ancestral tomb? How, what creativity! Are they weary of life and seeking a change of residence? Just as he concluded his speech, a figure clad in blue ceremonial armor, exuding an air of solemnity and strength, strode into the hall with measured steps. It was the sect's guardian, Qingyi. He approached the center of the hall, kneeling on one knee, his voice steady as a mountain, devoid of any emotion. Commonly known as Lin Langtian, requests an audience. Suyaraisit Aneyibroth. Lin Langtian? Is that not Chuyan's father? What business does he have here instead of sweeping the back mountain? Qingyi continued in his unchanging robotic tone. Lin Langtian claims he has just received a dream from his son, Emperor Lin Feng of the Great Qian. In the realm of dreams, a foreboding vision emerged. The forces of the Li Fire Sacred Sect were advancing, proclaiming their intent to desecrate the Lin family ancestral tomb with is in a state of agitation, prostrating himself before the palace gates, attempting to etch the character for tragic into the ground with his forehead, expressing his profound sorrow and indignation. Inside the grand hall, an eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere. Lin Chuyan's lips twitched involuntarily. A prophetic dream? And destructive excavations and archaeological studies? How has my father, at his age, become so utterly ridiculous? Xian'er let out a snicker, but upon observing the expressions of Su Yi and Lin Chuyan, quickly covered her mouth, her delicate face flushed with embarrassment. Mushi lowered her head, continuing to polish a rocking chair, though her shoulders subtly trembled, evidently stifling her laughter. Su Yi's expression grew peculiar. He rubbed his temples, sensing his blood pressure rising. What in the world is happening? One daughter seeks aid, while her father engages in performance art outside. Is my Qingyun Sect merely a haven for eccentrics? Enough is enough. With a wave of his hand, Su Yi expressed his impatience. Family matters have spilled into the sect. How absurd. He turned to Lin Chuyan, making a decisive statement. Since this issue arose due to you, it is your responsibility to resolve it. Lin Chuyan was taken aback. Alone? Although she had advanced to the second level of the nascent soul stage and was confident in her ability to sweep away peers of her rank. Her adversaries were formidable beings at the eighth heaven of the harmonious path, accompanied by 300 burning sky warships. This was not a battle of comparable magnitude. Is my master testing me? Of course, it is not for you to face alone. Suyi rolled his eyes, wearing an expression that conveyed disbelief. My disciples of Qingyun Sect must present an impressive facade when embarking on missions. If you were to return single-handedly and were bested, it would reflect poorly on me. Suyi, he called out to the palace's exterior. Li Shanjian, the voice, though not loud, seemed imbued with a profound essence, resonating throughout the entirety of Qingyun Sect. Moments later, a streak of sword light shot through the heavens, landing precisely outside the chaotic palace. A middle-aged man, clad in the attire of an outer sect steward of Qingyun Sect, exuded an air of ethereal grace, embodying the demeanor of a sage as he swiftly entered. However, his refined presence was utterly marred by the imposing object slung over his shoulder, a pitch-black iron shovel, glistening ominously, etched with a plethora of bizarre runes. Indeed, it was Li Changjian, the outer sect steward, renowned not for his scholarly pursuits, but rather for his expertise in resolving external disputes. Upon entering the hall, Li Changjian bowed deeply to Suyi, his demeanor exuding utmost respect. Sect Master, you summon me? Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of Lin Chuyan beside him, and once again sensed the residual killing intent that had yet to fully dissipate from her presence. His eyes sparkled with intrigue, akin to a cat that has caught a whiff of blood. His hand, gripping the shovel, trembled with excitement. Is this not the niece of Master Lin? With such a fierce aura, which unfortunate soul has dared to provoke you? Speak, inform your master uncle. Do they wish to see their sect annihilated or their ancestral graves relocated? I am well versed in such matters. He boasted, proudly tapping his treasured shovel, producing a sharp, resonant sound. Lin Chuyan found herself convinced that the claims made by Li Changjian in the square of Tianyin City, where he had threatened to obliterate the entire Li Wuhou sacred sect and even disturb their ancestral graves, were indeed true. His expertise in such matters appeared rather proficient. Suyi, unperturbed by this lively character, issued a direct command. Li Changjian, accompany Lin Chuyan to the Qin dynasty. The Li Wuhou sacred sect is causing trouble there. Upon hearing this, Li Changjian's eyes lit up, his entire demeanor brimming with enthusiasm. The Li Wuhou sacred sect? Those fools who play with fire again. Rest assured, Master, I will accomplish this task. This time, I will ensure they understand the true meaning of dual annihilation, both physically and spiritually. As he spoke, he caressed his shovel, a smile gracing his face that sent shivers down Lin Chuyan's spine. Suyi nodded and turned to Qingyi. Go inform your father, and let Lin Langtian know to avoid embarrassing himself outside. He shall accompany you as well. Additionally, summon 5 sect guards for protection. Yes, Master, Qingyi acknowledged, turning to depart. Finally, Suyi looked at Lin Chuyan and cautioned, your father, Lin Langtian, has made significant progress during these days at my Qingyun Sect. Given his diligent sweeping, I have graciously assisted him. He has now reached the pinnacle of the transformation god's 10th layer and can barely serve as a fighter. Li Changjian, at the pinnacle of the harmonization realm's 10th layer, can easily handle a mere 8th layer Li Wuhou. The 5 guards are also at the pinnacle of the transformation god's 10th layer. Is this formidable lineup sufficient to support your family? Lin Chuyan was utterly stunned. She opened her mouth, feeling her mind was somewhat overwhelmed. Her father has reached the pinnacle of the transformation god's 10th layer, all because of diligent sweeping. Is this what you refer to as a gracious assist, Master? Furthermore, Li Changjian is at the pinnacle of the harmonization realm's 10th layer. He surpasses the once mighty leader of the Li Wuhou sacred sect by 2 minor realms, plus a perfect completion. And 5 guards at the pinnacle of the transformation god's 10th layer? Is this an attempt to resolve a conflict? This lineup, let alone a mere Li Wuhou sacred sect, could likely conquer the entirety of the Great Ming province, along with several surrounding provinces, in less than half an hour. Is this truly the strength of my Qingyun sect? Is this the grandeur of my master? A tempest surged within Lin Chuyan's heart. The anger, anxiety, and worry that had previously arisen from her family's encirclement were, in that moment, entirely washed away by a wave of ecstasy and astonishment. She found herself feeling a twinge of pity for that fellow named Li Wuhou. Of all the people to provoke, why must he choose to incite my master? Of all the threats he could issue, why target me, a direct disciple of Qingyun Sect, and to disturb my family's ancestral grave? Now, I am merely curious whether the ancestral grave of your Li Wuhou Shengzong is a task fit for the sole effort of elderly Changjian. Enough, master. Lin Chuyan bowed deeply once more, her voice filled with unparalleled confidence and conviction. Disciple is grateful to master. Su Yi waved his hand, reclining back into his rocking chair. Stifling a yawn, go swiftly and return promptly. Do not delay my afternoon tea. Oh, right. He seemed to recall something and added, by the way, bring back some of those golden silk honey dates your foolish brother mentioned. I am curious to see what kind of honey dates could instill fear of weight gain in the 3,000 beauties of the harem. Lin Chuyan responded, yes, master. Suppressing a smile, she turned to leave, joining Li Changjian, who was shouldering a shovel and wore an expression of excitement, as if he was finally ready to commence work. As they exited the Chaos Palace, outside the hall, Lin Langtian and 5 black-armored guards stood at attention, waiting. The former emperor of Tianyin, now clad in simple servant attire, radiated an aura that was exponentially more formidable than ever. Peak of the 10th transformation, his presence almost spilled forth from his being. Upon seeing Lin Chuyan, tears streamed down his face as he rushed toward her. Yin, my dear daughter, you have finally emerged. How wonderful. The sect leader has consented to deploy troops. Lin Chuyan gazed at her transformed father, momentarily at a loss for words. She could only nod and solemnly declare, Father, there is no time to lose. We shall depart immediately. Good. Let's set forth. Lin Langtian wiped away his tears, turning his gaze toward the horizon, a fierce gleam igniting in his eyes. Li Wuhou Shengzong, Li Wuhou, you shall wait for me. My royal artillery brigade of Qingyun Sect is on its way. Li Changjian, hoisting the shovel, flashed a broad smile, revealing his white teeth. Let us go. With that, he waved his hand, and a tremendous surge of magical energy enveloped them, transforming into a breathtaking sword light that rent the heavens, vanishing in an instant into the sky. The speed was so astonishing that it sent ripples through the very fabric of space. Only the disheveled Xian'er and Mushi remained before the Chaos Palace. Caught in the wind, Xian'er blinked, murmuring, wow, what a swift sword, what a massive shovel. Mushi gazed in the direction where the sword light had disappeared. Lost in thought, is it true that rallying support is the ultimate shortcut to the pinnacle of greatness? I have come to understand. Chapter 96. The arrival of the Qingyun Sect's army, striking with devastating force. In the great Qian dynasty, within the imperial city of Sword State, ominous black clouds loomed overhead, threatening to devastate the city. 300 massive warships, as colossal as mountains, hovered ominously above the imperial city like ancient, ferocious beasts, casting vast shadows that enveloped the entire city in an atmosphere reminiscent of an impending apocalypse. The prows of these ships were intricately carved with burning skulls, and the dark cannon mouths shimmered with a disquieting crimson light, as if they could unleash a cataclysmic fury at any moment. Blood stained the walls of the imperial city, where countless soldiers clad in the standard armor of the great Qian dynasty lay lifeless on the ground, their bodies intact, yet their souls utterly shattered by a single, thunderous roar that carried the oppressive weight of a transcendent being. Instant annihilation. Such was the terror of a master at the Dao integration stage. At the center of the imperial city, atop the Chengtian Gate, stood the young Emperor Lin Feng, adorned in a dragon robe and crowned with the Ping Tian crown. His complexion as pale as parchment. His body trembled, not from fear, but from an overwhelming surge of anger and humiliation. Behind him, several elderly figures with white hair and beards strained to maintain a wavering barrier of spiritual energy, desperately resisting the terrifying pressure that descended like a merciless flood from above. They were the last bastion of the great Qian dynasty, venerable ancestors in the transformation realm, yet blood trickled from the corners of their mouths, clearly unable to hold out much longer. Lin Feng, from the largest warship, a middle-aged man clad in the robes of the Flame Sect, his demeanor imposing and surrounded by blazing flames, stood with arms crossed, gazing down at the throngs below with indifference. He was Li Wuhou, the current leader of the Li Wuhou sacred sect, a terrifying figure at the 8th level of the Dao integration stage. My patience is limited. Li Wuhou's voice boomed like thunder, resonating in the ears of all present. I shall grant you 10 more breaths of time. Surrender Lin Chuyan, a disciple of the Qingyun Sect, along with all her associates from the Tianyin secret realm. Otherwise, a cruel smile curved upon his lips. I shall reduce your imperial city to scorched earth. Then I shall personally excavate your Lin family's ancestral tomb, inch by inch. On the tower, Emperor Lin Feng's eyes blazed crimson, his nails digging deep into his palms, blood seeping through his fingers. This is an extreme affront, such an egregious humiliation. As a sovereign, when had he ever endured such disgrace? Yet what could he do? His adversary was a master at the 8th level of the Dao integration stage, backed by a top-tier sacred sect standing tall in the realm of Ming. Meanwhile, the strongest in his great Qian dynasty were merely a handful of ancestors in the transformation realm. The chasm between them was insurmountable, like a vast abyss. 10. The emotionless countdown of Li Wuhou gradually resonated, akin to the death knell of fate. The soldiers remaining on the city walls bore expressions etched with despair. Was the heavens truly intent on annihilating our great Qian? Lin Feng closed his eyes, a solitary tear cascading from the corner of his eye. Sister, father, where are you? In this moment of profound silence and collective hopelessness, a piercing shriek, sharp as a blade, unexpectedly emanated from the distant horizon. Initially faint, the sound surged forth, drawing near with alarming swiftness. The crowd, taken aback, raised their gazes. Before them, an extraordinarily resplendent sword light seemed poised to cleave the very sky in two, tearing through the clouds and transcending the limits of vision, hurtling toward the imperial city with astonishing velocity. This sword light was overwhelming, exuding an unyielding ferocity. Wherever it passed, the very fabric of space was rent asunder, leaving behind a long, dark fissure. The oppressive aura that had previously enveloped the imperial city belonging to Li Wuhou crumbled before this sword light, fragile as a mere sheet of paper, and was instantly obliterated. On the warship, Li Wuhou furrowed his brow, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eyes. Such swiftness in a sword! Who dares to meddle in the affairs of my Li Wuhou sacred sect? Beside him, an elder from the Li Wuhou sacred sect scoffed. Master, whoever it is, they are but a firefly that flies a bit faster. Allow me to extinguish him with a single blow. With that, the elder, possessing a cultivation of the 1st level of the harmonization realm, prepared to strike. Yet, he was afforded no opportunity. Whoosh! The sword light flickered, then abruptly halted, suspended above the imperial city, confronting 300 blazing warships from a distance. The radiance dissipated, revealing 7 figures quietly hovering in the air. Leading them was a middle-aged man clad in the outer sect attire of the Qingyun Sect, exuding an ethereal grace and remarkable presence. However, the imposing iron shovel he bore on his shoulder rather disrupted the ambience. Behind him stood a former emperor, dressed in simple robes, yet with an aura as profound as the ocean, his expression one of fervent excitement. Following him were 5 disciples clad in standard black armor, their faces impassive, yet emanating a presence that sent shivers down the spines of all God transformation realm cultivators present. At the forefront stood a maiden donned in a white palace gown, radiating unparalleled beauty, transcending the realm of mortals. A frost-like veneer enveloped her countenance, and within her chilling gaze burned an ire potent enough to freeze souls. Sister, upon beholding the maiden, Emperor Lin Feng gasped in astonishment, tears of joy streaming down his face. Father, immediately, he beheld a familiar figure clad in the attire of a miscellaneous servant, yet exuding an aura of unmatched majesty and vigor, significantly more formidable than ever before. He was utterly stunned. Wasn't he his father sweeping the grounds behind the Qingyun Sect? How could this terrifying presence, akin to the pinnacle of the 10th level of the transformation realm, materialize from mere cleaning? Xian'er, Brother Langtian, the esteemed ancestors of the great Qian, who had been struggling to hold their ground, wore expressions of excitement and bewilderment. They were utterly perplexed by Lin Langtian's cultivation. This defied logic. On the warship, the high-ranking members of the Li Wuhou sacred sect were equally taken aback. Qingyun Sect, Li Wuhou, observing the disciples' garb adorningly Changjian, furrowed his brow deeper. An outer sect steward dared to act so brazenly before him? With a cold snort, he unleashed a more formidable pressure toward the 7, intending to crush them. However, As the oppressive force approached within 100 zhang of the group, it vanished as if it had been swallowed by the sea. Li Changjian did not even lift an eyelid, leisurely wiping his beloved shovel with a handkerchief, as though the immense pressure capable of flattening a mountain was merely a gentle breeze. Li Wuhou's pupils suddenly constricted. There was a master among them. This fellow wielding a shovel was no ordinary man. Yet, his gaze was soon drawn to the exquisite figure before Li Changjian. Lin Chuyan. She had truly arrived. And how beautiful she was. A glimmer of unabashed admiration and greed flickered in Li Wuhou's eyes. In his several millennia of life, he had encountered countless stunning women. Perhaps 8,000 if not 10,000. Yet, never had any woman evoked such a reaction within him at a mere glance as Lin Chuyan did, causing his heart to skip a beat. Her innate noble demeanor, that strikingly beautiful countenance infused with a hint of defiance. Especially those eyes that seemed to contain the radiance of a full moon, were nothing short of divine craftsmanship. Ha ha ha, what a magnificent beauty! Li Wuhou suddenly erupted into hearty laughter, his voice brimming with an undeniable domineering ambition. He pointed at Lin Chuyan and, with an authoritative tone that brooked no disagreement, commanded Lin Feng below. Lin Feng, I have changed my mind. As long as you present your royal sister to me as my 981st Dao partner, I shall not only spare the great Qian dynasty from demise, but also adopt you as my son, ensuring your dynasty forever enjoys the protection of my Li Wuhou sacred sect. At this proclamation, the atmosphere fell into a profound silence. The people of the great Qian dynasty were incensed, their eyes ablaze with fury. A soldier may be slain, but not humiliated. This Li Wuhou was utterly shameless. Lin Feng trembled with rage, pointing at Li Wuhou, and erupted in a torrent of invective. Li Wuhou, you old scoundrel! I curse you! You shall not lay a single hair on my sister. Even if I were to perish here in battle, I would never allow you to succeed. Lin Langtian was consumed by fury, his rage igniting the very essence of his being. He pointed an accusatory finger at Li Wuhou, his spittle flying with every word. You wretched scoundrel! What do you think you are? How dare you covet my daughter? Let me enlighten you. My daughter is the cherished disciple of the esteemed Lord Su Yi, the leader of the Qingyun Sect. Dare to lay a finger on her and see what happens. With a mere spit, the esteemed sect master could drown your entire Li Wuhou sacred sect. However, Li Wuhou seemed to find this notion utterly ludicrous. The cherished disciple of the Qingyun Sect's leader? He laughed derisively. Ha ha ha! Lin Langtian, are you jesting? A coward who cannot even open his own gate, cowering within the sect, dares to think himself worthy of my attention? Do not mistake him for merely a timid turtle. Even if he were to appear in person today, I would still claim this woman. His gaze fixated intensely on Lin Chuyan, filled with unrestrained aggression. I offer you one last chance. Come willingly and submit to me. Otherwise, when I take matters into my own hands, your fate will be far from dignified. Throughout his tirade, he had not once regarded Li Changjian and the others behind Lin Chuyan. To him, an outer sect steward, a mere sweeper, and a handful of guards posed little threat. At best, they were at the level of the divine transformation realm. Meanwhile, he himself stood at the eighth heaven of the harmonization realm. He was the true sovereign of this realm. He had every right to utter such words. Yet, his proclamation ignited a powder keg, one powerful enough to obliterate the entire Li Wuhou sacred sect. Lin Chuyan smiled. A stunning smile suddenly illuminated her frost-covered, exquisite face, a beauty so breathtaking that it made the world pale in comparison. Yet, beneath that smile lay an inexorable intent to annihilate, chilling to the very soul. Very well. She softly uttered 2 words, her voice light yet crystal clear to every ear present. You have successfully compelled me to reconsider. I had initially intended for you all to perish. But now she slowly raised her gaze, her once cool eyes transforming into an abyss of profound darkness. I have decided to ensure your complete obliteration. With that, she did not cast another glance at Li Wuhou, but turned her head slightly towards the middle-aged man beside her, who had been leaning on a shovel, seemingly bored and even yawning. She nodded gently. Her voice was frigid and devoid of any emotion, akin to the chilling winds from the depths of the abyss. Uncle Li, execute them. Leave not a single one alive. Understood. Li Changjian was instantly invigorated, seizing the colossal iron shovel from his shoulder, his face illuminating with an extraordinarily radiant and fervent smile. That smile resembled that of a once struggling salesman who had finally attracted a high-spending client. Got it. Just you wait, Miss Lin. Yam Li Shangjian, the ace steward of the Qingyun Sect's External Dispute Resolution Department, designated number Dongdongwai. I am at your service. I assure you of professionalism, efficiency, and thoroughness. As he spoke, he theatrically performed a gesture of respect towards Lin Chuyan, then hoisted the shovel over his shoulder, striding forward with an air of indifference, step by step, towards the 300 majestic warships looming before him. He walked leisurely, as if sauntering through his own backyard. Seeking death, Li Wuhou exploded in rage, feeling an unprecedented humiliation. A woman, a steward. How dare she disregard him so blatantly? A mere external steward, daring to put on airs before him. You shall perish, he bellowed, raising his hand for an attack. The flame of the celestial inferno. Boom! A colossal hand formed from crimson-black flames, blocking out the sun, took shape in an instant, carrying the terrifying might to scorch mountains and boil seas, crashing down towards Li Changjian. This strike was potent enough to evaporate a city of 1 million inhabitants in an instant. However, in the face of this cataclysmic blow, Li Changjian merely lifted his eyelids languidly. Eighth layer of the harmonious path? Is this all you have? The force of a mere scraping is greater than yours. He curled his lips disdainfully and then executed a motion that left everyone aghast. He raised his right hand and, with a gentle flick, swatted at the gigantic hand of flames, as if dismissing an annoying fly. Clap! A crisp sound resonated throughout the heavens and the earth. In the next moment, that overwhelming fiery hand, seemingly poised to annihilate everything, dissipated like a punctured balloon, vanishing without a trace as if it had never existed. The entire world fell silent. Upon the city tower, Lin Feng gaped, his heavenly sword clattering to the ground. Several venerable ancestors of the Qin dynasty rubbed their eyes vigorously, questioning whether they were hallucinating due to their depleted spiritual energy. On the warships, all elders and disciples of the Li Wuhou sacred sect froze, their sinister grins frozen in disbelief. Li Wuhou's imposing visage was etched with incredulity. No, this is impossible. Who are you? He stared intently at the man wielding the shovel, his voice wavering. Li Changjian merely fished in his ear, his expression one of disdain. How noisy, though still youthful, his voice resounded with an imposing vigor. You inquire about my identity? He grinned widely, revealing a set of pearly white teeth that sparkled in the sunlight. I am someone you cannot afford to provoke. Chapter 97. The ancestor of the Li Wuhou sacred sect emerges from his coffin. No sooner had he spoken than his figure vanished from sight in an instant. A piercing alarm rang in Li Wuhou's mind, sending every hair on his body standing on end. Without a moment's hesitation, he attempted to teleport away. But it was too late. A seemingly unremarkable hand abruptly appeared before him, expanding ominously within his gaze. This is bad. Li Wuhou could only emit a horrified scream. Bang! The sound was 100-fold louder than before, echoing like a thunderous slap that seemed to rend the very heavens. Time appeared to slow down dramatically in that moment. Everyone present witnessed it vividly. The master of the Li Wuhou sacred sect, a formidable being at the 8th level of the harmonization realm, Li Wuhou, was struck as if he were a tattered sack, flung aside by a speeding spirit vessel. His body contorted grotesquely into an S shape at an unnatural angle. In midair, his face distorted, one cheek swelling visibly at a rapid pace. A dozen teeth, mingled with blood, erupted from his mouth, tracing a tragic parabolic arc through the air. Finally, with a resounding crash, he plummeted like a meteor, crashing through the decks of several burning warships before embedding himself deeply into the hull of his own flagship, utterly stuck. One strike, merely a single strike. No, it was hardly even strike, just a slap. The master of the Li Wuhou sacred sect, Li Wuhou, renowned throughout Demingzu, had been defeated. Defeated with astonishing ease. Defeated without a shred of dignity. Silence. An eerie stillness enveloped the realm, as if the very air had thickened. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone was left utterly stupefied by this sudden, almost surreal spectacle. After what felt like an eternity, a venerable elder from the Li Wuhou sacred sect emerged from his stupor, pointing a trembling finger at Li Changjian, his voice quaking with fear. You are a peak master of the harmonization realm. At this revelation, gasps filled the room. A peak master of the harmonization realm. My heavens, how could a figure of such legendary stature appear here? And merely as an outer sect steward, what manner of hidden talent does the Qingyun Sect possess? Li Chuyan withdrew his hand, shaking it as if ridding himself of some filth. He did not even glance at the defeated Li Wuhou, instead directing his gaze towards the other high-ranking members of the Li Wuhou sacred sect, who were now pallid with fright. "Fear not," he said, revealing a gentle smile as he wielded a shovel. "I have always prided myself on my sense of reason. Form an orderly line, one by one. Who shall go first?" The elders of the Li Wuhou sacred sect exchanged fearful glances, their faces pale and trembling, too terrified to even draw a breath. "Who dares to step forward first? Are you suggesting a race to the afterlife? Since everyone is so courteous, I shall not hold back." Lin Langtian stepped forward, releasing an overwhelming aura of the pinnacle of the 10th layer of the transformation realm. He pointed at an elder of the Li Wuhou sect, who was also at the transformation realm, and bellowed, "It is you. You were the loudest just now. You spoke of razing cities and desecrating my Lin family's ancestral grave. In the name of the outer sect's advisor of the Qingyun Sect and the chief gardener of the royal gardens, I declare you guilty." With that, he charged forth. The elder, horrified, attempted to resist. Slap! A resounding slap echoed. The elder followed the fate of their sect leader, spinning through the air. And Yulat! The 5 black armored guardians sprang into action, like 5 bolts of black lightning, plunging into the ranks of the Li Wuhou sect's transformation realm practitioners. Then slap, 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 slap. A series of crisp, melodious, rhythmic slaps resounded through the sky. The scene resembled a tiger among sheep. No, it was even more exaggerated. This was a one-sided, utterly unskilled beating. Those once lofty and arrogant transformation realm masters appeared as fragile as 3-year-old children before the 5 black armored guardians. Regardless of the spells they cast or the treasures they summoned, they were met only with a simple yet unyielding slap. One after another, Li Wuhou sect practitioners were sent flying from their battleship, tracing graceful arcs in the air before plummeting to the ground, their fates unknown. On the city ramparts, Lin Feng, his ministers, and several venerable ancestors of the great Qian were completely petrified. With mouths agape and eyes wide, their expressions were frozen, as if they were mere statues. What was unfolding before them had surpassed the limits of their understanding. Was this a battle? No. This was clearly a slap to the face, quite literally. Li Chuyan, wielding a shovel, observed the fervent skirmish with a hint of dissatisfaction. Alas! Today's youth are so impulsive, lacking any semblance of skill. Clearing his throat, he turned to the few stubborn elders still resisting and offered a gentle smile. "Now, it is your turn. Will you lie down willingly, or shall I assist you?" The several elders of the harmonious path, confronted by the formidable figure of the demon god wielding a shovel, found themselves utterly petrified, collapsing to their knees in midair. "Forgive us, esteemed elder. We were wrong. We shall never dare again. We are willing to make amends. We will leave the Sacred Flame sect and offer all our treasures, simply begging for your mercy." Li Chuyan stroked his chin, appearing to ponder deeply. "Compensation? That proposal sounds intriguing." He approached one of the elders and playfully tapped his face with the shovel. "Pray tell, how is the feng shui of your ancestral grave? Is it spacious? Deeply buried?" The elder, whose face was being struck by the shovel, trembled like a leaf, cold sweat soaking through his robes. He felt as if he were confronting not a man, but an ancient, fearsome deity cloaked in human skin. The seemingly ordinary shovel, slightly chipped and caked in earth, exuded an ominous aura, as if it could bury the heavens themselves. "Esteemed elder," the elder stammered, his voice shaky and tearful. "The feng shui of our ancestral grave is exceptional. Truly, it is backed by the burning heaven volcano and faces the river of lava, embodying the prime essence of the fire dragon spitting jewels." "Oh," Li Chuyan raised an eyebrow, his interest piqued. "The fire dragon spitting jewels? That sounds rather appealing." He gave the elder another light tap on the opposite cheek with the shovel, an act steeped in mockery. "What is the scale? How extensive is the area? Are the burial treasures sufficient for each of my sect's junior disciples to receive a piece of artifact?" The elder nearly wept. "A piece of artifact for each? Do you think artifacts grow on trees? Our entire Sacred Flame sect, with a lineage spanning over 100,000 years, possesses only a handful, barely a dozen, most of which are held by the sect master and the grand elders." Yet, he dared not voice this truth, forcing a smile that was more grotesque than sorrowful. "It's vast, truly vast. It spans no less than 999 mountain peaks. The burial treasures are abundant, more numerous than stars. Not to mention, there's a possibility of each receiving a celestial artifact. In a desperate bid for survival, he began to spin an extravagant tale. Oh, Li Changjian's eyes lit up, his smile becoming increasingly benign. So, you imply that your sacred flame sect is quite wealthy. Indeed. Indeed, the elder nodded vigorously. And now, for my final inquiry, Li Changjian leaned closer, lowering his voice to a professional tone. What level of protective formations guard your ancestral grave? Are there any special prohibitions, such as anti-grave robbing runes? Is the entrance concealed? Do you possess a detailed map? I value efficiency in my endeavors and prefer to avoid unnecessary detours. The elder was utterly bewildered. Are you interrogating me, or conducting a preliminary survey? You're way too skilled at this, aren't you? Are you really a deacon of Qingyun Sect, or some grandmaster professional gravedigger? At that moment, another kneeling Harmony Realm elder's eyes darted about. As if struck by inspiration, he hurriedly blurted out, Senior, I know a place far more valuable than our ancestral graves. Oh, Li Changjian shifted his gaze from the first elder to him. The elder swallowed hard and said eagerly, the treasure vault of our Li Wuhou sacred sect. Over 100,000 years of accumulation, it's all inside. Divine metals, immortal materials, spirit pills, cultivation manuals, piled like mountains. Its value far surpasses the ancestral graves. He was clearly trying to trade the sect treasury for his life, and divert this fiend's attention toward looting the vault instead of digging up their ancestors. After all, if the treasury were stolen, they could rebuild it in time. But if the ancestral graves were desecrated, that would be an eternal humiliation. They wouldn't even dare face their forefathers in death. Li Changjian stroked his chin, looking thoughtful. The treasury did sound tempting. A glimmer of hope appeared on the elders' faces. There's a chance. But in the very next second, Li Changjian grinned, revealing a mouthful of gleaming white teeth. Kids make choices. Li Changjian. He paused, then slowly lifted the shovel resting on his shoulder and set it there again, speaking in a tone as natural as breathing. One at all. The moment his words fell, he moved. There was no earth-shattering aura, no world-destroying technique. He simply swung the shovel. The motion was so fast it transcended space and time. So fast it surpassed the thoughts of everyone present. A soft sound. The elder who had proposed trading the treasury had his head smashed like a watermelon, red and white splattering everywhere. His nascent soul had just begun to escape when an invisible force attached to the shovel instantly crushed it into nothingness. Body and soul annihilated. What? The remaining Harmony Realm elders were scared out of their wits, their souls nearly flying from their bodies. Without hesitation, they turned to burn their essence blood and flee using secret techniques. But before Li Changjian, all of it was futile. Running? Did you ask my livelihood first? Li Changjian took a casual step through the void as if strolling in a garden. The shovel in his hand split into countless afterimages. Professional grave-digging style. First form, precision strike. Smack! One elder was struck squarely on the crown of his head with the flat of the shovel, hammered straight down from midair into the earth like a nail, leaving behind only a bottomless, narrow hole. Professional grave-digging style. Second form, sweep across the 1,000 armies. Bang! Bang! With a single horizontal sweep, the other two elders were smashed clean in half at the waist, blood spraying across the sky. Their primordial spirits, too, could not escape, swiftly obliterated by that eerie force. In the blink of an eye, the remaining few supreme elders of the Li Wuhou sacred sect were annihilated. The entire process was seamless and decisive, akin to a seasoned farmer meticulously ridding his fields of pests. Task accomplished, work concluded. Li Changjian brushed off non-existent dust from his shovel, wearing an expression of serene nonchalance, as if he had merely attended to a trivial matter. Meanwhile, Lin Langtian and his 5 black armor guards had also reached the climax of their battle. The Li Wuhou sect cultivators at the transformation and nascent soul stages were as fragile as paper before them. The sound of slapping had ceased, for all remaining standing foes had been rendered unconscious. The 300 burning sky warships now lay in eerie silence, a scene of utter chaos. On the decks and within the cabins, the remnants of the Li Wuhou sect's cultivators lay sprawled in disarray, their faces swollen like pigs' heads, unconscious and unresponsive. The spectacle was both grotesquely bloody and absurdly comical. Upon the city ramparts, Emperor Lin Feng, along with the esteemed officials of the great Qian dynasty and the royal ancestors, had utterly lost their capacity for thought. They stood there, dazed, mouths agape, eyes wide, resembling a group of groundhogs struck dumb by lightning. Was it over? Had it truly concluded? The formidable Li Wuhou sacred sect, reputed for its might across the great Ming prefecture, having threatened to raise cities and annihilate nations, was vanquished by a mere 7 individuals? Moreover, 6 of them had wielded only their palms, while the 7th had employed a shovel. What manner of divine combat was this? Was there something amiss in this world? Or had our great Qin dynasty been living in the dream of some extraordinary being all along? Coughing lightly, Li Changjian shattered the oppressive silence. He shouldered his shovel and approached Lin Chuyan with a gait that suggested he was unacquainted with kinship. His face adorned once more with a salesman's enthusiastic smile. Second miss, do you find our service satisfactory? The resolution of this dispute was efficient, the display grand, the process relieving, and the outcome perfect. If you are pleased, kindly bestow upon me a 5-star review upon your return to the sect. Thank you. A slight twitch appeared at the corner of Lin Chuyan's otherwise composed visage. Yet, gazing upon the 300 vessels of scrap metal and the fate of Li Wuhou, who had been flung into the flagship and remained oblivious to life or death, her frustration finally dissipated. She nodded slightly at Li Changjian. Thank you, Masterly. Just as everyone believed this farce, or rather, this war, had reached its definitive conclusion, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Thunderous roars erupted. The very heavens and earth trembled violently without warning. A terror, indescribable and ancient, yet supreme in its brutality, descended with a thunderous might, as if emanating from the heavens above or the abyss below. In the face of this overwhelming presence, the earlier oppressive aura wielded by Li Wuhou, who had reached the 8th heaven of harmonization, appeared utterly ludicrous, akin to a mere child's play. The sky transformed instantaneously into a deep crimson, as if stained with fresh blood. The earth lamented, fissures as vast as spiderwebs sprawling across its surface. The very fabric of space twisted and contorted, emitting a mournful creaking, as though it were on the verge of shattering like glass. In that moment, atop the city towers, the lower-ranked officials and soldiers of the Qin dynasty could not even utter a cry of despair before being obliterated into clouds of blood mist under the weight of this dreadful pressure. Even Lin Feng, the emperor of the divine transformation realm, and the esteemed ancestors of the harmonization realm were struck as if by lightning. Spewing forth blood and turning as pale as parchment, rendered utterly immobile beneath the relentless force. What is this? Lin Langtian's blood surged as he gazed in horror at the heavens. His peak cultivation at the 10th heaven of divine transformation felt minuscule, akin to an ant. In the presence of this aura, the smile on Li Changjian's face vanished for the first time, his usually sleepy eyes igniting with a terrifying brilliance as he fixated on a particular point in the void. The veins in his hand, which gripped a shovel, bulged alarmingly. This is troublesome, he murmured, his tone laden with an unprecedented gravity. This aura emanated from the ancestral grounds of the Li Fire sacred sect. It belonged to those ancient beings who had slumbered for millennia, some even over 10,000 years. They have awakened. Chapter 98. Old beasts of the great ascension realm, Master, save me. As soon as the words left his lips, at the farthest reaches of the sky, where the ancestral land of the Li Fire sacred sect lay, a towering volcano erupted with a cataclysmic roar, spewing endless magma skyward. The earth quaked and the mountains crumbled. Within that apocalyptic scene, for colossal crimson pillars of light, as massive as mountains, violently tore through the firmament, piercing the clouds above. Following this, for immense bronze coffins, exuding an aura of death and immortal majesty, emerged from the ground amidst resounding echoes that reverberated through time. They shattered the void, disregarding the barriers of space and distance, transforming into 4 streaks of blood-colored light that streaked towards the imperial city of the Qin dynasty with unimaginable speed. In the mere span of a breath, the 4 bronze coffins had already arrived above the imperial city. They hovered silently, obscuring the sun and casting shadows that seemed almost tangible. Each coffin was engraved with intricate and profound Tao patterns, as if elucidating the ultimate essence of fire. Waves of pressure, terrifying beyond measure, emanated from the coffins, enveloping the entire world. The lid of the first coffin creaked ominously, sliding open with a sound that sent chills down the spine. From within, a figure emerged, rising slowly. It was a frail old man, his hair and beard of vivid crimson, with skin resembling parched tree bark clinging tightly to his bones. His sunken eyes, deep set like those of a corpse recently unearthed, held an unsettling gleam. Yet at the moment he opened his eyes, two fiery beams of light pierced the void. A terrifying aura, embodying the pinnacle of the 9th tier of the harmonization realm, erupted with a deafening force. Had our sect leader fallen? His voice, dry and raspy, sounded like rusted iron scraping together, imbued with a chilling intent that could freeze souls. Creak! The second coffin opened as well. Another figure emerged, resembling a desiccated corpse. Yet this one exuded an aura even stronger than the first. The harmonization realm, at the grand completion of the 9th tier, had all our elite been slaughtered? Creak! The third coffin also revealed its occupant. A middle-aged man, akin to a desiccated body, emerged, his aura reaching an unimaginable zenith for a mortal cultivator. The 10th tier of the harmonization realm, the peak, the grand completion. At this moment, he stood at the same level as Li Changjian, who dared to annihilate the lineage of my Li Wuhou sacred sect. His voice transformed into a booming thunder, reverberating through the entire imperial city. Three formidable beings at the pinnacle of the harmonization realm, each one capable of sweeping across a province and establishing a hegemonic power, second only to an immortal sanctum. Yet, at this moment, they all appeared simultaneously. Lin Langtian, Lin Feng, and the others were enveloped in utter despair. Their faces were ashen, devoid of hope. It was over. Completely over. How could they possibly fight? Would they charge and head first? However, this was not the conclusion. All eyes instinctively turned toward the fourth coffin, the oldest and largest, emanating an aura of unparalleled terror. Even the three awakened ancestors of Li Wuhou bowed their heads in reverence before it. They welcomed the first ancestor. Creak! The lid of the ancient coffin opened with excruciating slowness, producing a sound reminiscent of the primordial chaos. An aura distinctly different from the harmonization realm emerged. The third tier of the Great Ascension realm. For the first time, Li Changjian's lips turned pale, and his voice became exceedingly dry. He fixated on the young man, articulating the realm that filled him with despair, word by word. The Great Ascension realm, and not merely a novice, but a formidable being firmly established at the third tier. Such an ancient monster should have long since ascended to the celestial realm or turned to dust over the ages. How could he still linger in the mortal realm? This is illogical. This defies all scientific principles. The young man, known as the first ancestor, slowly emerged from the coffin, his indifferent gaze sweeping over everything below. He glanced at the destroyed warships, the unconscious disciples of the Leaving Fire sect, and the unfortunate Li Wuhou who had been struck into the ship's hull. Ultimately, his eyes settled upon Li Changjian. At the pinnacle of the Tao harmonization realm, he spoke with a tone devoid of emotion. Yet it resonated like a decree from the heavens, carrying an undeniable authority. Indeed, a mere ant. Regrettably, you have slain the wrong person and come to the wrong place. Reveal your sect, and then you may depart with them. Such was his overwhelming arrogance. Such indifference. It seemed that the obliteration of a sect possessing a peak Tao harmonization expert was no more significant to him than crushing an ant. Li Shandian Sudan Li Shukalat, straightening his back and lowering his shovel from his shoulder, gripping it with both hands. Within his usually languid eyes ignited a fierce battle spirit. You wish to know where my Qingyun Sect is? Very well. If you defeat me, I shall reveal it. With a thunderous roar, a terrifying aura, equally belonging to the pinnacle of the Tao harmonization realm, surged from Li Changjian, ascending to the heavens. His entire demeanor transformed. No longer was he the lazy and unassuming steward, but a legendary warrior capable of challenging the heavens. Overestimating oneself, muttered the ancient ancestor of the Great Ascension realm, casually uttering 4 words. He did not even lift a finger, merely inclined his head slightly toward the 3 Tao harmonization ancestors. Eliminate him. Understood, ancestor. The 3 formidable beings, each above the 9th level of Tao harmonization, instantly transformed into streaks of light, assaulting Li Changjian from 3 directions. Come fort, Li Changjian roared, advancing rather than retreating, wielding his massive iron shovel to meet them. Qingyun Sect's grave-digging divine technique, the ultimate essence. Let all be buried. In an instant, a cataclysmic battle erupted. Li Changjian faced 3 adversaries. His shovel swung mightily, sometimes striking, sometimes slashing, sometimes scooping, and sometimes digging. Each blow contained the terrifying power to shatter the very fabric of the Tao. The void was rendered into chaos. The laws lamenting as energy storms swept across a radius of 10,000 miles. The imperial city below, under the horrified gazes of Lin Langtian and others, was instantly torn apart by the aftermath of the battle, reduced to powder. However, 2 fists could not match 6 hands. The 3 leaving fire ancestors, after all, were ancient beings with millennia of combat experience, their coordination impeccable. More importantly, they were fearless in the face of death, for they knew, as long as the ancestor was present, they would never truly perish. After a fierce battle, Li Chuyan, caught off guard, suffered 5 deep wounds on his chest, visible to the bone, inflicted by the fiery claws of an ancient ancestor. He let out a muffled grunt and retaliated with a fierce strike, shattering half of the ancestor's body. However, 2 others seized the opportunity, unleashing devastating powers that struck him solidly in the back. The impact was overwhelming, and Li Chuyan coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body plummeting like a kite with its string cut. At that moment, the exalted figure of the Grandmaster, who had been observing the battle from above with an air of detached divinity, finally made a move. Without any unnecessary gestures, he simply extended a finger towards the falling Li Chuyan. This finger, glistening like jade and seemingly imbued with the profound truths of the universe, gently pointed. In an instant, the laws of existence began to unravel. The space surrounding Li Chuyan, extending for 1,000 zhong, along with his very being, began to fade into illusion, becoming transparent as if being forcibly erased from this world. Panic surged through Li Chuyan as he sensed an unprecedented threat of death. This was not an attack on a physical level. It was a dimensional strike at the level of the laws themselves, one he could not withstand. "Master!" Lin Chuyan cried out in a piercing voice, her heart swelling with despair and regret as she watched Li Chuyan's figure swiftly dissipate beneath that finger. It was her fault. She had brought her esteemed master and the others to this perilous place. "No, this cannot be. I cannot allow my master to perish because of me." In that fleeting moment, Lin Chuyan recalled the serene visage of her master, Suyi. Yes, her master. I still have my master. Without a moment's hesitation, she summoned all her strength and crushed a top-tier communication jade talisman bestowed upon her by Suyi. A barely perceptible glimmer of light instantaneously melded into the void, vanishing without a trace. Simultaneously, a thought filled with cries of helplessness and hope transcended the boundless expanse of time and space, reaching the Grand Hall of Qingyun Sect. "Master, save me." In the Grand Hall of Qingyun Sect, the most central and mysterious place within the entire sect, and even the eastern wilderness, what appeared to be a palace was, in truth, more akin to a chaotic microcosm detached from a world. There were no resplendent carvings or ethereal pavilions. Only the most primal and pure essence of the Tao. Wisps of gray, chaotic energy flowed through the air like silk, occasionally coalescing into the shape of a lotus flower or transforming into the ethereal silhouette of a true dragon, enigmatic and profound, embodying the ultimate truths of the universe's genesis. At the heart of the palace, an ancient tea tree, whose roots had been anchored in the void for countless eons, stood resolute. Each leaf of the ancient tea tree appears to encapsulate a miniature world, where stars swirl and the sun and moon rise and set, exuding an extraordinary fragrance that inspires enlightenment upon mere inhalation. This is the legendary tea tree, so coveted that even the celestial emperors would yearn for it. Beneath its boughs lies a stone table, meticulously carved from a singular piece of world stone, accompanied by 2 chairs fashioned from soul-nurturing wood. Suyi reclines languidly in one of the chairs, holding a seemingly unremarkable celadone teacup. Within it, emerald tea swirls, releasing steam that conjures visions of the universe's rebirth and the shattering of cosmic laws. He gently blows on the cup, dispersing the heat, and the ethereal scenes transform into a pastoral landscape, vibrant with sunshine and the melodies of birds and flowers. The path to enlightenment is elegantly simple, a return to the essence of truth. Beside him, another breathtaking panorama unfolds, one that could stir the blood and elevate the spirit of any man. Xian'er, renowned for her ethereal beauty and icy demeanor, now resembles a gentle kitten, kneeling at Suye's side. With her delicate hands, she rhythmically kneads his legs, the pressure perfectly balanced, each stroke resonating with the pulse of the universe, inducing a profound sense of relaxation and bliss. Her face bears a satisfied and proud smile, as if performing this service for her senior brother is the greatest honor of her life. On the other side, Mushi, who in a past life was a formidable celestial emperor, now embodies the adorable and sweet little sister. She has taken a small stool, sitting closely next to Su Yi, her bright eyes blinking eagerly, holding a lustrous fruit, the dragon essence phoenix core, emanating an enticing aroma. Carefully, she wipes the fruit with a golden silk handkerchief before presenting it to Su Ye's lips. Master, she coos sweetly, her voice rich with affection. This fruit is incredibly sweet. Su Yi, too languid to even lift his eyelids, merely parts his lips. Mushi beams with joy, akin to a victorious little general, casting a triumphant glance at Xian'er, and gently feeds him the fruit. A flicker of discontent passes through Xian'er's beautiful eyes, causing her needing to soften ever so slightly. An invisible tension, born of rivalry for affection, fills the air. For Su Yi, such dynamics have long become commonplace. He leisurely savors the fruit, raising his teacup once more, preparing to sip from the timeless Dao tea. At that moment, however, his hand holding the cup pauses slightly. A soft sound escapes him. Almost simultaneously, Xian'er, diligently massaging his legs, and Mushi, focused on feeding him, both shift their expressions in concern. Master, what is it? They inquire in unison, halting their actions and gazing at him with anxious anticipation. In that fleeting moment, they sensed a subtle ripple traversing the chaotic space of this miniature world. This ripple did not emanate from the external realm, but arose directly from Su Ye's innermost being. He remained silent, his eyes, deep as the starry sky, seemed to pierce through the boundless fabric of time and space, witnessing a distant scene unfold. Before him, the surface of the tea in his cup was no longer tranquil, as concentric ripples began to radiate outward. Gradually, an exquisite visage, drenched in despair and helplessness, emerged upon the water-esque surface, none other than Lin Chuyan. Soon after, a thought, imbued with a weeping tone and nearly capable of tearing his soul asunder, transcended the barriers of time and space, resonating within his mind. Master, save me. The voice was faint, almost a whisper, yet it brimmed with profound yearning. With a soft thud, another dragon essence phoenix core fruit slipped from Mushi's grasp and fell to the ground. Her countenance turned as pale as death. It's Sister Chuyan. She is in danger. Chapter 99. The tea of our sect master has grown cold. Xian'er also rose, her cool features shrouded in a frost-like demeanor, a fierce aura of killing intent radiating uncontrollably around her. Who dares to harm my junior sister? The temperature within the Qingyun Sect plummeted to a chilling point. Yet, at the center of it all, Su Ye's expression remained as serene as ever, only slightly furrowing his brow. This discontent was not born from his disciple's plea for help, but rather from the disturbance itself. He glanced down at the tea in his cup, then at the desperate signal that had torn through the void from afar. With a tone tinged with regret, he sighed softly. Alas, these oblivious flies choose the most inconvenient time to intrude, just as I am enjoying my tea. Gradually, he stood up. How thoughtless. Disturbing someone while they are drinking tea is a grave offense. As he spoke, he extended his right hand toward the void before him, as if intending to tear apart a piece of waste paper. With a soft rustle, the indomitable chaos space, impervious even to celestial artifacts, was effortlessly rent open by him, revealing a pitch-black rift. From the other side emanated a terrifying aura of chaos and energy upheaval, depicting the scene above the imperial city of the Qin dynasty. Master, we shall accompany you. Xian'er and Mushi exclaimed in unison, their faces etched with worry and determination. So he waved his hand dismissively, not looking back. He lifted the cup of enlightenment tea from the table and stepped into the rift. A voice, both unassuming and extravagantly self-assured, echoed back, there's no need. Merely a few ants, their clamor is somewhat bothersome. I shall return shortly. Remember to keep my tea warm. Do not await my return. The tea has grown cold. Above the ruins of the imperial city of the great Qin dynasty, time seems to have been paused at this very moment. No, it is not merely paused. Rather, it has been forcefully overshadowed by an incomprehensible and unimaginable will, one that reigns supreme. The first ancestor of the Sacred Fire sect, a young man of the third realm of the Great Ascension, bore an expression of divine indifference that, for the first time, became frozen. His finger, which had been poised to obliterate Li Changjian through the laws of annihilation, now remained suspended in midair. It was not by choice that he halted. He was compelled to do so, for the annihilation law, which he prided himself on as capable of sweeping away all foes in the mortal realm, had faltered. It was akin to a program input with erroneous code, abruptly blocked by a higher authority. What on earth is happening? For the first time, a feeling of unease, named anxiety, surged within the heart of the ancestor. Below, all present raised their heads in astonishment. They beheld it, above the lofty head of the seemingly invincible great ascension ancestor. The dark red sky, shrouded in terrifying pressure, appeared as if a curtain had been cut away. A pitch-black, bottomless rift in space silently emerged. There was no earth-shattering might, no cataclysmic aura. It simply hung there quietly, as if it had always existed since time immemorial. Subsequently, a foot stepped forth from the rift. It was a foot clad in ordinary blue cloth shoes. Then, a figure emerged, a young man dressed in a simple blue robe, with long black hair cascading over his shoulders, whose countenance was strikingly handsome, surpassing that of mere mortals. His left hand rested behind his back, while in his right hand, he held a plain blue and white porcelain teacup. The tea within was crystal clear, exuding steam, undisturbed by the passage through time and space. He emerged from the rift as if not to partake in a world-shattering war, but rather to pay a casual visit to a neighbor for tea. His presence commanded silence across the realm, the oppressive force that had rendered all breathless, causing the heavens to wail in despair, dissipated in an instant. The sky regained its azure hue, the earth ceased its fracturing, and the distorted space was smoothed. Even the once tumultuous energy in the air grew docile, akin to a tantrum-throwing child suddenly encountering their most revered father, instantly becoming remarkably well-behaved. Master, Lin Chuyan gazed upon that familiar figure, tears streaming uncontrollably, like a flood breaching its dam. It is Master. Master has truly arrived. My goodness. Recently pulled back from the brink of obliteration. Li Changjian gazed vacantly at the figure of Su Yi in the heavens, his mouth agape, as if it could accommodate a fist, within his perpetually drowsy eyes. Only shock and bewilderment remained. He had just been contemplating his pinnacle of Tao integration, believing himself to be among the elite combatants within his sect. Yet, he found himself besieged by 3 ancient beings and nearly crushed to death by a primordial ancestor of the Great Ascension stage, akin to a mere insect. This left him profoundly questioning his prowess in the art of grave digging. However, now, as he beheld the man whose mere presence altered the very fabric of reality, causing even the Great Ascension experts to falter, enlightenment dawned upon him. He finally comprehended that the strength he took pride in was but a triviality before the sect leader. Moreover, it might not even qualify as expert level. On the ruins of the city tower, Lin Langtian, Emperor Lin Feng, and all the surviving royal ancestors of the Qin dynasty stood utterly bereft of words. Their minds had effectively crashed. If the recent appearance of the founding ancestor of the Li Wuhou sacred sect had instilled despair within them, the arrival of this young man, casually holding a teacup, now evoked a sense of absurdity, a surreal feeling as if their worldview was being ground into the dirt. Who on earth is this? What divine nest have we, the Qin dynasty, disturbed? Each newcomer seems more outrageous than the last. First, 7 individuals annihilated an army of 100,000. Then 4 ancestors emerged, seemingly uncontainable. Now, yet another one appears, tearing through the heavens and taking a leisurely stroll with a teacup. Is today a spectacle not a tad too extravagant? In the sky, the atmosphere had grown eerily tense. The first ancestor of the Li Wuhou sacred sect fixated on Su Yi, his eyes filled with the essence of a fiery cosmos, betraying for the first time a grave concern and a hint of fear. He could not see through this man. He was utterly inscrutable, resembling both an abyss and an entire universe. Who are you? The ancestor's voice, no longer monotone, was laced with vigilance and a raspy edge. Dare you interfere in the affairs of the Li Wuhou sacred sect? Finalmente, Su Yi responded. He lowered his gaze, sweeping it over the 3 Tao integration elders who were now utterly dumbfounded, before settling on the imperious Great Ascension ancestor. Ultimately, his gaze locked onto the ancestor's finger, suspended in midair. Rather than answering the query, he casually remarked, "Was it you who was bullying my disciple just now?" His tone was remarkably nonchalant, akin to inquiring if one had eaten. Yet, to the ears of the ancestor, it resonated like the thunder of the heavens, exploding nearby. Disciple? That girl who crushed the jade talisman is your disciple. The ancestor's heart plummeted. He understood that today he might have inadvertently encountered a force far beyond his comprehension, akin to colliding with an immovable celestial body. Yet, as the proud progenitor of the Sacred Flame sect, Retreat was not an option he could entertain. He forcibly suppressed the tumultuous emotions within him and coldly scoffed. And so what? Your disciple has colluded with outsiders, slain our sect's young master, and butchered our esteemed elders. I am merely cleansing our ranks and executing heaven's will. I advise you. Before he could finish, he noticed the man before him. Su Yi suddenly smiled. It was a smile imbued with a sense of resignation, as if witnessing the antics of a capricious child. Cleansing ranks? Executing heaven's will? Su Yi shook his head, then raised his empty left hand. He did not intend to unleash any earth-shattering divine powers, nor to conjure any world-destroying spells. Instead, he simply, deliberately, extended his hand towards the venerable progenitor of the third tier of the ascendant realm, striking the air with a slow, deliberate motion. The action was so languid that even a mortal could perceive it clearly. A slender, pale hand, with distinct knuckles, moved leisurely towards the progenitor's face. There was no energy fluctuation, no aura of laws, merely the playful banter akin to neighbors teasing one another. Yet, the venerable progenitor stood as if ensnared by an invisible force. Utterly immobilized, his face was etched with unprecedented terror. He yearned to evade. He longed to flee. He wished to ignite his essence, to explode his very soul. But he found himself powerless. His body, his primordial spirit, his laws, everything was thoroughly bound by an intangible force. He could only watch in helpless horror as that seemingly innocuous hand grew larger in his vision, drawing ever closer. With a resounding crack, the sound of a slap reverberated through the heavens and the earth. This sound was not loud, even quieter than the earlier noise made by Li Chuyan wielding a shovel. Yet it resonated like a heavy hammer, striking at the hearts of all present. Then, an unforgettable scene unfolded, one that would irrevocably alter their perceptions of reality. The mighty progenitor of the third tier of the ascendant realm, revered as the foremost ancestor, simply vanished after that slap. Indeed, he vanished, not exploded into a mist of blood, nor reduced to dust, and certainly not fleeing with his primordial spirit. Instead, he was utterly erased from this world, along with his presence, his essence, and all traces of his existence were rendered to nothingness beneath that single slap, as if he had never graced this realm at all. As if the cataclysmic events that had just transpired were but an illusion. Just one slap. The fan had eliminated a formidable being of the third level of the Great Ascension realm. A profound silence enveloped the entire world, as if death itself had gripped the air. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The wind ceased, and the clouds dispersed. Every breath held still. The three once fearsome ancestors of the Li Wuhou sacred sect, who had just moments ago exuded an aura of dread, now stood like lifeless statues, frozen in place. Their expressions transformed from ferocity to astonishment, then to stupor, and finally to an overwhelming terror. Their eyes, wide with shock, appeared as if they might burst from their sockets. In that instant, their resolve shattered completely with the crisp sound of a slap. Thud, thud, thud. 3 muffled thuds echoed as the 3 ancient beings, who had lived for millennia and could have swept across a province, plummeted from the sky like stones, crashing into the ruins of the imperial city. They were not dead. They had merely fainted from fear. Upon the ruins of the city, Lin Langtian, trembling, reached out to pinch his thigh hard. The sharp pain jolted him back to reality. It was not a dream. This was all too real. His gaze, dazed, turned towards the heavens. That man, after delivering a world-shattering slap, remained composed, leisurely lifting a teacup to his lips for a gentle sip, as if he had simply swatted a bothersome fly. Lin Langtian's lips quivered, a raspy sound escaping his throat. Yet he could not utter a single word. Beside him, Emperor Lin Feng collapsed with a thud, his legs giving way, his eyes vacant as he muttered incoherently. He attempted to articulate a word, yet could not complete it. A singular thought, like a frenzied vine, entwined the minds of all present who could still think. That power, that slap, transcended their understanding of the very concept of cultivation. It was undoubtedly beyond the capabilities of the Great Ascension realm. The Great Ascension still resided within the realm of the Tao, whereas that slap was the essence of cosmic law, an absolute will that dictated existence itself. To wield such power, one would find no precedent in history, save for the most ancient of legends. The Emperor, at last. Lin Langtian summoned every ounce of strength to utter the 2 words that sent tremors through his very soul. Was this truly the legendary Emperor? Boom! Those 2 words detonated in the minds of all present like a cataclysmic thunderclap. An emperor? Could a living emperor truly exist in this age? All gazes turned towards Su Yi in the sky, akin to the reverence reserved for a deity. No, the creator himself. And at that moment, the legendary emperor furrowed his brows, gazing intently at the teacup in his hand. Gradually, he shifted his gaze downward to the bewildered Li Chuyan, who appeared utterly flabbergasted. With a tone tinged with dissatisfaction, reminiscent of a superior reprimanding a subordinate, he began to speak. Li Chuyan, is it? Startled, Li Chuyan nearly plummeted from the air, hastily straightening his back and mustering all his strength to respond with utmost reverence. Yes, yes. Your subordinate is here. Su Ye's eyes swept once more over the chaotic battlefield and the three unconscious elders. With a deep sigh, he uttered a statement that nearly caused everyone present to choke in disbelief. Next time, be more efficient. Look, he shook the teacup in his hand. I'm still waiting for this trivial matter, and my tea is nearly cold. The phrase my tea is nearly cold, though light and devoid of any spiritual energy fluctuations, bore the weight of 6 invisible ancient mountains, crashing into the very souls of everyone present. Li Chuyan shivered uncontrollably, almost tumbling from the sky. He felt as if his mind had been reduced to a muddled mess by the earlier slap. Yeah, cold. Is the esteemed master not focusing on the real issue here? That was a living, breathing being of the 3rd tier of the great ascension realm. Not merely a cabbage by the roadside. Just like that, poof, gone. Not even a trace of ash remains. Such a monumental event, one that could be inscribed in the annals of history and upend the entire cultivation world, is deemed less significant than the temperature of your tea. Internally, Li Chuyan was in a frenzy, yet his expression remained impeccably composed. His typically drowsy face was now etched with unprecedented seriousness, earnestness, and profound contrition. Bowing deeply before Su Yi, he bent at a 90-degree angle, his voice laden with heartfelt remorse. Please forgive me, master. It is the fault of your subordinate for being inefficient and dawdling, thus delaying your enjoyment of tea. I am deserving of death. He resolved that, at this moment, regardless of right or wrong, aligning with the master's line of thought was the only correct path. If the master deemed the cooling of tea a grave matter, then indeed, it was of utmost importance. What did the great ascension ancestors and the sacred flame sect matter in comparison to the master's tea? On the ruins of the city tower, the last remnants of the royal ancestors of the Qin dynasty, along with the Emperor Lin Feng, who had begun to question his own existence, listened to the exchange between the master and servant and felt their worldview being repeatedly crushed on the brink of total collapse. An elder from the harmonious path realm trembled as he supported himself against the broken wall, his lips quivering as he attempted to articulate something. This emperor. He wished to express that the esteemed elder seemed to possess an unusually peculiar focus. However, the venerable Lin Langtian, quick-witted and swift, promptly clamped a hand over his mouth. Lin Langtian lowered his voice, hissing in an extreme tone of alarm into his ear. Are you courting death? The realm of the emperor is beyond your comprehension. When the emperor declares that the tea has gone cold, it is indeed a matter of great significance. Should you dare utter even a hint of skepticism, do you believe that the next slap will not be directed at another, but at our entire great Qin dynasty? The elder trembled in fear, cold sweat instantly soaking his back, and he dared not utter another word. Indeed, he was not someone to provoke. This individual was truly beyond reproach. To be struck down by a single slap was no longer a matter of reason. He embodied reason itself. In the sky, Su Yi cast a glance at the exceedingly sincere Li Chuyan, the dissatisfaction on his face slightly dissipating. Well, acknowledging one's faults and correcting them is a sign of a teachable spirit, he remarked indifferently. Upon hearing this, Li Chuyan felt as if he had been granted a reprieve, nearly moved to tears. How splendid! The sect master did not strike me dead merely for the tea being cold. The sect master, I am overwhelmed with emotion. However, Su Ye's subsequent words caused his heart to leap into his throat. Nevertheless, Su Ye's gaze drifted languidly to the 3 ancestors of the Li Wuhou Shengzong, sprawled amidst the ruins, frothing at the mouth and convulsing. I recall you boasting previously about your expertise. Did you not claim to be a professional? Li Chuyan was momentarily stunned. Professional? What am I a professional in? His mind raced, and suddenly, a flash of insight illuminated him. He remembered that, in Tianyin City Square, before he had decisively quelled the Li Wuhou Shengzong's Huiyanlong, He had indeed mentioned that the Qingyun Sect specialized in handling various grievances, including but not limited to exhuming ancestors' graves. He had uttered it in a moment of bravado, but now, hearing it echo from the sect master's lips, it felt distinctly amiss. A fine sheen of cold sweat broke out on his forehead as he cautiously lifted his head, tentatively inquiring, "Sect master, do you mean?" "Suyasimidet." He gestured downwards, then pointed towards the distant location of the Li Wuhou Sheng zone. "They have crawled from their graves and frightened my precious disciple. This dispute is quite serious. You shall go and utilize your most professional approach to thoroughly resolve this matter." Li Chuyan's pupils constricta sharply. He instantly grasped Su Ye's intent. This was no mere resolution of a dispute. It was a complete eradication of the problem. Moreover, it was the kind that involved uprooting. A surge of ecstatic horror rushed to his head in an instant. Shall he dare to excavate the ancestral tombs of the sacred sect of fire? This is a task he is well acquainted with. Although previously it was merely idle boasting, his theoretical knowledge is undeniably robust. This is the sacred sect of fire, an immortal sanctuary with a legacy spanning thousands of years. If word of him disturbing their ancestral graves were to spread, the name of Li Changjian would surely echo throughout the eastern wilderness. What is the matter? Sui noticed his prolonged silence and raised an eyebrow slightly. Is it unprofessional? Or perhaps he feels intimidated? Li Changjian, jolted awake, forcefully thumped his chest, proclaiming in a voice as resounding as thunder, "I dare. I am professional. Please rest assured. Sect master, I guarantee that with the utmost professionalism and exquisite technique, I will provide the most impeccable after-sales service to the sacred sect of fire. I will ensure that their ancestors, spanning 18 generations, are laid to rest in perfect order, with not a single piece missing." He now realized that with such a divine being as his backing, not only could he excavate the ancestral tombs of the sacred sect of fire, but he would also dare to carry back the statue of the immortal emperor from the sacred land of Zhongzhou to use as firewood. Very well. Sui nodded in satisfaction, waving his hand. With a swift motion, a rift tore open in the space behind Li Changjian. On the other side of the rift, flames soared, revealing majestic palaces encircled by volcanoes, the very entrance to the sacred sect of fire. "Go." Su Ye's voice carried an air of impatience. "Hurry back. Do not delay my return for a cup of hot tea." "Yes, Sect Master." Li Changjian felt a tremendous force pulling him from behind, uncontrollably drawn into the rift. In a fleeting moment before his disappearance, he seemed to hear the ethereal transmission from the Sect Master. "Ah yes, take those 3 unconscious ones as well. They can be repurposed as stepping stones to pry open the coffin lid." Li Changjian exclaimed, "Sect Master, you truly are the epitome of professionalism." The ancestral grounds of the sacred sect of fire, known as the Wanhua Guishu, lie deep within the forbidden area of the sect. For millennia, it has been the final resting place of the most powerful ancestors of the sacred sect of fire. Each tomb is crafted from ancient core fire jade, intricately inscribed with dense imperial-level protective arrays. Ordinary thieves, let alone grave robbers, would be reduced to ashes upon even approaching this sacred site. At this moment, a resounding boom erupted. In the central plaza of the Wanhua Guishu, space suddenly exploded and a disheveled figure was violently hurled out, rolling several times before coming to a halt. It was none other than Li Changjian. Following this, 3 elderly men, charred and unconscious, were tossed from the rift, landing in a heap beside him. Coughing, Li Changjian, covered in dirt and ash, rose to his feet and brushed off the dust. Damn it! The sect master's method of teleportation is utterly lacking in finesse. Who dares? Boldly intruding upon our ancestral grounds. Seize them. A multitude of formidable figures surged forth from all directions in an instant. They're the guardians of the ancestral grounds, the venerable elders tasked with their protection, each possessing a minimum cultivation level of the first realm of harmonization. At the forefront stood 3 individuals, exceptionally skilled, boasting the formidable prowess of the 7th realm of harmonization. Their eyes, filled with fury, were fixed upon the disheveled Li Changjian and the 3 lifeless bundles on the ground. However, as they discerned the countenances of the fallen, their expressions froze in disbelief. Was it not the esteemed elders of the great Qian dynasty? Xuanhua Laozu, Dija Laozu, Tianyin Laozu. How could they be reduced to this state? The head elder, a master of the 7th realm, was engulfed by an ominous premonition as he glared intensely at Li Changjian, his voice laced with authority. "Who are you? What have you done to the 3 esteemed elders?" Li Changjian, seemingly unfazed, casually dug at his ear before raising his head to reveal a drowsy, yet dangerously mischievous smile. He chose not to respond, instead surveying the ostentatious tombs around him, marveling at their extravagance. Goodness! The feng shui, the layout, the materials, such a waste, he mused. With a clang, he retrieved a pitch-black shovel, worn and caked with dirt, from his storage ring. The guardians stood in stunned silence. What was this man doing? Bringing a shovel to their sacred ancestral grounds? Had he lost his mind, or was he merely jesting? The leading elder, infuriated yet incredulous, retorted, "What is your intention? Do you find the blades of our Li Wuhou sacred sect insufficiently sharp?" At last, Li Changjian's gaze settled upon him. A broad grin revealed his white teeth as he replied, "No, no, no. You misunderstand. I am not here to fight. I am here to undertake a project." "A project?" The elder's brow furrowed in confusion. "Indeed." Li Changjian nodded, gesturing towards the surrounding tombs. "The first ancestor of your Li Wuhou sacred sect, along with the 3 esteemed elders, have recently commissioned a luxurious renovation and relocation service for their ancestral tombs. I, Li Changjian, codenamed Dao Guai, am the chief coordinator of this endeavor. I hereby declare," he proclaimed, thrusting the shovel into the ground and clearing his throat, "the project is officially underway. All bystanders, please step aside to avoid any falling debris during construction that may harm your precious flora." An eerie silence enveloped the entire Wanhua Guishu. The guardians of the tomb stared at Li Changjian as though he were a fool. Moments later, uproarious laughter erupted, echoing throughout the valley. "Madman, this is undoubtedly a lunatic who has stumbled out from some corner of the world to disturb the ancestral tomb of our Li Wuhou sacred sect. He truly dares to entertain such a thought. Do not waste your breath on him. Those who trespass upon our ancestral grounds shall perish. Dismember him and cast his remains into the furnace of the earth as fuel." The elder at the forefront chuckled to the point of tears, shaking his head while regarding Li Changjian with a gaze filled with pity. "Young man, in your next life, remember to bring a brighter mind. Kill, with a single command." A dozen powerful beings of the harmonious path realm launched their assault simultaneously. In an instant, the entire realm of Wanhua Guishu erupted in flames. The laws roared, and a terrifying pressure was unleashed, potent enough to obliterate a colossal city in the blink of an eye. However, in the face of this cataclysmic onslaught, Li Changjian mareli yonat. He leisurely extended a hand, sighed deeply, and spoke in a tone laden with the weight of experience. "Once upon a time, I too, like you, naively believed that the harmonious path realm was the pinnacle of this world, until I encountered our sect's master. In that moment, I realized I am not the ceiling. I am merely a janitor proficient at clearing the ceiling." As his words fell, he gently clenched his outstretched hand. Boom! A force more intense and domineering than all the flames present surged forth with a resounding explosion. The peak of the 10th level of the harmonious path realm. The attacks from the dozen elders collided with an invisible wall and were instantly reduced to mere fragments. A violent backlash of energy surged back. Puff! Except for the 3 elders of the 7th level of the harmonious path who barely managed to stand their ground. The remaining guardians were violently thrown back, spewing blood, and fell like dumplings, scattering across the ground. "What?" The elder at the forefront felt his smile freeze on his face, replaced by an expression of profound shock. "Peak of the harmonious path. Who on earth are you?" Li Changjian paid no heed to his cries. He simply hefted his shovel and walked toward them step by step, shaking his head as he spoke. "Originally, I was a cultured individual averse to violence. Our master also taught us to win people over with virtue. However, suddenly, his figure vanished from sight. The next moment, a crisp, resonant sound filled the air, rich with metallic resonance. The leading elder spun like a top, rotating 720 degrees before collapsing to the ground. Eyes rolled back, unconscious. A clear, earthy imprint of a shovel was imprinted on his face. Li Changjian reappeared behind him, still maintaining the posture of swinging the shovel, and grinned at the remaining 2 elders of the harmonious path, who were now utterly paralyzed with fear. "I have come to realize that employing a physical approach to convey the essence of the matter is far more efficient. After all, our esteemed leader awaits my return for a report. His tea must not grow cold." Chapter 101. Li Changjian digs agrave. The ancestor of the Li Wuhou sect, in despair. The remaining 2 elders exchanged resolute glances, determination flickering in their eyes as they howled and charged towards Li Changjian. They stood as the last bastion of the Li Wuhou sacred sect, prepared to face annihilation alongside their ancestral land. Alas, what necessity is there for such measures? Li Changjian sighed. The shovel in his hand transformed into a swirling vortex of darkness. Bang! Thud! Two resounding impacts echoed through the air. The world fell silent. Li Changjian, shouldering the shovel, surveyed the scattered guardians of the tomb, nodding in satisfaction. All done, the area is cleared. He approached the center, standing before the tomb of the first ancestor of the Li Wuhou sacred sect. This tomb was the most magnificent and imposing of all. You old fool, you have caused me to lose face before the leader. Li Changjian snarled. Today, you shall witness what true professionalism entails. Drawing a deep breath, he fervently channeled his peak spiritual energy into the seemingly mundane shovel. In an instant, it radiated with a profound, dark luminescence. Open for me, Li Changjian Baluba, wielding the shovel like a colossal axe, and struck fiercely at the tomb of the first ancestor. Boom! A thunderous roar reverberated through the earth, shaking it violently as the lamentations of countless flames echoed. The tomb, inscribed with innumerable imperial grade formations and deemed indestructible, was cleaved asunder by that single blow. Debris erupted, and dust billowed skyward. Li Changjian stood amidst the ruins, surveying his masterpiece with hands on hips, erupting into a triumphant laughter. Ha ha! Delightful! The exhilaration of digging up someone else's ancestral grave is simply indescribable. Hoisting the shovel, he gazed at the enormous coffin, crafted from a celestial fire crystal and now exposed to the air, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Next, today, I shall not cease until I have breached the ancestral tomb of the Li Wuhou sacred sect. Like a fervent groundhog invigorated by a surge of energy, he brandished the shovel and commenced his fervent excavation amidst the ruins of countless flames. The air was thick with dust as Li Changjian stood before the chasm he had created, laughter resonating like the clanging of bells. Ha 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 ha! Exhilarating. The thrill of disturbing another's ancestral grave is simply unparalleled. His laughter echoed through the valley, filled with unpretentious joy and a profound sense of accomplishment. The several elder guardians of the tomb, laid low by a single strike, exhibited varying states of distress. Some convulsed upon the ground while others had succumbed to unconsciousness. Only one elder, a formidable figure of the 7th level of harmony, bore the marks of a shovel's blow to the face, his eyelids twitching violently as if ensnared in a nightmarish reverie. Li Changjian, undeterred by the chaos of the construction site, found his gaze irresistibly drawn to the immense coffin that lay exposed from the fissured tomb. The coffin, resplendent in a deep crimson hue, glimmered like a colossal ruby. Within it danced flames of vibrant hues, exuding an ancient and formidable aura. Ah, the grandeur of it! Li Changjian, shovel in hand, circled the coffin like an experienced connoisseur of treasures. A piece of 9 heavens' mysterious fire crystal? What a magnificent specimen! He extended a finger, tapping lightly upon the cool, yet fervent surface of the coffin. The sound rang clear and melodious, akin to the chime of a bell. This could be fashioned into a formidable imperial-grade weapon. To think such a relic lay buried, unseen by the light of day, was a travesty. He shook his head, his expression one of profound sorrow. Such waste, a crime against nature. He resolutely condemned the extravagant negligence of the Li Wuhou sacred sect. Yet, a spark of excitement flickered in his eyes as he rubbed his hands together. But fret not. I, with my unparalleled skill in repurposing the seemingly worthless into treasures, shall unveil its true value today. He resolved that once he had summoned the occupant from within, this coffin would become his prize. Given a master's fondness for tea, surely he deserves an elegant tea table. This would be perfect. The size is just right, the material exquisite, and it even boasts a heating feature to keep the master's tea perpetually warm. What a clever little genius I am, deeply moved by his own ingenuity. Li Changjian felt his intellectual acuity elevate to new heights under the master's influence. Now, back to the task at hand. He set the shovel aside and rolled up his sleeves. How to open this colossal creation? Could he simply cleave it with the shovel? No. That would be a dreadful waste of such fine material. Moreover, the master had emphasized the importance of professionalism. A skilled construction team would never employ brute force in their endeavors. Finesse and method are paramount. Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the 3 bundles he had brought from the imperial city. Those 3 elder ancestors of the Li Wuhou sacred sect, still in a stupor, frothing at the mouth. Li Changjian's eyes sparkled with inspiration as he recalled the master's sagacious advice imparted during his transportation. The utilization of waste can serve as a stepping stone to pry open the coffin lid. The master is indeed wise. Li Changjian smacked his thigh, suddenly enlightened. How had he not thought of this before? Was this not the most readily available and specialized tool? My apologies to the 3 esteemed elders. With a sly grin, Li Changjian approached, dragging the 3 ancestors as if they were sacks of rice. He first positioned the Xuanhua ancestor and the Dishan ancestor side by side, wedging them into the gap between the coffin lid and the coffin itself. Perfect fit, snug and precise. Then he hoisted the last of them, the Tianyin ancestor. He wielded the Tianyin ancestor like a crowbar, forcefully striking the gap. Bang! A profoundly resounding thud echoed. The bodies of the Xuanhua ancestor and the Dishan ancestor were brutally compressed, their bones cracking audibly. The incredibly sturdy 9 heavens Xuanhua crystal coffin lid was pried open just slightly. Success! Li Changjian was overjoyed. He raised the Tianyin ancestor crowbar high again, adjusting his stance. 1, 2, 3, let us go. Bang! Another thunderous sound. The gap widened. Again. Bang! 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 Li Changjian worked zealously, humming an unknown tune. We workers have strength, hey. We workers have strength. Digging up ancestral graves daily, hey. We'll make new homes from the grave covers. The more he worked, the more invigorated he became, the easier it felt. This human-shaped crowbar was far more effective than his shovel. Just then, a pain groan emerged. The elder of the 7th layer of harmonization, who had been struck in the face by his shovel, slowly awakened. Shaking his groggy head, he realized his face no longer felt like his own, swollen and numb, resembling a steamed bun. What had transpired? Struggling to open his eyes, his vision remained somewhat blurred. Soon after, he heard the rhythmic, jarring thuds and that hauntingly mesmerizing song that sent shivers down his spine. With great difficulty, he turned his head toward the source of the sound. There he beheld the self-proclaimed madman, known as Dong Dong Guai. He saw the first ancestral tomb, split in 2. He saw the madman repeatedly smashing the coffin of the first ancestor, wielding their esteemed Tianyin ancestor. Meanwhile, the Xuanhua ancestor and the Dishan ancestor were being used as stepping stones, stuffed into the coffin as crevice. The elder's pupils widened as if enchanted, expanding from the size of a pinprick to fill his entire eye socket, as if they might burst. His mind felt as though it had been drained of all energy, plunging him into a state of complete shutdown. Once clear thoughts have now been frozen in time, completely solidified. The worldview he had steadfastly believed in was, at this moment, shattered like delicate porcelain, leaving not a single fragment behind. What on earth is happening? Could this truly be the fabled hell? No. Even the demons of hell would hardly engage in such antics. The Elder Guardian's mouth gaped wide, producing a series of strangled sounds as if his throat were being constricted, yet he was unable to utter a single word. At that moment, Li Changjian seemed to sense the Elder Guardian's gaze. He paused his frantic actions, slowly turned his head, and a chilling smile crept across his face. As he grinned, his pearly white teeth gleamed ominously in the darkness. Oh, you're awake? Li Changjian's voice dripped with a chilling mockery. Now that you're awake, don't just lie there. Come lend a hand. His tone was as casual as if he were inviting the Elder Guardian to partake in the most mundane of tasks. This coffin lid is rather heavy. As he spoke, he casually tapped the coffin lid. Hearing this, the Elder Guardian felt darkness encroach upon him, nearly fainting on the spot. His eyes widened in horror, locked onto Li Changjian, yet he could not articulate a single word. Suddenly, a stream of blood erupted from the Elder Guardian's mouth like a fountain. His eyes rolled back, and he promptly fainted once more. This time, he truly wished never to awaken again. This world is far too terrifying. Alas, such poor mental fortitude. Li Changjian shook his head in disappointment. Today's youth cannot withstand even the slightest pressure. He turned his back and continued with his grand endeavor of opening the coffin. With a thunderous crash, after relentless efforts with the Tianyin old ancestor's crowbar, the weighty 9 heavens mysterious fire crystal coffin lid was pried off entirely, crashing to the ground and creating a sizable pit. Done. Time to wrap up. Li Changjian wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead, gazing into the coffin with satisfaction. Inside, contrary to his expectations of treasures and ancient tomes, lay only a remarkably well-preserved mummified corpse. The corpse was clad in a faded crimson robe, its features gaunt, eyes tightly shut, yet remnants of its former dominance and authority could still be discerned. In its embrace rested an ancient longsword. Is this it? Li Changjian felt a twinge of disappointment. He had anticipated some earth-shattering treasure. He reached out, searching the corpse. Where's the storage ring? The imperial-level artifact? The emperor's notes? Why is there nothing? A pitiful miser, Li Changjian, grumbling in irritation, ultimately extracted a seemingly fine ancient sword. Never mind. Even a mosquito is still meat. He casually tossed the sword into his storage ring. Then, gripping the collar of the desiccated corpse, he hoisted it out of the coffin as one would a small chick. Come forth. From his storage ring, he retrieved a large, unadorned burlap sack, upon which were inscribed, in a crooked hand, two prominent characters, resident. Beside the characters, a comically endearing, smiley face was drawn. Li Changjian nodded in satisfaction. Now that is clear. Resident number 1, please take up residence in your brand new portable luxury suite. As he spoke, he began to stuff the corpse of the primordial fire ancestor into the sack. With a thud, he secured the opening and carelessly tossed it atop the Nine Heavens mysterious fire crystal coffin, which he had already designated as the official tea table for the sect leader. Having completed this task, he clapped his hands and surveyed his surroundings. His gaze fell upon the rolling mountains and the ancient tombs nestled between them. Though less grand than the Ancestor-S tomb, these sites still exuded an extraordinary presence. They were the resting places of the Li Wuhou sacred sect's formidable ancestors, silently standing under the moonlight as if recounting tales of their past glory. A gentle, innocent smile crept upon Li Changjian's lips, his eyes shimmering with dedication. The sect leader had said that one should see tasks through to the end. To excavate only one tomb is mere grave robbing, an act of petty theft unworthy of recognition. To excavate them all, however, is archaeology, a noble endeavor of historical significance. Once again, Li Changjian was captivated by the profound wisdom of the sect leader. He felt his actions had transcended the ignoble act of disturbing ancestral graves, elevating to a noble contribution to historical research. His consciousness had indeed ascended. With a sigh of inspiration, he shouldered his prized shovel and extracted a substantial stack of pristine burlap sacks from his storage ring. The excavation crew is now in operation. With renewed vigor, he strode towards the nearest tomb number 2. This time, he was far more adept, even too complacent to investigate the tomb's formations and restrictions. He chuckled, glancing back at the 3 still unconscious professional tools. Thank you, esteemed seniors, for your hard work. Let us flip you over and continue. He confidently approached, positioning the unconscious Xian'er ancestor and Desha ancestor into their familiar pose once more. Stuff. He expertly wedged the 2 ancestors' bodies into the vast crevice of the tomb number 2's enormous entrance. Then, he hefted the Tianyin ancestor's pry bar. Here we go. Bang! A dull thud resonated, accompanied by the crisp sound of bones cracking, echoing once more through the tranquil valley. The effect was immediate and striking. The once indomitable tomb door cracked open with a resounding creak. This truly works wonders. Li Changjian, having tasted the sweet fruits of success, found his enthusiasm surging. Thud, 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 thud. He swung the heavenly flame ancestor like a pile driver, relentlessly pounding against the tomb door. Chapter 102. Even a watchdog must endure 2 slaps. We workers possess strength. Indeed, we workers possess strength. After finishing with the first, we move on to the second, and so forth, for our descendants are endless. As he struck, he spontaneously adapted his own construction crew's anthem. Just as he was caught up in the fervor of his endeavor, a faint stirring occurred nearby. The Xian'er ancestor, treated as a mere stepping stone, seemed to rouse from a state of deep slumber, his consciousness struggling to surface from the depths of chaos. Who am I? Where am I? What has transpired? A cascade of philosophical inquiries flooded his mind. Slowly, he opened his eyes. The first thing to greet him was a massive stone door, violently shaking and splintering. Then, he felt his body being inexorably constricted by an overwhelming force. Straining to turn his neck, he caught sight of the Desha ancestor beside him, looking utterly wretched. Crammed into the narrow crevice, just as he was, their forms grotesquely distorted, particularly the contorted visage that was hard to behold. As he was taken aback by the plight of the Desha ancestor, his attention was suddenly captivated by a figure nearby. It was a person hoisting the heavenly flame ancestor, their face alight with exhilaration, singing fervently about the strength of workers, seemingly oblivious to the madness of their actions. The Xianhua ancestors' eyes widened in disbelief as memories surged forth like a torrent, recalling the ambush at the imperial city, how they had been caught off guard, how they were treated like mere cargo, and how they were tossed into this abyss. The image of the coffin being pried open flashed through his mind. Now, this madman was using them to pry open the tomb of their own forebears. A feeling of suffocation gripped the Xianhua ancestor's chest. He felt as though he could neither breathe in nor exhale, his face flushing with a hue akin to that of liver. He longed to unleash a torrent of curses, to rise in defiance, to channel his cultivation to explode and take this deranged fiend down with him. Yet, no matter how he struggled, he found himself ensnared by an inexplicable force that bound him completely. Even the simple act of moving a finger became an unattainable luxury. He could only watch helplessly as the body of the heavenly flame ancestor loomed larger and larger in his field of vision, descending and ascending in a maddening rhythm. Thud! The venerable Xianhua ancestor felt as though his back were on the verge of breaking. Thud! Ouch! He sensed a mournful cry emanating from his ribs. Thud! By the heavens, what a predicament! With the last vestiges of his strength, Xianhua ancestor managed to rasp a few indistinct syllables from his throat. Then his eyes rolled back, his head tilted, and he fainted once more, this time overwhelmed by pure rage and dizziness. Boom! The second tomb gate creaked open in response. Task accomplished, Li Chuyan whistled, carelessly tossing aside the tools of his trade, and dashed inside with unbridled enthusiasm. Moments later, he emerged, dragging a burlap sack marked with the words "Second Resident," grumbling under his breath. So impoverished. This second-generation ancestor is even less affluent than my father. The coffin lid is merely of common fire jade, and not a single burial item in sight. His face contorted with disdain. It seemed as though he were not excavating graves, but rather engaged in a poverty alleviation effort. He shook his head and proceeded towards a third tomb. May the next one bring me a modicum of surprise. Over the course of a single night, the ancestral graveyard of the Li Wuhou sacred sect transformed dramatically. The once solemn and dignified cemetery had morphed into a vast, gaping construction site. Hillsides were excavated, and numerous large pits marred the landscape. Li Chuyan stood atop the mountain peak, hands on his hips, braving the wind. Behind him lay neatly arranged dozens of coffins and hundreds of bulging burlap sacks. Each coffin was a meticulously selected piece of exquisite furniture, and each sack represented a once mighty ancestor of the Li Wuhou sacred sect. Now, they had all become trophies of the excavation crew. With a sigh of relief, Li Chuyan beamed with the joy of a bountiful harvest. The first phase of the waste recovery task, entrusted to me by the sect master, has been splendidly completed. With a wave of his hand, he packed away all the coffins, sacks, and the 3 completely unconscious laborers into his storage ring. Having accomplished this, he lifted his gaze towards the horizon. His sight pierced through the sea of clouds, landing upon a grand sect perched in the skies, its palatial structures stretching endlessly, enveloped in ethereal flames. There lay the mountain gate of the Li Wuhou sacred sect. Very well, the preliminary demolition preparations are in place. Next, we shall commence with the dismantling of the main structure. A look of professionalism and rigor graced Li Chuyan's countenance. He brushed off the dust from his attire and stepped forward, his figure vanishing in an instant. Before the mountain gate of the Li Wuhou sacred sect, 2 rows of disciples clad in crimson armor stood resolutely, grasping long spears, their expressions solemn as if carved from stone. At the center of the gate lay a colossal hound, comparable in size to a small mountain, sporting 3 heads and engulfed in black flames, dozing peacefully. This was the guardian beast of the Li Wuhou sacred sect, the 3-headed Cerberus. According to legend, within it flows the ancient bloodline of gods and demons, its power rivaling that of a mighty being at the 7th level of the harmonious path. At that moment, an unexpected figure materialized before the mountain gate. It was none other than Li Chuyan, bearing a humble iron shovel, resembling a seasoned farmer who had just finished his toil in the fields. Woof, woof, woof. The 3-headed hellhound was instantly roused, its 3 heads rising in unison, 6 eyes like bronze bells locking onto Li Chuyan, unleashing a deafening roar. The sound seemed capable of tearing apart the very fabric of one's soul. Who dares approach? Halt at once. This is the sacred mountain gate of the Li Wuhou sacred sect. Trespassers shall face death. The 2 rows of guarding disciples swiftly reacted, raising their long spears in unison, their tips directed menacingly at Li Chuyan, exuding an ominous aura. Yet, Li Changjian appeared oblivious to their presence. His gaze fixated upon the snarling, three-headed hellhound. He furrowed his brow. What a fine dog. Such vigor, albeit rather noisy. He shook his head, a disapproving expression crossing his face. The sect leader had proclaimed that they must cultivate a civilized and harmonious realm of cultivation. Such raucous barking in public was a severe disruption to the aesthetics of the surroundings and could easily startle the flora and fauna. It was utterly uncivilized and must be corrected. Before his words had fully dissipated, his figure vanished from sight. The next instant, a sharp crack echoed through the mountain gate. The loudest head of the three-headed hellhound received a resounding slap, its massive body spinning a complete 360 degrees before it plopped down onto the ground. The struck head was dazed, stars dancing before its eyes, drool cascading from its mouth, wearing an expression of utter bewilderment. The other two heads ceased their barking, turning in unison to gaze at their bewildered companion with an expression akin to that of a fool. What has happened? Did I get hit? Who struck me? The guarding disciples at the mountain gate were likewise petrified. They had barely comprehended what had transpired. They only glimpsed a fleeting shadow before their invincible guardian beast was slapped, and it still dared to bark. Li Changjian's voice resonated leisurely. He had somehow returned to his original position, as if he had never moved at all. Woof, woof. The remaining two heads of the hellhound reacted, feeling an overwhelming sense of humiliation, and immediately erupted in fury. Black hellfire spewed forth from their mouths, intent on incinerating this audacious human into ashes. Alas, incorrigible, Li Changjian sighed. It seemed that a mere slap would not suffice to resolve the matter. Smack! Another resounding slap echoed through the air. This time, it was the left head that felt the sting. The hellfire was forcefully quelled by this strike. On the left side, one head swallowed the flames, smoke billowing from its throat, its eyes wide open, displaying an expression even more dramatic than the one in the center. Now, only the head on the right remained. Its mouth agape, it held the flames within, unable to spit them out or swallow them down. As it gazed at its companions on the left and in the middle, both of whom had begun to roll their eyes. A sense of fear flickered for the first time in its 6 eyes. The figure before them, wielding a shovel, was a demon. A pitiful whimper escaped its lips. Its tail tucked, and its massive form trembled uncontrollably. This was precisely the reaction Li Changjian had hoped for, nodding in satisfaction. Acknowledging one's mistakes and striving to amend them is the highest virtue. Remember, from now on, you must be a cultured and polite dog, he admonished, resembling a patient teacher imparting wisdom. The disciples, guardians of the mountain, were utterly bewildered, their minds struggling to comprehend this surreal scene. Who are we? Where are we? Why is our guardian beast being lectured by a farmer? At that moment, Li Changjian finally directed his gaze towards the majestic and towering Li Wuhou sacred sect. He observed the floating celestial mountains, the grand palaces, and the soaring pillars of fire that symbolized the sect as fortune. Once more, a look of deep sorrow crossed his face. TSK, TSK, TSK. What a grand spectacle. What a waste of land and resources. The sect master has said, the great path is simplicity itself. True strength does not require such ostentation for validation. Our sect, without even a mountain gate, has everyone seated upon the ground, with the sky as our canopy and the earth as our bed. That is true grandeur and vision. He found yet another theoretical basis within the teachings of the sect master. Thus, to assist you in stripping away the superficiality of the Li Wuhou sacred sect and returning to authenticity, I have made a decision. Slowly, Li Changjian raised his right hand, not the one grasping the shovel, but a simple, ordinary hand, slightly calloused. I shall lend you a hand. He recalled another profound teaching from the sect master. When faced with an insurmountable problem, one should strike it flat with a slap, and if that fails, strike again. The sect master is indeed wise. Li Changjian's eyes sparkled with fervent admiration. A slap should indeed resolve the matter. No overwhelming aura erupted from him, nor did any cataclysmic laws ripple through the air. He simply brought his palm down, as if swatting away an annoying fly. Yet at the moment his hand descended, the entire world dimmed. A colossal shadow of a hand, beyond verbal description, materialized in the heavens above. It obscured the heavens, supplanting the sun. The lines etched in the palm were distinctly visible, each one resembling an unbroken mountain range, embodying the profound truths of the universe. At that moment, within the Sacred Fire sect, countless disciples and elders, engaged in cultivation, alchemy, quarrels, or sipping tea, instinctively lifted their heads. And then, they beheld it, the slowly descending hand of divinity, symbolizing ultimate annihilation. "What is that?" murmured an inner disciple, polishing his sword as it clattered to the ground. "Is the sky collapsing?" An elder, absorbed in alchemy, stared dumbfounded at the enormous shadow looming above the cauldron, oblivious even to the explosion of the furnace. The sect leader, a peerless master at the 9th level of the harmonious path, burst forth from his seclusion. He gazed at the colossal palm overhead, feeling a power so overwhelming that it sent tremors through his very soul. The color drained from his face. No, he emitted a heart-wrenching, desperate roar. Yet, all of it was in vain. The immense hand continued its descent. There were no earth-shattering explosions, no world-destroying shockwaves, only a soft, understated sound. As if merely swatting a mosquito. In the aftermath, the world regained its clarity. Sunlight cascaded down upon the earth once more. Yet what had once been the ethereal, palace-draped sacred fire sect had vanished. In its place stood an immense, unfathomable, distinctly outlined handprint. The entire sect, along with the sprawling mountains below, was utterly erased from existence by that singular blow. Before the mountain gate, the 2 rows of guardian disciples remained frozen in their stances, weapons raised, motionless. Their gazes were vacant, dazed, with drool glistening at the corners of their mouths. They had succumbed to madness, thoroughly and completely. Li Chuyan withdrew his hand, brushing off non-existent dust with a gentle blow. He surveyed his handiwork, nodding in satisfaction. Yes, even. Smooth. Perfect. The sect leader will surely commend me for my exquisite craftsmanship. He turned, shouldering his spade, ready to depart. As he passed the now-dazed, 3-headed hellhound, he paused momentarily, extending a hand to pat the only remaining conscious head affectionately. "Remember, you must be obedient from now on." With a thud, the last head of the 3-headed hellhound rolled its eyes back, frothing at the mouth, and promptly fainted. Li Chuyan shook his head, striding forward, humming a cheerful little tune. Having dug up the ancestral grave, it's time to build a new home. Once the new home is completed, it's time for guests. His figure gradually receded, ultimately vanishing beyond the horizon, leaving behind a pristine giant palm print and a group of utterly disillusioned watchdogs tangled in the wind. Chapter 103. A squeeze still yields, the path of conquest. Qingyun Sect. Atop the nameless peak, Suyi reclined in his rocking chair, crafted from millennia-old soul-nurturing wood, his eyes shut, basking in the sun, exuding an air of leisure akin to a venerable elder long retired. The sunlight was just right, and a gentle breeze caressed the surroundings. Regarding the recent act of effortlessly erasing an ancient dominion that had thrived for millennia, he appeared remarkably unfazed, as if he had merely stepped on an annoying ant during an after-dinner stroll. A trivial matter, indeed. Just then, a streak of light, carrying the dust of labor and a faint scent of earth, precisely landed on the square before the Tianyin Grand Hall. The arrival was none other than Li Chuyan. He still bore the unremarkable iron shovel upon his shoulder, yet his demeanor radiated an unmistakable vitality, starkly contrasting with his previous self. His posture was erect, his gaze brimming with confidence and satisfaction, and his face glowed with the joy of harvest. It was the pure delight of having accomplished a task assigned by a superior, eager for acknowledgement and praise. Sectmaster. Even before he arrived, his resounding and fervent voice echoed across the mountaintop. "I have fulfilled the mission." Li Chuyan hastened to Su Ye's rocking chair, taking 3 steps in 2, executing a precise 90-degree bow, his movements crisp and infused with vigor. Suyi barely lifted his eyelids, merely responding with a soft hum through his nose. "Oh, you're back." His tone carried a hint of languor, as if he had just awoken from slumber. "I'm back, Sectmaster." Li Chuyan's excitement surged as he raised his head, his face flushed with fervor. "I have dutifully followed your teachings and conducted a thorough archaeological excavation and renovation of the Li Wuhou sacred sect." He articulated each word as if reporting a monumental undertaking. "Oh." Su Ye's reply remained nonchalant, as if Li Chuyan were merely recounting a visit to the village to assist Old Wang with a few acres of sweet potatoes. Li Chuyan seemed accustomed to the sect master's enigmatic demeanor. He understood that this was a test of his composure. Taking a deep breath, he revealed a mysterious smile that hinted at his desire for recognition. "Sectmaster, please review." No sooner had he spoken than he waved his hand dramatically. A cacophony of jarring metal and wood against stone erupted. In the next moment, a small hill materialized in the expansive and pristine square before the Qingyun Grand Hall. A hill formed from an assortment of coffins, each distinct in style and material, piled high. Some bore fresh earth, while others emanated an ancient aura of decay and nobility intertwined. Beside the coffin mountain, a multitude of bulging burlap sacks lay meticulously arranged. Each sack bore a crooked inscription in cinnabar, denoting numbers: Resident 1, Resident 2, Resident 3. The scene was at once striking and eerie. Thud, thud, thud. Ultimately, 3 figures, bound as if they were Zongzi and entirely devoid of consciousness, were unceremoniously expelled from a storage ring. They were the 3 distinguished tools who had devoted their all to the cause of archaeology. Having accomplished this task, Li Chuyan stood with hands on hips, surveying his handiwork, a proud smile illuminating his face. The expression seemed to proclaim, "Master, behold, have I not performed splendidly?" Meanwhile, the ancient celestial beings Lin Chuyan and Mushi, who had been quietly cultivating, striving to glean insights from their master's every breath, were startled by the commotion. They slowly opened their beautiful eyes and turned their gazes toward the square. For a fleeting moment, their expressions crystallized in shock. Embark Xian'er et exquisite visage. Astonishment was vividly etched. "What is this?" she murmured, glancing from the pile of coffins to the burlap sacks. Her typically cool voice trembled slightly. "Has elderly transported the ancestral burial grounds of the Li Wuhou sacred sect in its entirety?" Lin Chuyan's mouth formed in astonished O. As a princess of the Qin dynasty, she was acutely aware of the value of these coffins and their accompanying burial goods, yet she was even more taken aback by the audacity of such an act. This was truly outrageous. To murder and merely take the head. This was akin to a grotesque upgrade of packing both person and coffin for removal, a veritable desecration. Only Mushi, the reincarnated empress, had a perspective that diverged from the others. Her gaze fell upon the 3 comatose ancestors of the Li Wuhou sacred sect. Her brow furrowed slightly, eyes glinting with contemplation. The sealing techniques upon these 3 were peculiar, neither entirely sealed nor free. Their energies circulating endlessly, yet incapable of mobilizing even a fraction, ensuring their survival while stripping them of any means of resistance. More importantly, I sense a deep-seated resentment and a palpable fatigue emanating from these 3 tools. How intriguing. She appeared to take a profound interest in this novel method of waste repurposing. At long last, Su Yi, reclining in his chair, gradually opened his eyes. He beheld the magnificent mound of coffins and cast a glance at the price-tagged sacks housing the ancestors. Finally, his gaze landed on Li Chuyan's face, which was brimming with a yearning for praise. After a prolonged silence, Su Yi nodded. "Not bad." His voice betrayed no discernible emotion. The simple 6 words, however, resonated like celestial music in Li Chuyan's ears. "Master." Li Chuyan was overwhelmed with excitement, tears welling in his eyes, nearly dropping to his knees before Su Yi. "All of this is due to your astute guidance, Master. It is your wisdom that illuminates the path for your subordinate. Without your profound theories on archaeology and demolition as guiding principles, I would never dare to achieve such a remarkable feat." His heartfelt flattery resonated with sincerity. Moving to the core, "Soyez lipstaichit silightly. When did I ever instruct you on such matters? I merely tasked you with handling some aftermath." However, observing Li Chuyan's fervent adoration, Su Yi wisely chose not to dispel the illusion. As the master, maintaining an air of mystery and correctness is an essential quality. He gestured dismissively, adopting a tone that suggested complete control. "Your contributions are duly noted. I have faith in your capabilities, given your exceptional performance in this assignment, which greatly benefits the sect's development." Su Yi pondered for a moment. "From this day forth, you shall be the outer sect steward of Qingyun Sect, overseeing all external affairs." Outer Sect Steward. Li Chuyan's mind buzzed, leaving him momentarily dazed. Happiness arrived so unexpectedly. Although it seemed that the outer sect of Qingyun Sect currently consisted only of a nominal errand disciple, Lin Langtian, who was sweeping the back mountain, and himself as the steward. This steward position seemed to pertain solely to him. Yet, such details were trivial. What mattered was the master's acknowledgement. It was a significant elevation in status. From steward to steward, a mere word apart, yet worlds different. Your subordinate, Li Chuyan, expresses profound gratitude for the master's grace. With a sudden thud, Li Chuyan knelt before Su Yi, reverently bowing his head 3 times. The floor bore witness to the 3 shallow impressions left by his forehead. Unable to repay the master's kindness, He vowed to dedicate his life to the rise of the sect. He raised his head, tears streaming down his face. Suyi replied, "Very well, as long as you are pleased." He waved his hand, signaling Li Changjian to rise. "Now, attend to these matters. Take the coffin to the back mountain and chop it for firewood. Assess if the residents' belongings have any salvageable value. If not, find a location with good feng shui to bury them, thus accumulating virtue. As for these three," he glanced at the three tools, "send them to the mine. They shall not be released until the spiritual stones owed to our sect are fully excavated." "Yes, master." Li Changjian took the decree, feeling invigorated with boundless energy. He promptly gathered all the spoils again and respectfully stepped aside, ready to execute his new duties as soon as the master finished his instructions. At that moment, Lin Chuyan, who had been quietly observing, suddenly moved. With a light-hearted gait, she flitted over to Su Yi's rocking chair like a cheerful little butterfly. Her charming face radiated admiration and gratitude, her bright eyes sparkling as if adorned with stars. "Master," her voice was sweet enough to evoke the imagery of nectar. "You were simply magnificent just now. That slap. My daughter witnessed it clearly in the celestial realm. You are, without a doubt, the eternal light in her heart." As she spoke, she naturally extended her arms, enveloping one of Su Ye's arms that was resting on the armrest of the rocking chair. "Su Ye, hey mei." Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Lin Chuyan tightly embraced his arm within her embrace. Then, amidst a myriad of astonished, playful, and curious gazes, she made an even bolder move. Clinging to Su Ye's arm, she rubbed against it fervently, reminiscent of a playful kitten affectionately seeking attention from its owner. "Master, thank you. Had it not been for your timely intervention, both my sister and I, along with the Qian dynasty, would have faced peril. I cannot repay this kindness, but yet..." Within Su Ye's mind, an age-old philosophical inquiry for Blue Star surfaced. How astutely candid. Just as Su Yi was engrossed in his profound academic contemplation, a voice filled with hostility erupted suddenly. "Lin Chuyan." Xian'er had risen at some point, her phoenix-like eyes fixated intently on Lin Chuyan's hands, which were engaged in their mischievous act, the curvature of her grip slightly distorted by the pressure. Her exquisite face bore a fierce countenance, her teeth gritted. "You shameless little enchantress. What do you intend to do to our master in broad daylight?" A flicker of ethereal flames danced subtly around her. Her gaze was that of someone confronting a sworn enemy. Upon hearing this, Lin Chuyan did not relent. Instead, she tightened her embrace further. She turned to Xian'er, displaying a sweet and provocative smile, akin to that of a victor. "Senior sister, what do you mean by that?" "I am merely expressing my most sincere and pure gratitude to our master. Do you not feel thankful for his life-saving grace?" She blinked her innocent eyes, presenting her argument with unwavering assurance. Xian'er was momentarily speechless in the face of her rebuttal. "Grateful? Of course I am grateful. But is your way of expressing gratitude appropriate? Junior sister, your actions will disrupt our master's tranquility. How utterly improper. Release him at once." Xian'er admonished sternly. Then, in a swift turn of events, her expression transformed, radiating a smile even brighter than Lin Chuyan's, as she darted to Su Ye's other side. "Our master has worked tirelessly and deserves relaxation. Such laborious tasks should not fall upon you, junior sister." In the next moment, she precisely embraced Su Ye's other arm and, with a casual demeanor, began to gently and rhythmically massage. "Release our master. Let me take over." As Xian'er needed, she cast a furious glare at Lin Chuyan, her lips forming a declaration of righteousness. Lin Chuyan, undeterred, returned the stare. "You arrived first. This is outright robbery." "Nonsense. The capable should take charge. Is that what you call repaying kindness? It is clearly a mere scraping. You are the one. You intend to suffocate our master. You speak in folly." Atop the peak of Qingyun Sect, the air was thick with tension. To the left stood the ancient celestial phoenix, and to the right, the profound, unholy body. Two extraordinary prodigies, the finest disciples of Qingyun Sect, were engaged in a silent yet fiercely competitive contest centered around their master, Su Yi. Beside them, Mushi maintained her cool and composed demeanor, yet within her star-like eyes flickered an unprecedented light of curiosity. She observed the two senior sisters and their master entangled in what appeared to be a grappling match. No, a demonstration of gratitude. A new, intricate topic filled with profound truths slowly emerged in her mind. So this is the legendary path of conflict with one's master? To convey the deepest adoration, through the most direct physical contact, to disrupt the Master-S state of mind, thereby glimpsing the cracks in their heart or establishing a more profound connection. No, it seems to encompass something more primitive, a doctrine of intimacy and possession. Mushi's gaze deepened with contemplation. This was indeed worthy of study. It appeared that her future path of cultivation had now opened up yet another novel domain for exploration. Quietly, she inscribed this scene and her insights onto a blank jade tablet, titling it an exploration of the essence and practical methods of master confrontation. At that moment, Sui found himself caught between his two beloved disciples, experiencing an overwhelming duality of sensations. Finally, he wrested a sliver of reason from the clutches of that maddening tenderness, feeling the increasingly forceful expressions of gratitude emanating from both arms. He feared his limbs might soon be rendered as mere relics of their former selves. This could not continue. It was utterly improper. Most critically, his waist was beginning to falter. Taking a deep breath, Sui sternly commanded, "Cease this at once. What manner of decorum is this? Are my arms merely for your kneading?" Chapter 104. Together with 3 disciples? This was becoming increasingly absurd. Choose another location. His words, half in exasperation and half in jest, resonated like thunder in the ears of Xian'er and Lin Chuyan. The surrounding air seemed to freeze at that moment. The vigorous kneading abruptly halted, and the previously antagonistic gazes turned to a state of stunned disbelief. Change location? Change the location. In the minds of 2 exquisite young maidens, a tempest of emotions surged almost simultaneously. They each discerned a thrilling possibility from their Master's explosive proclamation, which caused their hearts to race. He did not refuse. Rather, he felt it was rather inconvenient, given the presence of others in broad daylight. Thus, he suggested a change of venue. Boom! This thought ignited like a raging wildfire, consuming their very beings and causing their cheeks to flush a deep crimson, akin to ripe apples. Lin Chuyan was the quickest to react. In her lively and cunning eyes, a spark of triumph and ecstasy ignited. Just as I suspected, I knew all along that while Master expressed reluctance, he secretly relished the idea. If I only take a bolder step, winning his heart will be merely a matter of time. Oh, how delightful! Lin Chuyan exclaimed almost impulsively, her voice brimming with joy and exuberance, reminiscent of a mischievous little fox that had stolen a hen. She clung tighter, nearly hanging from Suyi's arm, tilting her enchanting face upward, and in an overly sweet tone, she cooed, "Master, shall we go to your chamber? The Qingyun Great Hall is too vast and cold. I fear you might catch a chill. Your chamber has the warmth of the earth and a jade bed, the most comfortable place to be. I can massage your shoulders and knead your legs, ensuring your utmost relaxation." As she spoke, she deliberately puffed out her chest, casting suggestive glances between Suyi and Xian'er. The implication was unmistakable. "You, Xian is composo shito dona Lin Chuyan is placed in Cultivation. What is shamelessness if not this? What is a little enchantress if not her?" Her phoenix-like eyes seemed to blaze with fury as she glared fiercely at Lin Chuyan. "Lin Chuyan, do you not have any shame left? The Master's chamber is a sacred and serene place, unfit for your kind to tarnish." Xian'er admonished with righteous indignation. However, she did not relinquish her hold. Instead, she emulated Lin Chuyan, pulling Suyi's left arm deeper into her ample embrace. She could distinctly sense her Master's body stiffen once more. "Excellent." Xian smirked inwardly. "What are you, a mere girl, possessed to compete with me?" Taking a deep breath, she allowed the celestial phoenix mark upon her chest to swell with pride. Then, lifting her chin, she gazed at Suyi with a complex expression, one that combined a hint of grievance with a touch of pride and anticipation. "Master." Her voice resonated like a haunting melody in a tranquil valley, clear and enchanting. "If we are to go, it should be to my celestial phoenix hall. Within my chamber lies the eternal cold jade bed, complemented by the fragrant essence of the phoenix tree, which is most conducive to tranquility and the cleansing of fatigue. My junior sister, with her clumsy hands and feet, only serves to disturb our esteemed master's serene cultivation. It is far more appropriate for Xian'er to attend to you." Upon hearing this, Lin Chuyan immediately bristled and retorted sharply, "Elder sister, I find your words rather displeasing. What do you mean by clumsy? I possess dexterity of the heart and hands. Furthermore, that eternal cold jade bed of yours is as frigid as an ice cellar. Do you intend to turn our master into a popsicle? After just emerging from a fierce battle, he requires a warm embrace, do do you understand? Warmth. She particularly emphasized the word warmth. Xian'er's face turned cold as she snorted disdainfully. What utter nonsense! Our master is unparalleled. His cultivation reaches the heavens and earth. How could he possibly fear the mere chill of jade? It is you who harbors unwholesome intentions, employing seductive tactics to disrupt our master's resolve. I see you merely wish to take advantage of the situation. You are the one seeking to gain an advantage. Your entire family seeks to profit. Lin Chuyan, now flustered, carelessly spoke her mind. My intentions are pure, rooted in heartfelt gratitude, unlike certain individuals who profess disinterest while their bodies betray them. You. What do you mean by that? Prove it by letting go. You let go first. I will if you do. The stage was set for an epic showdown over who would massage the master, on the brink of erupting once more. Meanwhile, Li Changjian, standing to the side, was utterly dumbfounded. His mouth agape, he glanced left and right, feeling as though his worldview was being repeatedly crushed, kneaded, and reshaped by an incomprehensible force. So this is the daily life of the sect leader and his direct disciples? How exhilarating! Is this the legendary battlefield of romance? The sect master is indeed a divine being. To maintain such composure amidst the tumultuous waves of tenderness, akin to the steadfastness of Mount Tai before collapse. I, as a subordinate, am in awe. Truly, I am humbled to the ground. On the other side, Mushi, who had witnessed the entire spectacle, maintained her usual cool and indifferent demeanor. Yet, the grip on her jade slip had tightened, her knuckles turning slightly white. Her gaze shone remarkably bright. Lines of fresh insights were rapidly emerging on the jade slip, inscribed by her consciousness, on the influence of location choice and environment on success rates. So it is. Mushi silently analyzed in her heart. The location is yet another crucial variable following physical contact. The suggestion of the master's sleeping chamber proposed by the second elder sister offers high privacy and symbolic significance, representing a high-risk, high-reward strategy, should it succeed. It could establish an intimacy surpassing that of master and disciple. Conversely, the elder sister's suggestion of the Phoenix Hall is relatively conservative, justified under the guise of cultivating tranquility, representing a steady and pragmatic approach. Although the increase in intimacy is limited, it is characterized by safety, evading the vigilance and disdain of the esteemed master. One focuses on offense, while the other concentrates on defense. One seeks risk, while the other seeks stability. These two divergent strategies represent distinct schools of thought in confrontation. It is profound. Mushi feels as though she has pushed open the door to a new realm. Beyond this door lies a world filled with forbidden temptations and the profound mysteries of the Great Path, igniting a flicker of curiosity within her. If it were me, which strategy would I choose? Or perhaps, is it conceivable to forge a third, more exquisite path of confrontation, uniquely belonging to my reincarnated celestial body? For instance, within the cycle of reincarnation alongside the esteemed master, Mushi's cheeks, for the first time, inexplicably flushed with a subtle hue of crimson. She hastily composed herself, suppressing this perilous thought, continuing to record this invaluable first-hand information with a calm demeanor as an observer. At this moment, Su Yi, caught in the middle like a tug-of-war rope between the two beloved disciples, finally regained his rationality from the overwhelming dizziness. Veins throbbed on his forehead, and he felt as if his arms were on the verge of losing sensation. If he did not intervene today at the peak of Qingyun Sect, a battle for the master's favor might unfold. If this were to spread, what would become of his reputation as the sect leader? That is enough. Su Yitai did it, his voice imbued with undeniable authority. Silence. This outburst was akin to a bucket of cold water, instantly extinguishing the fervent flames of conflict above Xian'er and Lin Chuyan. Both shivered slightly, feeling somewhat aggrieved, and simultaneously released their grips. They looked up at Su Yi with the innocence of children who had erred, their expressions pleading. Master, please do not be angry. Seeing their disheartened expressions softened Su Yi's heart, yet he maintained a stern demeanor, reprimanding them. What a commotion. Do you not understand my words? One wishes to go to the sleeping quarters, while the other desires to go to the Phoenix Palace. Do you intend to tear your master apart? He cast a glance at the two, his tone irritable. What I meant was to go to the hot springs at the back mountain. Both of you, prepare water and gather medicinal herbs. I have just expended considerable energy and require a medicinal bath to restore my essence. One of you is responsible for boiling water, and the other for preparing the herbs. Now, immediately at once. He waved his hand, issuing the final command. If you dare to speak nonsense or quarrel out of jealousy, you shall be confined and required to transcribe the sect rules 100 times. Hot springs? Medicinal bath? Xian'er and Lin Chuyan were taken aback. So it was a misunderstanding? Disappointment was etched across their faces. However, the disciples dared not disobey their master's command. Particularly the punishment of copying the sect's rules 100 times sent shivers down their spines. Yes, master, they responded feebly. Before departing, they exchanged fierce glares at each other. It's all your fault, you little imp. Oomph. It's not like you're any better, you pretentious one. Their fierce spiritual energies clashed violently in the air before transforming into streaks of light, reluctantly heading towards the back mountain. Meanwhile, Mushi slightly bowed to Suyi. Master, I shall also lend my assistance. With that, she transformed into a cool beam of light, following suit. Yet, in that fleeting moment of her turn, no one noticed the glimmer of enlightenment that passed through her profound eyes. It dawned upon her that there existed a third option, under the guise of healing, to engage in a reasonable and necessary deeper physical contact. Splendid, truly splendid, master. Mushi silently took note of this revelation at the end of her jade slip, titled on the importance of choosing excuses and timing in confronting the master. As the 3 beams of light faded away, the peak of the nameless mountain finally returned to its former tranquility. Li Changjian stood by, scarcely daring to breathe. He cautiously glanced at Su Yi and tentatively inquired, Sect leader, may I? Feel free. Su Yi waved his hand wearily, reclining back into the rocking chair. Yes, I take my leave. Li Changjian felt as if he had received a great reprieve, promptly bowed, and then hastily vanished like smoke, clutching his treasured shovel. That scene had truly tested his resolve. He feared that remaining any longer would lead to him being physically silenced by the sect leader for knowing too much. In the square, only Su Yi remained. A gentle breeze tousled his hair, and sunlight bathed him in warmth and comfort. Everything seemed unchanged. Yet Su Yi's state of mind could never return to its previous undisturbed calm. He exhaled a long, weary sigh, feeling more exhausted than after battling for 300 rounds. Slowly, he raised his arms before him. His left arm still bore the lingering warmth and power of an exhilarating touch, while his right arm seemed to resonate with the perfect blend of elasticity and tingling sensation. With a resigned shake of his head, a smile involuntarily crept upon his lips. That girl, Xian'er, he mused softly within his heart. She possesses everything, unparalleled talent, breathtaking beauty, yet her personality is far too strong-willed and proud. Nevertheless, in his mind, the captivating yet proud visage of the ancient fairy emerged involuntarily, accompanied by her magnificent form that starkly contrasted with her ethereal demeanor. The legendary phoenix physique was indeed as extraordinary as the tale suggested. Was it not a tad excessive in its development? It seemed to grow increasingly spectacular with each passing moment. One could only ponder the celestial treasure she indulged in, for her nourishment appeared truly impeccable. Su Yi stroked his chin, lost in profound philosophical contemplation. His thoughts then drifted to his second disciple, Lin Chuyan. This little enchantress was equally a source of concern. As fellow travelers from Blue Star, having undergone 9 years of compulsory education, how could her thoughts be so unrestrained? She would often cling to him impulsively. Who could withstand such advances? Recalling the sensation from his right arm, his expression grew somewhat nuanced. However, returning to the matter at hand, the Xian'er's sacred body, while seemingly delicate and fragile, possessed a hidden strength that was undeniably formidable. Indeed, the ancient wisdom from Blue Star had not misled him. 8 words vividly surfaced in his mind. Where there is a gap, there will be fire. A little push, and it will flourish. Quite an astute and pertinent assessment. Ultimately, his gaze unconsciously shifted towards the direction in which his 3 disciples had departed. The image of Mushi appeared in his mind, ethereal and seemingly untouched by worldly affairs. The most inscrutable and daunting of them all was indeed Mushi. This reincarnated empress exuded a tranquil demeanor, appearing indifferent to all but the path of the Tao. Unlike Xian'er and Lin Chuyan, who expressed their emotions with fervor, Mushi remained an enigma, her calm surface concealing tumultuous undercurrents. The reincarnation of the celestial body. Su Yi's gaze took on a distant quality. Although he had not experienced Mushi's form as intimately as the other 2 disciples, even a mere fleeting glance at her flawless curves, seemingly sculpted by the very essence of heaven and earth, was enough to leave one in a state of reverie. That was true concealment of depth. That was the embodiment of inclusiveness and grandeur. Sui-S Adams' apple involuntarily bobbed. Should there come a day when she, too, suddenly awakened to her feelings, mirroring her two fellow disciples and seeking to repay their master, he could scarcely fathom such a scenario. A shiver ran down his spine at the thought. One would render his resolve unstable. Two would leave him in a state of turmoil. If all three were to unite in such a manner, he feared he might ascend to the heavens on the spot. Reclining on his rocking chair, he gazed up at the azure sky, a smile gracing his face that was more grotesque than sorrowful. He had acquired 3 such extraordinary disciples. My life has become increasingly tumultuous. Chapter 105. The Disciple Recruitment Mission and the Jilted Maiden. It is all your fault, you little imp. Oof. Is it not your hypocritical demeanor that has led to this? Xian'er and Lin Chuyan's spiritual energies clashed violently in the skies above Qingyun Sect's main peak. Subsequently, both women transformed into streaks of light, reluctantly soaring toward the rear mountain. Yet, their destinations were not aligned. A cool beam of light arrived first at the Xianwang Hall. Xian'er's figure materialized abruptly before the hall's entrance. Her exquisitely beautiful face was now clouded with frost. Lin Chuyan. The 3 syllables were almost forced through her gritted teeth, laden with boundless fury and resentment. This little enchantress from Blue Star dared to vie for her master. How dare she? Her master belongs solely to her, Xian'er. From the moment her master rescued her from that frigid cave, he became her only pillar of support, her sole faith. No one could encroach upon that bond. Not even her junior sister. Xian'er's chest heaved violently, the ancient phoenix mark seemingly resonating with her wrath, emanating a faint, blazing glow. She clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging deep in her palms. Blood dripped steadily through her fingers, yet she remained oblivious, consumed by an inferno raging within her. A challenge? With your clumsy, beguiling tactics, do you even dare? Her master is the embodiment of supreme truth. How could he be deceived by such trivial tricks? Disdain and jealousy flickered in Xian'er's eyes. She acknowledged that Lin Chuyan possessed a certain charm. Each time she pouted, her master was rendered powerless against her. Those watery big eyes, that deliberately accentuated bosom, that delicate voice. Xian'er ground her teeth in frustration. Was it merely due to her status as a traveler from Blue Star? Was it merely a semblance of a novel's heroine? So what? She, Xian'er, is the ancient phoenix's true heir, the one destined to support her master and ascend to unparalleled heights. Her master is mine. Xian'er once more roared, her voice imbued with obsession and undeniable conviction. She stepped deeper into the Xianwang Hall. The originally serene and elegant space now felt suffused with a stifling rage. She approached the millennial cold jade bed and sat cross-legged. The icy chill could not quell the fire within her heart. Instead, it ignited an even greater fighting spirit. Ancient phoenix technique. Xian'er closed her eyes, her inner energy surging with thunderous force. She must grow stronger. She must become even mightier, so formidable that any nefarious individual daring to covet the master would be deterred, so powerful that the master's gaze would only rest upon her. The ancient phoenix technique roared within her like fire meeting oil, a phantom of the celestial phoenix, radiating overwhelming pressure, gradually manifested behind her. The wings of the phoenix unfurled, casting a shadow over the entire phoenix hall. Each feather blazed with fierce celestial flames, illuminating the millennia-old cold jade within the hall in a crimson hue. The spiritual energy in the hall surged as if drawn by an unseen force, frantically pouring into Xian'er's body. Her aura escalated steadily, and the 3rd level of the nascent soul realm began to show signs of impending breakthrough. This was the manifestation of power born from the ancient phoenix's ultimate fury. Lin Chuyan, await your reckoning. I shall make you aware of who truly stands as the sole mistress beside the master. Xian'er's exquisitely beautiful visage, akin to a jade sculpture, radiated a soft glow, now shrouded in an almost frenzied, fervent intensity. In that fleeting moment, time seemed to stand still. Yet, almost simultaneously, another streak of light, imbued with lethal intent, darted forth like lightning, crashing into the Tianyin hall. With a thunderous sound, Lin Chuyan's figure barreled into the hall, akin to a cannonball, colliding forcefully with the hall's door, which then slammed shut with a resounding bang. Her once delicate and charming face now flushed red with rage, her beautiful eyes ablaze with fury, as if she intended to ignite the entire Tianyin hall. Xian'er, you shameless vixen, cunning and scheming green tea bitch. Lin Chuyan's voice echoed within the hall, brimming with resentment and ire. How dare you compete with me for the master? What qualifications do you possess? Her chest heaved violently, clearly agitated. Lin Chuyan paced within the hall like an enraged little beast, her steps hurried and erratic, each stride seemingly laden with boundless grievances. I once thought you, my senior sister, to be aloof and proud, untouched by the mundane world, akin to a celestial maiden. The more Lin Chuyan spoke, the angrier she became, her voice rising in intensity. But now it appears you are merely a pretender, a hypocrite feigning high-mindedness. What of the millennia-old cold jade bed? What of tranquil meditation and dispelling fatigue? Lin Chuyan's words cascaded forth like a rapid-fire barrage. Bah, these are naught but fabrications, designed to lure the master into your frigid lair, so you might seize the opportunity to take advantage of her. The more Lin Chuyan pondered, the angrier she grew. She was the true transmigrator, the one endowed with the profound sacred body, bound to the Tianyin immortal scripture, and bearing the halo of a novel-esque heroine. The master rightfully belonged to her. All the narratives should unfold around her. What was Xian'er, after all? A haughty oddity, capable of nothing but sulking. The master clearly favored someone as lively and understanding as herself. Lin Chuyan reminisced about the moment she had clung to Su Ye's arm, recalling her master's slightly stiff yet unyielding reaction. That admonition, why not change the place, was unmistakably a subtle hint directed solely at her. A secret language only she could decipher. How could that foolish goose Xian'er possibly comprehend such nuances? Umph. A wave of indignation surged within Lin Chuyan, and she let out a huffy sound, akin to a small fox whose tail had been stepped on, brimming with dissatisfaction and ire. Clenching her fists tightly, she seemed to silently vow, I must seize my master before you do, more swiftly and thoroughly. Lin Chuyan resolutely affirmed to herself, her gaze unwavering and resolute. I shall make my master aware of who truly holds his heart and is indispensable to him. Though her voice was soft, it resonated with confidence and determination. With that, Lin Chuyan strode deeper into the Tianyin palace. There lay the Tianyin spirit pool, formed from the convergence of the Xian'er's spiritual veins, shrouded in a chilling mist. Its surface shimmering like a mirror, reflecting her graceful silhouette. Without a moment's hesitation, she approached the pool and sat cross-legged beside it. Taking a deep breath to center herself, she proceeded to activate the Tianyin Immortal Sutra without hesitation. In an instant, icy spiritual energy surged toward her from all directions, enveloping her entirely. Lin Chuyan's body quivered slightly, yet she did not falter. Instead, she gritted her teeth and continued to channel the Tianyin Immortal Sutra. As her cultivation progressed, her aura deepened and grew ever more formidable. Suddenly, a radiant moonlight quietly emerged behind her, resembling a silver disk that emanated an exquisite chill, as if the entire Tianyin palace were enveloped in this frigid essence. The moonlight rose gradually, ultimately coalescing and hovering silently behind Lin Chuyan. In that moment, the temperature within the Tianyin palace plummeted by several degrees, and the waters of the spirit pool began to crystallize with a delicate layer of ice. Her cultivation at the second level of the nascent soul stage advanced rapidly under the influence of the Tianyin Immortal Sutra. A fierce determination burned in Lin Chuyan's eyes. She was resolved to surpass Xian'er in the shortest time possible. Then, she would boldly and rightfully claim her master for herself. Senior sister, just wait and see. I'm the true protagonist. In the Qingyun hall, Su Yi exhaled deeply, releasing a long, drawn-out breath. Reclining in his rocking chair, his arms ached terribly. He felt as though his Tao heart had just undergone an unprecedented trial. Confronting disciples with overwhelming force, he murmured absent-mindedly, a mix of helplessness and amusement crossing his face. What a predicament! All he desired was to peacefully fulfill his role as sect leader, signing in, drawing cards, and leisurely leveling up. As a result, the system presented him with 3 exceptionally gifted disciples, each one more challenging than the last. One is proud and strong-willed, another is passionate and exuberant, and the third is enigmatic and reserved. Life, indeed, is becoming increasingly promising. Ding! Just as Su Yi was lost in his thoughts, a melodious notification resonated in his mind. This sound seemed to carry a certain mysterious power of rules, instantly pulling Su Ye's thoughts back to reality. Su Yi paused, a hint of confusion crossing his face. The sect's system typically only activated upon task completion or check-ins. Could it be that, as expected, a translucent system panel, visible only to Su Yi, gradually materialized before him? Sect system notification. Significant improvement detected in the host sect strength, meeting the conditions for accepting disciples. New disciple target has been refreshed. Suyese Sipidits Soadet. A disciple target? This was splendid news. Each disciple he accepted, especially those with exceptional talents, would yield additional rewards for the sect. This was far more rapid and bountiful than his daily check-ins. Disciple target information is as follows. Name, Chulian identity, legitimate daughter of the Chu family in Lin Yuan City, Qingzhou. Fate, jilted by the son of destiny. Yi Fan, leading to a dramatic change in her fate, she experiences a rebirth from despair, with her fortune value soaring to 88 points. Physique, 9 Yin absolute veins activated, possessing an exceptionally strong Yin attribute talent. With a cultivation speed far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. Potential, mid-tier imperial grade. Current cultivation level, 9th heaven of Qi refinement. Remarks. This young woman has endured a tumultuous life, possesses a resilient spirit, and maintains a pure heart, making her an invaluable seedling for cultivation. She shares a fated connection with the host. As Sui gazed at the information on the system panel, his eyes widened in astonishment. What? Jilted by the son of destiny. Wasn't this the quintessential template for a jilted female protagonist? Sui abruptly rose from his rocking chair. In this world, there exists a character adorned with the halo of a protagonist, yet cast aside in a marriage annulment. It was as if a top-tier fortune child had been delivered to his doorstep. A fortune value of 88 points. This was nearly on par with his 3 rebellious disciples. Moreover, the 9 Yin absolute veins? This was an elite cultivation physique. Although the name sounded somewhat grim, once activated, its potential was boundless. Mid-tier imperial grade potential. This was hardly inferior to that of his 3 rebellious disciples. Su Ye's mood transformed instantaneously from helplessness to sheer elation. This was truly a timely boon, no? It was an embellishment of gold. System task issued. Recruit the jilted maiden. Task content. Within half a month, travel to Lin Yuan City, Qingzhou, and successfully recruit Chu Linger as a direct disciple. Task rewards. 1 golden summoning card X1. Capable of summoning a high-ranking sect member or a special talent of celestial quality. 2 silver summoning card X5. Capable of summoning 5 sect stewards or elite disciples of spiritual quality. 3 luxurious discipleship package X1, containing random sect architectural blueprints, sect resources, martial arts manuscripts, and other bountiful rewards. Suyi gazed at the generous task rewards, his breath quickening with excitement. The golden summoning card. This was precisely what he lacked the most. Within the sect, aside from Li Changjian, there was no other formidable power. If he could summon another being of celestial quality, the foundation of the sect would indeed grow significantly stronger. Moreover, the luxurious discipleship package. This item had never failed to meet his expectations. Within half a month, he must travel to Qingzhou's Linyuan City. Suyi stroked his chin, lost in thought. Qingzhou's Linyuan City was not particularly close to Qingyun Sect, but given his current cultivation level, 2 weeks would surely suffice for a round trip. Furthermore, acquiring a new disciple with immense potential while reaping such substantial rewards was undoubtedly a profitable venture. He must go. A glimmer of determination sparked in Su Ye's eyes as he made his decision. He was not the type to bask in the fruits of others' labor. For the rise of the sect, and for the rewards, he would take matters into his own hands. Moreover, and most crucially, he felt an urgent need to leave Qingyun Sect for a while. He needed a proper respite. If he lingered any longer, he feared he might truly ascend and leave this realm behind. Su Yi sighed, the enchanting yet perilous faces of Gu Xian'er and Lin Chuyan resurfacing in his mind. He sensed that he could benefit from some tranquility in his life. Linyuan City, a brand new place, a fresh opportunity to save a character who had been wronged in love. It seemed like a splendid choice. Su Yi rose from his rocking chair, stretching languidly. He moved his arms, which had become stiff from a recent tug-of-war. Qingzhou Linyuan City, Chu Linger. I hope you will not disappoint me, and I also hope, he thought with a wry smile, that you will not become my 4th rebellious disciple. His gaze seemed to pierce through the void, directed towards the Qingzhou region. At that moment, Su Yi could hardly contain his eagerness to depart from this place, rife with gentle traps, the peak of Qingyun Sect. Chapter 106. 30 Years in the East, Do not undermine a young girl's poverty. Su Yi resolutely committed to his decision, without a moment's hesitation. Remaining atop this peak, he feared that his steadfast resolve might be ground down by those two rebellious disciples. Li Shenzhen, a voice, unremarkable in tone, resonated through his mental connection, precisely reaching the ears of Li Changjian, who was patrolling the outer sect. Li Changjian's figure trembled slightly as he promptly bowed in reverence towards the main peak. Master, your subordinate is here. Su Ye's voice betrayed no hint of emotion. I must be away for a period. I entrust the affairs of the sect to your full discretion. Should those three wayward disciples, particularly the eldest and the second, dare to cause trouble within the sect, there is no need for consultation. Directly confine them and impose a penalty of transcribing the sect rules 10,000 times. Upon hearing this, the corners of Li Changjian's mouth twitched slightly. 10,000 times? How much resentment does the master harbor towards those three direct disciples? However, he dared not inquire further and immediately responded solemnly. As you command. Su Yi replied indifferently, retracting his spiritual awareness. The next moment, he stepped out of the Qingyun Great Hall, his figure resembling a fleeting ray of light, leaving no disturbance in his wake. Vanishing instantaneously within the protective array of Qingyun Sect, his speed was such that it seemed as though he had never been there at all, leaving behind only the gently swaying rocking chair, bearing witness to the master's hasty departure. Qingzhou, a region even more expansive than Lingzhou, is home to numerous sects, dynasties rising and falling, with powerful figures abounding. It is far beyond the mere corner occupied by the great Qian dynasty. Lin Yuan City, situated within Qingzhou, is a renowned ancient city. The city is magnificent, bustling with people, where one can frequently see cultivators adorned with swords and blades. And the air is permeated with a faint aura of spiritual energy. At this moment, in the southern part of the city, at the residence of the Chu family, what was once a bustling abode filled with guests now exudes a profound silence. Inside the main hall, the atmosphere is so oppressive that it feels as if it has solidified. The head of the Chu family, Chu Tianxiong, a middle-aged man with a resolute countenance, wears a grim expression, his fists clenched tightly, the veins on the back of his hands bulging, clearly struggling to contain the fury within. Beside him, several elders of the Chu family also wear solemn expressions, daring to harbor anger, yet unable to voice it. Opposite them, a group of young individuals clad in splendid attire, exuding an imposing aura, sit with haughty expressions. The leader among them, appearing to be in his early 20s, has a countenance as refined as jade and eyes like bright stars. Dressed in the moon-white robes of a direct disciple of the Seven Stars Sacred Land, he appears even more distinguished and extraordinary. He is Xiao Jianyun, once the unparalleled genius of Lin Yuan City and the future son-in-law of the Chu family. Now, he stands as the contemporary saint son of the Seven Stars Sacred Land, one of the seven great sacred lands of the eastern region. His gaze, tinged with unmistakable disdain and impatience, sweeps over the assembly below, as though lingering in this place for even a moment is an affront to his status. Soju, Xiao Jianyun finally spoke, his voice clear yet imbued with a sense of lofty detachment. I believe you're already aware of the purpose of my visit today. He casually toyed with a storage ring in his hand. I am now the saint son of the Seven Stars Sacred Land, destined for a future of boundless potential, destined to attain enlightenment and even ascend to the position of emperor. As for Sister Ling, he abruptly shifted his gaze, landing on a young maiden standing silently in the hall, a sardonic smile curling at the corners of his lips. Once a paragon of celestial grace, fate had cruelly intervened, causing her cultivation to inexplicably regress 3 years prior, plummeting from the pinnacle of foundation establishment to the realm of qi refinement, rendering her no different from a mere mortal. A useless being, no longer worthy of my regard. The chasm that now lay between us is as vast as the heavens and the earth. This engagement should henceforth be dissolved. The term useless struck like a heavy hammer, mercilessly pounding upon the hearts of every member of the Chu family. Chu Tianxiong's body trembled violently, his eyes instantly bloodshot. Xiao Jianyun, he bellowed, an overwhelming aura erupting forth. Do not overstep your bounds. Who, in your time of despair, took you into the Chu family, sparing no resources to nurture you? Who was it that promised his precious daughter to you, a nameless wretch? Now that you have ascended to greater heights, do you intend to cast my daughter aside? Has your conscience been devoured by dogs? In the face of Chu Tianxiong's furious outcry, Xian'er did not even deign to lift his eyelids. A disciple from the seven-star sacred land sneered and stepped forward. Insolent! How dare you show such disrespect to our holy son? A wave of terrifying pressure, far surpassing that of Chu Tianxiong, descended with a thunderous force. With a cough, Chu Tianxiong was struck as if by lightning, spitting out a mouthful of blood, staggering backward, his complexion turning ashen. Father! The once silent maiden finally stirred. In a swift motion, she rushed to support the faltering Chu Tianxiong, her clear eyes ablaze with fierce anger. Clad in a simple dress, her figure appeared somewhat delicate, and her complexion was slightly pale, yet her exquisitely beautiful face bore the marks of resilience and tenacity beyond her years. She was none other than Chu Ling, once the foremost prodigy of Linyuan City, now labeled a waste by others. Xian'er. Chu Linger's voice was icy as frost, yet trembled with barely contained emotion. The engagement between us was solemnly established by my grandfather himself. Do your actions today honor my late grandfather? At last, Xian'er regarded her with a glance. His eyes brimmed with pity, as if observing a laughable, overreaching insect. Chu Linger, cease your absurd inquiries. In the world of cultivation, strength reigns supreme. The engagement of your was a testament to your grandfather's esteem for me. My decision to annul this betrothal today is a mark of my regard for the Chu family. Were it not for our past ties, do you truly believe your family would still hold the right to converse with me? With a flick of his finger, a jade vial clattered to the ground, producing a crisp sound. Inside are 3 essence cultivation pills, sufficient to heal your father's injuries and enhance his cultivation. Additionally, this gold note is worth 100,000 spirit stones. This is my final compensation to the Chu family. From this moment forth, our engagement is null and void. Men shall marry women, and we shall remain entirely unconnected. Each word he uttered pierced through Chu Linger's heart like a dagger. Insult, a blatant affront. To use elixirs and spirit stones to buy off her past sacrifices, to trample upon the dignity of the Chu family. Chu Linger's body trembled violently with overwhelming rage. Her nails dug deep into her palms, blood oozing forth, yet she remained oblivious to the pain. At that moment, a voice, ancient, frigid, laced with a hint of languor and disdain, echoed quietly in the depths of her mind. TSK, this little insect chattering away, is truly bothersome. Little girl, is it worth your anger to engage with such a scoundrel? If you ruin your health, can you bear the consequences of delaying my recovery? This voice had been resonating in Chu Linger's mind for 3 years. It was 3 years prior that this mysterious remnant soul had manifested within her, causing her cultivation to plummet. All her spiritual energy had been consumed by this soul, claiming to be the 9 nether sparrow, as sustenance for its own restoration. It was she who had destroyed everything. Yet at this moment, that voice became her sole source of solace. Silence yourself. Chu Linger roared inwardly. The 9 nether sparrow yawned lazily. Very well, continue. However, I must remind you, once my strength is restored by a fraction, I could obliterate this boy's sacred ground with a mere snap of my fingers. It is not worth your while to be angered by him. Upon hearing this, the tempest of fury within Chu Linger inexplicably subsided somewhat. Indeed, what was there to discuss with such a person? She lifted her head. Her once dull eyes now ignited with a striking brilliance. It was a light of indomitable resolve, a determination akin to the phoenix rising from the ashes. She gazed at Xian'er, articulating each word with clarity that resonated throughout the grand hall. Xian'er, you're mistaken. Today, it is not you who shall annul the engagement, but I, Chu Linger, hereby sever ties with you. With a swift kick, she sent the jade vial and gold notes soaring through the air. Your possessions, your compensation, the Chu family has no need for them. The betrothal of the Chu family is not something a treacherous scoundrel like you can trample upon at will. From this day forward, you shall walk your own path, and I shall traverse my own. Our bond is irrevocably severed. At these words, the hall fell into stunned silence. Xian'er's expression darkened instantaneously. The disciples of the 7 stars' sacred ground behind him were engulfed in fury. Bold, a mere wastrel dares to insult the holy son, seeking death. Yet, Chu Linger remained undaunted. She straightened her back and faced the murderous gazes directed at her, summoning all her strength to emit a deafening cry. 30 years in the east of the river, 30 years in the west. Do not underestimate a girl in poverty. The humiliation of today, I, Chu Linger, shall remember. One day, I will repay it 100-fold. The voice echoed within the hall, lingering endlessly. Each word was like a branding iron, deeply imprinted in the souls of all present. Xiao Jianyun's pupils suddenly constricted. He perceived a flame in Chu Linger's eyes that sent a tremor through his heart. This flame evoked an inexplicable unease within him. Yet, this unease was soon overshadowed by an overwhelming anger and disdain. A mere waste? What wave could it possibly stir? Good, good, good. In a fit of rage, Xiao Jianyun laughed bitterly, repeating the word thrice. Chu Linger, I shall remember you. I am eager to see how you, a worthless being, will repay this 100-fold in the future. Let's leave. He waved his sleeve and turned away, not casting another glance at Chu Linger, striding out of the Chu family residence with a heart full of fury and killing intent. Only after their figures had completely vanished did Chu Linger's taut body finally soften, and a mouthful of reverse blood spewed forth, staining her pristine skirt crimson. Lingya! Chu Tianxiong was alarmed, hastily supporting her. Yet, Chu Linger shook her head, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth. Her defiant gaze filled only with endless coldness and determination. In a tea house on the second floor of a street-facing establishment in Linyuan City, Suyi leisurely savored his fragrant tea, a playful smile gracing his lips. Everything that transpired in the Chu family hall was vividly presented before him through his divine sense. Splendid. Suyi couldn't help but exclaim. Such spirit, such audacity, truly worthy of the protagonist of a divorce narrative with 88 points of fortune. Especially that phrase, do not belittle a girl in poverty, which encapsulated the essence and soul of her struggle. Suyi felt goosebumps rise all over his body. This script resonated perfectly. This was precisely the resilient disciple he desired, one who would never concede defeat. As for any decline in cultivation or the 9 Yin absolute veins, in the face of his sex system, those were trivial matters. The 9 Yin absolute veins? What a remarkable constitution. It was practically tailor-made for Lin Chuyan's Tianyin immortal scripture. No, wait, the system notes indicate it possesses mid-tier imperial potential, suggesting this physique has its unique merits, perhaps even more compatible techniques. In any case, the potential is boundless. This disciple shall be mine. Suyi set down his teacup, his eyes gleaming with an unwavering determination. Not even Jesus could deter me, I declare. He gazed in the direction of the Chu family residence, where Chu Linger had just vowed. Her spirit stirred at a moment of fragility and desperate need for hope. At such a time, he, the sage, descended from the heavens to extend a helping hand. The effect would be nothing short of profound. Suyi rose, straightening his robe. It was time to rescue my wandering lamb, or rather, to recruit my future fourth rebellious disciple. A subtle smile played on his lips, hinting at deeper intentions. A fleeting shadow vanished into the elegance of the chamber, leaving behind a humble low-grade spirit stone, quietly resting upon the tea table. Outside the gates of the Chu family estate, Xiao Jianyun's silhouette was etched with resoluteness and coldness. The disciples of the 7 Stars sacred ground behind him wore expressions of derision, standing tall as if they had just triumphed in a glorious battle, rather than having executed a treacherous humiliation. They were on the verge of crossing the threshold. Henceforth, the Chu family, a once insignificant clan that had clung to the son of the sacred, would become a mere footnote in their lives, a jest shared over tea and meals. Within the estate, Chu Tianxiong supported his faltering daughter, tears streaming down his face, his heart brimming with boundless grief and despair. The Chu family was doomed. Having offended the son of the 7 Stars sacred ground, their future in Linyuan City, and indeed all of Qingzhou, would leave no place for father and daughter to stand. Chu Linger leaned against her father's embrace, the agony in her chest pale in comparison to the chill in her heart. She held herself upright, her eyes ablaze with an indomitable spirit, fixed fiercely upon the retreating figures. The voice of the ancient remnant soul, identifying itself as the 9 Nether Sparrow, echoed in her mind with a mocking sigh. A little girl, why bother? A moment's triumph in words will lead to your suffering ahead. This Xiao Jianyun is vengeful and petty. He shall not spare you. Chu Linger paid it no heed. Her world was reduced to the vanishing figure of hatred at the door and an expanse of endless darkness that lay ahead. Where was hope? At that moment, the heavens and earth seemed to stand still. The wind ceased. The clouds halted.